Edmond says prison officials know this goes on.
It keeps the jail mellow. Just keep people patient. They be able to get high and chill. So they like this and let these things happen sometimes.
Come on.
Yeah, that's what they do.
He wasn't just selling drugs to other prisoners. He also masterminded the shipment of more than 2 tons of cocaine and crack from the coca fields of Colombia to the District of Columbia.
In some ways, he's like the Babe Ruth of crack dealers.
Eric Holder, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, was, until recently, the top prosecutor in Washington, D.C. It was his office that locked Edmond up in the first place. Tell us the magnitude of his operation from inside the prison.
If you look at it on a monthly basis, he was exceeding that which he did when he was running what, to that time, had been the largest drug operation in Washington, D.C. history.
He was doing more from in prison? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at its maximum, he was doing about 400 kilograms of cocaine per month while in prison, and while on the street, he was doing about 300 at its maximum.
Himself.
Eric Holder just exposed the chronic failures of government. That was a video from when Eric Holder was a much younger man, and he was a district attorney here in Washington, D.C. And he arrested a man. He said, what is he dealing 300 whatever kilograms of drugs on the street? He put him in jail. He's selling more drugs on the street. And Eric Holder later became the top cop in all of America. He failed his way to the top. There hasn't been a name bigger, I promise you, in D.C. over the last 30 years than Rayful Edmond. Seriously. I can't think of one bigger. I've been here 20-something years or so, and there is no name that resonates throughout, definitely Black America, but throughout the city. I remember hearing about Rayful Edmond on 60 Minutes when I was back in Alabama. Must have been in the 90s, early 90s. And he talked about how much money he was making. And then when I got here, I bumped into all kind of people that wanted to kind of associate themselves with Rayful Edmond. Hey, yeah, I used to sell drugs with him. I'm related to him. All those things. I used to go to a club called 1223 on Connecticut Avenue. And there was a guy, E. Lewis Taylor or something. And he used to swear up and down that him and Rayful was, they were selling drugs right there together. But he's such a light-skinned, fair-skinned guy, small, short. Maybe he was. He said he went to prison. I think I even looked him up. I did some software work for him years ago. And so he did go to prison. He was selling drugs, but yeah, a lot of people went to jail or prison selling drugs. But Rayful Edmond, has been a mystical figure here. And it has just been something that I find it now very interesting that he's going to be coming back home, as they say in the streets. He'll be coming back home. Now, I have a couple funny stories about Rayful Edmond. And first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to take a look at his old hood and, where will he be coming back to? Interestingly enough, I once dated a lady who, she was a school teacher. And yesterday we talked about school teachers, so I'll give you more of a little of the fraud as we go along in this story. But back in the day, they used to give people, school teachers, half-price homes here in D.C. And she was able to take advantage of one of those half-price homes. And ironically, she bought a house on Orleans Place, which is where Rayful Edmond sold all of his drugs, or his headquarters for his selling drugs. So she bought a house in Orleans Place in D.C. If a street is named Place, it's like terminal. It may end at another street, and it doesn't go beyond that. Usually just one block or something like that. So that's usually the place, as opposed to a street or a boulevard or a drive or something like that, or road. So if your street is Place, someone say he's not going back. Damn right. And I'm going to show you why he's not going back. I'm going to show you why he's not going back to Orleans Place anymore. So let me show you. Again, I knew a lady, I dated a lady that lived on Orleans Place. And again, she got the house for $100,000. These people that really drove the property values of that area down to nothing. So let me share with you a screen. I share my screen with you, and you'll be able to see what Orleans Place looks like today, and where he used to sell his drugs. This is Orleans Place right here. Let me see. You can see this is Orleans Place. As you can see, it terminates right here. Let me turn it around so you can see. you can't drive through Orleans Place. You know, right here it's just terminal. So this is Orleans Place with Rayful Edmond. It's a one-way street where he used to sell his drugs. And my friend, she used to live somewhere in one of these houses. I don't remember the exact address to this point now. But this is the neighborhood as it stands now. The houses, pretty much all of the houses have been renovated. I mean, these are $1 million houses today. So Rayful Edmonds, no, he will not be coming back to this neighborhood anymore. Let me see if I can show you. Let's see. Looks like we have a neighbor here. She's out and about. I don't think they're going to show her. Let us see her. But oh wait, I think we did get a chance to see her. It looks like a lady walking her dog. Yes, it did. Looks like a lady walking her dog. And that, yeah, that's a lady walking her dog. You can kind of see, look at the houses, totally renovated. These aren't the original windows. You can see people working on this house here. And again, these are $1 million houses and at least $700,000-$800,000 easily. But before we go too far, I want to show you kind of how DC has changed so much. And so again, this is the intersection of where Rayful Edmonds, his clientele would have entered to go sell his drugs. And today, if you go up the street from where Rayful Edmonds would have sold his drugs, let me see if I can close this out of here. I want to run into these people home. You will see that this neighborhood is now more or less sandwiched by high-end development. You can see it here. I can get here. All sandwiched by high-end development all around. So to the north, you'll see, and there's a Whole Foods, Trader Joe's. Well, I'm sorry, there's a Trader Joe's and all kind of other Harris Teeters, all kind of high-end, really high-end, fancy stores, restaurants, things like that, gym places. And then if you go south here, we'll run directly into the Capitol. So if we're here on whatever street, this is 6th Street, that's correct, northeast, we'll run if we keep going south here. So it gives you kind of a scale of where he was committing his crimes here. If we have someone like Ross Girl in the chat, she'll be familiar with all of this. And that as we go south here, we're headed towards the Capitol here. And you'll see going south here, this may be 8th Street there. This is 8th Street here. And this is a very, very affluent area as well. And if I go up a block or so, you'll see the street cars, all the nice restaurants. There's a Whole Foods somewhere in this block here. Let me see if I can turn it around. There's the Whole Foods right there. Right there. See the Whole Foods up under a fancy condo building. Live at the Apollo. I actually have a tenant that works on this street. A bunch of hoity-toity stores here. One of my favorite bakeries is now closed. You'll see that here. You may not even see it here anymore because it's closed down. But anyway, so that kind of gives you an idea of what kind of neighborhood Rayful Edmonds was selling drugs and how the neighborhood has drastically changed over the last 10, 15, 20 years while he has been in prison. So when I heard this on the news this morning, I found it very interesting because, again, this guy's like a mythical legend around here. And some of the things that really don't get talked about is that, let me play this video for you first, and then you'll get kind of an idea of what they're talking about here. Let's see. Where's this video? Let's see where this video is. Well, let me give you another kind of a streetscape here. You kind of see it here. This is someone posted pictures from Flickr. This is Morton in Orleans. It's right where Rayful Edmonds would have been selling drugs here. So you can just see kind of how at Orleans Place, there it is again, 600 Orleans. It's where he would have sold most of his drugs. And again, this is like a stone's throw from the Capitol, Union Station, the ATF. Well, maybe the ATF wasn't there then, but I mean, the fact that Eric Holder allowed this to happen is really kind of amazing when you think about it. Let's see if I have some other posts that I wanted to point out to you. Yeah, here's something interesting about it, how they're able to bring him home and kind of how among the black people here, he's kind of like a legend. Yeah, he was selling drugs, but he was very good at it, and he found something that he could do, and he did it very well. And so here's a tab here. I'll zoom in and you'll be able to see this a little bit more. I hope I don't lose my place here. Let's see. I probably lost my place. But here it is. Here it is right here. Here it is. Now, you may or may not remember there was a judge in the Trump trial of some of the January 6 trials, and his name was, what was his name? Sullivan, Judge Sullivan. I'm going to show you guys a picture of him later. He's still on the bench now. Well, this is an article very recently. And if you've heard of him, you've probably heard of how harsh the judiciary has been to, let's say, the January 6 people like that here when they go on trial here. And one of the judges is Sullivan. So I want you to pay attention to Sullivan here. From this article, this is the DC. So this is like a DC liberal article. DC liberal rag covers mostly DC articles. They have it in other cities. Chicago is, I think, LA is. The scale of Edmond's crimes infused the process since it kicked off 2 years ago. Notably, when Sullivan, the judge, took the unusual step of asking the Attorney General, Carl Racine, to collect public opinion on whether the federal government's request should be granted. Racine's office did just that, taking more than 500 comments at 3 public hearings on the phone and online. This is for a drug dealer. They had online and phone call commentary. Should we let this guy out of jail? This goes to show you, how much of a legend he was in the Black community, that a Black judge is asking the district attorney general, hey, man, why don't you take a poll and see if we should let this guy out of prison? Racine's office did just that, taking more than 500 comments at 3 public hearings on the phone and online. The results were mixed. Racine's office said, with speakers being starkly divided. Now, this is to let a drug dealer out of prison. On whether Rayful Edmond should be given a chance at freedom or left to live out the rest of his years in prison. Sullivan's ruling also comes at a time of profound debate over the legacy of mass incarceration of Black men. This is in DC. Many of whom were sent to prison around the same age as Edmonds. I want you to pay attention to what I'm about to read here. For their role in the drug trade. Edmond went to prison at 24, by the way, he was a grown man. In recent years, DC adopted a new law allowing, oh man, I want you to pay attention. In recent years, DC adopted a new law allowing offenders who committed crimes before they turned 18 to petition for early release after they've served 15 years of their sentence. That law was recently expanded to include anyone who committed a crime before they turned 25. They're moving the age of adulthood up for these young men to damn near 30 years old. They'd be juvenile offenders at 25 years old. Kind of amazing. So anyway, that's what I found interesting in that article, is that I think some of these laws, this law would have applied to Rayful Edmonds because he committed his crimes before he was 25. And I would imagine that someone in DC's government lobbied to get this law passed with the age of 25 to include Rayful Edmonds in the statute there. Because who would pick a random age of 25 to let prisoners out? It just doesn't make sense. But anyway, so that's Rayful Edmonds in a nutshell. And there are a couple more things one more thing I wanted to post to you. I showed you his neighborhood. I'm going to show you as proof some of the houses that have sold in that neighborhood over the years. Again, my friend sold her house. I think she bought it for $100,000 with the federal government teacher buy a house in the neighborhood. And she sold it for maybe $700,000 or something like that. And so as you can see, here's some of the houses, 600,000. And these are not big houses, as you can see. This is 900 square feet, estimated at $76,000. This is right on Orleans Place. Maybe my friend's old house. You can just kind of see the scale of how DC is really, really, really taken off. $700,000 for a 2-bedroom house And this is still, a little sketch, but it's DC. It's DC. That's all you can say. 776, 2-bedroom, 1 bath, 960 square feet. That's like an apartment building, apartment. But it's actually a house here. What does it say? 960 square foot townhouse on 1,000 square foot with 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. And these houses are very narrow, if my memory serves me correctly. So you're getting a very narrow house as well. But the inside may look very, very nice. We can take a look. I may not have any pictures to see if there are any pictures of other homes that are for sale nearby. Oh yeah, here's one. Yeah, yeah, here's one right here. Well, it's just sold March 2024. You can see that. We'll pull that up. Since this is somewhat of a real estate channel, I figured I would show you some of these things. Again, 2-bedroom, 1.5-bath house. It's a little bit bigger than the other one, and it's over $800,000. And this is right around the area where Rayful Edmond would have been dealing his drugs. And I think I'll complete this show with a video, basically, of the news detailing Rayful Edmond's coming home. And if anyone wants to call in now, I think it's an appropriate time to put the link in. I was hoping we get some DC people in here to kind of add some insight there, particularly some DC people that are much more familiar with Rayful Edmonds than I am. I've only been here about 25 years. I wasn't here when he was roaming the streets here. So anyway, in DMVille, I think 7 Steel. Everywhere in DC is expensive. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. DC is very expensive, but it goes to show you just how far a streetwear drug dealer, notorious drug dealer, now the average person couldn't even afford a house there anymore.
The release from prison came as a bit of a surprise.
Of course. Of course. As soon as I hit restart on this thing.
Last week, a judge in Pennsylvania denied Rayful Edmond's request for a compassionate release. And 2 weeks ago, D.C. District Court Judge Emmett Sullivan.
This is the judge I'm speaking about, Emmett Sullivan, right here. Been very, very tough on J6 people, Trump supporters. He throws them in the gulag. I don't know what's up with this.
Denied a request for another sentence reduction. Edmond is now out in part because in the 90s, he cooperated with the government after the FBI learned he was making large drug deals with the Columbia cartel from his federal prison cell in Pennsylvania. In 1994, he flipped and became a snitch. Court records show for the next 20 years, Edmond provided information to the feds that led to the convictions of at least 100 people. Here in D.C. during the late 80s, he ran his cocaine operation from a house in Northeast where a young police...
That was a house on Orleans Place, by the way.
...recruit successfully infiltrated the gang. In 2019, News 4's Jackie Benson spoke with the undercover officer, now retired.
I was in there for like 3 days and got asked, did I want to do undercover work?
The undercover was known to the gang as Jimmy, who remembers cocaine shipments being delivered by the truckload.
And a guy sitting on the back with a Uzi, with 2 Uzis.
At one point, Edmond became close with some of Georgetown University's top basketball players, and Coach John Thompson met with Edmond and asked him...
Can you believe that? Does anyone remember that? John Thompson met with a drug dealer, not to get him arrested, but to help him win more basketball games. I'm just saying.
To leave his players alone.
Rayful respected that because Rayful was a big basketball fan.
The crack epidemic had the district in a vice grip for years, with countless murders linked to it. News 4 reached out to Edmond's attorney for comment, but we have not heard back. In the district, Paul Wagner, News 4.
I think the biggest story about the Rayful Edmonds, which goes unsaid, he went to prison at 24. How much money could he have made And let's say the time he was 18 to 24. And we have people lauding and heralding this guy who threw away his life, crashed out at 24, spent the most prime years of his life in prison. But he's heralded, man, as a hero. No one takes a bigger picture and say, damn, man, like he lost the best years of his life before he even really got started. He had a short moment in the long spectrum of life. He had a short blip of extreme success, but clearly he couldn't maintain it. And he spent the rest of his life in prison for it. And all that's left is dead bodies and the lore of legend that he was 35 years ago. But he's going to come out here to the streets. And not everyone's going to be happy to see him here. He snitched on people, as the news has said. And he's also going to come to a different world in terms of drug selling if he wants to get out and get back in the street life again. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns out for him getting out. He may find prison after having spent so much time there would be a better place for him. It's just my thought, you know. He was kind of, I would imagine, kind of had a lot of clout there. He'll come back here and be more or less a nobody to the people that matters. DC has changed so much, you know. Anyway, it's interesting thoughts. My thoughts on Rayful Edmond. Anyone want to chime in? Anyone from DC? I would love to see some DC people up here, particularly the ones that live here during Rayful Edmond's time. That'd be great. If you've heard of Rayful Edmond, feel free to jump up here. Yeah, feel free to jump up here and talk about Rayful Edmond. So anything else you want to talk about? We have a little time. We've been here about 22 minutes so far. So let me look and see. Let me look and see through the comments. See what we have here. You know, I'm working on this YouTube thing where you can add a table of contents to your show. Is anyone familiar with that? So I've been trying to like document how to do that. And we have Portia up here. Let's see what Portia has to say today. Portia, you can add yourself to the stage. What's up, Portia? Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
Cam in the chat says that there's someone that you know of or that you've spoken with before.
Are you talking about Glenn, right? I think I saw it in the chat, yeah.
Yeah, Glenn, and I guess he's live or something right now. And Cam wanted to get your attention because he wasn't sure if you saw it whenever you were doing your monologue. So I wanted to make sure I said something to you about that.
So I think I'll jump on there. I see him all the time. I just sometimes I'll just listen and I don't jump on his stream.
I'm not familiar. What does he talk about?
Well, I think he talks. It's kind of like an open. I wouldn't say open panel, but he talks about just no topic in particular. Cam, you correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he hammers home on anyone in particular thing. He hasn't any times I've watched, but Cam could correct me. Okay. But I think he's kind of a base guy. Not a manosphere guy, but kind of a manly guy.
Every time someone says that base thing, I still feel like I don't know what it means. Like it's just, and I've looked it up, like on Google and Urban Dictionary, of course. And I've even asked people before, and it's just like for some reason it just doesn't click with me on my understanding whenever somebody says based. But I think that it's like a good thing. It's a positive.
If I were to break it down, I'll probably say if you're like politically incorrect today, if you're willing to say the things that you know to be true, but you're not supposed to say, that people probably, oh, he's base, right? I think that's what it would be, right? If that makes sense.
Okay. See that? Well,
I think it's simplicity that was
breakdown of that. Yeah. So this drug dealer that you're talking about. Rayful Edmond released from prison. Is that something that people should be concerned about, worried about?
It's somewhat of a local story, but it was a national story. Like this guy was on 60 Minutes, and that was 60 Minutes, the lead off story that I showed you. The interesting thing to me is, I tell you, I've been here, 25 years. And blacks, I don't care if they were in the street life or if they were in professional corporate America. Rayful Edmonds was like a man of the Lord. And I'd heard of him as a child growing up in Alabama. And but when I got here and I started reading more and more about his story, and so many people wanted to attach themselves to him.
Mhm.
As like, I was with Rayful Edmonds, And it's just kind of interesting how a drug dealer who didn't even have much, extended success was able to like be so folklorish. Like, people loved him. Bob Johnson is from here. He made his billions here. But Bob Johnson did not have the sway in DC like a imprisoned drug dealer, if that makes sense. You know who Bob Johnson is, right? The BET guy.
Oh yeah.
Right. There are some successful Black people here, but no one held court. It seemingly like Rayful Edmond. So it's just very interesting now that he's coming home. He really won't have a place here. This city has changed dramatically. He probably won't even be able to live in DC. I wouldn't rent to him.
So I see that he's like 59 years old. So
yeah.
Do you think that he'll go back to his ways, or?
It's interesting that you say that, Portia. One of the first streams I did was a stream about like where are the dope boys at, and I used to rent to drug dealers, petty drug dealers, maybe sell a little crack, weed, maybe some heroin, but they'd be working to, just hustling. Like, it'll be like their gig economy job. And I don't see that anymore. And so that prompted me to do a stream about like, where's the aspirational young boy trying to hustle up a little money selling drugs? They're not there anymore. And so he'll come back out to not only an environment where there's really no room for old men, but there really is no avenue and opportunity for older Black men to get in the game, because where are the young Black boys introducing? They're not in the game either. The whole drug game. I did another stream. Well, on that stream, I showed you the picture of the Sackler Museum, the Smithsonian Museum. Just like many things in life, I think even the drug game has been sucked up by corporations. The average drug addict today is not using some street drug. He's using a pharmaceutical drug. And where does Rayful Edmonds go from here? That entrepreneurship is selling drugs. It is running to a dead end. So that's just my opinion.
So I'm reading, and it says he's the third. He was in a federal penitentiary. I mean, like, did he kill anybody, or was he just like the? Well, he was the kingpin, but like, did he murder anyone, or delete anyone?
I don't know if he did directly, but people, when you're selling drugs, people are going to get killed. That's just the way it's going to be, right? Someone's going to rob you. You got to pay them back. And I want to say he was involved in this. Let me see. Anyone in DC may remember this.
Like he's been arrested since before I was born.
Yeah.
And
there you go.
It's like he was initially sentenced to life, to prison with no eligibility for parole, but he became an informant. So is that why you say that he can't be anywhere in DC, because he was snitching?
Well, I imagine that there are going to be people that want to kill him, right? Because I think what it was, I think I vaguely know that to save his mother, he had to snitch on people. And that led him down the road of further snitching. And he may have snitched on some international people, if I'm not mistaken, because you heard Eric Holder say he was involved with some Colombians or something like that. So there are going to be people that are probably going to hold a grudge against him, because he's not only sent people to prison, he sent people's family to prison by snitching on them.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. There was a notorious murder back in DC. It was the Old Street Massacre or something, and I want to say maybe he was involved in that. Yeah, 2 men were killed and 5 people wounded almost 30 years to the day after a similarly brazen attack. And I'm talking about these are high-end areas now where they were shooting, where they used to shoot up. I'm talking about, when I say high-end, it's kind of like not exactly Manhattan, but very, very close, $1 million areas, like I showed you his neighborhood. The average person couldn't live there anymore. And this is another one of the areas that I think where he was involved in a big shooting years ago. And they seem to continuously have shootings there.
John, what is the nickname? It just came to me. Sometimes I have to say it out loud. Washington D.C. They call it Chocolate City, right?
Yeah, it used to be. So someone's here is very familiar with Rayful Edmond apparently, because he's mentioning names that you could do probably a whole day segment, and there are videos after videos on Rayful Edmond because it stretched in New York, and there were you ever heard of the man? What is his name? Is it Hamburger? I can't remember the guy's name. Ill something or something. But they started coming down here and killing people, and one of the people they mentioned is Wayne Perry. Someone on the screen is mentioned is Wayne Perry. So they had a kind of a DC, New York, and maybe say even Baltimore connection of blacks and some Puerto Ricans. And the guy that, matter of fact, someone put it in the chat, the guy that was just killed up in Harlem about a year or two ago, because he was involved with Rayful Edmond, and this was the older guy, and they gunned him down savagely in Harlem. He may have been 59, 60 years old himself.
That's crazy. Like right here, it says something about encroaching on others' territories, and it says as DC's annual homicide toll climbed sharply in the 1980s and early 90s, it peaked at nearly 500 people, which gave DC the nickname of America's murder capital. But they said that Edmond himself wasn't found guilty of any violent crimes, even though hundreds of people
were killed. Someone mentioned Alpo, and that is the guy's name, Alpo. You'll see this string, and you may be able to see my screen here. As I Google Alpo and Rayful, you'll see I probably can search for Alpo here. These guys were all in rap songs and stuff like that, Let me see. What was the guy's last name? Alpo Kill, right?
Martinez.
There you go. There you go, Alpo.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, HB?
Good morning, Portia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that movie Paid in Full, John.
There you go. Yeah.
That movie was all about that. All about them.
Yeah, I just expanded it here. You can see Alpo inspired the film Paid in Full there, what HB is talking about. And you can see here he was shot 5 times after leaving a club. And I think he had been in witness protection in upstate New York somewhere, but he decided to come down to Harlem. Right there. You guys to hang out here, man. All in this area. He was leaving the club. I've probably been to the club. He was leaving, and shot him 5 times. And this guy probably was in his 50s as well. And so this is just my thoughts. Go ahead, HB.
Yeah, John. No, if once he gets out of prison, he's the same thing that happened to Alpo is gonna happen to him, unless he moves, unless he gets completely out the way. But that's the thing with the streets, and I think that's the one thing that that movie Paid in Full kind of really conceptualized, was that once you get that street love, it's kind of hard to get away from that the allure of it. And I kind of feel like with Alpo, he kind of got kind of serenaded back into the street life a little bit, just so they could whack him. I think the same thing's gonna happen to Rayful Edmond too, man.
To be interesting, Harlem, New York will always have places for everybody, if that makes sense. If you're Puerto Rican, whatever, I don't know, I think Alpo may have been Puerto Rican, something like that. The lure of, where he was at 147th, man, that's a strong lure, man. Hey, Poppy, Mommy's walking around, that's your culture, man. But DC doesn't really have that. I could see Rayful Edmond kind of just moving away from here. That would be in his best interest. It's nice, a very nice city, but the lure, there's really no club life the way it is, or cultural life the way it is in New York. That's just my experience. We had Dead Thoughts up here. I don't know if we ever heard Dead Thoughts up here. You want to speak about Rayful Edmonds?
Oh, it's Cam, John.
Oh, Cam. Mm,
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't letting me jump on, so I had to sign on with this other login that I have.
mm.
Usually, I don't have to type usually I don't have to log into StreamYards at all, but it made me use a login for some reason this time.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yes. So Randy Wanzer is saying, if anyone remembers the movie Paid in Full, the guys that came to meet Rico Alpo, that was from
Yup.
DC in the movie. Oh, wow. See, I don't remember this movie. Okay.
Yeah,
Really? So that was Rayful Edmond. Oh, wow. Okay.
yeah. You gotta see that. Well, I know you're not really into movies, but it's a really good movie, and it really tells the story of what was going on back then. And this is why I really do think Rayful he's probably gonna get whacked. All that snitching and cooperating, they
Mm.
didn't play that back then.
Yeah. Now he put
Nowadays
a
it's
lot
a
of
little
people in
bit
prison.
different, you know. Yeah,
You
you
know,
put a
he ended
lot of
up.
people in prison. You don't just forget about that.
No,
Now
no.
he,
Some people will wait around years, to finally catch you slipping. Especially if you send them away for some time, man, and they missed out on their life. They're sitting there with their fingers crossed, just waiting for you to come around again.
what did you think about this? Like, as I told you, he was so revered among the black people here in America.
Hmm.
Someone says DMV bill. DMV is bill is from around this area. Um, that he was so revered that look at the extraordinary things that they did to get him released. Um,
Yeah.
the residents were asked, "Hey, you want to let him out? What do you think?" Like it's just so interesting. A man that sold drugs and killed people,
He
and he
probably
was.
did stuff for the community, though, John. That's probably why they liked the dude. I guarantee you, he was doing stuff inside the community, and that a lot of times that'll win people over, no matter what you're doing. They'll look at you as like the Robin Hood.
Yeah, look at this. Someone said, you're definitely right, Cam. Here's someone says, I was with him at the Georgetown Mall where he shut down the whole mall and paid all the security guys to lock the mall up, paid for everybody's stuff inside the mall. I was there when he did that. A DC retired police
See,
officer went for that.
see, and people don't forget stuff like that, John. It only takes one incident like that for somebody to then become biased, going forward in the future and look at you as like you're good shit.
Yeah, and it's just I don't know, it's just a very interesting thing. You saw how the Georgetown did you know about the Georgetown coach meeting with this drug dealer, Cam HB?
No,
No, I
no.
didn't.
It's interesting though, right?
You talking about the Thompson guy? What was his
Yeah, John
name?
Thompson. Yeah, John
John
Thompson.
Thompson.
You heard of John Thompson, right?
Yeah. Oh
The man wanted to
man.
win games, man. He wanted to win games,
Yeah. That's why you never know how deep this shit really runs, man. I honestly like with the dope game and stuff, I think it's all connected, man.
Oh yeah, government
Like
funding too.
I mean, when you said that about the trucks, like they
yeah.
let people go and then they, pay the officers off by letting them catch one.
Yeah.
You know, as this guy said, hey man, I sold more drugs in prison. And Eric Holder, were you surprised to see Eric Holder in the picture right there?
Nah. These guys they're all connected. I think that's why you don't really see too many flashy dope boys and stuff now anymore because they're in government now.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how he failed his way up to the White House administration, isn't it?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
started out failing in DC, 500 murders, and people liked him because he's black, and now he became one step, a couple steps away from being the president, or one step from at
Well,
least influencing the president. He
there's a
failed up.
lot of rumors. There's a lot of rumors, man, that I've heard over the years that like, especially cocaine in general, but more or less just drugs in general, but especially cocaine funds a lot of like black projects for the government.
I can
You
see
know who
that.
Whitney Webb is, John?
That's the
She's
Arkansas
she's
guy,
an
right?
investigator. No, she's an investigative reporter. She wrote a
Oh,
report at like early 2020 how I can't remember what three-letter agency it was. I think it was Homeland Security, but how they had ties to like running cocaine to fund some of their like projects off the books and stuff like that.
hold on. Someone
Special
says
ops.
that Eric Holder the former? Yeah, he was. At that time, he was the Attorney General for DC prosecuting crimes. And at that point, we had this Porsche read 500 murders. So
Damn.
crime everywhere.
Damn.
I wasn't living here during that time, but yeah, we did have that.
John had to make that clear. He didn't have a part in anything.
I wasn't here that time. I would have, that would have fascinated me though, because I'm from a small town, and if you guys, if I would have put it on a map, matter of fact, I'm going to do that. If I would have put it on a map, DC map, where he was doing a lot of his killings and things like that, and if we were to do a street view today, you'd be amazed, man. Let's see. Let's see, and I've shown you several maps of where. Let's see, I can search.
You can't get away with stuff like that nowadays, John, because of all this technology, man. There's a camera on every fucking pole anywhere you go in the city, man.
So where a lot of his drug dealing, where a lot of drug dealing used to happen in DC was in this area right here. So this is 8th Street. These are some housing projects right here. DC doesn't have many housing projects. But this is, where they used to sell a little bit of drugs and stuff like that. And
I don't see anything on the screen yet, John.
Oh, shit. Share this tab. Let me see if you can see that.
Yeah, I see you, unless it's my setup. There we go.
That's me. So, so this is like right downtown, as you can see here. As it's changed a lot now, you see, beer gardens. This is close to Shaw Howard, Howard University. So you're not going to sell drugs here anymore. There's nobody going to do your drugs, right? Like this is this is a very high end area, right? Very high end. Let's see. So this is the main boulevard right here. So this is where a lot of the shootings will happen. I own property not far from here, a little bit further north of here. See if I can do this. So again, these are low-income houses here where a lot of crime and stuff would happen. But you can tell this changed quite a bit from this point on. But where all of his drug dealing was done was not all of it, but a lot of like street level dealing was done here. So we're headed downtown now, and as you can tell, it's getting a little bit more affluent. You can see the storefronts, beer gardens and stuff. You'll see that. You're seeing the high-end buildings. I think we're going in the right direction.
How many years did he do in prison, John?
I think it was 31 years or something like that.
Damn, that's a long time, man. No wonder he got out.
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to do life. And so
that's longer than some murderers, John. Some murderers get out in like 10, 15.
Well, I think he was accused of some murders. So if you see right here, this building right here, it's like an old historical building that they later turned into a grocery store. And you can see, like, I mean, this is very, very high end, bro. Like, like very high end. Like, if I go a block down, there's like a Conrad Hilton hotel. They built a convention center right here. But here, you see there's a grocery store called Giant, right? It's like, and you see where it says Old Street Market right here. You see that?
Looks nice.
I think he was responsible for like a mass killing here, where maybe 5 people were killed or shot. Well, definitely some people killed. I think it was called the Old Street Massacre in DC. And these are like housing projects. I'm going the wrong direction here, but basically, right here are the housing projects where
5 people is a massacre.
The public space like that would have made it a massacre. But there's a very high end area now. So again, there really won't be many places in DC where you can really go, or where anyone can really go and organize crime, unless you probably are in the Hispanic community. So yeah, it would be very interesting. Yeah. John,
what do you think he's gonna do when he gets out?
I think they set the Alpo guy up pretty well, in business or something. They'll probably do that for him as well. And if he's able to keep his nose clean, maybe they send him to the Midwest or something. If he stays out of DC, he shouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, and the kind of money he was making, I'm sure he's got some. He's probably got some money stashed off somewhere.
Hopefully, a lot of them people just blow that.
You talking about millions this guy was making. During that time, these guys were making millions, John. It was insane.
Someone is saying Apple was killed by a motorcycle rider who Apple cut off in traffic.
Did they
I don't
find the
believe
guy
that.
who did it? Yeah, did they find the guy who did it? I mean, did he get prosecuted?
Probably not. Probably was a hit.
We had to look that up, but there's no way you kill someone that savagely, and it just happens to be him.
Yeah.
You know, man. I mean,
That's
maybe,
why I said it
you
was
know, things
probably a
gonna happen.
hit, John. I mean, what's the
Yeah.
chances of that shit?
Rayful Edmonds was Rick Ross of East Coast. You know, I think, to be fair with you, I think he was more hype than anything. Honestly, you know, he died at 24. Let's say he was selling drugs for 6 years. We've seen how extravagant he was with his money. So the odds of him like really building an empire, just probably slim to none. I mean, he may have had a lot of money come through his hands, but he probably didn't do a lot of investing or saving the money. Because you never think these things are going to end, right? You think it's going to last forever.
Nah, quick money.
Yeah, quick money. Someone says that was a crazy time. I was a little kid back then. Yeah, as I said, I remember seeing. I want to say they had an exhibit in the FBI museum.
Bottom.
Yeah, like maybe his fur coat. Maybe he had a fur coat or something. I can't remember, or something he had that they
Chinchilla.
Yeah.
But no,
Someone says
John,
that
these
how
guys
he.
were making. They were making so much money though, John. It's like it ain't. You can't even really spend the type of money that these guys were making back then. Like
That
for
type
real,
of
for
stuff
real.
isn't possible nowadays with the technology we got, man. You get caught too quick. You know who the biggest drug dealer is, John, in the whole nation?
I would imagine the federal government or a pharmaceutical company.
Yeah. The U.S. Postal Service too, UPS to be direct.
Hey, they deliver it, huh?
Oh yeah,
They
man.
deliver it.
Hey Stanley, what's going on, Stanley?
Nothing much.
Stanley, do you remember Rayful Edmonds from your day?
No.
You didn't see him? I remember seeing him in Alabama on 60 Minutes.
No, I the name doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, I don't know him either, Stanley.
Oh man, he was a local legend. Go ahead,
Stanley. You know who Eric Holder is, though, right?
Yeah, he was Obama's attorney general.
You know, he was also our attorney general before he became Obama's attorney general.
DC or Alabama?
No, DC. Yeah.
No, I guess I didn't know that.
Yeah, I played that early on in the stream. In that, he talked about how he never would have imagined sending Rayful to prison with big time drug dealers would backfire on him, and Rayful and big time drug dealers would come together and sell even more drugs from prison than they would on the streets. You know, you fell upward sometime in government, and you know these guys. If you had asked me, hey, do you want to put drug dealers together? I said, hell no, right? These are probably the most creative alpha people within their communities. Hell no, I want to put them together. You separate them. Don't let them have anything to do with them, with each other.
Plotting and scheming, man. Plotting and scheming. Setting up connections, yeah.
Well, they're hustlers.
That's right. And you don't put hustlers together, right? You don't do that. Right? If people put their back up against the wall, you gonna put hustlers together. Ain't that right, hustling master? You know what I'm talking about.
I was about to say,
right on time.
Speaking of that,
hustling master, when the hustlers back up against the wall.
Yeah, I guess I should have said present company excluded.
That is correct. You don't want to put me with my back up against the wall with me in Chicago hustling master. We figure something out, and that's exactly what Rayful Edmonds did. You know, he became a bigger drug dealer in prison. You know, like these people don't just spend their time, rehabilitating themselves. Sometimes they want to get better. They refine themselves as criminals.
Networking, John.
That is correct. You know, I just think, it's either incompetence by the government or they want these things. You know what I mean?
I think it's all intentional, John. It benefits them, man.
should I play that clip again of Eric Holder saying that? Like, it just shows you, it's just very interesting, right? Like, he didn't know what he really didn't understand the way of the world.
Cocaine and crack from the coca fields of Colombia.
Let me know if you
to
can hear
the
it.
District of Columbia.
Oh,
in some ways, he's like the Babe Ruth of crack dealers.
Eric Holder, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, was until recently the top
I'm
prosecutor.
on the wrong one here. Hold on, sorry about that. I'm on the wrong video here. Let me see where's the Eric Holder shit again. Matter of fact, let me just do this. Let me do this. Yeah, I'll just share this tab. This is the tab. This is the tab here. This is from the live stream.
Cocaine and crack from the coca fields of Colombia to the District of Columbia.
In some ways, he's like the Babe Ruth of crack dealers.
Eric Holder, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, was until recently the top prosecutor in Washington, D.C. It was his office that locked Edmond up in the first place. Tell us the magnitude of his operation from inside the prison.
If you look at it on a monthly basis, he was exceeding that which he did when he was running what to that time had been the largest drug operation in Washington, D.C. history.
He was doing more from in prison? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at its maximum, he was doing about 400 kilograms of cocaine per month while in prison, and while on the street, he was doing about 300 at its.
The people in D.C. would have been better served by just letting him stay out of prison. He sold less. He sold less. And you got Eric Holder, probably hands soft as butter. Never really been out on the streets. Never really had any dealings with street people.
Where exactly was Rayful in prison?
Well, see, in DC, we don't have. It's not a state, so we don't have state prisons.
So well, he would have gone to federal prison, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was it near DC? I mean, if you send somebody out to a Colorado Supermax, maybe he didn't warrant that, but I just can't see how you're going to run an operation that size if you're, in a federal prison on the other side of the country.
Stanley, all it takes is a phone or some letters, man. As long as you can get a word out to the outside world, you could do anything. Think about all the free time you got in prison too. You got all fucking day to sit in there and think about some shit, man. You ain't doing a damn thing else.
And again, Stanley, hold on. And Stanley, prison is not static, right? It's dynamic. The population, they come and go.
Right. You got people in and out.
And not only that, but they're rotating, in sales or barracks or whatever, right? So you're able to get word out. You can. There is a communication system in prison, and it's very effective, right?
Oh yeah,
and, right. It might be more effective than being on the streets, because you're somewhere detached from the message. Yeah.
I mean, we need to take these people and put them in a basement in CIA and have them break codes or something.
That's like the mafia.
It sounds mighty smart.
That's like the mafia,
That's how you know it has something to do with the government. Because even in that movie, Paid in Full, one of the lines that they said was, a lot of times you hear about stuff that happens on the streets in jail before the streets know about it.
Yeah, I can believe that. I can believe that. Yeah, I can believe that.
Jail ain't gonna stop you though, man. If you're locked up, man. Think about all them the mafia. Like the Italian mafia. All them dudes went to jail, and none of their shit ever crumbled, man.
Someone said Lorton. That's correct. That's where a lot of DC people went to prison in Lorton, down in Virginia. I think at the time they wanted them to be close enough to be able to visit it by their family.
Lorton's in the DC area, isn't it?
Yeah,
my God! You got to be kidding me.
Oh yeah. It's like the DC, prison. It was. They've closed it now, probably because of those reasons.
That's why you gotta put them on solitary, man. They don't get no calls out, no visitors. They're in a cell by themselves all fucking day. Not even looking at the sunlight.
Yeah, but Lorton's it's in Fairfax County.
Yeah. Well, what Stanley's saying, typically you want to get a little space from the people. When they go to prison,
hope.
And he basically put them in the metro area, and the basis was, to to putting him there is what really allowed his operation to flourish. He was close enough to home that his family could visit.
He
You
had
know,
2 cans and a string.
Well, John, that's
What
even relevant today. They won't move you far enough. 9 times out of 10, all you gotta do is submit paperwork. They won't move you far enough where your family can't visit you. We give all these prisoners these crazy, crazy rights, dude.
someone just commented that Wayne Perry's in ADX Stanley. That is, yeah, because he would have killed people. I think something was wrong with him. Honestly,
Mhm.
in terms of he was like a murderer, if I'm not mistaken. They're like a
That's it.
hitman for these people, the Alpo and
Yeah.
the other guy. So
When did he start? When did he start like snitching and cooperating?
I think he started snitching when they went after his mother.
Okay.
When they said we're gonna put your mother in prison, he's like, oh, I ain't with that, right? And so that's when he said he started snitching. I think, but I could be wrong. He may have started snitching long before that, but definitely
Yeah,
by
but
the time they went after his mother.
I'm surprised he did 30 years if he started singing like a canary, John. A lot of times them big folks can make themselves a good deal, where they're not doing that type of time for telling on folk.
A lot of people have speculated that he's already out, or he's been out of prison for a long time. I'm not sure about that myself, but it would make sense that they would have released him a long time ago and just didn't tell anybody, as opposed to announcing to the world that
Yeah,
he's about to get out of prison.
31 years. Think about how much change it could change in that time, John. That's a lifetime, dude. That's crazy, man.
The bigger point was the money worth it? How much money would it be worth it for you to spend from 24 to 55 in prison? Like, how much money would you have to make it up to 24?
We'd have to be talking billions, or not millions, man. I mean, that's like I said, that's a lifetime, man. 30 years. Imagine what you could, if you were on the outside. If you're talking small money, even a couple millions, you could make that on the outside. Why go to jail for it? It'd have to be billions for me, man.
Someone
it
asked if they went after his mom.
it wouldn't be any amount of money for me, John. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it.
I can't believe Stanley never heard this case.
Federal
This is about,
time.
this is about
What
our
year
age.
was it? I might have been in the Navy.
Damn, they got all the big hitters up here. Rich Porter, Nicky.
Yeah, I don't
Nicky
know the DC
Barnes.
lore, John. I'm not familiar with the DC lore.
What year did he go to jail? Or was
Was
it
it
trial?
97?
I had to been earlier than that.
No,
It
I
had to
was
been
out of the
earlier than
Navy
that.
by then. I didn't hear.
Wonder
Was it
what did they
really?
get him on, John? Was it like a racketeering case, or what was the deal? Like how they took down the mafia? If his operation was that big.
I think Jay-Z has some relation with this woman. Has anyone ever heard this?
Which one is it? What's her name?
Griselda Blanco.
Oh, that's the one lady that no, Jay-Z didn't have relations with her, but there is a lady. She actually, I think she works for Def Jam or she works for somebody. But Griselda Blanco was pretty much like the plug. Like
Right.
she was like the plug for a lot of those guys back then.
Yeah,
They
very
made
interesting.
movies. They made movies about her and everything.
A
Really?
woman.
Gangster woman, huh?
Well, the cartel, John, out here where I am, and like when I was in Aransas Pass, that's all they use, like especially for like selling H and stuff like that. They'll only use women that could be real inconspicuous. I would meet women in college all the time that you would not expect to be getting around like that, man. But they do, and they make themselves some good fucking money, John.
You see this picture right here, Jay-Z?
Was that with
Goofy.
Griselda Blanco?
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah, that was her.
Jay-Z's gay as shit, man. There's a lot of rumors coming out about him, man.
But I mean, you don't get this sidle up this close. Like, how the hell would you meet this woman?
Yeah.
And if you are sidling around with her, you may be compromised in some way yourself. You know, that anyone can hang something over your head. And that's what I think is the issue with like a lot of these rappers that come from streets and stuff like that. And I think Kanye even mentioned it. They've done something that the government could easily come and drop the hammer on them.
Oh
And,
yeah.
you know, that allows the government to more or less control them, you know. Anyway, very interesting. Jay-Z and Griselda Blanco.
Yeah. That dude's a character, man. There's a lot of big people making some accusations about him, man, that he gives out backdoor access, man, and gets down with the Diddy fiddling stuff.
You never know with these people. You never know.
You ain't seen none of that talk coming out, John. It's been probably a year since people been saying that man be doing some weird shit, man.
Yeah, I've been hearing those things. I've been hearing them. I have
There's
heard those things.
there's always some truth in some things that are said, you know. You might catch some bullshit, but there's a little speck of truth in a lot of these things, man.
Yeah. Seven Still, you're who you're talking about, I can't remember her name either, but she's like a high up exec now, but she was a federal informant, and Jay-Z
Yeah.
works with her. He works with her directly. I can't remember her name though. But yeah.
Someone, DG asked a question. 31 years in jail. He would have gone in prison at 24. Are there any children floating around here conceived while he was in prison?
Probably.
Oh yeah, definitely those COs be fucking in there, man.
I mean, a guy like Rayful Edmond come in to a Lorden prison where probably DC guards are working, DC based guards are working there. They going in the broom closet, bro.
Hey, you could pay all of them off.
As soon as they get all work, he has some money for them. Right? I mean, you know, at
Them
least
fatties
early on
get
when he was in
around.
prison. Yeah. Speaking of that, did you guys, you know, in prison, if someone wants to know, Trey, let's see. I think this was his name.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday.
What's going on, Angel? What's going on, Angel?
Oh, been resting still. Getting better day by day. But I'm still like giggly over yesterday of the video game that you guys played, HP.
John, did you see that at all?
Yeah, I was watching it. The Oregon Trail. I haven't seen that in years.
Oh, so you played it? Okay.
Years ago, yeah. It was around when I was in school. Who thought it had to be Portia thought that up?
No. That was me. Me and Portia, we talked about like the actual Oregon Trail, like how crazy it was. Cause I got into like a real kind of deep rabbit hole with the Oregon Trail. Like I always wondered like what they ate during the Oregon Trail, and then I started to just get into the history and the lore of it, and I was like, man, we should just play the game. We should just play the game one day. See how it would go.
That's a very tough thing to do. Hey, guys, how many of you are streamers online? How many of you have a stream? You know, you may not stream much, but let's say you stream at all. I want to give you a tip if you do. You may already know this, but I'm going to show you something anyway. If you don't mind.
I don't know if you could really call what I do streaming, but I'll listen to what you're saying, John.
All right, cool. I want to show you guys something. Have any of you ever, and I know Rashu is out here, so he'll have the answer to this in no time. Any of you ever what is it? Chapters. You ever go? I know Rashu, he goes to Patrick Bet David, and he reads up. He watches Patrick Bet David. So if you go to Patrick Bet David, you'll notice that he has like a table. Go ahead, sure.
Yeah, they're like segments. Like the first 10 minutes will be on a topic.
Right. Yeah. And so one of the things that Patrick Bet David does is, let's say, he has, say, segments, right? And it's basically broken down into chapters on his YouTube stream. Has anyone ever seen that? If you're not interested, you just say
I've,
it sounds
I've often,
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen
yeah. I know
I've
what you're talking
seen it.
about.
I think I know
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you're talking about. Essentially, they're like timestamps on a person's video or stream, but the streamer would categorize or chapter it upon, like, I think, editing. Because I see, like, many channels have, like, their timestamps in terms of which, like, part of a video a person wants. Like, let's say Watch Mojo, if people know who that channel is, they would, like, timestamp their, like, number of countdowns for, like, let's say, the predictions and TV shows and other movies.
Damn, it
Besides
just
the
goes on forever.
Yeah. Nah, Angel's right. It's like timestamps.
Right. Are those added pre or post video
I think
stream?
they're post. They're post. But I think there's a way that you can do it pre-stream too. But I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure John's done some research. That's why he's
But
bringing it up.
But I
So
wonder how that would be if it's live. I know that the streamer has it set up of what he or she would talk about, but how would you be able to know, like, what timestamp it be, like, on a pre, like, stream?
you could probably do it while you're streaming.
Oh.
I don't know, but I know if I ever need to get anything summed up, I'm going to HEB, HEB because I'm in Texas. HB because he could do it in 3 words, and I don't gotta wait. Angel's 45 minutes, man.
Ah, come on.
Is me talking for 3 minutes a problem?
Ah, come on, man. We love Angel over
a
here,
massive
Cam.
one.
Come on, man. Come on, we love Angel over here, man. You're a little long-winded too, there yourself, there.
Cam likes to be
Oh,
feisty.
you can't compare anyone to Angel, man.
No, I've seen you, and you are just as long-winded as I am, respectfully, man.
Nah, you can't compare anyone to how long you'll go on, man. Everybody just be quiet when you start talking because they know it's gonna go on forever, and even over talking ain't gonna do anything. So we just sit back.
I like Angel. Angel's all right, man.
Oh, I didn't say I didn't like him. He's funny.
Respectfully.
All right, let me
But yeah, the only reason why I, like, brought up is because when I came on a little bit towards, like, the last, like, hour of the video game, and I was reading a few, like, quotes within the game. One about, like, the mountain men got me giggly. And then when I heard, like, Portia change her rationings from filling to meager, I thought it sounded like she said nigger.
All right, Angel. Let's get back on topic. Go ahead, John.
All right, no problem. Let me do this, Angel. I promise you, I'm gonna open it up, or we can just get a little bit more free flowing here. So, if you're interested in streaming, and you see a lot of people doing very long streams, you're like, damn, like, what's what here, right? I can't listen to 9 hours to get to the meat of what you're talking about. And so I've been, man, how do you resolve all that? There are a couple of other ways you can go about it. But if you watch someone like Patrick Bet-David, you'll see he breaks his videos down into chapters. Joe Rogan probably does too. I'm not sure. But here's the way to do that if you are interested. Let me see here. I'm going to share this screen right here. Share this tab instead. And then you're going to see this. Can you see this? Are you able to see my screen?
Oh, no, we don't see anything right now, John.
There it is.
I got to make it big for you guys. All right. So this is kind of a teaching session here. So look at it. It's working. We gotta call it. Anyway, did you guys hear that ring?
Yeah, we heard
Yeah.
it.
Oh shit, it's working. It's working. All you guys heard that ring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. So here's chapters. Here's how you do chapters in YouTube. You don't have to put this. I just did it. I'm gonna move it down a bit so you can see it clearly. So if you're doing chapters, if you want your videos to be chapters, you can do this. So, but you have to start like this at 000. You can't say 5 minutes. You have to have 00. This has to be your first entry. And then I'm
Okay.
assuming that the software will go through, and they have to be spaces like this. You know the minute, time, second. And so if you go through like this, basically the software will read this and put this into chapters for your listeners. So if you're doing YouTube and you want it to be chapterized, this is what you have to do right here. And another thing that I noticed that I'll share with you guys is this right here. For the guys that are streaming out here, make your job easier. Make it easier for you. One of the things I noticed, I developed so many templates. Templates is like a big thing in software. So when you are creating a stream, let's see. Where is that? I don't want to waste your time. Referrals. Is it yeah, referrals. All right. So in StreamYard, let me share my screen with you. Let me know if you can see it. You should be able to see my screen. If you have a StreamYard account, you're probably familiar with this page right here. Put yes and no in the chat if you're familiar with it. So what I'm doing here is this is the referrals page, right? The referrals tab. So you go here to referral methods, right? And so oftentimes when you create a stream, you do this. You say home, live stream, where you want to stream to. You got to fill out all this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this basically goes over to YouTube here. It goes over to YouTube right here. Title, description, blah, blah, blah. I've shown you this before, right? So what I did was, or what I started doing was, where is that tab? So what I did was I said, let me go back to referrals, share this tab. So I'm back at referrals again. And if you go here to referral methods here, you can do this. And you see that this is a template, right? This is the description section. This right here, this whole box right here becomes this right here in YouTube. So you can see, where it says call in, blah, 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 right? All of that I pre-fill here, right? Call in, John Galt, blah, blah, blah. And I start off with the chapter 00. So I will automatically have that because to do table of contents, you have to have this to initiate the table of contents. Let's start at 0. So if you're creating a stream, you can fill up whatever you want here. This like standard that you type in over and over and over again. And then once you create your stream, that will be in the description there. So once you do this, it'll already be here once it gets over to YouTube. So it just saves you some time. If you're interested in that and you're interested in streaming, one of the things you want to do is be efficient with your time. And that is a way. I'm not sure if you guys saw that, but that is a way to be efficient. If you need me to show it to you again, no problem. Someone has some noise in the background, like their car is ticking or something.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, man. I don't think it's I don't. Stanley said it's your pacemaker, John. I don't know if John has a pacemaker. I don't.
I want to do something playing somewhere. Man, I got so much shit plugged up here. What the hell is that?
Yeah, I can hear it too. Is it me? Let me mute my mic. Let me see.
No, it's me. What the hell is that?
Oh, what the hell?
What the I hear that shit too. Let me see.
It does sound like a hummingbird heart or something. Ah,
Hey,
no,
John, do you have something pressing on a keyboard somewhere? That's what it sounds like.
Do you hear it now?
no, I think we're
No.
good. I think we're good.
Man, you know what it is, man? It's this damn like all this Bluetooth shit. Some could be playing in the background on your phone, and it's connected to the road. I'll tell you, man, like shit, man. You know, it takes another damn person damn near to manage all this shit. And you know, you're doing the YouTube stream, you're doing this, you're doing that.
Yeah.
You know, one of the other things, any of you guys stream, like if you do long streams, and you know, in my opinion, you know, if you're starting out, you don't have time to hire an editor, blah blah blah. Sure, that's a great oblate. One of the things I noticed was you could do this. Let's see. Yeah, close it. I was closing tabs down, trying my best to figure out what the hell was going on here. Let me see what it is. Let me see. Let me show you something here. Just another little tidbit if you're streaming. Let me see. I think it's here. Yeah, it's here. And you may or may not know. Some of you guys probably already know you better editors than I am, like tropes and all that. But if you're just doing a rudimentary, just trying to rough something out, oh, this is the wrong page. Must be here. Must be here. All right. Oh, are you familiar with this tab? This button right here? Anyone familiar with this?
Is that for clips?
Yeah, create highlight video. Anyone ever seen that button before? Anyone ever used that
I
button?
think I have.
I'm usually on my phone, so I don't really see too much of this anymore.
Yeah, you got different options on your phone than a computer. I've noticed that.
Yeah, well, if you're working in YouTube Studio, yeah, and you know, I'm not an editor, so as a rudimentary guy, right? You know, I'm looking and say, okay, you can create a highlight while you're still streaming. See, this is something that was on the screen.
That's cool.
So you can say,
I know you could do it while streaming still. Since you know a lot about streaming, it's kind of on topic, but kind of off. John, I was trying to make some clips of you the other day. When I make the clip, where the fuck does it go? Because after you make the clip, like, it didn't give me like a URL or anything, but all three of them went through it. Does it just post the clip like like it would any other video, or how do you go back and like see your clip to be able to send it to someone?
I think it's posted to your stream, to your like your account. Like it says, okay, these are some clips that Cam has made, that type of thing.
See, I need to, maybe I'm doing it wrong then, because all three of them, I never got like an error message or anything, but after I made the clip, I couldn't fucking find the motherfucker. I tried to like type in, you know, like what I had named it and everything to see maybe if it was on YouTube, and they were funny too, man. So I'm gonna have to figure that out later, play with it, watch a YouTube video on how to do it or something.
So check this out. So if you're streaming, like we're streaming right now, and yesterday I did it just like testing it out. HB, when you were parking that truck, I just did this. Create a highlight. You can put a title, blah, 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 right? You can, you know, set the settings. You can add a description and then just put it right out there. So I think for the streamers that are doing like long streams, if they can organize themselves in terms of like, you know, let's say your monologue, you can easily clip your monologue and throw it out there for public consumption without someone having to stream and wade through your whole video, you know, or if you're doing a segment in the middle of your video, you know. It's just something I noticed.
Yeah, no, it's like YouTube is so streamlined at this point. You don't even realize all the different functions that it has.
Oh yeah.
Like, man, it's like set up for you to be a content creator. Like, you really don't even need anybody to do it if you know what you're doing.
Let me give you an update on, well, I wanted to mention something. I'll stop sharing this for a second. You know, people were talking about Someone said, does Rayful Edmonds have any children? Blah 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 blah. Right? Does anyone remember that?
Yeah.
Let me put a timestamp on this. I'm testing this out, see if it really works.
Oh, Daniel just said how to do it now.
Let's see. I'm putting a timestamp on this, and so someone asked about, does Rayful Edmonds have any children? And what I would say is, hell yeah. So, John, you have to work on your monologue. Yeah, indeed. Here's Tavon White. This was a person that was in the Baltimore jail. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
4 correction officers, Jennifer Owens, Katera Stevenson, Chania Brooks, and Tiffany Linder, who are also facing charges, allegedly fell pregnant to Tavon White while he was behind bars.
Wow.
Charging documents revealed that Jennifer Owens had Tavon tattooed on her neck, and Stevenson had Tavon tattooed on her wrist. See the headline here.
Damn it.
That kind of throws that high value man argument out the windows. It was locked up.
Yeah, you don't ever tat nobody's name on your body, or you'll end up getting a shitty nautical star over it that other people could see still.
Well, let me address Snake. Snake, what is Snake says? The algorithms favor your efforts. You think so? Why do you say it, Snake? Jump on the panel, man. I love constructive feedback, man. It's the only way you get better than anything. You can't listen to the people that are just patting you on the back. Snake, jump on the panel, man. Give us some feedback here. What you got? Snake might be at work today. At work right now. He may not be able to jump up here. No, he's typing on his phone. He may have some time. Snake, you able to jump up here? I'm curious to know, the last comment and the first comment. You can expound on it a little bit.
I wonder if they all work together at the same time too. You think they all work there at the same time?
Probably. I did a snake charm here. I got Snake up here. What's up, Snake? What's up, Snake? What's up, Snake? Oh shit! I thought I added it. What's up, Snake?
Yeah, what up, man? But no, I do think the algorithm favoring your efforts, though. I mean, I've been noticing that a lot of algorithms in my algorithm.
Did we lose Snake?
Yeah, I think he pressed the mute button.
Are you there?
Hopefully someone didn't rob the store.
Obviously, the algorithm doesn't favor him.
Snake, you there?
Y'all
We see you
can't hear
moving.
me?
Now we hear you, Snake. We hear you
Now
now,
we
Snake.
don't.
Now we don't. What did you do there, Snake?
Hold on, let me do this. Hold on.
He might be tied up at the moment. Hey, can you start breakfast?
Would you say he's starting breakfast?
Oh, no. I was telling her to start breakfast.
Snake's
Can
cooking
anybody
grits.
hear me now? Can y'all hear me?
Loud
Yes.
and clear.
Yeah.
Snake, we can hear you.
Okay. I was trying to I got too many equalizers on my phone. That's what it was. But no, I do think the algorithm favoring your channel. I mean, I've been noticing you do you've been promoting your channel a lot. And every time I log on as a guest sometimes. But I try to log on from different different Wi-Fi routers or whatever in my area. And I just want to see how strong is, the signal. But the most important thing is if you look at the algorithm and what they promote now as the agenda, I think a lot of that comes from the opinions that's been voiced on this channel.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have to tread lightly, to be honest with you. If we want to keep the channel, um,
Yeah.
because
Oh man.
someone mentioned yesterday, like someone they struck the stream yesterday, the copyrighted or whatever. Can anyone even still find that stream? I'm just curious. You can't find it? Okay.
Nah.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I can find it,
Was
but
I on last night?
no. It got taken down because of a copyright strike.
Yeah, I try to stay off when I'm drunk. I try to stay off when I get tipsy. And
Can't
then
you
it be
appeal
like
that, John?
people. I mean, I hate to say it. I live
You
on the side of
try
the
and
highway,
fail.
so a party always gonna go on. I mean, they
Yeah,
they, they come
figure.
over here. I'm telling you, HB, man,
Yeah.
you should have been over here, man. You just park your truck in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Man,
When I park
you
up, I
heard
try to.
about how to pick up a load. You could have gave a demonstration.
Wait, John, can you since we got everybody up here, can you cover those 2 videos I sent you earlier? Because
How
I
did you send it to me?
in the text, those 2 videos.
Oh, Glenn Lawrence, you talking about?
No, not that one. The one before that.
Oh, Mindy.
Mindy. Yeah. Because I thought
Yeah.
it's kind of interesting how all of that is being kind of played back again today.
Did you
I'm
guys?
telling you.
Has anyone seen this?
Oh yeah, I saw the Mindy Kaling clip on another thing. It's BS. Trump, dude is
I mean, this was years
lame.
ago, though. This was years ago, though, Stanley.
Oh, this is no. Oh, I know about Kaling's brother too. Fake being black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Definitely know about that one.
What do you think about that?
I think it was fraud.
I bet you they got
I
into a
mean,
good
does that
school
mean?
though.
I mean, does that mean had he not been black, he wouldn't have got in? We'll never know.
Well, I think he had applied as a white person, didn't get in, or as an Indian, didn't get in. Then he changed his name and his racial profile.
So
Smart
so
man.
he did 2 applications, or did he apply? You know what? Just read the story. Maybe it'll all come out.
Let me take a look. Let's see.
Because I mean, I don't know how you send an application in and then take it back and change your ethnicity.
He used his middle name for the black version.
What is his middle name? Tyrone or what?
Yeah.
Deshaun.
I think so.
As the last name, I'm
D'Angelo.
pretty sure it's probably going to be a Johnson or a Williams.
Yeah, Williams. I think
That reminds me of that old movie where the white guy, I forget the actor's name, where the white guy goes in. Raydon Chong was in it. White guy
Yeah, man.
uses a spray tan to get into school and falls in love with a black woman. Turns out he's really white.
Probably
He looks
Come
disgraced
on,
his
man.
whole
You tell
family.
the truth. Ray Don Chong was hot, man. Come on.
Oh, she was hot as anything. Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. You seen her with Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know she was hot. She was Poe Halle Berry.
Really? She dated Schwarzenegger?
No, I'm just saying they was in a movie together.
Okay. No, she was hot in anything. You know, back in the 80s, man, she was hot in everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she played in that good Coke movie. What was the name of that? It was like a New York beatbox. It was like breakdance, but it was like they was talking about the culture of hip hop, the beginnings
I think
of
it
it.
was breaking, or wasn't it
Breaking something, yeah, man. She was cold blooded in that acting. That was a good story. I hate to say it, that was a real good 80s story because that movie, when I seen it in 2020, man, that movie just recaptured that whole atmosphere of what the 80s was.
You know what's crazy? I feel like Asian women were hotter in the 80s for some reason.
Oh man, come on, man. You know, we used to have that girl on Soul Train. You know, she was still the hottest chick, even though she was on there for like 20
Hey,
years.
you know what? She's still kind of hot. You know, they're doing
Yeah, I'm
videos of
telling you.
like
Like what?
four like old Soul Train dancers,
Mm-hmm.
and they featured her. She was the one with that long hair.
Hey, that's the
She's
woman I
still.
grew up to. I used to hate her. I ain't gonna lie. One time it was like at one time I didn't know what was the girl name came out with the album and everything. You know, they had did a little Michael Jackson 5 type dance routine during the Soul Train line. What was her name? She started out really good. But they always wanted to show that Asian chick. They didn't
Yeah, they
never want
did.
to show her.
Yep.
I couldn't think of that girl name, man, but she made like a big hit album and everything. And they, you know, even when she came back on that episode, they still showed that Asian woman. I was like, really?
But the Asian woman is probably in her 60s now. She still looks pretty good for her age.
Asian don't raisin.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't know, man.
You know
Hey,
what though? I mean, she was
she was
good
just one
looking,
of them
but
rare ones.
she really, she didn't really do it for me compared to all the other women on the show. I mean, she wasn't the hottest, that's for sure.
I can't think of that girl name, man. It wasn't. I can't think of that black girl name, man. She was like a Sade type, you know, because like she came out with a hit album. She could dance. She was part of the best dance group at that time. I wish I could read the comments. Somebody probably already answered my question,
Let me see.
but I can't even think of who she was. But she had a good album. She had a nice little group with her behind her too.
Soul Man,
But
yeah, Soul Man was the movie. Yeah, thanks, Seven Steel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. No one seems to know yet who she was, but
Jody Wiley, that's what I was thinking.
oh, really? I did. She was a Soul
Yeah, that's
Train
what I was
dancer.
thinking about. I was thinking about Jody Wiley.
She was a Soul Train dancer.
Yeah, go look up Jody Wiley videos.
I didn't
I
know
thought y'all
that.
were talking about
Yeah, they
hoops,
had a
man.
YouTuber. He used to post Jody Wiley. He used to post Jody
Yeah,
Wiley when Jody Wiley was a dancer. He had like a couple videos on him
yeah.
when
I'll
she was
definitely
out
look
there
that up.
dancing. Yeah, Jody Wiley. Man, I grew up on antenna. We didn't have cable. We was in the country. Yeah, man, Jody Wiley, man. Jody Wiley. When she came out with that album, that was a big thing for us on the FM radio dial. Yeah, that's Jody Wiley. Yeah, we calling in tonight, Jody. Yeah, we was supporting her like a mother. Because at the time,
Wait. Solid Snake. I gotta ask Stanley though. So, you think what Mindy's brother did was fraud, but you don't think what Kamala's doing is fraud?
She never said she's all Indian. She she's always said she was half Indian. She's never said she was all Indian.
I mean, she's kind of
I've
getting
never even
marketed as
heard
a
her say
person.
she's
Yeah,
Indian.
well, the Republicans are just making it up. Trump posted a video of her, oddly enough, years ago. Kamala did a cooking video with Mindy Kaling, this dude's sister, and
Yeah.
she said right on there that I'm half Indian. Now she didn't say I'm half Indian, I'm half black, if I recall, but she said half Indian. So that's assuming you're not all Indian. So I don't see the fraud.
hey, do you think they playing this like a racial angle though? I mean, the way I'm looking at it,
Yeah,
they trying to invite
it's
a
typical.
racial angle to it, you know.
Trump literally said that she's not a real black woman or something to
I
that
mean, if
effect.
you look at it, if you look at her daddy birth certificate, it's just the same as saying I'm an African American, which is why I've dropped the African American part and I've accepted the Black
No,
American part because I feel like
Well,
you do have white Africans.
her
So I feel
father,
like if I'm gonna say I'm an African citizen as
right.
a black
but
slave,
Stanley,
I
hold on,
think I honor my
Snake,
bloodline by saying I'm a black American over saying I'm just an African American.
Snake. Hold on. So when Meg Thee Stallion introduced Kamala at that rally, she said this is the first black female president.
So,
But I'm just saying, HB, you gotta understand. I'm like Uncle Ruckus. I don't even think black women should have the right to vote,
I
let
don't think
alone have
any
the
You gotta
right
woman
to
stop
should
make
this,
a
have the
man.
right to vote.
choice.
Repeal the
Silas Snaker,
19th.
I'm
you're missing
serious.
the
I'm one
point.
of those guys. I just feel like if we want to look at our problems and our solutions as a black man,
Silas Snake, you're missing
it's
the point.
probably just taking away the women. I know Portia gonna hate me. I know every woman on the chat gonna hate
well,
me for saying it.
Portia will agree with you.
You're
But I
missing the
think black
point.
women should not
Silas
have the
Snake,
right to vote.
you're missing the
Not
Hey,
point.
not just
if the
black women,
19th
all
Amendment's
women.
going to be repealed, it'll be under this Supreme Court. So there's
Yeah,
still time.
yeah. Repeal the 19th. No women should be allowed to vote. Women aren't people.
I mean, I
You're
look
missing
at
the
it.
point.
They took away our 3/5, but at the same time are giving us entire rights. They entirely just made women rights to vote, and now they're giving it away to illegal immigrants on that same basis. And
But
we
see, that's
allow
not
them.
the point. The point you're missing is women got the right to vote without having to do anything for
Hey
it. Men
guys,
got the right to
hey
vote
guys,
because of the
Hey,
draft.
let's read
I got
this,
to drop off
Kaylin.
for about an hour. I'll be back in
All
about
right.
an hour. All right,
Okay.
Let's
bye.
take a look at this Kaylin artist. Actress Minnie Kaling's brother said that he posed as a black man years ago to get into medical school, and that the experience opened his eyes to what he called the hypocrisy of affirmative action. The revelation comes that he is pitching a book about his experience as a hard-partying college frat boy who discovered the seriousness and complexity of America's racial problems while posing as a black man. He has a website, Almost Black, says he hatched the plan in '98. Wow, this is a long time ago. After realizing in college that his grades weren't going to be good enough to get into med school as an Indian. So I shaved my head, trimmed my long Indian eyelashes, applied to medical school as a black man. My change in appearance was so startling that my own fraternity brothers didn't recognize me at first. He says he also joined the organization for black students and applied to schools using his middle name, JoJo. The plan had some drawbacks. He described himself now as a professional resume writer, interview coach, and graduate school application consultant. This is some bullshit right here. Cops harassed me, store clerks accused me of shoplifting, blah, 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 blah. He says it worked despite a relatively mediocre 3.1 college GPA and a not so great score of 31 on the MCAT. He was wooed by several top medical schools. He even posts documents on his website to boast his claims, including an enthusiastic letter from a dean at Emory congratulating him on his excellent MCAT scores. CNN goes on to say there's little evidence, though, to suggest his posturing as a black helped him get into these schools. There's no point of comparison. He never applied as an Indian. Okay, so that's clarified. He told CNN he applied at 22 medical schools, interviewed at 11, waitlisted at 4, and got into only 1. He eventually attended St. Louis University and he dropped out after 2 years. So he goes on to say it creates negative stereotypes about the academic abilities and skills of African American and Hispanics. His MCAS met SLSU's criteria for admission at the time. His race or ethnicity did not factor into the acceptance into the university. The university quoted. What do you think about this? Do you think his if he were white with a 31 on the score, he would have gotten in? I don't know enough about medical school to comment.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't think it would have made a difference.
Nah, I think him identifying as black is what got him in, and he knew that. And he knew he wasn't smart enough as a Indian to compete with all those other Indians. So he put himself as black. And I think it's the same thing with Kamala. She can't really compete with the other Indians. Kamala can't compete with Vivek.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I'm with Trump. Trump said, and then I ain't gonna lie, Trump really, if you really just listen to it, like yesterday, I missed a lot of live streams because I really just watched that interview over and over and over again, trying to find a flaw in anything that man said. And I was just trying to play it in my mind. How could they adjust this to try to adjust to their argument? I'm sorry, Trump killed it. When he got on that in front of those black women, I think black women pretty much proved my point from night before last. They just proved that you talk too much.
Yeah. John, did you ever get to finish
You
that
just
video?
talk too much. If you just shut up, let the man speak, and don't interrupt, everybody will probably be on your side. But the whole interview, every time that man opened his mouth, somebody had to interject with Dave, whatever the hell they getting paid to say. And now you got a white woman over there in the Olympics crying because she getting beaten up by a man in the ring. And if you look at the Olympic statistics right now, man, the Olympics is dead. Ain't nobody going to the Olympics.
Solid Snake, what did anything you just said have to do with what John just read?
I have no idea. I just had a whole bunch of crap in my head. I just wanted to let go.
Him and Angel are two peas in a pod, man.
Cam, you gotta.
Who you think interrupts more? Him? I was going to say, who do you think interrupts more? Solid, Stanley, or Angel?
Why I do that?
All y'all do, man. Get the hell out of here. All y'all do. But so wait. Let's try to, because I don't know, John. Did you even finish?
Nah, HB. Put him
you didn't even play it yet.
Did you? The Trump one, but I did want to get back to Mindy's brother thing, but god damn, Solid Snake.
I don't know why I do this.
John's too polite. He gotta learn to tell all of us to shut the fuck up.
John is definitely nah.
John's too polite.
He puts his foot down in real life. This internet.
Man, John be putting my head through a whirlwind. I be like, golly, how did this work? Wait a minute, hold on. And then I just go through everything, and then I be like, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, and then I just got off topic.
I said yesterday, HB, the thing that I think the black women really missed, honestly, was that they had an opportunity to make an impression on him, even if they were doing their job. Well, if they were doing their job fair, stern, by the book, even with their political leanings, they could have left there where he would have respected them. Maybe even brought them on his campaign as a reporter. He said, hey, I'm fair. She's fair. She may not vote for me, but she's fair. And, he didn't get that way by not accepting, criticism. What I'm saying? You just can't get that rich by not accepting criticism. And
you know what I was finna say, John? I didn't mean to cut you off. You know what I was finna say? The same thing I said yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
They don't want to fire nobody. They don't want to let a motherfucker know the truth. Listen, this probably ain't built for you. I'm going to have to let you go today. You probably got to go home. I need you to think about where you want to be in life in the next 5 years. And maybe I can utilize you when you come and talk to me.
Well, that is part of it, clearly, because many of these reporters probably could be easily replaced. Hell, with the little bullshit they writing, you probably could replace it with AI or college students and things like that. So there may be a racial component as to why they do not, why these people are allowed to.
No, I just think it's just in their basis. They don't want to tell nobody that you ain't good enough. I think they much more worried about equity and not much more worried about merit of earning that position that they inhabiting. And I don't think this is going to do well for the country when you have competition, because you're giving them a position without no repercussions. Get what I'm saying?
I think they exhibited the same type of behavior that Don Lemon exhibited. I don't know if you're right, and it's very short-sighted. Go ahead, HB.
Like the Don Lemon and Candace Owens interview.
No, the Don Lemon with Elon Musk. Like, bro, you got the
Yeah. You're right. Because Elon Musk was about to drop the bag on him, but he messed it up.
But how you gonna hate your employer? How you gonna talk bad about your employer? How you gonna try to pigeonhole the person that say, hey, I got some money in my pocket and I'm trying to get some to you so you can spread your message of truth. And then you get up on
Ask
the
that
interview
question
and
to
say,
Don Lemon,
you
man.
ain't nothing but a liar, and you a pedophile, and you this and you that, and you want to support Trump and Trump a racist.
So I think that those women, the first one. I mean, if she had just been fair, Donald Trump would have respected her so much more. And other businessmen, other companies that are going to look to hire her, may would have respected her a little bit more. But in some sense, she was doing what the Democrats wanted her to do, as opposed to what was best for her own professional career. And a year, 2 years from now, when Donald Trump is out of the picture, is anyone going to deal with someone like that that's going to behave like that when they have a president that they don't like, or she's
Hey, you
probably
know
acting
what?
the same way at work?
Think about this, John. Think about this. Omarosa, remember Omarosa? Her value as an employee actually went up when she got fired by Donald Trump.
But
Think about that for a minute.
I think it went down when she backstabbed him. Like, who the hell would want to work for someone that would backstab Donald Trump? Right?
Yeah,
Like,
she stood up to him, and that was her benefit because she got fired and she promoted that propaganda that this guy think his ego is over everybody. He is so freaking arrogant, yada yada yada. But here she is. She come backstab him, say he called her the N-word or some racist, whatever. She played that victimhood crap, and that killed her career.
all right. So DG has a comment. He said, we all know and expect from those women. But what I don't get is why Mr. Trump couldn't be the bigger and rational person. Please address that.
Because we petty. We American. That's just our way.
I thought wait. I thought he was the bigger and the rational person.
Well,
yeah,
I think
but Trump petty too. You
all
ain't
right,
see
hold on,
how he
Snake. All
pushed
right,
by.
Snake. All right,
I
Snake.
mean,
Oh, Snake. All right. Look, so what I think is, and we go around the room if you like, you got to stand up to these people.
yeah.
Otherwise, Snake. Otherwise, they just keep pushing you and pushing you and pushing you. Like, and I said yesterday, if it had been Obama, he'd show up and they 35 minutes late. He wouldn't have said a word. And they would have continued on with their late ass practices of showing up late for shit. That's where the stereotype comes from. And never have they encountered a white man and say, hey, I was here on time. I ain't have to come here to deal with y'all ass. And you couldn't even have your equipment set up. And then right out the gate, no respect. You gonna treat me like I'm some like lower animal? When I did you a favor by coming, and you forget about all that Kamala stuff. These people don't understand business. Man, if I'm late showing up somewhere, or if I'm holding someone hostage, like ever giving them the code to the room or something, there's no way I come to them there, man. What the hell are you talking? Like, but look at how she performed, and that's what stuck out to me. Is why these people don't have successful businesses or thrive in business. Yeah. You were late, 35 minutes late. Like, man, I worked in corporate America all my life. And for most of my life, I should say, because somebody's gonna say, oh, you worked in the government for a few years. That's true. But if you're meeting with someone important, man, how many of you went for a job interview? You get there early.
Yeah, you there 30 minutes early.
Right. The blacks are here talking like all my life I've heard blacks say they gotta work 110% harder. We gotta work where was that audio engineer's 110%? Where was it? He needed to be called out for that. He should be fired. He should be so embarrassed today that he shouldn't even come back to work. You ain't cut out, bro. Whatever it is in you that allowed you to flub the president, a former president, a billionaire. Imagine if he had everything laid out pristine. Don't you think Trump hires a lot of audio engineers? Don't you think this Negro want to stop working for the NABJ? They don't pay anything. Here was his opportunity to impress a billionaire. 30 minutes late. And that man tell you, man, my time is money. His time, real money.
Well, you fucked up.
Yeah, you know what that
they
tells
reinforce
me?
the stereotype, bro. They reinforce the stereotype. That's what they did. Right?
I
Somebody
ain't gonna
show
lie.
up late
I ain't
like
gonna
that.
lie. I know it sounds crazy, but I work in that little store because I know it sounds stupid. I know it sounds petty, but I refuse to allow the business I don't put my time and effort in reinforce that stereotype. You know, I just don't want it to be seen nasty, unclean. You know, I don't want to see nobody come in and talk about my store, but it is what it is. You is where you at, and they gonna do what they do. But I've been suffering through it for 20 years, and I'm pretty cool, but I know my position. I want better, but can I do better? Who can I depend on? How many people have I met in my life that I can say, hey, I'm ready to go to the next level? Can you help me? No, because these kids got to go home to their parents, and do you think they think about that? No. Do you think their parents think about that? No. They looking at what the mainstream media is saying about who right and who wrong. They're not looking at what's going on in their local community.
I think too, John, the one thing too with those women up there, none of them apologized for it. Even the Harris lady, the Harris lady was probably the most professional, but she didn't even apologize for that. That's why I look at it, man, with a lot of those women, those Democrat women, even the ones that seem professional, they're not really professional at all. They can't really run no business. They don't really understand business at all. They don't understand what it means. And they don't even understand when they're wrong.
You know what's interesting, HB, as you mentioned that? Remember the lady that came on here to own the hair business?
Yeah.
Like, that woman came on, she had a real good disposition. She took
she
criticism well. She took criticism, suggestion, things like that. She took it. Some of it she fired back on. She showed grit by refusing to get down in the gutter with them black Hebrew Israelites. Remember she said that like the black Hebrew Israelites wanted her to go racial. Remember that?
Right.
And she refused to do any of those things. This black woman did those things. And compare and contrast, that woman would never rise far up and be some type of Tucker Carlson journalist. At best, she'll be a hitman for the Democrats when they can convince the Republican president or something she'll be out there to do these type of things. She'll never rise above that. Right? Whereas the black woman who refused to go into the racism muck, she rose above it. People were offering her deals and things like that. And, her business is successful. And I just think it's a different, mentality.
Yeah.
And that black woman owns a business, so she knows how, you can't burn any bridges,
But do you think Harrison Faulkner, how do you think Harrison Faulkner represented our generation of black women though? Do you think she controlled that situation like she should have? Because I think a lot of that gold falls dead on her because being that she was the veteran of the panel.
I mean, I just think she went along with the crowd of the other black.
She made our black Republicans or black people that want to vote for Trump. I'll say that because I'm not a Republican. I'm still a Democrat. I'm pretty much a centrist, but I'm all about, with me, at the very best, it's all about discipline. And I'm a parent, and I've been a parent, and I'm all about discipline. And it's something about weakness that just triggers me to the point where I feel like, nah, that shouldn't ride. Like it should. Like they literally just tried to assassinate the president. What is the Republican Party doing against that situation? Regardless of what the FBI, the CIA, Google, whatever, whatever third-party company. Where is our defense against major corporations as a country? I mean, we got two major
That
corporations, DNC and the RNC, and we still held defenses through the lobbyists of these
hey John,
parties.
you see what Tyrone said? Why do you think Kamala didn't show up?
That's interesting. Let's get to Tyrone's question next. I want to answer this other guy's question
Okay.
before he gets too far up the screen. Where was it? He asked if basically he asked if there were black male journalists, would the black males answer differently? I want to hope so, because
Yeah.
some of those black males probably aren't doing as well on the reporting side as I don't see many, but the ones that are, I would hope that there is kind of a aspiration, a desire to move up, and they would be sensible enough to know that they have to be professional to move up. I think in many cases these black women know that without cursing out their boss, they can't be fired, and so you know, and maybe they can even curse out their boss in many cases. But and that creates a situation where no one wants to work with them, right? Because she can't be fired. You just got to let her kind of go off and do whatever the hell she want to do, pat her on the back of the head, and hope she don't blow up anything. So
Not
you
where I
can't.
work.
So like
Hey,
they
can
can't.
I say something to everybody? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Hey, shout out to everybody that just joined inside the chat. NA Waves, Cam the King, I just saw you. Jordan Turner, you've been keeping the chat live. Keep it going, baby. And then we got Jay Boogie in here. Jordan Turner, you keeping it going. Hey, and then it's the big dog. I don't mean no harm, John. But Black Suit of Fire, what's up, man? That's what I'm talking about. Then we got Dirty Dude in the house. Keeping it respectful in the chat. So, yeah, man. We got the best chat on the world right now, man. That's why I love over here, man. I go chill with the kids sometimes, but sometimes you got to hang with some grown folks. I want to play some music, copyrighted stuff.
You got to play it in the background. It probably at your house.
Yeah, play it in the background, man. I be stroking. Yeah, but for the HB2, yeah, I be stroking, but I be smoking though. You know what I'm saying? I be smoking that weed, man. Man, I get lifted. You know what? That was another.
I could tell.
Man, I get
Yeah, me
lifted. I
too.
be on
Me
that
too.
chemistry.
Me
Man, that's
too.
why I
Because you're
buy them
talking about me in
expensive
chat,
speakers.
but you've been talking to me 35 minutes on here.
Hey, why do you think they
You
lied? Hey, HB, why do you think they lied about Kamala Harris being there?
Well, I think they did send out the invitation to Kamala, but Kamala knows those black women. She knows her base. She knows that they're gonna set Kamala up in a situation where Trump's gonna make her look crazy just by their sheer unprofessionalism. Because I know Dwale is saying, why did Trump act unprofessional? But I don't think it was unprofessional. I just think he was standing up to him, standing up for himself. And I think that Kamala knew that in that hold on a second, let me get Solid Snake up out of here. I can't think with Solid Snake be
What the
making
hell
all
is
those
all that
random
noise?
noises. But I don't know. But I think Kamala knew in that situation it can't be there's not gonna be any order, and she can't be she's gonna look bad in that situation when you got those three black women as pretty much the moderators. It's gonna get ugly. She needs she needs a white man. She needs some white man that's got a Democrat left lean to help her out. That's why a, a lot of women, they can't really do it by themselves, man. They if you got a woman leading the conversation, it's gonna get ugly. So I think that's the real reason Kamala didn't show up. I think she got the invitation She just knew it was gonna be very ugly if she showed up there.
You know, I think that they would have been very kind to her if she had shown up. But I think they were giving her the ability to not have to show up because Trump had to fly there. You know, so kind of giving two sets of rules. And then I would imagine that any flubs that she made by it being on Zoom, it may not have even been live. These people play a lot of games. And they probably would have edited it out, did whatever, had her saying, letting it be by Zoom was all to her advantage. She's not live there where she has to think on her feet. That was my first thought once I heard you start talking about it.
Yeah. I think Kamala would much rather have like a CNN debate where they can just ask those questions where Trump's gonna look crazy, but with those black women, there ain't gonna be no control there.
Do you think the black women would have been friendly to her?
I don't think Kamala can be. I don't think Kamala even advertisable. Be honest with you, I don't think she got her own mind. I don't think she can operate in a debatable situation on national television. I think Kamala is a waste of time.
They definitely would have been way nicer to her, but they would have been so against Trump, it would have been even worse. Imagine if Kamala was sitting up there and he could have been talking just the way he made those women look foolish. He would have made Kamala look even more foolish.
I hate to say it, man. I think a lot of people on TikTok trying to elect people or women in their area. Man, I'm telling you, man, this is some crazy stuff y'all watching. Y'all really not paying attention. But if you pay attention to like situations like TikTok and Twitter, where these women have went off about that little thing that they had the other night, and I mean, it's like people actually advocating for the people that's actually on the camera that they don't even know their criminal history to actually run in position, because I think that become from a place of unaccountability. And that's the bottom line. The Democrats, the Liberal Party, the leftists, whatever you want to call them, they just don't have accountability.
Hold on a second. Dwale, I hear what you're saying. But you, as a proud Muslim man, you know good and well that you can't let no woman talk to you any type of way. You got to put your foot down. Imagine your fourth or fifth wife coming to you talking crazy to you. You're damn near stone her to death in your community. Y'all got Sharia law over there, Dwale. How dare you hold Trump to a higher standard than you hold your own Muslim community? Dwale, y'all would have stoned those women. Y'all would have threw acid in their faces. You know good and well ain't no Muslim man gonna have no back talk from one of their wives or any woman in that case. So for Trump to stand up for himself, you think he was out of line? How dare you, Dwale? As a proud Muslim man, you pray 6 times a day. You're not gonna let no woman talk to you any type of way. Are you crazy?
What are saying is Portia, so it would say that Trump played Trump, that doesn't mean he was a bigger person than the female members he played. Man, listen, when you're dealing with these liberals, bro, like you have to stand up for yourself. If he feels like he's done a good job, debate him on those merits. What the hell does him having dinner with Nick Fuentes, like he's the former president of the United States? You want to go back to a dinner with all the other questions? You think if you were in front of the president right now, any president, doesn't matter which one, what questions would you ask him or her? Would it be about some dinner he had with a 20-something-year-old man? Or would you ask him like real serious issues?
Right.
These black women, that black woman talking about Nick Fuentes, that's a child under her. What the
right?
hell is she concerned about him meeting up with a child? That boy 20 years old. Like, what threat is he to her?
Yo, John,
John, I want a computer system.
that's a really good point too, John, because you got the president. You in Chicago, one of the most dangerous cities in America, highest death rates
I
in America,
don't get it.
and
Snake,
you didn't.
hold on, Snake, come on, man. Look, you throw people out. No one interrupts you, Snake. Let everybody get their point out, and it'll be much more,
Thank you,
conversation. Go
John.
ahead.
But you're right about that point. There was so many more questions you could have asked the possible president just about Chicago, just about all the violence that's happening in Chicago. They didn't even talk about that. They don't even care about that. They talking about dumb shit. And it's
Why
like,
would they?
You know why they don't? HB. If they were to talk about that, they would embarrass all the people that they vote for. So they have to act like that shit don't happen, right? Like who let
Because
all
then
this shit
people would
happen?
call for solutions, man. That's the thing, though, too, is I never really see them debate Trump. It's all smoke screens, character attacks, no facts, man. It's always just a little, like, it's bullshit, man. It's crazy. A lot of time, I don't even watch half the shit, man, because I already know what's going to be, man. They're talking about shit that happened years and years ago or this and that's already been disproven. There's never no facts, man.
And I don't think he criticized her. Like he probably could have went through her writings and heard all the journalistic stuff she's done, and probably poked a finger at that, or things she's probably tweeted. They were probably very ugly. I can only imagine. But he just more or less defended his record. That's from what I see. He called the news, so where she works, fake news, and they have engaged in a little bit of fake news over there at ABC. And she could have defended that, but she didn't. It's just,
It don't matter what he does either, though. They always gonna find something that the man did wrong, man. There's no matter what comes out that man's mouth, there's gonna be something that they could pull the trigger on that they'll use later on, man.
The better question, Diwali says, he asked a question. I think it was Diwali. Would he have done that to black males? The better question is, why didn't they have any up there?
Exactly.
Hey, John, what you spreading right there? Is that man? You got that good Parmesan?
It's raw sugar in the raw right here.
Already now. Yeah, but now, John, I think you should have been the vice presidential candidate. I think I'm just being honest. I hate to see this effort of you putting out here, and we ain't got but 28 viewers on this chat, and it's like 100 black people trying to start their YouTube when they should be over here learning character, learning structure, learning the community, build your audience, learning from you. And I think that's what needs to happen. And I'm being dead honest. I ain't never seen.
If I go off topic a little bit, I do watch a few of those guys' streams, and I don't know if they watch.
I was at one guy's channel one night, and you just popped up. I was like, "What?"
Which guy's channel was that? I don't remember which one.
Yeah, man, and that's what I say. That's where they need to be. They need to be over here on the panel, keeping us alive, keeping us supported, and bring the viewers into one house. I mean, that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to come together to conquer. We can't do it divided like we're doing it. And I'm glad you's a great commander because you got great leadership skills. You got your great second in command. You got your great third in command with Portia. Then you got HB. Then you got Give Me Crack. I don't even know the authority. I don't even know the rankings over here. But I tell you what, I'm glad to be a part of this family.
Anyone wants to do a show. I upgraded the StreamYard account.
That's why I say we need to start an AM radio station so we can just stream it all day and everybody just have their own time.
We can do that with AM, and then I do have the capability to, since I upgraded the account.
Tell me why when I say that they give me a Neil deGrasse Tyson short where he talking about how AM radio station can be seen long range overnight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the radio frequency can bounce off the stratosphere when it's in dark because of the light. The light actually absorbs some of the radio frequencies. During the daytime hours, if you're in an area where you're towards the sun, the light actually absorbs some of the radio frequencies that goes through. So
What you been drinking on,
I
Solid
know,
State?
South shit. I've been drinking it. You more talkative than me.
Yeah.
Man, I be coming in here to, like give you a break because I know you be doing that work, man. So I just come in to try to bring some brevity to the situation. I know HB driving.
You mean levity.
Levity.
You don't bring brevity, you bring levity.
So I just try to come and keep the audience entertained. But I know we got greater characters out there. I know we got greater minds out there. I think that's what we need to be trying to do, expand towards those directions. Let's get those characters
John,
on camera. Let's not let them be afraid of
all
who
right,
they are.
All right, Snake. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Yeah. Can you read Dwale's comment?
As long as you're talking about women liberal, please tell us if those women were white liberal women, would they be like, yeah, they would. Yeah, I believe they would. I believe they would. But again, the thing is, I think that the difference between them is that, like, you saw the lady that was interviewing Rayful Edmonds. If they put her in front of Trump, she may act the same way. Yeah. But then they could put her in front of Netanyahu and interview Netanyahu. A lot of those
women gonna act like that Netanyahu now.
She gonna know how to act, right? And with that, I work with a lot of Black people, in corporate settings, and it's just you can't express frustration and grievances all the time. As one thing, hey, how did you like the retreat? I ain't like it. It was too hot out there. The mosquitoes. Okay, all right. Yeah, everybody probably was being bit by the same mosquito, but give me something to work with, in terms of constructive. There's nothing I can do about the mosquitoes, right? But and I think that in a situation like that, this woman probably is very nasty at work. Can you imagine coming back into ABC News? You want a few Black people in there, and you just done something that most of those people wouldn't do, and they view as unprofessional. Like, she doesn't feel good coming back to work that day. Maybe they put her over in the Black department, they all high-fiving her, but as soon as she leaves that little Black section of her job, like, she doesn't feel good about herself. I wouldn't feel good about myself. I wouldn't want to go into reporting to be like, what do they call that? Where you just Shanghaiing people, surprise journalism people.
Yeah. And then too, they got to see how she is outside of work. So she probably go to her job, at ABC or wherever it is, and she act one way, but now we get to see how you really are. And they all watched it. So she go back to work. All them white people she got to work around, they looking at her like, yeah, this bitch is crazy.
Mm-hmm. But I can't say anything.
Yeah.
I
I'm not gonna say nothing. Yeah. Right, but yeah. We not going out for lunch no more. Fuck that. Hell nah. This bitch is crazy.
And then when it's time to give out an assignment, and you say, okay, Netanyahu coming in town, who gets the interview? Not her. She's probably pro-Palestinian. That's fine to be pro-Palestinian, but she probably can't set that aside and do a serious interview with Netanyahu as an example. So now she just get bullshit interviews where they can just go and let her sabotage someone, just kamikaze someone.
Yeah.
I don't
and that's not journalism. That's not journalism, John. That's it's like a personal vendetta. That's not what journalism is. It was disgusting, honestly.
Yeah, they like grenades or pit bulls. It ain't really worth much, but you could send her out to attack somebody, right?
Yeah, no. And that's funny you say that, because literally I feel like Black women, liberal Black women, they are the attack dogs for the left. Yeah. That's what they sent out to do. They did attack dogs. But it's like, you put yourself in that situation, you're gonna have to get put down one of these days, because they know what you are. You a damn violent animal.
Well, yeah, but you burn a lot of bridges that way too. People aren't gonna want to conversate with you. You're talking about being a reporter. Who the fuck's gonna want to take an interview from you if that's how you act daily?
Right. And again, man, like, this man is very rich. Don't you think he knows newspaper owners,
Yeah.
trade magazine owners. One good call from Trump, she got a better job. Because
Yep.
I know that whatever she working is probably if they paying her a lot of money, it's just to keep her mouth quiet. She could go do some real work if she, if she had given herself the opportunity. Now he's not going to refer her to anyone, right? She can't even call him now and say, "Hey, Mr. Trump, my son is about to graduate and he really wants to get into real estate. Would you be willing to have a 5-minute conversation with him?" She
Yeah.
blew that bridge up, right? I'm sure they talked behind stage before they came up there. They getting their chance to chit chat with him. Yeah, I got a son. He about to graduate. I can't really tell you I like you on screen, but I would really love you to have a little pep talk with my son. These type of
Yeah.
things do happen, right?
Oh man, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're
You know what I
right.
mean? And she burnt every bridge with a billionaire. Man, that's the crazy damn thing I can imagine.
Yeah, yo, I
What
didn't even
John
think
is
about
talking
that.
about, HB, is what John is talking about, HB, is the intangibles, the true conversations, the true person behind all of the bravado. And we don't see, you don't see those backroom conversations. That's where everything truly happens. But I disagree in a sense about this woman because she did exactly what her Lord and Masters wanted her to do, which was to enact and cause chaos and try and embarrass Trump on a world stage. Okay. Kamala, the Ugandan nightmare, didn't show up deliberately because she knew she didn't. One of you guys said it. They didn't have the control up there that they would have had it been a nationally syndicated show like CNN's, like the CNN debates we see. They have the absolute control, cut it on a dime, etc. These people showed up. They were unprepared. They made a former sitting duly elected president of the United States wait for 2-3 black women who are nobodies to him. Think about that. I don't care what president it was. You don't make any president wait for 35 minutes and they showed up on time. Insanity. It shows you the ineptitude of black people. Okay. I'm not afraid or ashamed to say it. Black people, whenever I deal with black people, it's always a sham of a thing. Every time we have something to do, it's always half-assed. Every fucking time. And they showed their ass on that. But she did exactly what you said it, John, she's the attack dog. And she doesn't care. Now, Trump does know those people. He does know the people who own those organizations, those ABC, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, although he knows those people. They run in the same circles, but they don't care. They don't care because they have an agenda that they're following, and they answer to a higher power, whoever that is. They answer to this idealism of socialism and communism. Socialism being the redistribution of wealth versus the nationalization of resources, like F.A. Hayek wrote in his book, The Road to Serfdom, back in the 1940s when he wrote this book. Now it's more so redistribution of wealth, but it used to be, again, the nationalization of resources. But, and we've just seen that slow train ride toward what we see now. And it's insanity, man. They don't care. They want to destroy, and that's it.
Do you remember the black woman? Go ahead, HB.
No, I want to ask you and John, how many times have you guys got the opportunity to talk to a billionaire?
I mean,
twice. I talked to one twice.
And well, actually, more than once. He used to show up at my school. Who was that? Do you know? And I always tell the story, but people don't understand the gravity. Do you know the owner? I'm sorry, the wife of George Lucas. What's her name? Melody Hobson.
Yeah,
she was the assistant to the only black hedge fund manager at the time in America and his headquarters was in Chicago. This dude, you know, being as young as I was, I didn't know who this guy was.
What about in your professional career though?
And his Jew. I'm getting there. After that, he helped. He's helped me so many times in my professional career before now. It's not even funny. Just him being behind the scenes, pulling strings, just at the behest of one of my mentors, my old principal, the Jew. My point is that yes, I've been in the room with and dealt with these people, and they're amazing because they have, first of all, endless resources. If you're a billionaire, you have endless resources, you know, objectively. Okay. Of course, nothing lasts forever, but for the purposes of this conversation, endless. Okay. It's like when you're in the room with them, it's like trying to catch lightning in a bottle. Okay. These guys, man. Yeah.
John, what about you? What about you, John?
No, never, ever. I haven't been so lucky.
Solid Snake.
What up, man?
Oh man.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
How many times have you had a conversation or been in a room with a billionaire?
Twice.
Okay. Who were they?
Arabs.
Okay. All right. What about you, Cam?
I met I didn't really bullshit with him, but I met what's his name? The Amazon Jeff Bezos at a place called Petra in Oklahoma once.
What the hell is Petra, and why were you there?
Well, because I'm in the warehouse business, and they're like a big, massive business. I was invited out there when they got a new owner and stuff, and it was just coincidence. He was there, and like all of Petra's funders and stuff like that, because they deal with Amazon and shit. So I only got like maybe 2 minutes with him. You know, it wasn't like we talked about life or shooting the shit or nothing. But I just got to meet the dude. They just carry themselves a different way, you know.
Man,
I'm gonna tell you the truth.
I never met no billionaire. But
wouldn't know, HB. Have you ever? I mean, you at the truck stops, right? Say you at the truck stop, right?
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes they like to dress up as regular, everyday individuals. You might have been riding through a little place like Idaho or somewhere in Missouri, and you probably didn't even know that farmer that you was conversating with. But little do you know that farmer might have more than $1 billion in assets.
No, you might have a point there, but I think
it's good to conversate with people. I learned that when I was working at TA, when I was cooking at TA a long time ago. Hey man, you'll be amazed at who would actually get out and drive trucks. A lot of people just love to get out and live life.
That food at TA nasty as hell, man. It's like lunch food at TA, man.
Yeah, man. TA, I used to cook at TA, man. Look, I loved all my truck drivers. Look, I knew them all by name after 2 months. And man, I knew exactly how they wanted their steak. I knew how they wanted their omelets. I knew some of them used to give me their route, man. I'll be here such and such time. You know what I'm saying? This one time I'm gonna be here. Hey, man. Hey, I'm getting a VIP service up in that thing. I ain't lying.
No. I think just the point is, like, if you got that opportunity, you may never get that opportunity again.
Yeah, very rare, and you better seize it.
Yeah, and it's just like, damn, she didn't even think about that stuff. You could have put yourself in a position just by being cordial to the man. Just
know how to conversate with him. Speak with reasonable mind. That's all you got to do with a lot of billionaires. That's how they get to where they at. Reasonable mind.
So
Listen to John.
Hold on, Snake. Black's trying to get in here.
I want to kick some knowledge to you and to everybody else who uses this word. Conversate is not the word. It's converse. I'm saying that.
Okay,
yeah, just converse. Cool.
Like, look at what we're doing right now. A lot of people don't respect John as much as they should, but if you look at what he has created, and that's how I look at black men, that's how I measure black men. I look at work I do and I look at the work I have done. And I like to celebrate my work. Sometimes I like to admire my work. Sometimes I criticize my work. But what this man has done, one stream.
Yo, John, were you about to say something? I had to get silent.
Shit, I can't remember if I was though. Maybe
Man,
like a microphone.
God damn, man. God damn.
Go ahead, nigga. Go ahead, HP.
I just need like a second to think for a minute, man. God damn, man. God damn. But it just to that point, man, it's so unfortunate how black people just want to be used by these political parties, man. Because even on the right, man, listen, I don't think it's. I kind of feel like both parties, they have their pros and cons, but I'm not gonna let either side use me, you know.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm gonna use them, you know. I'm gonna use them, and I think with the left, the issue is so short-sighted where they'll use you more than you'll use them, and then once they done using you're no good. You're no good to anybody after that.
You know, I think if you find yourself getting used a lot of times, you probably weren't any good to begin with.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Say that again. Repeat.
If you find yourself being used, right, you probably weren't worth much anyway.
Say more. Say more.
You know what I mean? Like, because anyone with anything of value, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how you gonna let someone use you for it?
Okay, that's
use it yourself, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, these people out here being whipping boys for the Democrats because they really don't have anything else to do. We showed those teachers that would probably send those young kids out to vote Democrat once they graduate.
Do you think that they're being used, John, or do you think that they're just willing participants?
I think it's kind of what do they call it? Mutually. What's the word?
Mutually exclusive, or mutual, or a mutual
beneficial.
Yeah, mutually beneficial. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I think it's that. Yeah, because you know, look at those teachers yesterday we talked about.
Yeah,
they're benefiting, man. Like they're benefiting, and every 2 years or so they got to come out here, campaign against charter schools and things like that to keep their pockets lined, and they're going to do it, and that's part of the Democrat agenda. And so
that's why I asked. I guess that was my question. Why I asked, do you think they're truly being used, or are they using them? They're saying, hey, I don't have to do anything. I can just do the bare minimum and make this $100,000 salary in a shitty city with terrible children. And all I have to do is endure that for a bit. And I'll have, tenure. I'll have the backing of a union.
Man, listen, one of my business partners, man. And bro, like that shit pained me to hear it. She really don't give a fuck about them niggas. Spanish eating. Fuck them. Cut the check. Right? She don't give a damn. Like, if they tell her, they pass a policy, say, you got to call that child a boy when you know he go home as a girl. You can't tell his parents and all that shit. Well, whatever. Whatever they tell me you do, right? I'll put it in the syllabus and that's what it's going to be. Now cut the check.
Yeah.
And she probably didn't start out that way, man, but as you move up, or to move up, you got to go along. And she's benefited greatly from going along, man. And there's a lot of people like that, a lot of people like her, man, you know. And I mean, she really don't. Like, I wouldn't want her teaching a damn dog of mine. You know? She my business partner, bro. But hell no, man. Like, she don't give a damn, right? You know?
And you see that in the youth, John. Like, that's reflected in the youth when they got shit teaching them. I had some good teachers in school, man. They actually like gave a shit, man. And they made it clear they gave a shit about people, man. The teachers they got nowadays, man, I feel bad for these kids, man.
Yeah, they Google just sent me an email about that video.
There's not any like strong people for them to look to, man. You go, think about it. You spend 6 to 8 hours in a classroom with a teacher, man. If you got a shit person in there, that's gonna be reflected in your daily life, man.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Exactly. You can't have a failure.
no, not that,
I
but
had a Spanish teacher. Her
Can't have
name,
a failure as a follower. Ever.
I had a
go ahead,
Spanish.
Black.
Her name was Senora Bermeo, right? Whenever we went into that room, we couldn't speak any English, but the one phrase she would, or one adage she would say to us in English when we entered the room, she said, leave all that shit that you were going through outdoors. Don't bring it in here. Said, we all go through things, leave it outdoors. Put it in here, you're in class. And I agree with her, man. And she earned the name Senora Bermeo bitch. That's what we called her. And she knew it. And she embraced it. But yeah, that was a great teacher, man. That small thing I took with me through life. Leave it outside and do your job.
Yeah, you don't forget the good teachers you had. You know what I'm saying? They make a mark on your life, man. I had one good teacher I could think about, man, and he really took an interest in the students, man. He really helped me out a lot, man. Honestly, man, I was kind of fucking up, man, and he hopefully he's still doing what was doing then. It's been years now, but when I had him, he was good for my brother too, man. And just teachers are just good teachers at least are hard come by nowadays, man. I see a lot of people that are teachers that you wouldn't want them around your kids, man. People that just don't give a shit, man. They'll talk to these kids so crazy, man. Like that video John played, dude. I could never imagine a teacher talking to like me or any of my fellow students like that back in the day, man. You only making matters worse, man.
No, indeed. How many of you guys go down to Atlanta?
I've been there a couple times.
I've
Not
I
only
recently,
been there
but
once.
avoided like the plague at the behest of my brother, who is
I'm not going no more.
a lieutenant police officer out there.
Growing up in the South, man, like if you're from anywhere within, let's say, 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, maybe of Atlanta, it's like that's like Mecca. Like you gotta make your journey. You understand? And so if you look around Atlanta, you draw a radius of 100 miles either direction. These are real poor, what would you say? I don't know what would be the term. Real poor, real
rural.
Yeah, some rural country people, not so sophisticated people.
Yeah.
But if you would say go 100 miles outside of, let's say, DC in any direction, you're still going to have an element of sophistication. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Probably same thing with Chicago. You go 100 miles
Yeah.
outside of Chicago, you still going to have an element of, you might have some very wealthy people.
Yes,
right?
you're absolutely right.
Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Chicago's a very wealthy area, right?
Yeah.
But Atlanta, man, I mean, you getting down there, you going past Stanley, where Stanley lives, and so a lot of people from the South, they want to go to Atlanta and party. Add in the fact that you can carry guns everywhere you go. And there's one big element I don't think many people think about, and it's the parking lots. Anyone familiar when you go down to Atlanta, man, it's like parking lot central, right? And so a lot of shit jumps off in the parking lot. People breaking your cars, people getting into arguments in the parking lots and things like that. And so you see that a lot. And so the other day I mentioned, I did a stream about Atlanta club owner that was killed. I mentioned him. He owned the Compound Club. He's Ethiopian, some Eritrean guy that was killed in a nightclub by one of his friends. Then I mentioned another club somewhere. Someone was killed in Atlanta. Again, he was driving a Rolls Royce trying to open up restaurants and things like that. He was a little baby, some rapper's business partner, riding around in a Rolls Royce in the ghetto. And it's just something about Atlanta, it's just, a very, it's like an artificial city where people are trying to put on airs to be like New York or I don't know, LA or something. So I saw this article this morning, and it's just really amazing how like these clubs down in Atlanta, they're drawing such negative elements. And you can see this article here. And I wish Master Kim was up here. He could probably talk about it a lot better here. We see Atlanta club owner arrested during hearing over deadly shooting. And I mean, this happens quite a bit in Atlanta. And here's the club right here. The owner of a troubled Atlanta nightclub was taken into custody during a court hearing over a deadly shooting at his club. Police arrested Jibril Dafe. Someone Google where he's from. The owner of the 1145 Lounge during a hearing over a deadly shooting at his club. I bet you he's African. 2 people were killed. No, there's nothing against Africans. I'm just saying. 2 people were killed and 4 others were injured during a shooting at the club in Atlanta's Buckhead neighborhood. Anyone familiar with Buckhead?
No.
Buckhead is North Atlanta. It's
Buckhead used to be the good neighborhood, huh?
It's an affluent area. If you're gonna have some affluence,
yeah, it was one of the good neighborhoods where the bougie people stayed at.
And at one point, they were petitioning to succeed from Atlanta, and Atlanta fought very, very hard to keep them a part of Buckhead because it's all their tax revenue for the most part. So anyway, here's a shooting in Buckhead, and interestingly enough, very few blacks live in Buckhead, but all the clubs. Haitian. He's what?
I think he's Haitian. That's a French name.
So he's probably African then.
Though there are French African nations, as we know, so I don't know. I'm gonna keep looking.
Yeah, he's definitely black.
Hey, how far Buckhead is from Fort Benning, Georgia?
Probably about 100 miles or so. I don't know why. Yeah, about 100 miles. So listen to what the city of Atlanta is saying. Other business owners urge the city of Atlanta to revoke the nightclub's liquor license and shut the club down after multiple shootings in the area. He's getting punished for shootings in the area after the people leave, which is probably coming from his club, no doubt. You know what? This was interesting. Does anyone know that if you own a club and let's say someone gets into an argument leaving your club and they have a shootout a block down the road, police are going to come and say, hey, where you coming from? Oh, I was just at such and such nightclub. And now this becomes a strike against you. So it becomes a very difficult business to manage.
Yes, I didn't know that.
You can get in trouble for selling them liquor, John, too, if they're under the influence. And, like, if they're over the limit, you can get in trouble for that.
Yeah. And don't let them slip in your club.
That's just the South. That's all over the South.
Yeah, we're going to ask you to declare this property a nuisance, said a representative of the city. We're going to ask you to issue an injunction to shut it down. We're going to ask that the respondents be prohibited from operating 1145. Witnesses at the hearing asked the city to close the club after a temporary restraining order expires. In related news, the city shut off the water due to an outstanding $78,000 water bill.
Yeah, the
water, no club.
The wild
no water. No,
$78,000 water bill.
They had to go outside, piss outside, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck's coming through them pipes for 80 grand, John?
And man, it's probably months after month of water bill, probably leaks, things like that. You know, that he probably just overlooked. People probably breaking the
what
toilet.
You think that was? Say it again.
Probably leaks from just running toilet water.
Toilet
3 or 4 months.
Hey, John, do you believe in this theory called gentrification?
Yeah, we'll talk about it one day, Snake. But check this out. The water bill at this club had an outstanding bill of $78,000. Man, that's amazing. Like, these guys really are just running like cash flow.
You know that's not leaky toilet. That's just those are, first of all, they didn't pay their bill. Second of all, they just kept
incurring. No, they're just trying to manipulate you into
Snake. Snake. One person at a time. Damn.
No, I'm telling you that that it had nothing to do with any leaks. It had everything to do with him not paying his bill, and then however long, and then the water company getting fed up and saying, "Okay, for every day you don't pay, here's a $500 fee," and it just mounted.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think I even spend that in a year at my warehouse, John, on water.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just leaks. One of the things is the city probably allowed him to be behind on the water bill. In many of these inner cities, people don't know that water is a human right, or they're trying to recalibrate it as a human right. So Ryan is in the audience. He would definitely chime in that they won't cut the water bill off in a lot of these ghetto neighborhoods unless it get way behind, and that kind of extends to a lot of these ghetto businesses, and that they just can't manage it. That could be 4 or 5 things contributing to this, because many of these jurisdictions cannot handle the water function, the billing, the drinkability of it. I told you here in DC, we're in the nation's capital, nobody drinks the water. Imagine that, right? You know, I know Baltimore, they send people bills at home, $20,000. You be like, what the hell am I running an amusement park here?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, Ryan, if you're in the audience, you know about this. So it's just one of the things trying to operate in these cities, you know, like you're going to be punished from things that happen outside your club, inside the club. The water bills are outstanding. I don't know if this guy was paying them or not. Probably not.
You know he wasn't.
No, he wasn't paying the water bill.
Not for 80 grand, man. I still can't get over that, John.
What do you think a water bill on a club, let's say a decent sized club, you know, like this is? I have
monthly.
You know what I tell you? My warehouse is 390,000 square feet. On a bad fucking month, I might pay $1,200.
But how many people are you having in and out of your warehouse? This guy may have 10,000 people.
Well, it just depends on what shift, because we run 3 different shifts. I probably have anywhere from like 45 to 70 people on a shift.
Yeah, this guy may have 2,000 people on any given night.
Yeah, but even if with those multiple flushes, they also give them subsidies in those cities, because it's expensive to run any organization, any business where you're getting charged per flush every time water has to run through those pipes to that fixture and then down into the drain. So of course they are not grandfathered in, but have some sort of subsidy that they're running under the way they're taxed. So I would say in a 2,000 square foot, how big is that place? Do you think?
I would probably 10,000 square feet, I would imagine.
All right, 10,000 square feet. They have probably 1 or 2 bathrooms in there. Man, I'd say no more than $500 a month.
Damn.
Because
because you gotta think mine's just 39 times that, John. I gave you my shit, and we run 24 hours. I know you said 2,000 people, but I'm 24 hours up there. You know, shit.
Hey, I guarantee you, you know, the reason why I say he's had water leaks is because, man, you had those kind of people coming in drunk. Let me tell you, I had a guy one time, and I'm going to see if I can find the pictures, right? He fell, and he was drunk in the bathroom of all places, right?
Yeah.
And hit his head on the damn pedals. I mean, blood was everywhere, man.
My
I had a pedals to sink, man. I thought somebody had attacked me.
Hey, that's a whole new meaning of getting the shit knocked out of you, man.
That's a fact, man.
And what he did was he broke I guess in his fall, he hit the supply hose. You know what I mean? Like he was out, man, you know, and broke his glasses, everything, broke my pedals to sink, man. Like, you know how hard you got to hit a pedals to sink? That shit's porcelain, man, right? It's one that he didn't bleed out in there, right?
Yeah.
Luckily, I think
the body.
I think what saved his life is that, unfortunately for me, he hit the supply line. And kind of broke his fall a little bit. You know what I mean?
He said, unfortunately for me.
Nigga, fucked up my sink. It couldn't even complete the deal.
Dang, dude.
Anyway, so this is a white guy actually, and he, I don't know if he has some drinking issues.
Hey, listen, this is a complete aside, John.
Yeah, go ahead.
But people who get pissy drunk are just a detriment to society.
I bet I agree with you, man. Like,
my God.
There's nothing wrong being pissy drunk, man. You know, there's nothing good about being pissy drunk. I've been there myself, man. Oh man.
Yeah. we kind of saw you the other day, man.
Oh my God, I'm in my house.
What day was that?
I'm being assaulted.
When you had the roadcaster outside.
Oh yeah. I had to cut that shit.
Hey, John. Hey, about that roadcaster, did you ever find anybody that can repair it?
Now I talked to them yesterday. As I said, they owe me a set of headphones, and since I just bought it so recently that they say they're gonna give me an additional one, and I just bring.
Well, that's cool, man. That's cool.
Yeah, because could you send that to me though? Because I want to fix it.
Oh snap!
Shit, I gotta take it back today.
Man.
I'm gonna take it back today.
All we gotta do is resolder that chip on that board.
HB,
I'm telling you, you got a bad boy. You just got a bad boy. I was looking on the forums last night about that though. Yeah, you got a bad boy. That's what that was.
Wait, Black, what are you about to say?
HB, what was that sound of disdain?
Nah.
Oh no, that's what I do. Y'all don't know me, man. I do a lot of things.
I agree.
I'm a jack of all trades. I'm a jack of all trades. No bullshit. I literally back in 1984 used to repair keyboards.
84, goddamn.
Hey, CKJ3, what's up, man?
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing.
I'm talking about Casio keyboards. I'm talking about Yamaha keyboards.
All right. What's up, CKJ3? What's going on, man? I like the logo, by the way. I just noticed that logo is the sea surrounding all of that. I like that.
That is
what's behind the logo, by the way? Can you tell me what's behind the logo there?
C, my first initial, K, middle initial, J, last name, and I'm the third. So.
Oh, okay.
That's nice, man. Really nice.
Yeah, my son is the fourth, so just keeping it.
He can carry on. He can carry on the logo, huh?
Yeah, he gonna carry on this stuff I'm going to have for him too.
Everybody, just so everybody knows, Solid Snake only means it's a Metal Gear Solid video game reference. It's a character from Metal Gear Solid.
Hey,
it ain't got nothing to do with my real.
All right, we got you. Hey, come on, Snake, man. We trying to move the conversation along, Snake. You want to get everyone's contribution. Hey, the last part of what you said, CKJ3, I didn't hear that. Sorry about that. You said something about your son, carry on something.
Yeah, just carry on what I'm trying to build for him and my daughter. Stock market, stocks, real estate. Pass on something. Trying to change the generation, man. Change the next generation. So that's what I'm focused on.
Tell me about that real estate. What you got going on?
Well, so when I was in the Navy, man, I did like 2 back-to-back deployments. So I was just saving a bunch of money. And at the time, I was just so focused on, I want to get it when I get back home. I want to buy real estate. What happened?
You let him back in. Go ahead, man. I'm really sorry about that. That wasn't me. That was Solid Snake being let back on stage.
I wanted to just, at the time I wanted to focus on real estate. So, mentors in the military, he used to tell me to get into the stock market. But at the time, I'm like, man, I just brushed him off. I'm like, man, I think that's, kind of too hard. So when I got out, at one point I was at like 16 doors. I bought a 2-family while I was in. And then when I got out, I ended up, it's this old guy. He had a building. I used to go to the Boys and Girls Club when I was younger. So when I got back home, I talked to them, worked out a deal, and I did like a pretty much like he was like the bank. I was buying whatever price he wanted, I was just paying him every month to buy the building. But
cool.
You said what?
I said that's cool.
Yeah, but come to find out, the guy owned it was like 5 buildings. I thought he only owned the one. I never knew he owned all 5. So pretty much he did the same thing what I was doing with him with another guy back in like I think the early 80s, probably like 1979, 1980. So when I had the deal, I ended up buying the one building and I was trying to purchase the other building, but he wouldn't let the other 3 go. And then he was what I didn't like is like he was kind of like stuck on keeping the buildings, but he wasn't doing nothing with them. He had back taxes on them. So I'm like, man, I can, come in, I got an idea. I want to, pretty much buy this whole block. But he was just giving me a hard time. So I end up something ended up happening. I ended up selling the building. No, COVID happened. So I was going about the real estate the wrong game. I was just buying, you know what I'm saying? And I just had to like scale back, sold them off during COVID, got my money back, and then I just been focused just on with trading, and not having so much overhead. And what I learned about, from my perspective, what I learned about like real estate, that you got to have capital, a lot of capital. So that's basically what I'm trying to do now. Build up my capital through trading. Because like I said, I could trade off my phone. I ain't gotta have like no employees. I ain't gotta worry about no contractors. I just gotta know what I'm looking at, get in the market and get about the market.
When you had 16 doors, man, what was it the apartment buildings, houses?
Yeah,
What?
so John, I had a 2-family that I bought.
Mhm.
My VA I bought when I was in the military.
Mhm.
Because I was stationed in Virginia, but I bought it up here in Cleveland. I had that rented out while I was away. And then when I got home, I bought the guy had it wasn't a corner store, but it was like a store. He had the store. I bought that. I had the store, and then he had a no, I take that back. He had a laundromat, and then it had 3 apartments on top of the laundromat.
Mhm.
I purchased that, and then there was a store next door. I got the store. But I was trying to just get all his properties. But like I said, the guy was just living. He was just living in one of the units, and he wasn't doing nothing with it. So I was trying to purchase all of them, and then I ended up getting a 8-unit, close to like downtown. 8-unit, yeah, 8-unit, and then I think I had another property somewhere else. But the 8-unit, when I bought it, it ended up being I ended up getting like a letter. It was on like the demolition list. So at the time, I didn't know I had to get a contractor, and they had to go down there and to the city and had like blueprints to tell them like what I had to do to fix the building. I didn't know that at the time. So I spoke with the lady, and she was telling me that I needed to get a contractor, and if they tore down the building, I would have to fit the cost. But I just ended up like wholesaling it and selling the building off and got rid of that building because it would have cost me too much money to fix it up. Because I'm thinking like I ain't into that situation. I'm thinking like, okay, I got this building, I could take my time with it. But the city wasn't. They wasn't trying to hear that.
And these were all in Cleveland?
Yeah, all in Cleveland. Yep.
Do you
Mm-hmm.
think the market is what killed you?
No, man. I think it was my lack of understanding real estate is what killed me.
How did you rent the
I was
places?
you have a vision, and I was just running. I had some money saved. Blacks been in the military when you overseas. That's tax-free
Yeah.
money. You get hazard pay. I wasn't spending no money.
Cola.
Cola. I wasn't spending no money. I was just stacking. They feed you. I was just stacking my years when I was in. So when I got back, I was just running. I seen this property, buy this, seen this, and not knowing like I needed that capital.
Yeah. You gotta have money, man.
I needed that capital. So now,
Yeah.
like I said, like my mentor that introduced me to the stock market, and just seeing like, damn, like I ain't gotta go to nobody. I just need to know this. I can make this. Like shit, let me just do this, and then I get back into the real estate. And John, my goal is I want to become the fucking bank, man. I want to be the bank.
Oh, there you go.
I don't want to go to no bank. I want to be the bank. Like today,
Can
man.
I ask you, CK3?
Mm-hmm.
What is in your portfolio? Just at a 1,000-foot view. Just whatever you have in your portfolio. What are you trading?
So I trade. Majority of the time, I trade the Nasdaq, and sometimes I trade gold. So basically, with that, I set my CPA last year, and I was telling him what I was trying to do. So he was saying that once I get to a certain number, I could set up because I already got my IRA, got index funds, buy a couple of shares here and there. But he was saying I could set up a self-direct IRA, and with the self-direct IRA, I can invest into what I wanted, like real estate, crypto. If I wanted to say if I want to be like a hard money lender, I could lend people money, charge them points. I could do all this within my self-direct IRA, and it'll be tax-free. So I'm just like, man, shit. Like, if majority of the money that I can make out the market, I just throw that into the self-direct IRA, and I just utilize that money to buy the real estate with. But that way, like I can write myself a check and purchase what I want to purchase, and the money that I make off of it will be tax free.
Let me ask you this question.
Paying money. Yeah, I'm listening.
Did you have any business partners when you were buying the real estate?
I had to get rid of that motherfucker, man.
Every time.
What happened?
He wanted to shine. He wanted to shine.
How did he want to shine? Tell us how he wanted to shine.
He wanted to shine and didn't know shit, man.
But tell us how he wanted to shine.
He had to get the gab, man. Like say if I got I got the information, right? And I'm the one with the information. I read the shit, pay the CPA. I find out the information. You know, I just go down a rabbit hole of trying to get to a point where I'm trying to get to. So I tell him like, yo, you know, this is what we need to do. So but he just one of the people that want to be on the internet, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if he got any attention when he was a kid, but he want to show motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I ain't that type of person. I just want to, you know, get what I need to get, build for my family, and keep it pushing. So when COVID hit, we had a couple properties together, and I had looked in. We shared a business account, so I looked in the account, and it was this, you know, large sum of money. I'm like, man, where the fuck this money come from? This fucker did one of the PPP loans and put it in our business account. So I'm like, man, what the fuck are you doing, dog? Like, So, man, I went to the bank, had to take my name off the fucking account. Cause you know, at the time it was on the early stage. So I'm like, I ain't know nothing about this shit. Like, I ain't about to get caught up in this shit. And this motherfucker, man, he did this shit a couple of times. So I just had to I had to separate from him, man. Cause I don't move like that. I can't move like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yeah, you saved yourself a lot of grief.
Man, he did that shit about 3-4 times. He made some money off that shit, but it just, I ain't the type of person, man. I don't want nothing tied with my name.
Yeah.
Stuff if it came back. I mean, I don't know if it did, but I don't mess with the government. You know what I'm saying? They undefeated. If they come for you, they gonna get what they want.
They gonna get you.
Hey, you know, man, hey man, you know, I think you got the right mindset, bro. Because I tell you, when that PPP money came down, I ain't even think. I never budged. I said, man, I don't want any of that money. If you want to go get it, and bring it to me. But I ain't applying for anything. I don't need it. Right? The government agreed to you get to me.
John,
that's cool.
Hey, John. I looked into this account, and I ain't gonna tell you how much it was, but I had called my CPA, and I'm like, you know, I'm trying to get I want to get the information on this shit. Like, yo, how the fuck he's like, man, ain't no way he could have did it. So he breaking it down like you gotta have this so many employees and this to get this. So I'm like, man, how the fuck? He just told me, he was like, man, just, you know, get away. So I'm like, man,
it had to be like 7
my
figures.
name off that account. Dude, it was something fucking crazy, man.
I know it had to be.
Because I told you he did about 3-4 times. Because I seen it, and I'm like, man, where did the deposit come from? Like, where the fuck is this? And I looked, I'm like, you know, it had like the initial, so I Googled the initial to see what I said, man, no the fuck he didn't do this shit. Like, he didn't do it to his account. He put in an account with my name on it. Man, what the fuck is you doing, man?
Do you know if he got any trouble? Do you know if he got any trouble for that?
I haven't seen him since. This was like what was that? When they start doing that, Black? Was that 2020, 2019?
What PPP loans?
PPP, yeah. Was it 2020?
Yeah, that was 2020.
Yeah, but I haven't talked to him since. So I ain't talked to him and seen him since then.
Damn.
Look who it is. It's a bunch of blats not at work. Look at what I have to see all day, John. Look at this. Look at this. I can't understand it. John, we look at Solid over there just getting stoned. He looks half dead. Look at him, John. I mean, look. No, how you boys doing?
Good.
One day at a time. One day at a time. Hey, CKJ3. So that was your only business partner?
Yep. Only one. Yep.
There you go.
Yep,
There
I've
you
been
go.
doing since then, man. I just I scaled back. Like I said, tried to map it out, and like I said, with trading futures, man, I don't need no fucking business partner, man. Just be in my
Did
fucking
y'all?
laptop on my phone.
Do you still own any properties?
No, so the two family that I had, I sold the rest of the was off, and then I made a nice profit off of my two family. It was like in a small suburb, so I made a nice profit off of that, and
Mm,
that was it. I just got rid of everything. So like I
mm.
said, I want to go to the drawing board, and now I want to become the bank, man. I want to make sure next time I go, but this time around, John, I think I want to do development. I think I want to build from the ground up. I don't think I want to buy and rehab. I think I want to buy some
That's more
lots and
challenging. That's more challenging than rehab.
man, that's the route I want to take.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. Anyone have any questions? HB, you still here?
Yeah. I'm just
Hey,
listening, man. I think his story is amazing. I would just say, sometimes with the business partners, I don't know what it is, but sometimes it is easier to deal with women when it comes to business. Especially, was it a black guy that was your business partner?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes it's a lot easier to deal with black women when it comes to business. I don't know what it is, but
Hey, but
when it comes,
dude from the city, it's crazy because he was in the military with me. We did a deployment together, so I'm thinking like, yo, man,
And
I had
he
it
was
all mapped
solid.
out, man. We gonna do this exactly. Do this. Take our benefits because I wanted to do government contracting too. I'm like, man,
yeah,
take our veteran on, minority on. I had it all mapped out, and man, he did that. I'm like, man, let me get rid of this motherfucker.
when did you know like, because I know it led up to the PPP thing, but what was like the first sign where you were like, ah man, this nigga, he ain't good for business.
That man, when I'm saying like that internet thing, you see dudes on the internet and they want to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
influencers, and it's like, dude, like
Ah,
what are
that's
you
the
doing?
worst.
Like,
That's the
yeah, so
worst, man.
I had to stop, man, because if I'm out in the city, people say, yeah, I see you doing such and such. Like he'll sneak, like it'll be times like I noticed, like he'll sneak a picture, let's say it was him and me, and he'll put a caption
Hmm.
up or some shit, and then people like, yeah, you doing? I'm like, what? I'm doing what? And I'm like, man, this dude, he doing too much.
Yeah, he gonna get your ass rhymed, man. He gonna get you stuck
No,
up
somebody,
out there.
no, I ain't worried about that. I got these 4-5.
Nah, still though, I mean, you don't want to have to lay no young nigga down for cause some shit he saw on Instagram. Like,
Yeah.
like, god damn that, and that I think that's the issue with a lot of niggas too. They wanna flex.
Hey, HB, hold your thought for 1
That
second.
flexing shit get.
Hold your thought for 1 second. I want y'all to finish this thought up, but I just saw something I want to run past you guys. You remember when CT was banned for using the word coon? Remember that? Everyone
Yeah,
remember that, right?
yeah.
So I just
Yep.
went over to YouTube and DJ Hemp has a title, Who and What is a Coon? And his show, is he streaming already? Yeah, he's streaming. And he made it out of the gate, but CT couldn't make it out of the gate. And again, I think that goes to show you how this YouTube is probably, I think Hemp is probably a little bit more positive, toward black. He's not in the black criticism sphere. And here
Yeah,
he is able to put on a show with Coon in the title, which would clearly be searchable. But CT put
yeah,
a poll up with the word Coon, not being derogatory to anyone, and boom, he couldn't even get the show out the gate. So I just
yeah,
saw that, guys. I ain't mean to interrupt your discussion. Go ahead.
yeah. Damn. Nah, that's kind of how it is, especially with the kind of content Hemp does. With his content, I kind of sit back and watch. I don't really like to comment because it's just kind of, I don't really care about the relationship shit, but that's what YouTube wants, those black that's what he want that's what they push. YouTube pushes that for the black content creators. You gotta be talking about relationships and shit. But yeah. So this guy, he was all flashy and wanted to be a influencer. So you don't what type of shit would he post on Instagram?
Man, so we end up we bought like 40 acres down down in Arizona. It was like northern Arizona. I ended up finding like some cheap land down there, and we ended up buying it. And it's like stuff like that. Like, yeah, man, I just bought this, but like he had take a picture in a way like so. Say I'm not paying attention. He had take it, like quick, and then write a caption. So if somebody, like I said, if somebody see me out, I'm out on the streets or whatever, they'd be like, man, yeah, I see you doing such and such. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, all right. Like, I don't like to, I ain't the type of person to tell people like what I'm doing. I just do it. You know what I'm saying? It ain't for nobody to know. Like, I'm not trying to be no influencer, so I don't even care. I'm not trying to be no mentor, no influencer. I'm not trying to make no money off of you. I don't care about it. I learned what I learned, and I just execute on it. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way I just try to live my life.
Damn, man. I wonder if he's still alive, man. Usually niggas like
You
that,
know what
they don't really last too
so
long out here.
you know what's so funny? He is around. One of my buddies, a friend of mine. Now his younger brother, he a street dude, like in the street, like crazy. So he called me, like, yeah, man, I'm at this event, man. Get your boy here. So I'm like, my boy? He's like, yeah, your boy. So he said his name. I just started laughing. He's like, yeah, my brother said, cash out for some money, he'd go fuck him up. I said, man, hell no, man. I don't want that car on me, but he was about to go do something. I'm like, nah, man, I'm good, man. I made it out of that, Oh, HB, another crazy thing about it. The motherfucker tried to sue me, man. Tried to sue me, man. Tried to fucking sue me, man.
He tried to put the white man on you?
Dude.
Nah.
Hey, it's funny that you said that, HB. I can send you some texts, right? So when he sent me a cease and desist because we like one of the buildings. I wanted to get rid of it because I wanted to get away from him. He didn't want to sell it. So pretty much he went to the lawyer, telling the lawyer like I tried to sell the building without his permission. So he was trying to play that game. So I'm like, man, look, man, let us just sell the building. I take my cut, you take your cut. We walk away from each other. So he was dragging along, man. He dragged this on for about 2 years, man. Like year and a half, 2 years, man. Like try to drag this on. But I'd say like the dude, he not really a smart dude. Like he'll sound smart to somebody that don't know some shit, but he not really smart. So I end up basically I end up winning the case because he didn't show up to court. So he did all that. He dropped his lawyer. He dropped his lawyer because I guess he couldn't afford his lawyer, and he didn't show up to court. So I just eventually I end up winning the case. But yeah, he tried to sue me, man. But the crazy thing about it, he texted me, and he was saying that, come on, man, I don't want the white man in our business, man. We can settle this like brothers. And I ain't never responded to his text. I'm like, man, nah, man, you tried to sue me, dude. I ain't
Yeah,
no
you
person.
already you brought the white man in our business.
You brought him in the business, man. We could have just sold it and went on about our day. But yeah, I
Yo,
still
see
got the
that?
text, man. I can send it to you and show it to you, man. You'll laugh.
Nah, I believe you. I already know, man. I already know how these niggas be, man. Like that's why sometimes it's so hard to do business with people, especially black folks, because they'll put the man on you, man. They'll put the man on you. It's like, goddamn. That shit's brutal, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, all I wanted, like I said, man, when I seen that into the account, man, I just wanted to sell the building, man. You going, hey, man, do what you want to do with your life, and let me do what I want to do. But he was like, nah, man, I do it on my time. I'm like, man, bro, we got to get rid of this shit, man. I got to get away from you, man. You doing too much.
Damn, man. Yeah, That's how it is, though, man. That's how it is. But yeah, no, I definitely think, you know, you kind of sometimes you just got to make the right decision for you. You know, if you know you're not really, you know, you don't really like to work well with others. Sometimes it's better to just do it by yourself. Damn, I don't know if you just pulled up to a lounge or something, CKJ.
No, that's not me. That's somebody else.
Oh, okay. That might be John. Hold on. Let me mute John. Oh yeah, that was John. I think
John's
John
probably pulling up to the weed shop, right?
yeah. John got to get his 3-5 real quick, man.
Who is this? Who is this homosexual for Harris? Who is that?
Oh, I think that's
It's
Imperious.
HB trying to play games because my girlfriend Portia, he likes her, but he can't get her.
Yeah.
Oh, this
All right.
Imperious. Imperious?
Yeah.
You the
Dude,
lawyer, right? You the lawyer?
CT's having an anti-gay day over there. I guess his topic's gonna be anti-gay today.
Well, there goes his channel. There goes his fucking channel.
He'll go after the alphabet mafia, dude.
Yeah, that's I don't know, man. That shit's like it's a weird thing to talk about for a whole stream.
No, I don't think it's a whole stream. I think it's just the beginning because everyone's making fun of. I sent like 5 super chats in because everyone's making fun of him and Bob going to the baseball game.
Oh
HP, you drive trucks, right?
Yeah. Yep. I'm driving right now.
You your own contractor or you work for a company?
I work for a company right now. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do as far as that, because I don't know. I do eventually want my own truck, but man, it's so much. Just like you were saying, with owning a property, it's so much overhead, man. So much shit.
Man, dude, I like that's why I like trading so much, man, because it's like, man, so every Monday, man, I could come to the market with a blank check, man. There's no limit. I ain't got to worry about somebody showing up or somebody calling off or like I said, with a contractor. It's something different. You know what I'm saying? And like my buddy, he owns a couple of 26 footers. He got a couple, contracts, doing, delivery, picking up and delivering. He wanted me to put some money in with him. I'm like, dude, I don't want to deal with people like that, man. Like I see like the headaches he be having. Like if somebody don't show up, he gotta go in. I mean, you making some money, but that shit ain't fucking worth it.
Contracting is the bane of my existence. I'll tell you that right now. It sucks.
Man, and it's like the stuff that he does is like he can only deal with a certain type of nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
I know what you mean.
You only can get a certain type of individual, and it's like, do I really want to?
Do I really want
that?
to deal
Like,
with that? No, you don't.
Yeah, no, I don't want to. I don't, like I said, man, I don't want to. And he just said, man, I done made X, Y, and Z. Like, bro, that's fine, but you got the headache. I don't want to deal with that shit. I'm cool.
Yeah, the
I'm
headache
cool,
is.
Man.
Like I'll tell you, when I used to run with my family, used to run a moving company called Apex Pinnacle in Chicago. It was the bane of my existence. You could never do anything right for the people you hired. Anytime I hired anybody black, there was always an excuse as to why they couldn't come in to do any of the work that I'm asking them to do. I had this one old dude, and Solid Snake kind of reminds me of him, but not really, because this dude used to run off at his mouth. And my brother was with him one day. He was, posturing, acting like he was hard. And then my brother just opened up his shirt and let him know he had a gun. And he was like, please don't shoot me. I've been shot before. I don't want to get shot again. Those are the types of people, man. Those are the types of people that we had to deal with. And it was not by choice. We didn't want to deal with these people. It's just that's what you get.
That's what you could get. Yeah, that's what you could get, man.
And then
know another thing, blacks?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pocket watching. They think they deserve. They think they deserve what you making.
Oh man,
You
say
gave them
that
the opportunity, and
they're
that's the thing that I don't want to deal with.
opportunistic. They'll steal it from you. They'll rob you if they have an opportunity. That's why when my mother was doing the books, and my older brother was allowing her to go back and forth from the yard where we were keeping the truck, and this woman is elderly. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, you know how old our mother is. You know that these dudes are shiesty and cutthroat. I'm like, you're allowing her to deal with them. That you're allowing them to see her face. I'm like, you're out of your mind. Why would you do that? You know, we were at odds with that, but that's why I don't ever run anything with extended family. When I mean by extended, like if it ain't my wife, I don't want to do it with you if you're my family. Period. And you know, I still do own a property in Chicago with my brothers. You know, my other brother, he's part of it, but he's just a piece of shit sometimes. And myself and my younger brother always end up footing the bill. We spent 30 grand repairing what my older brother had done to it by allowing a Section 8 bitch rent that motherfucker out. It was just nonstop shit show. And I'm glad we got it together, man, but it took years, man, paying lawyers we didn't fucking need. We come to find out we didn't even need the lawyers to deal with the foreclosure. It was a whole bunch of shit. And you're right, man. Coming to the stock market is like having a blank check every damn time, and you don't have to deal with any of the overhead, period.
Yeah.
And none at all, man.
Because that
and
is
the only reason that I want to do like real estate is for the tax. You know, you get a lot of tax breaks of buying it, you know, holding it, and
absolutely,
buying it and stuff like that. And like I said, when I talked to my CPA, he was just breaking it down to me. I'm like, okay, if I go back into doing this, I'm gonna be the bank. Like, let me make my money. All right, I take my money and let me go purchase something. And like I said, you know, it's all about like the tax game, and that's how you really get your wealth. So that's the only reason I'm gonna get back into it.
One yet, Stanley. I ain't met one good black person to do business with fucking yet. And I'll be that that brutal, and I don't mean in every sector. I just mean in what I've been doing. It just has been a pain when I'm talking about contracting. Not fucking yet, not yet, and I don't suspect that I will.
Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna lie. With these little spaces that we have, it does kind of change my view on a lot. Cause you know, just in business, I didn't definitely been burnt by niggas too. Pause. But it's kind of it has changed my perception a little bit, because I think we all kind of had the same mentality as far as how business is. And like, I think one thing, like we're all come from different walks of life and everything, but we're all like professional, and we and it just kind of it's not something that you could really be taught. It's just who you are as a person. Like, are you, whatever you're doing, are you professional at it? Even somebody like Solid Snake, as crazy as it is, there's no way he would have that job for 20 years if he didn't have some sense of professionalism.
Agreed.
And there's just,
what if he's selling coke to the owner?
He wouldn't have been there. He wouldn't have been there for 20 years if he was doing backdoor deals and stuff. Like, I truly believe he's somebody that is dependable. He's somebody that he probably ain't missed a day at that corner store or that gas station wherever he works.
Nah, dude, he looks worn down. He looks like he's been there every day for the last like 15, 20 years.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah. No, but that's so rare nowadays, especially, you know, black folks. It's rare to find, you know, people that want to work like that.
Yeah, I think anybody though, honestly, like there's very few people that I was saying the other day, like yesterday, literally, I had to deal with the CPA and like the attorney for the CBA, and oh my God, dude, it was these fucking workers in this union, dude. I'm telling you, man. Like these fucking people, dude. And this bitch was so fucking liberal and condescending to people. Oh my God. My workers, they have personal experiences that they're feeling this environment isn't as positive as it could be. They feel that other divisions are getting more barbecues and more free trips and more I'm like,
no, they didn't.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Oh
dude.
that sounds okay. Continue.
Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with, dude. And it's it, and like the director of the division that was in there with, he's like, I'm not going to argue. So, it wasn't an argument. I'm just stating what I have to say. It's like, just like, and she's a fucking 35, 40-year-old fat white chick. It's just, oh.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Oh my God. Because that you could literally transplant what you just said and put that in any business. It's the same across the board. It's hilarious because what you just described, I see every day too. It's dude, that's so funny. And it lets you know that these people have this brain rot that people have enabled largely in the society, and we can't get away from it, man.
Yeah, and just in general, the union that is here, dude, there's like the guys are okay. Like most of the dudes, like the actual workers and the manufacturing division, they're all okay and stuff. But man, these leaders of these are just pieces of crap, dude. Like the union, the foreman, like all he does all day is just walk around and freaking sit at the lunchroom, walk around, sit outside on his phone all day. He doesn't do anything, and literally like looks to try to make complaints and bring up issues all the time. And it's just absolutely ridiculous, man. Like, and he's this fat white dude, 40-year-old white, has a beard down to his fucking belly, and he's just this lazy fat fuck, dude. And it's just, oh, I hate these people, dude. Like
but
I get back in the day you needed a union where like there was like unfair condition, but now every single freaking job has to have HR. They have to abide by all these laws. You don't need these unions anymore. And literally all the people, like most of the people that are in the union are all been there for 40, 30 years, and they're all, you know what I mean? There's very few younger dudes. I'm so sick of it, dude. Like I get like if it's a very small union of very specialized people, maybe like air traffic controllers or pilots or things like that are very specialized and may need some like specific attention. But these union reps for these like guys, they don't need it. These guys, they want like overtime in their contracts that they're making over 150K as like electricians, plumbers, freaking like our gardener makes like 85, 90, dude.
Right.
Oh,
I know. I get it. He's not lying.
Yeah.
Unions are worthless, in my opinion. I haven't met one yet that was good.
It's literally there to just to force people to do as little as possible. That's all it is.
Wait, CKJ, you said you had a buddy that has he's got like a box truck business.
Yeah, I got two of them. They probably have 5 to 6 trucks each, probably. They got like the 26 footers.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, HB, where's my baby girl Portia? Is she not here right now or what?
Nah, she's
well, she got up earlier and she went to go get something to eat, but I don't know where she is.
She's sending me feet pics right now.
Come on, you do better than that. Feet pics. She got that fat ass. You can take. I'd rather have a picture of that.
Oh man. Yeah. I mean, you gotta listen. You gotta ask Portia. You gotta ask her. I don't know. You gotta ask Portia.
So HB,
I think we should do like a crowdfunding to get Portia to like do a Megan the Stallion on here. I think it'd be a good fundraiser.
I mean, you got the bag. Holler at her.
Get
Go
your
ahead,
own
CKJ.
truck. You just want to get your own truck and just do what you're doing like right now.
Yeah, I do, cause it is easy to get like to get lows. They got apps for brokers nowadays, so it really doesn't take much. It's just the overhead of owning your own truck, man. You know,
You talk about like as far as like the insurance and everything,
the
insurance
insurance,
and
the maintenance,
maintenance of it.
paying for all your own, you gotta have a health care, you gotta pay for all of that. It's not that I wouldn't be able to make the money, but it's just, really taking on that the overhead of it. Like it's so much just driving a truck and not flipping the bitch, Like it's
Right.
like I drive the 53 footer, and it's just a lot just with that.
Yeah, these trucker dudes. You guys can like swing those trucks pretty crazy. I see them coming in sometime, like when I'm pulling out of the yard, and man, those dudes fling those like high cube 60 footers or four whatever they are. Those
Yeah.
freaking what are those cubes or whatever they called, or the containers, dude. You guys like
Yeah.
swing those things in there. We have like a huge one of our receiving bay way out on the other side. It's like you guys swing those things in there, dude. I don't know how truckers are so good at that shit. Because I'd be scared shitless
Yeah,
it would
nah.
flip or something, dude.
Nah, it's damn near easier for me to it's easier for me to drive a truck now than it is a car. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that makes sense.
I don't know why it is, but
Used to it, man.
yeah. It's like
When I was in the army,
I could parallel park a truck better than I could parallel park in Chicago now, man. Like,
when I was in the
goddamn.
army, that's what I drove Hets, I drove Hemmets, I drove PLS systems, trucks with PLS systems on it, drove deuce and a halves, etc. And it became just second hand to me, to be able to drive that vehicle. Now, if you put me behind one of those wheels, I probably crash that mug. I'm just being honest.
Oh yeah, Momo, you're right. That does make a lot of sense. Your vantage point is so much. Yeah, I never even thought about that, but you can see so much more of the road. It does make it a lot easier.
Why? Because you're up higher.
Dude, in my Tesla, there's a ton of blind spots. That's why they have all the cameras, dude. In the Model S, there's a bunch of blind spots, so that's why I have to use the cameras a lot, dude.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense because it's damn near like some of the stuff is like I can't even explain it. It's just like second nature in a truck, but like in a car, it's like you got the rear view mirror and you still can't see. It's like
Because it's sitting so low, man.
Do you guys have any like collision warning on those trucks or anything? Or they're like, how like when you turn lanes now, a lot of cars have those cameras, like of the next lane over. Do you have those for trucks to make it easier for you guys, or no?
Yeah. We are in my truck anyway. It has like a front collision warning and the sides too. So like if if I'm like merging out of the lane or something a little bit too much, it'll a little ding will go off, or if I'm following too close to somebody, the ding will go off. See, hey, there goes your answer, Imperious, man. There goes your answer.
Ask her what? I asked her if she can come up as a Megan the Stallion. So.
She said, "Ask me." I mean,
well, you already said yes. So.
No. That's her answer right there. If you're asking me, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh well, she's coming up anyways. I don't give a shit. Portia, get up here.
Absolutely not.
She's disobeying me. I'm gonna have to paddle her again tonight.
Yeah, all right. I'm questioning it.
She's like one of those stallions you got to break down. You know what I mean?
Oh, Imperious, you're hilarious, man. You're freaking hilarious.
Well, dude, talking to women is like a little flirt. It's a game. You got to go back and forth with women. People don't realize that. Like a date is about like flirting back. It's like hinting shit all the time.
Man, it only works if it's consensual though. You're kind of coming off a little rapey.
Well, I'm a rich white guy. It's always consensual with me. So.
Yeah. There's a lot of rich white guys in prison thinking like that.
Well, you got to sign that contract, like Chappelle
My
said.
God, what am I hearing right now? What am I listening to?
Yeah, it's always consensual. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Now that's what Weinstein said too.
Well, hey, he
Yeah.
got off, right? He's off now.
Yeah. His seal got broken in prison though. He didn't just get off.
He said his seal got broken in prison. Oh my God.
Did he serve? Like, actually, I thought he was in like the hospital ward the whole time because he was like so old and fucked up.
Nah, I think he was in General Pop. I think
Was he
they made
really?
him.
Because I thought he was in like a wheelchair most of it. Was he fucking old when he went in?
No, I thought he could move around. Yeah, he was still pretty spry. I think.
I wonder if he had any casting couches in there.
I don't think he had a choice.
Let me interview you. You're my new roommate.
Yeah, they got. I know R. Kelly. They're like forcing him to sing in there in prison. I can't imagine. I can't imagine what they do to.
Well, I'm sure they help him hit the high notes, dude. You know.
Yeah. But no. It's CKJ. I did want to tell you that though. For those box trucks, man, like you don't even need a CDO for those box trucks. So you're probably gonna get a lot less professional guys driving those box trucks, man. Probably gonna be dealing with, bullshit.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah.
They dealing with too much
Yeah,
for me, man.
yeah, they
Too,
not.
I don't want to deal with those type of people, man.
Yeah, they not real. They not real truckers, man.
Hey, did you hear that Mike Tyson wants to fight that Moroccan fight, the dude from the Olympics?
I would pay to see that.
And
He said we got to
the
fight in
lore
a real
behind
boxing
it
match,
now?
man on man. That's what he said,
You know
man
that-
on man.
Do you know the lore behind that it in the Olympics now? They're saying that pictures have surfaced of it when it was a child, saying that it was truly a woman. It just has some sort of hyper or whatever.
Yeah,
hormonal.
Well, if you
whatever.
read into it, what's really funny is so
Yeah,
they originally they failed the test, okay? Then they appealed it, but dropped their own appeal. Now you got to ask why they would do that.
thank you.
Could it be that other information might come out in that appeal that might also support that it's a dude?
Yeah.
And then also in another event, they went through a non-chromosomal test, but they don't disclose what kind, and they also failed that.
Wow.
So I'm wondering if they went through a physical test. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And that's my point. I'm saying they're trying to find ways to bolster that this is an actual woman instead of the dude we all know that he is.
Well, it's the same thing with the Kamala thing. They're trying to bolster, like they're doubling down and just like, see, that's the thing. The media and the government has so much control over people now. They just force feed through. They don't even have to use
absolutely,
like
man.
manipulation or any
they're
kind of
cahoots.
coercion. It's just straight. No, this is reality now. We'll push it in your fucking face until you believe it.
Exactly. They're in complete cahoots. So yeah, it's a shit show, man. I haven't watched the Olympics yet.
Oh yeah, I won't watch it. What they did to our Lord, like no way.
Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well, what did they say? Like in the Bible, it says, "The Lord will not be mocked. For what man reap, they will soweth."
Yep, it sure does, and that's the problem here. The Olympics is just full of debauchery, man. It has nothing to do with anything great. It's all about self-aggrandizing and
but they're getting real bad negative attention. I mean, a lot of sponsors are pulling out. You know, people are just not watching it and stuff. And I just think it's overall a shitty event. They couldn't clean their river out for the swimmers. They could. It's just a shitty event. It's just a shitty event.
It's so nasty.
I'm still mad about them not letting Caitlin Clark be on the USA team, man.
Oh well, yeah. That's honestly. I mean, yeah. You have. That was a totally political move. You know that.
Yeah, but it's just like, man, she's literally the most
carrying that fucking sport to maybe actually being relevant.
Right, and it's like man, Yeah, they're gonna eventually push her away. She's
Yeah.
gonna
Dude,
be
well, that's
playing
the
it.
thing. It's women we don't understand as dudes. Ask Portia, get her in here. Women hate other women. They just do.
Oh yeah.
All
Yeah,
women hate
know
other
that
women.
for
It doesn't
sure.
matter if it's black, white. They just hate each other. And if one
In some
woman is
cases, yeah.
standing out like that, they will smash her down, man.
In some cases, they're definitely catty for sure. But
No,
I was
no,
gonna
no.
say, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I think if she was a black lesbian, though, they wouldn't have hated her so
Oh, they
much.
would have embraced her. But you
Yeah.
see what all the black lesbians, it doesn't matter. They can be as bull dyke and butch as they want. They still can't play as well as she can. And the beautiful thing, look, I think the beautiful thing about the whole situation is everything that everybody said about who's her arch nemesis.
Angel Reese.
Everything they said about Angel Reese is true in that she's a whore. Okay.
Yeah.
Every picture you see, every video segment you see of her, she's always scantily clad.
Well, ironically, what's funny is that there's no nudes of Angel Reese, but there are of Caitlin Clark online.
Whoa, where are the nudes of Caitlin Clark?
I guess there was like a leak I was reading somewhere. Her girlfriend like accidentally posted like 10 or 12 videos, and one was like where she
we need to know where
pulled
this
back the
is
shower
for
curtain on her or
purposes.
something like that.
We need to know where this is for research purposes.
Yeah, for research.
Oh yeah, total research. I've never seen them. I just was reading somewhere that they got leaked. I don't even know maybe if they're even up anymore.
Look,
I don't
Angel
know. This
Reese
was like a
doesn't
month
need
ago.
anything leaked. She'll do it. She'll do it deliberately. Wearing booty shorts. This woman, how tall is she? How tall is Angel
She's
Reese?
like 6'4", right? I think 6'4", something like that.
6'4", and got booty shorts with the bottom of her ass hanging out, and giving hugs to middle-aged or older men, and then she's wondering why she's being objectified. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Well, the WNBA doesn't pay too much, so she's gonna have to be selling that coochie, man.
Well, she has sponsors as well. Listen, man. Yeah. If they're anywhere decent in the WNBA, their salary isn't the issue. They're gonna get sponsors.
They've got sponsors for Nike and Adidas and Puma and all that shit, dude. Like that's the thing. I mean, most athletes make more off their sponsorships than their salaries anyway.
Yeah, exactly. That's why whenever I hear somebody facetiously say,
look at Tiger Woods for the Nike contract, he made like $900 million, and he only made like $40 million in his career. So
exactly. That's why whenever I hear an athlete tell me or anybody else facetiously, I don't ever have to touch my salary because I was that prudent about my money. That's bullshit. How many sponsors have you had to take care of your lavish, lustrous lifestyle? You know what I mean? You're telling me that you didn't touch the $40 million that you received from the NBA because you were making $900 million from somewhere else. And I'm not saying you weren't prudent. I'm just saying I hate when they give me these success stories. Like these guys are just so above money that they just save it because they had
the big
great
ones
interests.
invested. Like look at Shaq. Like remember when Nike offered him the contract, but he was like he didn't like what they were doing with the shoes, and he started his own shoe, and he made like 10 times more by doing his own shoe and selling them with Walmart and having a contract with Walmart and Target. And then Magic investing in ArcLight cinemas and Starbucks and all those restaurants he has. Like that's the thing. The smart ones invest all that money. They get it, but then they invest it really early.
Yeah, of course, yes. That's an intelligent move. Absolutely.
I'm just saying there are some athletes that do really, really well. You know what I mean? But they have to be like smarter dudes.
No, I do agree with you. I do not disagree with that point. I'm just saying the ones who just tell me that they don't spend their money because,
Oh yeah, they also. I mean, even Shaq said he's like, my first paycheck, I got like $6 million. I spent like $2 million on my mama and my dad. I got them houses, everything set up. Then I spent another $1 million on cars and myself. He's like, shit, I was almost out of money at the end. I had to, you know what I mean? And he realized it. If you start, because that's the thing. With the problem with athletes is they start buying all for their homies and their crew that came up with them. And then you start giving out houses and cars all over the place and buying people Bentleys as favors. You're gonna run out of that money real quick.
Yeah, that's stupid. Oh, you were there behind me when I was coming up. I'm like, please, kiss me, man.
I mean, yeah, and it's not just athletes. I mean, remember that whole show Entourage was about that, like the guys that were like his friends that just like hung on and shit like that.
Now listen, bringing your friend along, giving them a job. That's just fine, I guess.
Yeah. If you want to hire him or as an assistant, or even giving him a little bit, like I could say, like you could give him like $100,000 for him to put a down payment on a house or something.
Exactly.
Sure. But to buy him like a $4 million house and a Bentley and shit, it's like, come on, dude.
One thing I respected about LeBron James, and I really don't like LeBron James, but I did respect that he put the people that he works with, the ones that he went to high school with, he paid for their college. He then paid to set them up in their businesses to work with and for him. Well, that's how you do it. I mean, that makes sense. You get to mold the people you want to work with from scratch, and that's just fine.
Yeah, like I could see, like if your friend has gotten real bad debt early in his life, and you pay that off for him or something. Things that help people move along. But not just giving people money for the sake of it. Are you fucking kidding me?
Let me buy you this $80,000 Submariner watch series from what's the watch?
Rolex. Yeah,
from Rolex.
The Rolex. Yeah, that's not even expensive. We'll get like a Vacheron Constantine or something, and those are
exactly.
Those are like 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 millions.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. Listen, I never in my that's funny. What's Latin for
I don't think there's a Latin word.
It'd be Stanlito. Stanlito.
Oh my God, Stanlito. He said this man was like a Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld. That's not an insult. I love it.
Yeah. Come up here then, Stanley.
Stanley. Who was Stanley being on Seinfeld?
Probably.
Oh, dude, he's Kramer, dude.
You think he's Kramer?
He's eccentric. Stanley's eccentric like that.
No. Stanley. No,
I was gonna say he's Newman.
No.
You know that Kramer a lot of the time was the instigator for things. He'd be like, no, Jerry. We got to do this, Jerry. Come on, no, listen to me, Jerry.
Also, Kramer was. Go ahead.
No, wait. And this is no disrespect to Stanley, but if Stanley was somebody on Seinfeld, he'd be Elaine, because she'd always have these little snarky, funny remarks and drop a bomb and then leave.
I'm telling you, everybody's agreeing he's Newman. Stanley is Newman.
No.
Yeah,
Newman.
kind of. I get it as like an arch nemesis. Yeah. I kind of get it. Yeah.
Instigating everything.
Just like the plotter behind him. And he kind of has the hair too, the fluffy hair, like, Newman did.
Kramer's friend, but
he looks like Kramer.
Can you imagine like Stanley just sitting at his house when you walk in, he's like, "Hello, blacks."
Exactly. Hey, Imperious, you're the soup Nazi. No soup for you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. No soup for you.
I love. Hey, Seinfeld was a great show, man. I love it, man.
Oh, one of the best, dude. I mean, that people forget about a show though that really kind of set up all those HBO shows was Oz. People, I know it's a different kind of show, but that was the first like serialized HBO show that kind of had season-long arcs and kind of like character. I know it's a lot different because the episodes were written in such like people don't realize that show was more of like a play than it was an actual show because everything was so grandiose and chaotic and crazy. It was more of like written like a play than it was a TV show. But that was the show that right before The Sopranos that kind of inspired The Sopranos, which inspired all of those,
I agree with that. I do agree with that. Absolutely. Hey, what do you think about this new, you're a Trekkie. What do you think about this new section? My goodness.
Oh, what, Section 31 or something?
Yeah. What do you think about this new Section 31?
I mean, I guess it could be good, but again, everything that's in their hand in Paramount's hands right now is shit. It's all woke stuff. That's the thing.
First of all, we all know Section 31 was supposed to be a bunch of stoic people who did the shit behind the.
Yeah, they're like ruthless bureaucrats and spies and stuff.
Yes,
like they're supposed to be very like
Yeah, the trailer that came out. First of all, is like 90% black people. Second of all, it's a whole bunch of comedians in there, trying to give it comic relief, and then it has a white splaining woman who wants to be who tells them they can't kill. I'm here from Starfleet. They'll make sure you guys don't kill anybody. When that's all they ever did was kill people behind the scenes and
Well, and
do
they make
things.
Star Trek like an action show. They're trying to make it like freaking like everyone's jump kicking and flipping and doing martial art. Like that's not Star Trek. Like when you have technology, you don't need to flip around and jump around and you know what I mean? Like, are you kidding me? Like they aren't like Jedi in Star Trek.
No, they're not at all. And, you know,
And
I'm
not just
tired
that,
of
but they've made Jedi like freaking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Like the Jedi weren't always about martial. Some Jedi were all about using only the Force. Others used like combat. But like if you talk about like Sidious, he was so powerful he didn't even have to fight.
Nope.
That's the thing. Like he only fought. He literally, if you read the novels, it says he mocked Yoda and Mace Windu by even using his lightsaber. He could have finished them at any time.
Yes.
Like that's what people don't realize. Like the strongest in the Force don't. They're like sorcerers.
Yes.
They don't need to use combat.
They don't ever have to use combat. Just
like look, remember the Return of the Jedi? How when the Emperor walked in, he looked like everyone thought he's a decrepit old man. Like what the hell can this old dude do? But then you find out, you know, with the lightning and shit.
Real quick, and that's why it was hilarious. Well, it wasn't hilarious, but in that novelization of Darth Sidious and Darth Plagueis, you know, when they were given the backstory behind how Darth Sidious was being formed by Plagueis, and then they allude to Plagueis reaching out into the Force and creating Anakin. But they don't. They allude to it, but then they don't really solidify that that's what happened. But yeah, but the point that I'm making is that when he killed Plagueis, that's what Plagueis was. Plagueis was a Jedi. Was a Force wielding sorcerer on the dark side. That's all he was. The guy, of course, could wield a lightsaber, and he did when he was killing the. When he was almost murdered by the Mandalorians when he was having that meeting with that.
Yeah, I know you're. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. You know
he had that Hugo Voss or what was his name that he would go around. That's the thing. He got caught up in that.
Yes,
they caught him when he was Hugo Damas or something like that. Wasn't that his name? Something like that. So like he was playing too close to that. Like, see, that's the thing. Like Sidious was kind of people forget. Like Sidious was the apex of the rule of two. He was the culmination of the entire line of the rule of two, and that's why he was so strong. Like he was a prodigy from when he was young, and then he had like his whole life. He killed his parents. He killed his other family. Like from a little kid, he's just this evil sociopath, and at the same time, he's a prodigy.
Hold on, get crack. I just grabbed some more. I've been watching it, and it's been going kind of crazy. But yeah, I just grabbed some more. Go looking, man. But yeah, go ahead, you guys. My bad.
No, sorry, I'm not trying to nerd it up. I mean, this is just old Star. Like you learn, like you know what's crazy though, Blacks, dude. They made. I guess they came out and said I was watching Star Wars Theory on YouTube, and he was saying,
I watched that.
He's a chill guy. But they came out and said, that the master of this new whatever Sith in the new Acolyte show is the apprentice or is the master of Plagueis or or something. Yeah, it's either he's the master or the apprentice of Plagueis. Yeah.
There's
like
no
ridiculous, huh? Ridiculous. They have to pollute everything.
What is wrong with these people, man? Do they not read? You know what? I answered my own question. They don't read it. The point here is that they've ruined a lot of the IPs that we all love.
Oh.
That's pretty funny. That's funny. You gotta give it to Stanley's pretty funny once in a while.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, no, they do. They pollute the IP to where it's like irreparable.
Yeah, and that's what's going on now with my goodness, what's his name coming back for Tony Stark?
Marvel. They have nothing. Like that's the thing. They're trying to pump up the hype. Really, that's what I'm saying. Have you noticed that in our reality right now is being like completely manufactured before our eyes?
Yes.
Like that is, I think that's really what people need to be talking. Everything is being manufactured right now.
Yes.
Like they're coming back and saying, "Oh yeah, Marvel." They're trying to like manufacture hype for that. They're trying to manufacture hype for Kamal. They're trying to manufacture Ukraine and Israel. Everything we see right now is completely like a manufactured illusion.
I agree wholeheartedly, and it's not going to work. People are
Like
seeing.
I don't even believe. That's the thing. I don't believe anything. I don't like all this shit. Like I know we fucking make fun of all this shit, but you know the blacks and the crime and all. But I've lived around black people. I've never seen any of this shit that people talk about. I've lived in LA. I've lived in Southern California. I've never seen a lot. I've been down in that area. I've never a lot of like that's what I'm saying. Like we perceive a lot of things that we see instead of like what the size of everything is. It's really hard for human beings to like discern size. Like people don't really understand how big the fucking country really is,
or how big the world is,
or the world, or that's why concepts of like scale is really hard for people to understand. Like when you start talking about like light years and like that kind of distance and stuff, it's
well,
very
you got
hard
to think about it. You look how they have condensed everything in real time. They've condensed everything to make everybody think that everything is touchable. You know, people think that, hey, at 21 years old, I'm supposed to be able to gallivant to Italy and be there for a month just traveling and not have to worry about any of my responsibilities back home or have to worry about paying bills. That's what they've done. They've made this.
Yeah, that's social media. Like,
see,
it's manufactured that like everyone is just jaunting around the world, throwing everything down, just flouncing around, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, fucking around.
Without
like anyone can everything's attainable to everyone. If you just want it enough, you can manifest everything.
Hey,
everything you see nowadays is just manufactured nonsense. Everything.
Here lies John Galt. Hey, that game was fun yesterday. That was fun.
Oh, you guys played Oregon Trail, right? I heard about that.
Yeah, that shit was so much fun. We're gonna do it again.
Did you guys die on the way, or did you guys?
We all died.
Yeah, we all.
Oh, y'all got. What you got? A disease or what happened?
Well, Stanley had like unlimited lives. This dude was getting broken arms, broken legs, measles, typhoid, fever, and none of it was taking
Well, it's
him.
like on here. I mean, he keeps getting, everyone goes after him, and he just keeps coming back. He's like the living dead or something.
I know. And then of course John was the last one to die. He made it the farthest.
Well, it's reality in real life. That's in real life too. He'd let everyone else die first. He's just hiding in the back, and I'm just fucking waiting back here for you motherfuckers.
And then me and Gary Gary died first, and then I died right after him in the boat. And
he'd be like, listen. I wouldn't have those niggas. I'd let those niggas die before me.
No, he did though. It was just like real life. At the end, it was Stanley and John, and Stanley just.
Hey, there's a Stanley. I do know. Can you highlight Stanley's post? There is a book written by Bernays called Propaganda. And yes, I do know who Bernays is. I think I have that book somewhere here. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can go to even Carnegie too. Like Dale Carnegie is very intricate and all that stuff too.
Yeah.
So you're picking up a new stock, HB?
Yeah, boy, it's like a gas ETF.
Hey boys, I'm off to the last white man's paradise, Costco. I'll be back a little later.
All right, cool. All right. Hey Stanley, yeah, it's a good book, man. You should read it. When you get an opportunity. And I keep telling people to read The Road to Serfdom. Really good book by F.A. Hayek. Even Milton Friedman gives at the beginning of the edition that I have, the 50th edition that I have, he gives an introduction. And then right after the introduction is a really good introduction. It's like 5-6 pages long. And then after that introduction, he, for the reprint, this 1976 reprint that I have, F.A. Hayek himself gives a preface. He writes a preface talking about the differences from the time when he wrote the book to that moment in time, what has changed, and if he still agrees with his points, and he unabashedly still agrees with what he's saying. He just references the differences between the definitions of socialism now versus what it meant when he was writing his book in his spare time, and how what he was saying then was basically the slow roll to what we see now. You know, socialism at his point in time, meaning the nationalization of resources versus what we've come to know socialism as now, which is the parsing out of resources equally by the government, etc. It's a really good read. I would in fact ask that you all try and read The Road to Serfdom by F.A. Hayek. You can get it for probably like $8-9 on thrift books. Is somebody jagging off? What's going on?
No, that might have been me texting.
No, okay.
Yeah. That might have been me texting. But no, so Get Crack got me into this this stock boil, which is like a natural gas ETF, and it's like rock bottom right now. I don't know if it can even go down anymore, honestly.
Well, you said it was. He said it was at 8. Oh, I see it. It's at 8.
Yeah. It's like rock bottom right now. But
where is it listed?
Let me see. Hold on. Bloomberg. It's BOIL. I'm not sure.
No, I saw that. I know. I see it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like rock bottom right now. I just been holding it, just grabbing more shares of it. But
how many shares have you grabbed so far?
I got like 50 right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those I feel like I can't really I mean I can't really see it going down too much. Okay.
You know what, Stanley, I'm going to read that.
Yeah, I have a Poliani. He's written a couple books, and I haven't gotten around to reading them. But I mean, I've read of him. I've read Road to Serfdom. I'm just, I can't get into Hayek.
It is.
Well, no, I can't get in. I can't get into him. Basically, he's like raw market. It's like the market should basically, be the economic god. It should just free flow. Wherever it goes, we go. Basically, man serves the market, and I'm not. No, that's just too big brother for me.
I see what you're saying.
I think man should always be in control, at least to a certain extent. Like AI, I'm not the biggest fan of AI.
No, me either.
So anyway, but that's my reasoning. I know there are people, Friedman, and of course, Soul is literally a disciple of Friedman. Because wasn't Friedman like his PhD advisor at Chicago or something like that?
He was.
Yeah. So I mean, these guys are like scary. So I mean, we'll never agree on that. It's just kind of like the way I operate.
Mhm.
And I respect a Friedman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I temperamentally, I'm just not there.
Mm.
You know, Stanley, I'm starting to think that you're really actually very, 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 very conservative. Probably
Well,
vote
in some things
Republican.
I am. I mean,
Thank you.
I'm a prude, you know, when it comes to certain things. But I would say I think any side from progressive to even MAGA can have good ideas, but I'm kind of a cherry picker. Just because MAGA has a good idea doesn't mean I have to go full MAGA.
And that's agreed, because I think that we're all cherry pickers in a sense. I don't agree fully with Donald J. Trump, and I definitely don't agree at all with anything Kamala the Ugandan nightmare, or you know, uh, uh, and I definitely don't agree with Joe Biden. However, his 1994 crime bill, which was championed by the Democrats, who then said that's what created all the crime. I mean, not crime, created all the criminals in jail, created all fatherlessness in homes, etc. When they were the ones who championed it, black caucuses, etc., championed it. I do understand the need at that point in time for something like that to kind of break it up.
Well,
However,
I think the mistake they made, though, I mean, it is a provable fact
yeah,
that, if you got caught selling crack or, something that wasn't powder cocaine
uh-huh.
and you were black, um, I think there's pretty conclusive evidence that, sentencing was just like totally off
It was
kilter
terrible.
there.
It was horrible. But that's my point.
So,
I'm saying the very people who hate it now were the ones who championed it then. And
oh yeah, they can't live that down.
no, and yet they still have cult followings to this day in their uh, respective constituencies, and it's an annoyance, to be sure.
I don't know. I don't get the same vibe in the black community, and I live like right outside Atlanta, about 40 miles.
Well, okay.
I don't get the same cult vibe about Biden because, I mean, I don't think anybody thinks Biden's like pro-black.
Oh no, I don't even mean Biden. I'm talking about what's that North Carolina senator, the one who throws or is he South Carolina? The one who throws a fish fry all the time. What's his name? I can't think of it right now.
Yeah, I would go there.
Is he
I
Yeah.
can see
black
his
or
face.
white?
He's black. I can see his face right now with a.
Oh, you talking?
Talk
He's
about
not a
Clyburn.
senator. He's Clyburn. He's a
Yeah,
representative.
thank you, representative. Thank you, Clyburn. Clyburn. Even though everybody knows what he is, we all know what he is. He can still draw the votes, and it's insane that
Well,
he
let
can.
me tell you something though.
Yes.
The guy who tried to unseat Clyburn was a
Uh-huh.
progressive. His name is Marcel Dixon. Dude was
Yes.
a
Okay.
freak. Dude was a freak show. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
if they had put somebody who was like worth something, I think Clyburn could be unseated. But you can't put a Marcel Dixon running up against him. Dude was a flake.
Yeah. You can't do something like that. But that's my point. I'm saying that they still champion this guy, even though he was one of the people largely behind that 1994 crime bill.
Clyburn was?
Yeah, I'm saying championing it, not they
Really?
didn't. Yeah, not pushing. He did not himself push the legislation, but people of his ilk were behind it, and especially the Black Congressional Caucus.
Yeah, well, I mean, respectability politics in the
Yeah,
black community can be problematic.
yeah,
I mean, I don't see the thing is
uh-huh.
I don't necessarily, I mean, I've said this before. the Democrats aren't any less racist than the Republicans are. It's just they're racist in a different way.
Yeah,
I think they're more racist
they're
though,
more
Stanley.
racist, and
Well,
they're more racist, and they are proponents of eugenics.
well, I'd
think
say Democrats are insidious. You know, they're not
yeah,
They're definitely
covert.
insidious.
They're not they're not covertly racist. You know, at least you know, Donald Trump in MAGA itself
Okay,
is
they're not
kind of like
overtly. You mean?
well, I'd say they're like living in the South. You know who doesn't like black people.
Yeah.
So, you
they're
know, because
they're
they
not
will tell you,
overtly racist.
or they'll hang a flag outside their porch, you know, that sort of thing.
I'll say that Democrats aren't overtly racist. They okay. They are overtly racist in their policies, but not overtly racist when they come to the table to try and get you to vote for them.
Right.
Then they are covertly racist, and then they, bring the Meg the Stallions out on stage, even though people like to see her shake her derriere.
Well, I don't think bringing Megan Thee Stallion out was racist.
Well, I don't say it's racist, but I do know that it is largely prejudice, and it
How
lets
so?
Because it lets you know. Okay, it lets you know what they
Well,
think.
I think they were pandering
For sure, but it lets you know what they think of you. You're no better than a dolled up.
Well, yeah, that's pandering.
Clad, buxom woman on a microphone singing "Body Yaddy Yaddy." That's
well,
what.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
However, having Amber Rose address the RNC,
and I agree
how
with
was
that.
How was that not?
No,
I mean, maybe it wasn't as gaudy or as musical, but I mean, that's.
You will not get a peep out of me with that take. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't like the Amber Roses. I don't like the Hawk Tua girls. None of that. Okay. I am not a prude in that sense, and I'm definitely not going to shill for the Repubs because they did it in the white way versus the black way. Do you understand? I don't agree. I never liked it. I don't want, whenever I hear, like I told you, I own a baseball team. One of the parents tried to put in my chat the Hawk Tua girl slogan. Boy, behind closed doors, I excoriated them. I said, don't you ever in your life put that in a chat with that's speaking about children. I'm like, you're an adult.
Right.
And you're bringing this debauchery in here. I don't agree with it. It won't happen in my organization. And if you don't like it, you can go.
Yeah.
Well, has the black community bought into Hawk Tua?
No.
I was about to say, I don't think you're going to see Megan Thee Stallion doing Hawk Tua.
But they bought into the wet ass pussy.
Oh, touche.
You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying yes, they both do it to certain degrees. The issue here is with a minority class like black people who are still scraping to, in a sense, to garner respect as a class. The fact that they keep trying to make us delve into debauchery is it's an affront to logic.
Well, yeah, but aren't you pro assimilation?
Assimilation how? Say more.
Well, I mean, people like Thomas Sowell and Shelby Steele like stands out as, hey, you know what? We need to assimilate. We need to adopt bourgeois values. Amy Wax. You remember? You know who Amy Wax is?
Yeah. Yes.
She has literally said on Glenn Lowry's show that blacks need to adopt bourgeois values. Well, bourgeois values, part of America, the bourgeois value embedded in the American culture embraces stuff like Hawk Tua is just basically kind of like naughty.
Well, Well,
you know, white boy summer, you know, white girl summer. That's all that is.
Hey, listen, I do not disagree there, but I think more bourgeoisie that she's speaking of is more of the WASP culture in a sense.
Well,
And
I bet this girl probably came from a Vanderbilt type family.
yeah, maybe, you know, I would not, I would not,
Look at
I would
Chet
not
Hanks's
put
Chet
it past.
Hanks's father is like a revered American actor, and this
Uh,
dude's acting like a yahoo.
yeah, I think that that's something else. You know what I mean? I think that he's seen the darkest trials of society when they are at that level, and then they in rebellion they end up becoming just the worst. You know, they end up saying things that are countercultural, and then
Right.
and that's what happens. And so we see that absolutely. But when I hear assimilation, I just mean, and this is just my opinion, and I don't have anything truly to back it up. It's just I believe it means more being American, and what I mean by being American, just know that we're first if you live here, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I don't care about Australia. I don't care
Right.
about China. I don't care about Germany, Sweden. In it, I am interested in the uplifting of America and its what word am I looking for? And its population.
Well, America first. And
Yeah,
actually, that's one MAGA concept that I buy into.
exactly. See, and that's one. And but that's my point, man. We are an amalgamation of things. I don't ever blindly follow a group of people and say, yes, I'm about that. Absolutely. That's why I can't ever really say I'm a conservative, because I don't agree with conservative takes on homosexuality. I'm a Christian man, so I don't agree with that. I don't agree with Republicans and
Oh no.
you know, and that's why I can't ever say that I'm a Republican. I never was. But you
Right.
know, when you are an offshoot of a conservative, when you're an offshoot of those who believe in logical takes or stances, you get roped in to being a Republican. Oh, he's a Republican. I can't listen to him. I'm like, no, motherfucker. I just don't agree that Maxine Waters, who's been in office for the better part of 40 years, has done anything for you. I don't believe that. You know, I'm saying, how about we just peel back that onion, or even
Yeah, but the thing is that's
Lindsey
really
Graham.
not for you to decide. It's for her constituency.
I agree, but I didn't say that it was for me to decide. It was just we all have opinions. Opinions are like
Right.
assholes. We all got them, and for them to excoriate me on my opinion, you know, just write me off because I don't completely agree with them is
Yeah,
detrimental.
well, yeah. I mean, you got to ask questions.
Yeah, and that's my point. Just ask me the question, because usually we find that we are aligned on many different
You know, hey
ideals.
Stanley, I think
Yeah.
too, because me and blacks, we actually grew up in very democratic cities, so a lot
Yeah,
of
Right.
those policies have affected us directly. So it's a little bit different for us. I don't think you grew up the same way we grew up. You grew up more
No, I grew up in
rural
Savannah, which
area.
was Savannah was pretty democratic,
right
but
back then.
not. I mean, Savannah's actually fairly conservative. Um,
Right.
but when you're done, I actually have two things to bring up on that Democrat city point because I heard something overnight, and I have to figure out where I heard it, but it was a black author, like some political professor, who kind of said, well, you know what? Democrats are fooling themselves when it's demonstrable that we are running these big cities and they're not running well. You know, somewhere buried deep in the Democratic Party, someone knows that, you know, the Republicans are right. You know, these big Democratic cities, for some reason or another, are not being run well, and we need to start asking why.
No, they know for sure. And I think the insidious
They
part
do?
about it, yeah, they know. But this is the worst part. they wouldn't be able to stand the way that they are without the crime. The crime is it's what fuels a lot of it.
How so?
Because the crime is what fuels the police. It's what fuels the justice system, all the
So
lawyers.
you're basically
It's
saying that they're using crime to scare their way into office?
no, I'm saying that the crime is what funds the cities in general.
Why? Because
That
of fines or?
the fines, the type of element that it brings, you have a lot of people that just really don't care because of so much crime. So pretty much it's a situation where the poor are gonna pretty much stay poor and the rich are gonna stay rich because there's pretty much not a society to build, you know, a foundation on. So
Uh,
it benefits them to keep the crime going, to let these criminals out, to have them going in and out of prison, you know, because there's a lot of jobs that come from just the crime aspect of it. Plus, you can always play the victim roles. You know, you can always take advantage of all the single moms because of that. You know, there's
and
just
offer them like promise them benefits or something?
benefits, yeah.
Uh, I'd have to think about that. There's some dots that need to be connected there. You know, the rich will stay rich and the poor will stay poor. If you've ever, well, you didn't grow up in the South, but you can go to like, I don't know, Cook County, Georgia, and the plantation families. A lot of these like post-bellum or antebellum rich families, many of them lost, you know, everything during the Civil War. But the ones that survived, you can find, like, let me give you a good example. You will never believe this, but my wife's grandmother and my father-in-law, they literally grew up across like Mary Oaks Road, which is like a out in the country in Fauquier County, Virginia, across from like the great, maybe fourth grade or fifth great grandson of Robert E. Lee. And this dude literally is the spitting image of Robert E. Lee. And you know, the families were close. Like every year, we would throw a big birthday party for my wife's grandmother, and the Lees would show up. What I'm
Wow.
saying is a lot of oh yeah, my wife's family, like she was like a DAR. I mean, if she wanted to do it, she could have.
Damn.
But
So
my point,
you married into to slave owners pretty much.
you know what? I don't know that they were. You know what? Probably, but what I'm saying is that these families that were rich, and Robert E. Lee wasn't rich, but apparently his ancestors were able to make money off of his legacy.
Right,
So
right.
a lot of these families who were rich then are rich now. They stayed rich, and to use a slang word, the po white stayed po. So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
rich will be rich and the poor will be poor. I don't think that's a big city thing. I think
No,
that's
no,
just
but
a
I think
capitalism thing.
that it is part of capitalism too. But I think the benefits of big cities is that it does have a lot more opportunity. And when you set up certain laws to pretty much keep certain people out of those opportunities, I
Hmm.
think inherently it is pretty racist. Like there's no reason why these cities shouldn't be extremely hard on crime, but they're very. We were just talking earlier with John how they let out one of the biggest drug dealers of all time in DC. They're
Well,
letting him out
after
early.
31 years, I was on there for most of that. Most of it.
Yeah, yeah, but still, but just even the optics of it, like they're gonna let this guy out who pretty much decimated DC at that time. with the
Well, I
activities that
think
he was
only
doing.
someone as old as John, or you're not as old as John, but I mean, I think someone older might know it, but people who are in their 20s probably have no clue who this dude is.
Yeah, yeah, no, they don't, but their parents do. Their parents were affected by it. They
Hmm.
maybe they were crack babies because of the drugs he was selling back then, you know?
Hmm.
Like the drug dealing and stuff, it has generational effects. That's why to be kind of lenient on these people, it shows just kind of how it's like they really just don't care about the effects that this type of stuff. That's why I'm not even like mad at the crime bill that got passed, because I mean I knew crack babies. You know, I knew people that grew up as crack as, you know, their moms were crackheads or their dad was crackheads. And
Hmm.
it's brutal seeing that type of stuff. You know, luckily I didn't have to
Well,
experience
let me
that,
ask
but
you a question. Do you think that if Democrat mayors really crack down on crime, they would basically wind up really unpopular? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, very, 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 very unpopular. And I think
Well, I mean, they're unpopular now, but if they just went in and, swept the streets, came in and, cleaned up the streets, they probably wouldn't get reelected. Would you agree with that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think there black people, for some reason, we're so beaten down that they don't even want to. They're more focused on white supremacy than actually cleaning up their own
You know what? I
neighborhoods.
might agree with you on that.
Yeah, that's how much that's how bad this propaganda has gotten. Like,
That's interesting.
net, even with that when those three women in Chicago, those three journalists were talking
Hmm.
to Trump, they didn't even mention all the murders that happened in Chicago.
Well, I mean, a president really doesn't control that. I mean, he
No, he
can.
doesn't. He doesn't. But it would for me. It was more so that they didn't even care enough to discuss it. Like, what are you gonna do about all the violence in
Right.
these
Okay.
major cities? It's like you guys don't even care. You're more worried about who he's having dinner with. Like
You
it
know
even
what? I'm
matters.
actually. I think we might agree on this.
Yeah, it's because I
Well,
feel like
basically,
that's
they didn't treat their they. Someone, and I think it was either Harris Faulkner or Trump who said, "Hey, y'all are being unprofessional." I'm not
yeah,
sure. I'm not sure. I disagree with that. They weren't. I mean, they were looking to do a bunch of gotcha questions, which was obvious, but if they were going to do gotcha, they didn't get you. I might feel better if they had gotten him, but he's
right,
Trump has to deal with these people all the time. So, yeah, I think he might have stumbled had they asked about crime.
right,
But I
right,
think I
right.
think I think Trump would have gone, "Hey, that's a local issue." I guarantee you, he would have done that.
And he wouldn't be wrong, but you could at least see where his perspective is on it or something. But the bigger thing is they don't even care. These super liberals in these cities, they really don't care about this stuff. And you know, as a black man, I see that people that look like me are the ones that are affected the most by it. Like
Hmm.
it's I don't know, man. It really does get to me, especially just growing up where I grew up. I knew so many guys that got shot and killed, and it's like a lot of it wasn't even that they were really street guys. They were just wrong
What,
place,
in the
wrong time type.
crossfire? Right.
Right, right. Just wrong place, wrong
Well,
time.
what do
Wasn't
you?
even.
No, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No,
No, you
no, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go. Oh, yeah,
No,
no,
I
no.
was gonna. I was
Yeah,
gonna ask. Um, do you think that the people, and I honestly don't have an answer. It's a straight up question. Would you say that the people that say have been in the hood for like 4 generations, do you
hmm
think they're there because they want to be there or that they can't get out?
I think a big portion of them want to be there.
Hmm.
They like living in the hood. There's a lot of it's comfortable for a lot of people. All their families there, all their friends there, everything that they need is there. But the issue now, from when I was growing up, the hood wasn't as crazy as it is now. Like, you could still have a family raise it in the hood. There was just certain things you couldn't do. You know, you can't be out after the street lights, you know,
Right.
or if you are, you're in the backyard, you know. But now, I mean, there is the gun violence is so crazy. People getting shot sitting in their living room. They're getting shot, you know.
Right.
So
Well, kids sitting in the living room.
right. Kids just sitting in the living room. So I feel like if they were more strict on on the crime, a lot of this stuff wouldn't. And to me, living in the hood, it's not just you're living in the hood. There's opportunities with living in major cities. There's so many more jobs you can have by living in a major city. You could literally just hustle in major cities. You know, like, you don't even have to have a real job. You could just hustle. You know, you could do legal hustles in major cities that you wouldn't really get the opportunity to do in a rural area. You know, there might be one factory in a rural area that you could work at, but these major cities, there's all different types of jobs. You could literally work 24/7 in a major city.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, yeah.
you know, saying one thing I wanted to mention is, you know, I read a lot of blogs and stuff like that, and you know, I have my experiences. And one of the interesting things here about DC relative to other states is, you know, are you familiar with like GPS monitoring, things like that? When
You
you're
mean
in
like
jail, stuff like
GPS like bracelet or like the ankle
like
monitors?
yeah.
Well, I mean, I know what they are.
Yeah, you know what they are, right? So when in most states like Georgia, Alabama, you know, I know because I know people that have been on it. You have to pay for this shit yourself, right?
Yeah.
Or stay in jail. DC is
That's interesting.
hmm DC is free. I know because I've been on that shit, right? That shit's free, man. Like today, they don't even hardly put these kids on ankle monitors like they used to. And I think I joined in late on the conversation, but I was overhearing a little bit like the tolerance for crime has gone so extreme. Again, 20 years ago, man, they put you on an ankle bracelet for nothing. And it was a jobs program from the standpoint of the women probation officers who were federal workers, ironically enough. But now it seems like it has shifted so much that they don't want to put you on probation. I doubt that they fired the probation officers. They're probably doing something else.
What do you
But
mean they don't want you to be on probation? They keep you in jail, or they just it's bailless? What is it? Is it bailless probation?
here's the interesting thing, you know, since you mentioned this, and I know you're gonna blanch when I say this, but there's no other way to say this. But the Democrats, and what I've learned, practice an interesting thing with words. So let's say no bail. What does that mean to you? No bail can
Prize?
mean no bail. Well, no bail could mean
Oh, no bail.
no bail, right?
Well,
BAIL.
basically, well, I would now. It means you don't. They just set you free on your own recognizance, basically.
Okay, right. Okay. Now, some people may look at that and say, well, you're not going to get bail. So you're going to have to stay in jail. You see the ambiguity
Okay,
there
yeah, I see.
at best, right? You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so they pushed it as no bail. Well, DC never had bail. And it's only a few times that DC has pushed agendas from out instead of, you know, starting like in California or something like that. We've never had bail. There are no bail bondsmen here. You commit a crime, you get right. Yeah, you commit a crime, you get right out, right? And because again, who would you want to be paying bail to the federal government? You know, for low level crimes. You know, you think about the argument that blacks would have if they were paying bail to the federal government, right? You know, they just.
I would actually think though that it would be, you know, the no bail or cashless bail. That's what I've heard it called, cashless bail.
Yeah, it's all these different things, but basically, it's let you out of jail.
Right, but I mean, I thought part of that was, you know, overcrowding, and then the other thing is to prevent like that one kid who couldn't afford bail, and he wound up basically
You're talking
He
about
was
Khalif Browder.
he was in Rikers Island
Yeah.
forever, and I think he was found innocent or something.
Well, see, New York had bail, and
Yeah, he couldn't afford to pay it.
his family could not make bail. And then there's the other
Right.
thing. There's the other part of it that they don't want to talk about. You know, remember Jay-Z made a movie about this boy, but he didn't want to talk about the parts that the same people that were running the jail when that boy was terrorized, the criminal justice system, they're still there. Right? Some of them have been promoted, like Philip Banks. These people have been promoted, and he didn't mention that in the movie because Jay-Z's a Democrat and he's pushing no bail, but he never focuses on the government and their incompetence. Right? Yeah, you know, it's just one of those classic things where you see someone pushing an agenda, but he used that boy, but he never talked about why that boy died. You know?
Well, I guess he
the
was brutalized, and when he got out, well, yeah, the government failed him. But I'm sure you're gonna blanch at my naivete.
No, that's fine.
I just figured, you know what? The cashless bail is to avoid overcrowding and to avoid people, you know, who haven't been proven guilty from doing excessive time behind bars.
Well, I don't have a problem with cashless bail. I think that there has to be some people that have to be kept in prison, right? And when you have overwhelming evidence that this guy did it, and they're just basically blanket let everybody go, right? Like, hey man, I walked in a state building with a gun. They held me for 5 or 6 days. I don't know how many longer days it was, but they didn't hold me until trial. And I'm glad they didn't. Because I had a work record and things like that. But I remember coming out of jail, man, and you're processing in. So they're trying to see, where you stand in the world, when you're in jail before you go to trial. Do you get a court-appointed lawyer? Man, most of those kids, man, young men, I'm not gonna call them kids. They many of them didn't even have a fixed address, bro, no phone number. But many of them, almost all of them had children. It's a very, very, very fascinating to see, just to hear them, when the lady comes and the person comes to interview you. Hey, what's your story? Where you live? So we can determine if we're going to let you out of here or not. And, the statistics of the people that you hear and where they are in life, it's kind of crazy. In this city, man, like you can do anything you want to do here. Very interesting. Hey, I got to step off 1 second.
Yeah, let me say one thing. Does anybody here know who Lewis Lapham is?
No.
Okay. Well, he just died. He's an actual hero of mine. He's 90-something. I figured actually blacks would know. Is he still on the panel?
I think
No, he may have stepped off.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's if no one knows who he is, there's really no reason to go into it. But I mean, he is literally like a personal hero of mine. But anyway, well, I said hero, someone I admire. I don't have heroes.
Wait, get crack. What are you looking at over here?
So that time I told you to buy Boyle, it's shooting right back up. So that might be the bottom.
What's it at
I can't guarantee it. I don't know. It's like the futures is climbing. Like right here, this is the futures. So when I told you to buy Boyle, it was around here.
Yeah.
So I hope that's the bottom because so when I told you about Boyle, I said like I'm willing to risk 20% for 200%, right? So when I first talked about Boyle was right here in this box, like so, you can't really predict like, oh, is it gonna bounce? Is it going to go down a little bit and then bounce? Maybe it'll just go down to here and bounce. So these two lines, that's why I said it was going to be a 20% risk because if you bought here, that's 20% already going down here. So that's why I told you that. But I know this line is very important, way more than this one. So I'm taking that chance. Like okay.
Wait, what is Ryan saying? Who waited too long for the rate? There is no rate cut.
Oh, the rate cut? Oh,
he said Ryan? They waited too long for the.
He's right. He's right. They screwed up. So that's why I talked about on Wednesday. I said Psalm rule. So the Psalm rule said, like, if the unemployment, a 3-month average, rises by 0.5%, there's going to be a risk of recession. So you see, today we had a release of the latest number for unemployment. You see this rising?
114. Yeah, it was 114.
So it's going to be 4.3%. For July, it was 4.10. Look at it rise. Look at it rise like that. And I told you, like, it's a runaway train. Like, basically, once it starts rising like this,
with that.
yeah. So that's what so the market is now predicting we're going to have a recession. That's why it's crashing today. Okay, so
that's ridiculous.
Yeah, so that's how it is. So I can't say nothing about it because I'm not an economist, but
Well,
I'm just trading.
Well, no, but the thing is even if you just look at the trends, if anything, it's a predictor of a soft landing.
Oh, that's true too. You can say that. Yes, you can say that, Stanley.
So I mean, I don't see.
That's why I hate economics, because you can talk to 100 economists, and one of them will talk like you. One of them will talk like, oh, it's a recession. One of them will say like, nah, we're gonna have no landing. Actually, some people might say it's a no landing situation. We'll never land. We'll just keep cruising in this altitude, and the stock market will just go up and down. And oh, that's an argument. You go to Bloomberg TV, you'll find an economist that'll talk like that. So that's why I hate economics. You just find so many people talking so much shit. It's just like, God damn, you guys just, that's why I love it though, because you can trade it. Because first, because the market first thinks is too pessimistic, then it's too optimistic. Now it's back to pessimistic. Now it's time to buy the dip, isn't it?
Now it's time to buy. Now it's time
yes,
to buy.
now it's time to buy, baby. That's
Well,
how you make
I have
money.
a question for someone like Ryan or someone who has a good economics background.
Right.
And it's a weird question, but what do these private economists, like every trading house, like there will be Goldman Sachs like economists that are doing all these.
Yeah.
What is their function?
Yeah, you are so right.
I
They
mean,
have a team of economists.
Are they advising? I mean, I can see them maybe advising, like a team of them advising in-house, but every now and again you'll see one of these guys like out on TV or I know these guys go out into the field and speak to groups of people, because there was a dude who worked for Dean Witter years and years ago, Richard Dodge or whatever his name was, who's like Dean Witter's chief economist. He used to go out into the field and talk to different groups of people about what he thought the economy was going to do medium to long term. And I just always wondered, can I get paid to do this?
Yeah, you can.
They're like weathermen.
Yeah, you can, Stanley. You could do that.
Well, that's more fundamental, Stanley, when they were going out doing, more or less, hey, what's the market look like, channel checks and things like that. I don't know.
Channel checks, right.
I don't know if they're doing things like that as much anymore.
Oh, they'll do that. They have
after 87.
Oh, they have this pumper.
I'm sorry, after 07.
It seems to me that most things are just technical. The fundamentals don't seem to matter as much, but I could be wrong.
It depends on your point of view, because like if you believe in the theory of reflexivity from Soros, it's like that's how you make money from the emotions of things. The fundamental is underlying it. There's a trend underneath, but people get over emotional. So if it's a bad news,
right. What did Friedman call it? Irrational exuberance? Was it?
Yeah. That's a similar concept. Yeah, something like that. Yes. Let me see if I can find the picture. Let me find the picture.
Ryan's
I'm like you though. I get bored by economics, and just by temperament, I tend to look at like 6-month trends. This day to day, month to month. I don't have that kind of patience.
Oh yeah. So whatever I'll teach you guys, I definitely will tailor things for different crowds, but it will be similar. The way.
Well, I mean, you should
I'll
teach
talk about.
people how you do it, and then
Mm,
go into,
yeah.
hey, now
But
some people do
well,
it
I'm
differently.
such a bum, man. I'm not gonna be like CKJ3 or the Dennison or maybe someone else who manages a big portfolio. So I'm pretty. This is just a hobby. Let's put it that way, Stanley. Yeah.
And one other
Yeah.
question I had when you're done.
No, go ahead.
These
Go ahead.
EFGs, they just look like little stock indexes. Is that true?
EFTs, right? ETFs. I mean,
Yeah.
ETFs. That's what I mean.
They're just basically little like mini index funds, right?
Right. Exactly.
Can you
man.
explain the difference between ETF and a mutual fund? Get correct.
The fee, the rate of fee is different. So ETFs generally can be cheaper, a lot cheaper than a mutual fund.
Can you tell them why if they're tracking the same thing?
I don't think they're tracking the same thing because mutual fund is actively managed more than the ETF. ETF, they just track some index.
Right. But let's say, hold on. But let's say if you had a S&P index fund and an ETF tracking the S&P.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why they would have a mutual fund that just because that defeats the purpose of a mutual fund, I would think.
Well, mutual funds that do.
Wait. Hold on, Stanley. What did you just say? You say you don't know why they would have a
because I thought mutual funds, because I'm not old enough to have a lot of mutual funds, so I don't know the history of it. So I thought it was was actively managed.
Index funds generally don't have fees.
Well, hold on. That's not correct either. There
sure
are
it is.
There are more passively invested index funds, and then there are the active ones. So if you're looking for something with a strategy, let's say
strategy.
Right. If you say a contrarian fund, right, you could invest in a contrarian fund. Now this is indexes. I mean mutual funds, and that mutual fund may have a goal of outperforming the market by going bearish, right? And then they would charge you fees, and those typically have higher fees. I think they're called load funds. And then the no load funds are the ones that don't charge. But there is a fee. It's just lower, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But index funds are not mutual funds.
Well, you can have a mutual fund. There could be a mutual fund that tracks an index, and that would be an index mutual fund. There could be
and that should be no fee.
No. There are fees. Hell no. These people ain't managing your money for free. Right.
Well, I mean, how do you manage an index fund? It's just a bundle. It's just a bundle of stocks.
It's just some have lower fees than others.
Those are the no loads.
But they all charge a fee. So you can get a you could just do a target dated index fund and just do it like that. And as
target
the
date,
fund get older,
right.
It'll go more. It'll shift to more bonds.
Right.
As the younger you are, it'll be more of like say investing into like tech companies and stuff like that, into the
they all charge
the
fees
total index market and stuff. But they all charge fees. Some charge less. I have a couple with like Fidelity. It's like close to like almost like 0%. Not quite, but
I thought maybe it's many years ago they used to have like index funds that were just basically free.
Well, then they're free, but
because nothing was they just said, "Hey, we're tracking these stocks. This is what it is."
No, Stanley,
it should be free. Let's put it that way.
No, not exactly, because you think about like the S&P. I showed you guys last week the allocation of the S&P based upon market cap. So there would have to be a computer at the minimum, and that is how they got the fees down for index funds, where they could where it has to at least reallocate the funds when say the index gets rebalanced.
They gotta check out the companies.
When the index gets
when companies not performing well, they can drop up out of the S&P 500.
But more than that,
like a couple years ago, Tesla went into the S&P 500 because how much it was running and the cap and stuff like that. So that's what the fees is for, because they actually managing the fund for you. So you don't have to go and look at all 500 companies and do your own research. You could just buy the S&P 500.
Because think about it, Stanley, the S&P has changed over the last 10 years, and it changes.
That's true.
And it changes pretty much relatively frequently. As you know, you look at the run up in NVIDIA, it now represents a larger percentage of the Dow than it did 15 years ago. So there has to be a rebalance.
Right here. Yeah, so there's an S&P 7. This is an index I made up. So I just ripped out the 7 highest components of the 500 and kept the weighting. So that's why you have all this math up here, you see. So anyway, that's just NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, Meta. So if you just bought those 7 stocks, that's what it would look like, instead of like the S&P 500 is down here.
Hey,
if I
Get Crack,
adjusted
you
it for
ever
inflation, it would be like this. If I just did like a geometric value line, which means just like some average, yeah, it's like some guy who just randomly picks stocks, I guess. I would say like it would look like this.
you ever look
No,
at the
wait.
Get Craig. Hey,
you ever
hold
look
on, get Craig. Hey, get
Mhm.
Craig. Let me just clarify something for you. What Get Crack has just done here is like kind of like the reverse of the dogs of the Dow, in that he took the top 7 as opposed to the bottom, whatever, right? Is that fair to say? Is that fair to say? Get Crack? Right,
490, 493,
you ever look at the Spider Fund?
No, wait.
Yeah, spiders. Yeah, that's a good.
I want you guys to explain what
Yes, correct. Yes, that's right.
what
Hold on. Go
ETFs
ahead,
are. I want you guys to explain what ETFs are to Stanley, as opposed to what because you guys explain what mutual funds are.
Yeah, because mutual funds is usually something you see in your 401k or IRA or whatever, right? Because most people who go to Robinhood, they're not going to see like, oh, Vanguard 5,000 growth index 257675. Like, what the heck is that? To the kid on the street, they're like, I just buy SPY, or like I'll trade options on SPY. Like that's all they know.
And SPY is an ETF, right?
Is an ETF, yeah, the most most volume traded ETF in the world, which is Dennison. Why he does options in it, because there's always volume in that options.
But Get Crack, to drill it down one more thing. It's a ETF on what?
On
the
the
top
index.
500, the top 500
S&P, right.
500.
So there you go.
Yeah,
So it's
top
just
500
similar, right? So
but there's all different kinds of ETFs though.
Right.
That's right. So like there's one called VU, which is the same as SPY but has a lower rate, lower fee. And then Ryan mentioned VT, which is the Total World Stock Index Fund, which tracks the whole world global stock market. So the equi, or whatever they call it. Anyway, there's so many of them now. There's so many. When I was starting out, ETFs were nothing. Now we have so many ETFs. It's like you can do whatever the heck you want. You don't need mutual funds because you can manage your own money.
Right. And that's the big thing, Stanley. Now with ETFs,
yeah, you
really
can't break. Yeah, because mutual funds, you can't break them up. You can't look inside your mutual fund and micromanage it. With ETFs, you can, because I could do like biotech, right? I could say like my portfolio is full of biotech stocks like this, or I could do like construction stocks like I told you about, instead of being in NVIDIA and getting screwed over right now. Because if you're NVIDIA and overloaded on the S&P 500, look at you. You're like, oh, what the? And Intel today had earnings, and it's like down like, holy shit, like what is it down like right now? It's like 26%.
Yeah, and anytime it's an earnings report, the stock always dips, man. I don't know what that is.
Intel's just crap. It always blows up their earnings. Never trust Intel. Never trust Intel.
But yeah, I think a lot of people are holding the bag on NVIDIA. But
yeah, I mean, I bought some today, so that's where like I bought down here. Yeah, see, this gap is going to be important right here. This whole area here. It's like if it doesn't hold here, oh man, forget it. That means like something really bad happened, and we're going way down. which might happen, but I don't think it'll happen as quickly. It'll bounce back for a little bit and then go down. That's my theory.
Yeah.
So by election time around here, it's gonna be like bag, and it's gonna be like, oh, bye.
It bounced back yesterday to like 120.
That's just because the Bank of Japan, man. The Bank of Japan. So people thought Powell was the big news, but it was all the Bank of Japan. I was like, oh my god, the yen is rising. Man, so if CKJ like did futures that day, it was amazing time. It was an amazing time.
It was dying last night, man. I got my alerts just coming to my phone. I'm just looking. I'm like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, it's all because of the Bank of Japan.
See, with me, I don't short the market. I don't like. I can see it. I can
Dennison says the same thing. He's scared. He doesn't like to do that.
It's not. I don't. I'm scared of it. It's just like I would rather buy the market being
Yeah.
shorter because the market is engineered to go up.
That's what he
So
said too.
I
It's
play,
engineered to go up, so he
yeah,
feels more
engineered to go
comfortable
up.
doing
So I
that
just play
way.
one side.
Yeah,
I just play
because he
one side.
doesn't
I don't like
feel
to.
comfortable because
Right.
like you understand like there's bear market rallies, right? So even in a
Yeah.
bear, you could get killed when it just rallies temporarily, like one day, like the Bank of
Or you can
Japan.
make money, man. If you look at the Nasdaq, dude, it dropped like the last 2 days, 7 days, like it was dropping like 600-700 points. Like
Yeah, it
Yeah.
it's been
was.
like look at it from the beginning of this week. Look how many points it didn't drop, man. Like
But they
so basically what I've been doing all week is I'll wait till it get to like a certain point. Like I told you before, like I trade like liquidity gaps and stuff like
Right.
that.
Correct.
Wait till I get the SMT, hit the switch, and I take it up 25, 30, 50 points, whatever, and I get out and I'm done for the day.
makes
And that's
sense.
all I do. That's all I do.
Bank of Japan. I saw that coming a month out. They've been talking about that nonstop.
That's right. They have. So a lot of people, the thing about it,
Yeah.
Blacks, is like a lot of people only focus on one stock, one
Yeah.
area. It's like
Yeah.
the way you understand how something moves, you have to take into account the whole world.
Mhm.
Like some billionaire would just move their money out of dollars into yen, or moving from like Japanese bonds to US bonds back and forth, and that
Yep.
affects your Nvidia, and you
Sure
wouldn't
does.
even know it.
Yep.
Because you think like Nvidia is just Nvidia, right? I should only concentrate on the fundamentals of that company.
No, you
Wrong.
shouldn't.
Wrong. It's about the money flow, the liquidity. It's like,
Nvidia
where's the
dropped
money flowing?
Hey, good crack. That's
Hmm.
what I just told you a couple days ago.
Mhm.
It's like
Mhm.
you can't beat the market makers. You just gotta
Mhm.
figure out a way to get in, make your money off of the way they move in the market.
Exactly.
Once you master liquidity, dude, you can make a fucking fortune. Like
So
you can
yeah,
make a
hopefully I
fortune.
can get these guys up to your level, man. But we'll see.
Oh, I'm not.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna
Yeah,
try. I'm gonna
I'm
try
not.
to make all these guys into
I'm
C-suite like executives in
not
no
a
time.
master. It's just I understand, like from
Amazing.
looking at the charts of what
Mhm.
where liquidity is at. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
so prime
Right.
example. Go back to that chart what you were just on.
Oh,
The
is it right here?
NAS one. Yeah. Now you
Yeah.
see like the market is dropping, right? Like look at
Yeah.
all those gaps. The market has to go back up to that.
Yeah.
That liquidity is up there. So, and then it's
Mhm.
probably liquidity at the bottom. That's why it's going to. Like the market wants to go when it's dropping that fast. It wants to get somewhere before it goes back up. It's trying to get somewhere. You just got to be patient and know, like your levels and when liquidity is going. Take the bounce back up, but like on the ride back up, it's gonna be
Well, when
gonna be
you
nice.
say it's trying to get somewhere, isn't it trying to get to the bottom?
You can, but Stanley, what is the bottom?
Oh well,
You don't
I
know what the
mean,
bottom is.
I
Listen,
know that
when it comes
you
to
can like do floors and stuff like that. Where
yeah, but when it
you,
comes to the market, we don't
Mhm.
we not trying to call tops and bottoms. You'll get
I
smoked that
see.
way.
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like because you don't know where the bottom at. You're not a market maker.
Hmm.
You
Oh,
don't
okay.
know. You know what I'm saying? So like the market is when it's flushing, like it's been flushing like the last couple of days like that, it's trying to get somewhere before it bounces and goes back up.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I would think most people tend to sell on the way back up.
And you get smoked that way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So like I
Yeah,
just said,
because
like
no
it's
one
like
knows where the bottom is. I got
you don't know where the bottom at, you don't know where the top is at. You know what I'm saying?
you.
So you
Right.
got to think about when the market a couple weeks ago, it was hitting all time highs every day, all time high. So when the
Right.
market is hitting all time high, you don't have nothing to look to the left because it's making
Yep.
all time high. You
Right.
want the
Well,
market to
let,
pull back so you can have something looking to the left so you can know where your target is at.
AKA buy
well, I
low,
mean,
sell
you
high.
can, yeah, you can basically like artificially set your floor, like well, like I said the other day, like an alert or a trigger. Hey, you know
Yeah.
what? If it
So
gets this
basically
low,
that's what I do. Like so, I going into the market, I mark off the high, the low, the previous day high, the previous day low, and then
Mhm.
I go from
Damn, y'all, man, y'all are
I
just
go
intense.
from the daily high, previous day low, and then I may go to like a 4 hour. If I see like a these terms y'all know about, like an
Now
order
you
block and
got
like a
all this
celebrating gap.
automated in your spreadsheet, right? Or are you having to manually go
No,
in and
no,
do
no.
this?
I'm looking at what I don't have all the stuff that he has on his screen. Like my screen is basically like bare. Like I got like a couple like levels there. Like I said, previous day high, previous day low, probably the 4 hour, the hourly.
Yeah, because
But
CKJ3 is
I
a
trade
scalper.
off.
You're a scalper,
Yeah, I
right?
trade
You
off
rather
of
scalp.
yeah. But I trade off of the 1 minute. I don't go nothing lower than the 1 minute, and
Well,
I trade off the
and
1 minute.
this is an honest
But
question. Who has the
mhm.
time to do this? Like, if you have like a regular old job or a regular old schedule, I mean, you
Stanley,
guys are in a
trust me,
position
I
where
work.
you can.
I work a 9 to 5, Stanley. I work
You
a
Where
9
can
do
to
you
do
5.
it,
get the time
Stanley.
to do this?
If
With
you
your
have a
phone.
system, you have to be a system. You have to have a
You got a
system,
system.
Stanley.
Like I
Yeah, you
set my
gotta have
alerts.
a system.
I set my alerts.
Mhm.
Wait till it get to my alert. I wait till my alert goes off. My alerts is telling me to look. You see what I'm saying? So if
Yeah.
my alert don't go off, I'm not looking
Mm-hmm.
because I'm
Okay,
waiting till it
gotcha,
get to a certain level. You see what I'm saying? So once it gets
gotcha,
to that level, then I'm
gotcha.
waiting for my setup. You know what I'm saying?
So
So I just
Stanley,
wait for
Stanley,
my setup.
I'll try to get you to that level, Stanley. But you don't need
Okay,
to trade because you want to be conservative, Stanley. You can do the
right,
same thing as CKJ3, but on a higher time frame, like basically
right.
every month, or maybe you feel more aggressive. You'll do every
No,
week,
I mean a
maybe.
month would be about my. I need to
Okay,
look
so
at
you can
this
stick with
every
a month,
month.
but you might get so good at it, you might feel like I'm comfortable with doing every week. Get what I
Hmm.
mean? You
Right.
But
probably
see,
will
that's what
never
I
ever
do.
do.
That's
Yeah.
what I do. That's what I do. The same thing I do on like the smaller time frame. The money that I make, I do that with leaps.
Leaps.
It's the same
Okay.
concept.
Yeah, you should
So
teach him that,
I'm
dude.
gonna
Yeah.
give you an example. Excel
Yeah, hold on,
XLY.
CKJ3. Hold on,
Okay.
CKJ3. You have to explain what a leap is. To Stanley
So
may not know what a leap.
a leap. So when they I think they mentioned before when they talk about options. So you can
Mm-hmm.
buy a contract, which is like 100 shares for one contract at a certain. So let's just say the contract is going for $1, but it's gonna be times 100 shares. So that's $1 times 100, which you'll buy that contract for $100.
Yep.
So let's just say you want to take it from $1 to $2, and you'll just sell at $2. You made 100% of your money. You doubled your money or whatever. So what I do is like, so since the market is like falling off, I'm looking at XLY, which XLY has like Amazon, Target, I think Tesla is in it, and stuff like that. So I'm just I waiting to get to a certain level, and then I'm gonna go and buy a leap, which is like a year or 2 years out. I'm gonna buy like a
Yeah. Well, yeah.
2026.
I remember leaps.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy like a 2026.
Hmm.
This is not financial advice, but
No,
when
no,
it
no,
get to
no.
like
None taken. But I am curious.
yeah. So when it get to like a certain, so if you, can you pull up XLY for me? Do you hear me? XLY.
Yeah, you guys gonna have to really talk in layman's terms here. Just the graph alone is gonna run
Okay.
people away from the screen.
Yeah. So this is the daily. Pull up the.
Now, while he's
What was
pulling
it?
it up, there's only like
Daily.
2 lines on the screen, and then I think that other line may be some kind of candle type, more or less. What are it? 3 lines basically.
Yeah, that's his moving average. He got like the volume
Right.
moving. See, I don't have none of this stuff on my charts. My charts it just be like the candles and then whatever I mark off. So
And a
Yeah, you see.
moving average, is like it's like a rolling average of the price based upon a 9-day, 6-day, 7-day, whatever. Right? Is that right?
Correct. Yes, that's right. It's a rolling average. Yeah. So that's why you gotta know math a little bit. But if you don't know math, it's kind of like that guy who was talking on chat like to HB. It's like it's like you don't need to know math if you just pull up these indicators and someone tells you like, oh, if it drops below this line, buy. If it goes above this line, sell. Like, okay, you can do it like that. You don't need to know math. But you could get tricked. So
yeah, so if you make it bigger,
You're right about
it's like
that.
if you make it bigger, it's like I'm trying to see it on here. It's like a gap that I'm waiting till it gets like around like the 160 mark. I'm trying to see if price is going to get there. And then once it touched my level that I wanted to touch, like around that 160 mark or whatever, it's like a gap there.
Okay.
Um, and then I will purchase a 2-year contract. Because I'm trying to see if I can get it. If I could get that leap for like $1 or so, I'll just sit on it and just, I probably can make 2,000%.
You're
Just
not
sitting
gonna
on
hold
it.
it.
You know what I'm
You're
saying?
not gonna hold it the whole term, though, right?
No.
You shouldn't.
Hey, soon as I get a nice percentage, I'm out of there, and I repeat the process over again.
And see, you have to determine
And
your
then
own
Stanley,
exposure.
another thing, you could do this IRA, and that's all tax free. So, you know what I'm saying? Like you can make a killing, man, if you play your hands right. And it's just
I
you just
made this.
looking at the candles.
I made this point before, but I want to ask you guys again in case some of you weren't here. If you're a buy and holding investor, you say, I'm going to buy X stock and I plan to hold it for the next 2 years, 3 years. I really believe in it. And I'm not going to sell it. At best, all I'm going to do is buy more, what they call it, buying down, buying on the dip, whatever they call that. Wouldn't it be better just to buy longer term options based upon that time period that you think the stock is a buy?
I think from my perspective, leaps with the options is just another way that you could compound your money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also look into like buying like I said, I think I mentioned before, like either like King or like Aristocrat dividends. So you can build up a nice, dividend portfolio, and you can get, that, some pay monthly, some pay quarterly, and you can make a nice salary off of that. So if you compound, if you are, say you take the money from leaps and you go to buy dividend paying stocks, take a percentage of that buying dividend paying stocks, you can make a nice salary out the whole year if you get enough shares. So I think a person should do both. Make your money in options and just take it and buy a couple companies that they've been around for 25, 50. What is it? I think Kings is 50, and I think Aristocrats is 25 years. They've been consistent, like say like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Johnson and Johnson. Like these companies, they're not going nowhere. Clorox, 3M. They always gonna be around. People always gonna buy their products. So it's like you can invest into these companies and they pay out dividends, every 3 months. Like if you just look at like I said, those King dividends or the Aristocrats, those companies not going nowhere. Everybody purchased like
those in my
Target.
portfolio.
Yeah, like if you just buy a couple of those and you just, like I said, you just dollar cost average, in a minute you can have a whole salary for the whole year. You don't gotta work. And it's on autopilot.
Yeah, you could buy REITs like Ryan does, or someone else like Blacks does, right? I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure they got
you
tons
could
of
buy
REITs.
You could buy
REITs. This one gives you 10% right now at this price.
Yeah, you could buy
That's a
REIT.
10% yield. More. See, it's an ETF and it gives you a dividend.
Yeah, but I'll look at the REIT that's in that like it's either in that King or the Aristocrats dividend. Because they got a lot of history of being consistent and paying out a dividend and increasing their dividend over a long period of time.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Coca-Cola.
Yeah, you see, 1938? That's a long fucking time, man.
Yeah, that's a long fucking time.
That's a long fucking time, man. Paying a dividend, man.
Yep.
I mean, this is what Warren Buffett does.
Yep.
He made almost $300 million a year just off his dividends alone.
Just off the dividends alone.
And that's all he does. He buy these companies that that's gonna be around.
Like for instance, I have SPG, Simeon Property Group. That's a REIT.
Yeah.
I heard of that one.
Commercial,
Yeah,
right?
I heard
They
of
own the
that one.
commercial, right?
Yep.
Commercial
Dude,
properties, yeah.
Yes, yep, sure do. They've been around since 1993, and their dividend yield is 5.05%, dude, every month.
Yep. I got a couple of what is it? Realty. Oh.
Yeah, I have that.
That's another good one. That's another good one.
I have that as well. There's another one I have, and I can't remember. I gotta look at my portfolio. Apple.
Yeah, Apple. Yeah, everyone's probably has that. at
No.
some point.
It's APLE. I just call it Apple.
Oh, APLE.
Yeah.
Apple. Oh, this one. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I know this one because everyone confuses it for Apple, and they
Yes,
get
they do. They always confuse it for
They always
Apple.
type in Apple, and then they get that one
Yeah.
first, and then they buy that one, and they're like, "What the hell?"
Yes. Just examples of REITs that I buy, and I learned all this shit from watching YouTube. That's it, man. Years ago.
Anyway, yeah, that's fun.
What do you guys thoughts on real assets versus stocks?
We had that conversation earlier, John, with
Damn, I missed it.
CKG. I mean,
I think it's stocks is real assets.
Yeah.
Assets. I mean, if you buying a great company, I mean, you are owner of a great company. It's real. Like you buy Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. These people have a product.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like when I was asking what's the guy name? Roshu. About crypto. It's like when he was mentioning about the utility, it's like, what is it? Like,
thank you.
If I'm gonna put my money into something,
what can it do?
Don't worry about that. We're gonna get John Galt coins, and then we'll show you guys what it can do. It'll be funny, man. We're gonna get some. I gotta work on this shit.
Hey John, the one thing that I like that CKJ said though was that if you are gonna buy physical assets, you gotta have capital, and I think that's a fact. I think that's where the stocks and the physical capital, that's where a lot of people go wrong at. Where somebody like you can make your bread and butter off of physical assets, just because you understand the mentality of niggas and
that
the market
consumer.
that you're.
But
right,
HB,
right.
it's the same thing though. There's no
Right,
difference.
right. And that's the thing too. It's you have to understand the mentality of the market to it's pretty much the same thing. It's the same thing.
You know what's crazy? When I was overseas, I was in Bahrain and Dubai, and I was in the gold too. And I was going to buy some gold, and it's a lot of people don't know that it's not like here in the States, like you going to like the K's or Jerry's and some shit like that. Like they have like you walk into these stores, they have the market open.
Yep.
So
Yep,
like I'm asking
they
the guy like, yo, how much is this? And he looking up at this, he pointed to the screen like, yo, it's going by, they weigh it, it's by the grams, whatever. So whatever the market is going for that day, that's how much you're paying. And when he told me that, it just clicked for me. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. So I'm buying 22, 24 karat gold and buying silver, and I'm just looking at the market, and it just like just like experiencing that, I just tie it all together.
Yeah, Asians do that all the time, man. They use teals.
Yeah,
they
I
use
just tie it all
teals.
together.
Yeah, and they do only put
Tie it all
999
together. I'm like,
finest.
man,
Yeah.
like you going to Jay's jeweler or these bullshit ass jewelry.
Yeah, that ain't the same.
It's not even real. Like
yeah.
No, you can buy bullion. You can buy bullion. There's bullion. Yeah.
Yeah, you can buy bullion, absolutely. But he's saying you go to, it can only be Jared. You go to Jared.
Yeah,
it's
not the real deal.
You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, when I'm over there, when I was in Bahrain and I'm going into these stores and I'm like, yo, how much is this? They take the gold, whatever you purchase it, they weigh it, and whatever the market is going for with the gram,
really?
that's how much you pay for it.
And you
get
it
pay
cheaper.
for what the market is way cheaper. And people don't know this.
Yeah, you get it way cheaper, and not only there, but also in places like Cameroon. Cameroon has a gold market as well. My neighbors, they go to Cameroon like every other month, sending cars there, everything. It's ridiculous. And He's bringing back gold all the damn time, man, by the gram.
And you know what, Blacks, is that if you bring it back, right? So say you bought like a bracelet or a necklace or something, and it breaks. These local jewelers, they can't even fix it because they don't even have that carat.
Nope.
They don't have 22, 24 karat gold. They
They
got
sure the
10,
fuck don't.
14, so they can't even fix it.
And when they
And
say
they'll
to
tell
you,
you like I can't fix that because we don't
have
have
you ever
that.
been to the
We don't have
Philippines
that.
or have you ever been to the to Thailand? They'll say it's not real gold unless it's 24 karat. 14
Exactly.
karat,
Yep.
it's not
That's
real.
that's how it is over there in Bahrain and Dubai. Yep.
Yeah, it's the truth, man. Listen, if somebody presented to me 14 karat gold here, of course I'm gonna take it. It's gold, but I'm just saying, when you go to places where when you go to the source, which is where they need to go to get it, it's a completely different.
And it looks totally different.
It's
like,
the luster.
It looks like monkey piss, man.
It does.
I'm telling you,
It's so yellow.
It looks like monkey piss, man.
Hey,
I'm
listen,
telling you, man. It is.
And if you hold it, too long, it starts to melt in your hand. Well, not melt, but
it's
softer. It's softer. Yeah, it's softer.
Yeah, it starts to, because the melting point for gold isn't very high. And the point that I'm making is that when you watch, you ever watch the old Popeye the Sailor Man TV shows, and they were showing you a diamond or gold that had the luster, in a cartoon? That's the way it looks. 24 karat gold has a luster you've never seen before, and it's solid gold. Whereas here, man, you're looking at caves where they've airbrushed it and constantly washing it, trying to get it from being tarnished. And then you get it home and it's not under all those industrial lights. It looks like it's dull. You're like, what the hell? Yeah.
What do you guys think about platinum as a
later HB? We can talk about that when it gets to December.
Right.
You could buy platinum too. You could buy it. I mean, anything that, from my perspective, like anything that is traded on that market is valuable, man. Because they want to
buy
put it on the market.
rhodium too.
like
rhodium,
saying,
rhodium.
In that market, man, like the sugar, hog, corn, like it's valuable, man.
Is it
like,
commodities business? I mean?
Yeah,
commodities.
Agriculture, metals. They're not putting it there just to put it there. It's some type of value.
You know, one thing about traveling all across the U.S. and stuff. One thing I always look at the stores that I see everywhere, and one store that I see everywhere, no matter where I'm at, is a Family Dollar. I see that everywhere.
They closed a bunch of them recently.
They did. They consolidated, but they also opened a ton of them here in Texas.
Yeah,
a lot more.
Really? That's another good company you could invest into.
Because they consolidated their business.
What I think happens is they get them out of these high like crime areas, but then they end up putting them in the middle of nowhere where people don't really have any other store to shop at.
Yes, and it's an
rural
everything
store.
Right.
And it becomes like the local trade store. It's everything. Everything's in there.
Yeah.
Listen,
they have everything.
It's like a tractor. It's like a tractor supply.
Yeah, in a sense, I love Tractor Supply.
Dollar General.
Yeah, Dollar General. Listen, let me tell you, my wife, she likes to do the not DoorDash, but where they drop your groceries off. Is that DoorDash? I don't know. We needed some diapers for my 1-year-old. Yeah, Instacart. Thank you. Because I don't do it. I don't like doing that. She does.
Well, DoorDash does it too, or used to, for Walmart.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think Walmart has their own service now.
Yes,
Sparks.
they do, and so does HEB, which is the greatest store in history. But anyway, we needed some diapers, and this is a Dollar General store. She looked on reviews because where I stay, Walmart's about 4 miles away from me, etc. But I stay in the back and around farmland, which is fastly becoming not farmland. When she looked on the reviews, the best reviews were from Dollar General for their offshoot diapers. And she was like, oh, let me see if these work. So she ordered some. They're better than the name brand thing. And this is from Dollar General. And that's my point. Dollar General has brands of its own, and it has the name brand, kind of like a Walmart. So it's like a mini Walmart where you can get what you need from there, whatever it is, almost, except for a pharmacy. The only thing they don't do is allow pharmacies in there. And I'm sure that it's only a matter of time before they figure out a way to put a pharmacy in a Dollar General.
I don't see that
happening. Hey, you never know, Stanley. You never
well, no,
know.
I believe this or not, I used to work at there's a Family Dollar distribution center up in Front Royal, Virginia. That's why I wound up moving to Northern Virginia. I was the pick put away manager. So I mean, basically, Walmart buys less than pallet load. Like Walmart won't take a pallet even if one box is damaged. So what Dollar General and all these dollar stores will do is they'll just bid on it. Like, hey, we want that. We'll pay this much. They will take it to their warehouse, break it down, and repackage it. And basically sell cases, or they will open up the case and do individual pieces.
Yes.
So, basically what they're doing is they're getting their inventory like from Walmart and, big box stores basically, and breaking them down and making money that way. It's an ingenious idea.
Yeah, that makes they're just like TJ Maxx then.
It's reverse logistics. It's reverse logistics. My brother does reverse logistics at Amazon. So he travels all over the country, a lot in here in Texas as well. So there are a lot of these places, and these people are contractors, man. They just get the contract from Amazon. They will get palletized loads. He streamlines it. He's dealing with facts and figures all day, Excel worksheets, etc., Google worksheets, and he's figuring out how to streamline the business for Amazon. $30 million of business, $100 million of business. That's what he has purview over.
Oh, wow.
And so he was telling me, so we need to get in this shit, and I mean like yesterday, because the guys that I'm telling you, it's just anybody, man. And the people they're hiring are immigrants, man. People who can't even speak fucking English. And they are, and they're the ones, and he goes to do a quality check there. He does a litany of things, but one of them is quality check, is where he'll pick a random person who's doing the refurb for the product, and he'll say, okay, go, let me see your process. And then he'll grade it, and he'll grade the company, and then the company will, of course, either lose business from Amazon or gain business from Amazon.
So he's like a quality assurance person.
Quality assurance. He works with an entire team with Amazon. So he does reverse logistics. Like, for instance, he had to track. He told me the other day about $30 million in business he had to track down because they were losing, because these palletized loads they were dealing with, they were losing, Amazon was losing $30 million of business. And they knew there was a hemorrhage somewhere. His boss, which is a vice president or something in Amazon, told him, hey, we need to figure this out. So he took it on. He figured it out, man. Saved Amazon $30 million. He got a nice bonus for that. But that's my point. This is reverse logistics is the way to fucking go. I'm telling you, and it's all you need. He said, you don't even need a big space. He said, all you need is like 1,000 square foot warehouse. And just to store some shit in, and then set up a workbench and start off doing it yourself, refurbing the stuff yourself, and then just hire people. Before you know it, you'll have a 20,000 square foot warehouse, and the business is paying for itself. Amazon is footing the bill. I was like, get the hell out of here, man. I'm gonna do it too.
So you could just
that's some
on Amazon.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, yes, Amazon.
Okay,
I'm saying Amazon is paying for it pretty much. They're giving you the products. They're telling you that they need. For instance, there's a guy. One of the guys he works with out here. He's a black dude. And this guy is uber rich. His wife is some sort of tennis star. Used to train with Venus and Serena Williams. His wife is white, by the way. So this guy will get the contract for Samsung televisions. Okay, replace the boards in them, replace the screen in them, and then when you look on Amazon and you see like new or good as new stuff like that, when you're trying to purchase something, that's reverse logistics. That's my brother's sector of the business. That's what he has purview over that, and all over the fucking country. Not just, you know, he's in Vegas all the time. He's in LA. He's in North Carolina, Virginia, and he's based out of Ohio. And his office is out of Cincinnati. He lives in Cincinnati, but he crosses over to Kentucky where that hub is. So he can office wherever he wants. But since he started there, he's like, I'll just stay here for now because it's cheap. I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna start doing it, and all you guys need to start doing it too. Just get you 500 square foot little warehouse, whatever, something where you can just get a table, get a soldering gun, and start putting shit back together and make a couple $100,000 a month.
Yeah.
Garion has a solder gun.
Hey, look, he sure does. I'll put him on. You know, this is just really bringing that to mind. I don't know why I haven't been thinking about it. We had this conversation about a week ago. The most recent.
Now I see a video. Now I see a company we could all invest in now.
Yeah.
We could have reselling stuff that's
because you're not, and that's the beautiful thing is about it. You're not. Hey, Rashu, will email me on blacksuitify@gmail. Look, I'm telling you, you're not selling it. That's the beautiful thing about it. You are just doing the work for Amazon that they don't want to do. Okay, you're fixing. You know, they have a whole sector where they need to repair and refurbish. You're just the contractor that they hired to do it. And you just
I buy those things all the time. It's like buy
too.
used. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, me too. It's totally worth it. It's totally worth it because it's warranted sometimes even by the company. And look, and half the time, it's not even Amazon wanting you to do this. It'll be Ryobi. It'll be Samsung. It'll be what's another company? Dyson. They're like, hey, look, we don't want to do that. We don't want to fix it. So Amazon.
I haven't bought an electronic new in years, man. Honestly.
Yeah.
Like I don't even see the point of it. Honestly.
It doesn't make any sense to do. I fix my own phones.
So this is basically like a Dollar Tree for electronics.
In a sense, a little bit more. But
you know, the first Rode I bought, I got it probably for a third of the price. These things are like $700, give or take.
Yeah,
you know?
new. Yeah.
See, and also, this is neither here or there, man. I also go to those. There's a shop in Austin where all
pawn shop.
No. Oh hell no! I don't fuck with pawn shop. I used to a long time ago, but when it came, no, this place is called. It's in Austin, Texas, but every state should have one. This is where when TSA confiscates all your shit, this is where it goes, and of course they give you the people an opportunity to take it back. I'm sorry, to take it back to their car and stuff before TSA says, hey, can we, do you want to keep this? And they'll say, hell no, because they're trying to get to their flight. TSA will confiscate it, throw it in that big old bin that they have, and then they'll ship all that shit off to the place in Austin. And I'm talking about you can buy, dude, it's also where DPS decommissions their vehicles. So you can go over there and buy Crown Vics, year model 2005, because that was the last year Crown Vics came off the line. So you'll get the most recent. Other vehicles, you'll get them for like less than $2,000 for those vehicles. Computers, laptops, pocket knives, guns, all types of stuff. And they have so much of it. They give it to you by the pound, depending on what that item is.
Wait, Blacks, you think you could give me like a police issued charger? One of those.
Yeah, they have those. Let me look at. Give me an opportunity to look it up, and then I'll tell you what this place.
Yeah, let me know how much one of those things costs, because I get a police issued charger. I'll buy one of those, man.
It'll be like a little Night Rider where you're backing it out your trailer.
Right. I'll go pick that thing up. How much one of those things? I'm not gonna lie, I always wanted one of those police issued cars, man. They seem so cool. And then they like soup them up too.
Yeah, in some cases they do.
Yeah, they put some shit under that hood. Portia, you don't be in the police issued Hellcat. Portia, come on.
Did you just say you were gonna pick her up and take her out in one of those?
Oh yeah, no, I put the
with the searchlight on the driver's side, right?
That's how she knows I'm there. I got the searchlight pointing at her window.
Yeah, you don't have to honk the horn. Just shine the light in her window.
I used to have a neighbor like that, man. I used to hate it. It was like the only niggas on my block. This like the condo I used to live in, and they would do that every night, man. It would be like 1 in the morning, and then you hear this nigga pulling up, honking the horn for this bitch to come out. Like, don't y'all got texts, man? Can't y'all just text each other?
Well, not only that, what happened to getting out the car and going up and knocking on the door?
That too. I mean, she ran her little ass out though, but
no, you know what? I couldn't be a father. I don't have a daughter, so I don't have to go through that. No.
Look,
hey, Black,
you're gonna be waiting for a while.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that. Yes. When I say, when I go down, yeah, save and use very good. Yes, that's the sector of business my brother's in. They are, and it's coming from the Amazon warehouse, man. It's not like it's coming from these.
You see where it says right here, Black? Can you see it?
Huh?
Can you see this where it says shipped
from
Amazon?
It's from Amazon. Yep, it's coming from
Amazon. By Amazon resale, yeah.
Yeah, hey, look, and the place I was talking about is called State Surplus Storefront, and it's open to the public. It's in Austin, and I believe they might have one in DFW. I gotta look, but I know it's in Austin, and you can get stuff there dirt freaking cheap if you're just looking for items that you don't want to spend retail on.
Man, that honestly, that would be a really good business, man.
Yeah.
Now, whoever does the refurbished Kindle, whatever the readers are, they need to be fired. They do not refurbish those Kindle readers very well. I've had 2 failures, so I had to pay full price because I just.
And you know he tracks that. He tracks that, and then he goes to the play, and then he excoriates them for doing it. I'm telling you, dude, it's really, and because he's talking to their numbers guy and their president and vice president and or CEO. And then he's showing his numbers from himself and his numbers guy, saying, "Hey, look, this is what we have, man. If you don't get this shit together, in so many words, we're gonna have to take the business away from you." And they don't want that, man, because, dude, they're making tens of millions of dollars doing this, just learning how to work a soldering gun from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It's a real no-brainer. The most expensive portion of the business that they have is, well, 2 things. That is the warehousing, because warehousing is expensive. And my goodness, payroll. If you want to grow the business and add people to
right. Well, John, that space you're turning into a studio. Could we use that to?
Oh yeah, we use
right. We can use that.
We'll fix up some Ryobi drills.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't. Wait, did John just pass 500? Wait, whoa, hold on a second. Did John just pass 500 subs?
Let me
you
see.
know what we gotta play. You know what we gotta
Oh, yeah,
play.
501. Oh, that's pretty good. 501.
We got
Okay.
501.
Hey,
All right,
thank
here
you,
we go.
everyone.
Hey.
Can't argue with the numbers. Numbers are numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, I have.
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, John Galt. Like just talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I just tired and lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a screen for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without on my break, man. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that way.
Hey, we gotta get Trost to put his cash app in the panel, man, and send it to me. I think
Trump said he don't want no cash app, man. He do it for the love, man. He ain't want no cash app.
we want to get him to do some more of these, man, if he's willing.
Yeah. No, I feel you there.
And then he'll do his best job if he's getting compensated for it.
Yo, John, how does it feel though, man? You have 500 subs. How does it feel, man?
Man, honestly, man, it's kind of like that Jim Brown thing, and you never get too low, never get too high. You know what I'm saying? Never get too low, you never get too high.
I'll never get tired of that quote, man. It's like fine wine, man. It ages with time.
What has this been, like a month?
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's been like a
Shit.
month.
Hey, I should ask you, HB. Shit, you've been on here with me most of the time. Hell, most of you guys up here as well.
I feel like it's been like maybe a month or two, something like that.
Yeah, no, we, as I said, we crowdfunded like the editing and things like that, but we crowdfunded the effort to get the 500 shit. I couldn't have done it by myself. You know what I mean? And here's the thing, which is interesting. I started talking about it earlier. And HB has mentioned something about a streamer, a guy we talked about a bit, like Ott, and he was saying how you can tell how when someone is kind of doing everything by themselves, and you kind of top out in that sense because you just can't do everything. You know what I'm saying?
That's
like,
a fact. That's a fact.
We had streams on here where people were helping get the road podcast to set up, trying to take phone calls, Google Audio. Shit, I probably could have sent the road to Snake or Garen to get it fixed. If it wasn't under warranty.
I don't know if you want to send that to Snake.
But we at least got an offer. There we go, right? We at least got it off here.
Come back smelling like crack smoke. No, it's like
I'd never be able to prove it. I don't know, but and we'll never know. But I think if you throw yourself into something, if you're if you're pursuing it that way, the money will come, and I think you have to be selfless so that you can be able to help others to get to wherever you're trying to go.
That's a fact.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that Monday mornings with Master Kim really helped out. It drew an audience in here, the people that want to do business. Master Kim just left. Same with Craig.
John,
I shamed him out of it.
Would you say that you're actually an altruist?
I know the definition vaguely, but give me the definition, Stanley.
I don't know. It's someone who's selfless.
AKA, yeah, altruism.
Well, yeah, well, I told you guys a story about Dr. Dre. It really had an impression on me, right?
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
So,
wait, John, he's lining you up right now, John. He's lining you up. Stanley trying to line you up right now, man.
No. That's
HB.
Come on now. I'm an altruist. I'm an altruist too.
Yeah, but you know where John got his name from, so you trying to line him up. I see where you going with this.
That's
I see where you going with this.
well, that's a title from a book, and you don't take on everything from the book. You understand?
Right. But the thing is, Ayn Rand is somebody who, like, she's somebody who says that there is no such thing as altruism.
Yeah, basically, you're a fool for being. You're basically a liberal if you're an altruist.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but even with liberals, she would believe that their altruism isn't real altruism because they're getting something out of it. But it's more so like it actually hurts the person more than it helps the person. That altruism.
Hey.
Yeah, like welfare, basically. But anyway, no, HB, stop thinking the worst about me, man.
Ah, go on.
I agreed with you today.
We're getting the best out of Stanley here.
Yeah,
we're getting the best out of Stanley here. Hey, I was left with Stanley. I just said, fuck it. I just go on and die.
Right after Stanley, though.
I'm tired of arguing with
you. You know what? Hey, I suffered a broken arm, a broken leg. Got rejected by Amber.
That was us giving you the broken arms and legs, Stanley. Your broken arms came from your people on the tour with you.
That was crazy, man. That was crazy. I think between.
But no, John, do you consider yourself an altruist?
Yeah, man. Shit. When I stepped away from here, a lot of times when I step away, I'm going around cleaning up rooms and shit like that. And I don't ask my my business partner. I don't say, hey, you need to compensate me because if I had brought the cleaners out here, they'd have charged this or that. That's kind of for the good of the business. You know what I mean? But I told you the Dr. Dre story. That was 20 something years ago, maybe. And I remember it resonated with me, and I would say that's probably kind of who I am in that sense. So yeah. If that's an altruist, I don't know. But that kind of resonates with me. So you.
Well, I do sometimes consider you an altruist.
Why do you say that?
Just sometimes.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, I mean, I do salute you for like, hey, put your Cash App up. Let's make you a few extra bucks. I mean, you're not all about send me. I'm sorry.
It's hard out here, Sammy.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that there are a lot of people on YouTube that would be me. My Cash App. So I have to salute you for that.
Part of it, I'm just not good at asking for money too. So that's just not my personality. You know what I'm saying? Some people are good at it, man. Some people are very good at it.
Well, I understand. You're not a people person.
No, I'm a people person, man. I deal with people all the time. All types of people you wouldn't want to deal with. People you wouldn't want to deal with, man. Like I deal with all kinds, man. Seriously, man. Shit. Sometimes, like when I go off camera here, sometimes I'll be getting phone calls, man. All kind of hood people, like, hey, man, let me get a room. Mr. Galt, let me get a room. What you got for me tonight?
No, but seriously, I do come back. So, you got something.
Yeah, honestly, man, I look at a lot of other streams. I started off about to talk about this the other day, or earlier today, I think honestly, I hope that, well, I ain't gonna say I think. I say I hope that this will, kind of lead some of the YouTubers to, kind of take a somewhat different approach. I think it would be much more fruitful for them. Even if you just focus on the monetization of YouTube, I don't know the business that well. And some of these people are very successful. They've been doing it much longer than me. So who am I to tell anyone anything, right? But 30% of your cut going to YouTube, that just irks me, man. I can see the value there, but the people that talk about corporate America, like the Be Braves of the world, right? And I'm not picking on Brave. I'm just using him as an example. Like, we guys have to band together. I think Snake was talking about it, and learn to do business kind of smaller. You know what I mean? Where we're talking to each other. Yeah, we're using YouTube's platform, but do we need that middleman in our business that getting his cut of our labor, more or less? That's something that really grates at me. Maybe I should just succumb to it. I don't know, but those are my thoughts. Yeah. So all that analytic stuff, where I talked about it, I truly believe it was based upon what I see. How the other guys, really being like put in there like a treadmill where they're constantly running, dancing for cash apps, and I don't think that's it's not something that I would want to do. You know what I mean? Honestly.
Yeah, it's like it's a nasty. It can get nasty. I don't know. You probably never watched wrestling, John, but oh no, yeah, you did
Yeah, I
watch
watched. Yeah,
wrestling, but
yeah.
yeah. But there used to be this guy named Ryback. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of him. He was
I never heard of him.
he was like late 2000s, like 2010s. Man, I saw a live he was doing where literally the whole live was just him begging for cash apps and
Right.
talking about how he like no content at all, John. Like he's not even talking about nothing. And then the people that want to talk about wrestling, he's like, I don't want to talk about that right now. We need to get these cash apps up.
Right.
And I'm just like, man, this is brutal. Cause once you get into that, it's a really bad thing that you can get in because you can make the money. Like you might be able to make that money, but I always look at these YouTubers that were famous like maybe like 10 years ago. Man, these guys are doing bad now, John. Like these guys are fucked up out here, like going through bankruptcy. They had all these kids, they baby mamas taking all their money. Some of these guys living on the streets now. Huge YouTubers. And it could become a trap because you give up your job, you give up your skills just to be a full-time YouTuber, but then it's like now you're beholden to that.
Well, maybe many of them never had it to fall back on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I believe that's really what a lot of it boils down to. I see some of the guys, I'm like, hey, he's got a decent show or something. Some of those guys probably have decent careers. But they're fresh and fit guys, man. Do you remember when they got demonetized? Man, they were crying on stage.
Yeah.
Oh my God, like,
John, I think that's come from they don't know what to do with their money. Because I remember being young, my great grandmother used to tell me that it's not what you make, it's what you do with what you make. And she was born in like 1920, so she come from a different time period, but she was a hustler, man. Like, and she made something out of nothing. And these people, they get to these points where like they think the money is forever, and so it's coming in and it's going out. They're not doing nothing with that money.
Well, I think
they get to a point to where they dependent on it now. Because the money is not working for them. They're working for the money.
Yeah, I talk a lot about like YouTube. I talk a lot about Uber, and to a lesser extent, I was in a similar situation with Airbnb, right? Where someone could check in my Airbnb, stay for 2 days, and then say they the fan didn't work, or I saw a cockroach, or I saw this or that, or somebody was screaming upstairs, and then ask Airbnb to give them all their money back, right?
Yeah.
And I said, well, shit, that wouldn't happen if there were no middleman. They wouldn't get all their money back. They get an apology. I come pick the roach up or turn the fan on for them, but they wouldn't get all their money back. And that is kind of the dilemma of dealing with the middleman. And so I come to this platform, with a bit of experience of dealing with a very technically savvy middleman, right? That's why I was able. Then I have a lot of tech savvy, so I was able to give you the stream, talk about the stream about the YouTube analytics and how I think things have to work. And even just today, I highlighted the Hemp went live, Coon in the title, no big deal.
Yeah.
BT went live, Coon in the participation poll, and they stopped his ass at the gate, right? So there's clearly some kind of circles that YouTube is forming, and they're testing those circles up against like blacklisted terms, and clearly CT is in that circle. And that's what one of the things I would love to explain to people, and some of the other guys who are trying to expand their listenership. This is some of the things I would like to offer. Yeah. Anyway, anything else? Richard Hawkins, are you 60 or above? Is there Richard Hawkins in the office? Richard.
Yeah, he said he's 66, so he's
nice.
the oldest.
Nice. We're pulling all demographics here, Richard. What brought you here? I'm older than all of you, but I have never had a channel. I come on to YouTube to watch and listen to people. But I guess that's an 8. Oh, a lot of people come on here. I see you're a Denizen subscriber. You can feel free to come up. I'll put the link in the chat here. There you go. Feel free to come up. Oh yeah, altruistic. Yeah. I would say so.
Is 500 where you are eligible to be monetized?
Yeah, that's where they allow you to accept super chats.
Oh, nice.
That's when you enter YouTube jail, boy. Where they.
Now I can start paying for my sarcasm.
When I got in, that's hilarious. When I was monetized, it was 1,000. I had to get 1,000 people, and it happened quickly. It happened. I got 1,000 subscribers in less than a month, and then after that, it was just downhill from there because I ended up getting up to 6,000 subscribers, but then they kept hitting me with strikes and stuff like that, saying I was using copywritten material, all types of nonsense. And so then I deleted the majority of my videos, the ones that have any real views on it. And I've just been focusing on the community page and just shorts. And I'm still.
Let me ask you. I mean, were you posting published material or?
No. If things that came into your stream that had any sort of that had any sort of publishing on it, they heard it in the background, or if you were what's the term I'm looking for? You're reacting to a video and you're doing all the things that are supposed to keep you monetized. They still find they're not reviewing the algorithm is reviewing it, going back over it, and then before you know it, you'll on a 6-month-old video, you're getting a strike. It's ridiculous.
Well, I know people like Glenn Lowry, for instance. He still does YouTube drops, but I think he primarily, he was. I don't know. I kind of know his history because I've been following Glenn Lowry since the 90s.
Yeah.
He was on Blogging Heads for a while, and then for probably quite a while, and eventually Robert Wright, I don't know if you know who he is, basically wanted everybody who was getting famous, you're not doing yourself any favors by staying here. You need to establish your own channel.
He's right.
And Glenn Lowry wound up going basic. I think the majority of Glenn Lowry's stuff is actually starting out on what are the two? I guess I'm having a senior moment. Most of his videos don't originate on YouTube. They, if you're a subscriber to somewhere like Substack, I think that's where Glenn Lowry is. If you're a subscriber to Substack, all his stuff premieres there and then gets put on YouTube, a week later or something like that.
Agreed.
So, and I think you can start Substack for free. Now they take a percentage of like money, like, if you have subscribers, they're going to take a percentage of it. But the advantage is, membership there. I know you can do membership on YouTube, but it just seems like Substack is a better way to go. And then, a week later, you can put stuff down on YouTube. And then, if YouTube strikes it, it's still available to your members.
Yes, and you're still having it monetized in some shape, form, or fashion, albeit on a different platform. Absolutely. It's just,
so, I think now I'm just suggesting this because I'm not I'm not a creator, I just see that as like a good fallback. Like, hey, you know what?
And I realized, and if I'm being completely honest, Stanley, I realized that the trajectory that I was on, I didn't like. So I needed to, I needed to pivot because I've garnered the reputation on these YouTube streets, and this is not me, this is other people. I've garnered the reputation that I'm some sort of brainiac, some sort of, and I'm like, I'm not telling you that I'm not smart.
You might have to embrace the role, brainiac.
Right. Listen. I'm not saying I didn't like that. What I didn't like was I was starting to fall into the YouTubiness, all of the, beef nonsense, people coming at me.
Oh yeah.
I didn't like that,
Yeah.
So I didn't mind. If I'm being honest, I really didn't mind being demonetized as much as people made it out to be. They were, oh man, if you get demonetized, you got to jump through all these hoops. I did none of that. I just let it lapse, and I'm like, that's fine. I'll do something different. And so slowly but surely, I've been coming back. Myself and American Man, as me and him are most likely.
Oh, that ought to be special.
Yeah, he and I, formerly known as Black Thoughts, he and I have been, I've done shows with him on the porch. Me and him have been doing YouTube the same amount of time, actively for about 3-4 years. And he and I are going to do a show. I'm not going to let you know the name, but I already got the intro and everything.
Yeah, well, make sure you, I'll at least be in the audience. I'd like to.
I'd absolutely have you on the show for sure.
No, in the audience, because American male and I, we.
Oh, well, he actually doesn't. He's talked to you. He talked to me about you. He actually doesn't have a problem with you. He knows, he gets up there. He knows he hits a chord with you, and so he does it on purpose. But
actually, he doesn't. See, the thing is actually y'all don't upset me. It's like, why would I get upset?
Right. My point is that he knows, he enjoys the joust just as much as we.
Well, good. Okay. Well, as long as, because I don't want him to take stuff personal. He
doesn't.
Okay. All right.
Not at all. It's just. The funny part about it is, when we see people take things so personally on these YouTube streets, we're like, why, man? Halftime, 9 times out of 10, we're not going to meet one another in person. And if we did, we probably would more than likely like one another. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
I don't know. So it was the same with Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter. Glenn said he thought that John was going to hate him, because they had said so many things about one another online, when vlogging was a thing, and or vlogging was in its infancy. And then all of a sudden, here we are, they're the best of friends. They have the Glenn Lowry show where he's a regular. Every month they do a segment. So, yeah.
But let me impart some wisdom about McWhorter. McWhorter is exactly my age.
Yeah, he is.
If I had to choose between the two, and you would think McWhorter would, because he's very eloquent, linguistics, all that stuff. If I had to have a beer with someone, it would be Glenn Lowry
all day, every time. No
You know,
hands down.
there's something at McWhorter. It might be that he's too much like me. that might be the problem.
That's funny.
So, anyway.
See, Glenn is very common man in a sense. Listen.
Well, he's a Chicagoan.
That's true. Yes. And don't get me wrong. He is pompous. He has a pomposity about him, of course. He knows he's smart. He knows he's smarter than 90% of the people he has a conversation with. But he's just a real down to earth kind of guy. And when you talk to him, I think he's, especially in his recent book that I haven't read that I want to read, he doesn't take himself too seriously when it comes to.
Well, I don't know about that, because you know when he gets in rant mode.
Okay, but
yeah, he's taking himself mighty seriously.
But see, that's that air of pomposity that I'm talking about. We know it exists, but I'm saying he has in his, because before it was rampant. You know, if you followed him for some time, which you have, but in this his exit, you know, I won't say it's his twilight. I'm just saying it's his exit from academia. He has realized he's not as important as he thought he was.
Well, he's not. Yeah. He's not impervious either.
That
you know, he won't live forever. I think he's actually like, hey, you know, I'm getting old. There is an end to all this.
Yes,
that's the vibe I'm getting.
Yes, absolutely, and that we're on the same chord. Absolutely, I agree with that. And you know, but I really do like Glenn Lowry a lot. I call John McWhorter. I call him Jonathan. I call him. I say Jonathan, but I agree with him sometimes. But I think
one of these days we'll have a conversation. McWhorter is it's disturbing how much, because he's one of these guys who has spent a career relying on his intelligence and doesn't always work as hard as he can. And unfortunately, I resemble that remark, at least when I was younger. So, but that's my impression of him. I don't know him personally, but you know,
you know what, Stanley, I am guilty of some of that. I've never really had to work hard academically. I just kind of, I was the kind of guy where I got bored real easily in school, and I didn't like doing the work. I'm like, why am I doing this? This is dumb. and so when I graduated from high school, I didn't graduate from high school with a 4.0. I graduated from high school with a 2.7. I said, I just want to get it done. I'm like, this is over. The classes I did, the only one I really cared, only two I truly cared about was economics and literature. Math, I didn't care about. I got out of there with a B. All of them, it wasn't because this is why. I was surrounded by followers. Everybody, when I got into school, I thought I was going to be the dumbest in school. Why? Because everybody there had the benefit of going to regular schools. They had gone to
but dude, your parents were like smart, like accomplished.
You know, but at that age, I didn't realize that. You know, when you're in it, you're not thinking about that. I was just homeschooled. I went into 9th grade. I thought I was going to be the dumbest. I realized I was really quickly that I was, if not the smartest, one of the smartest. And all the people that ended up being valedictorian in my class or anything like that were always stealing from me. You know, they were always cheating off of my written papers or cheating off of my work. And when I realized that it didn't matter that you achieved academically in high school, and it was more so just your gravitas, you know, people wanting to be around you because you had some sob story, and so the teachers were going to give you A's anyway because you may have had a father who was a drug addict or a mother who abandoned you. that I realized then. I was like, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to play this game. And then my principal, who was a Jew, told me, he said, you know what? I almost said my name. Doggone it. He said, blacks, you're a leader. And most leaders are C students. I
don't know about that.
No, I just no, listen. He didn't mean it literally. What he meant was they just don't follow the crowd. That's what he meant.
Right.
That he just was like, if you're gonna make C's or B's, you don't have to. You might as well march to the beat of your own drum. You don't have to be of what these people are. Lead from the front and don't allow these people to mold you into what they want you to be.
So basically be a philosopher king.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, really. And so with that, I just, through life, everything has been difficult. I mean, because I never acquiesce, man. And I don't mean I don't ever, that's the wrong term. I do acquiesce to some things, but I never follow the road traveled. I always go down the road less traveled. And
go down the road you want to go down. You know, to be honest, if it's an easy road. Now, the thing is, and I think being in the military kind of like I think that if the military does only two things, it teaches you can't do something is a very rare occurrence, given like normal circumstances. And number two, it teaches you to calculate the consequences, basically risk management. I'll fall on a grenade. What are the chances of me dying, and why am I doing it? And that's hyperbole, but in the military, you're always taking calculated risks.
You are.
Be it like staying out, past the time you're supposed to stay out. Everything is a calculated risk if you're not, within, whatever boundary, is set.
Hey,
so
Sting,
I think everybody ought to go
in Virginia?
into the military.
You were stationed in Virginia?
Rhode Island and Virginia.
Oh, okay. You was the NOB base?
Newport, Rhode Island, and Norfolk.
Norfolk, NOB. Yeah, I was stationed down there on a train.
Oh, really? Yeah, Norfolk's a great town.
You know what? When I was down there, I didn't like it, but now that I look back on it, it's a pretty good city. Norfolk.
Oh yeah.
Virginia Beach. Pretty calm.
See, I was never a Virginia Beach fan. I like to stay in Norfolk. I live down in Ghent, so if you're like in your 20s, living down there, dude, I was within walking distance of the Chrysler Center. I think it was the Chrysler Center, and I saw Cab Calloway, like one of his last performance, won tickets on the radio. Exactly, dude. I had front row seats, and all these little white grandmothers, like all these septuagenarians, were like, man, I thought they were going to rape me. They were down there to have their little jungle fever with Cab, and I was the youngest black man there.
You know what's funny? Back to your previous point concerning the risk management and having to be a de facto risk manager during your tenure in the military. I think about that, man. Listen, we would go. Think about this, and people don't really think about this. If you carried a weapon, you had to qualify on that weapon, correct? Right.
We didn't. You know what? The only time I ever carried a weapon is when we were boarding ships, in the Red Sea. Exactly.
I mean, of course, it's a little different depending on what branch, but I'm saying,
right.
Generally, you have to qualify on your weapon.
To even carry one. Yeah.
Exactly. So think about the personalities. You were going to the range with loaded weapons.
Oh yeah.
With socially awkward psychopaths. Think about that. I mean, really, these people were psychopaths. Some of them, and some of the things that I've seen them do, you're like, how in the hell was I ever comfortable around this motherfucker?
That's funny.
And that's risk management, man. You take the risk, unconsciously or consciously. You're out there with no amount of Kevlar, no amount of
oh wow, yeah, that's right.
It's
dude, I was in Army ROTC. I had an Army ROTC scholarship like for 3 years of college.
See,
so
yeah, I did
too.
I've
done Camp All America in Fort Bragg. I've done the live fire. I've done the force marches. So I mean, I'm fairly familiar with how the Army works, at least back then. So. I bet, but I think what you're saying is shit. When I was on the range, I mean, I basically trusted the range master and whoever was running the range.
I mean, but I'm just saying, yes, so did we. But when I think back to that, think about it, Stanley. Did they really have any control?
Nope.
No, they didn't.
Nope. There's nothing saying some single maniac isn't going to shoot up the place. There's not a damn safeguard there.
I've watched, dude. I think back to this time, and it's so surreal to me. Some of the stuff I've dealt with in the Army, and I think about a time where we were on a range during basic training, and a guy wanted to get out of the Army, and he just shot himself clear in the damn leg. Okay, nearly blew his leg. Well, he effectively did blow his leg off. But my point is what made him do that when he could have just said, "I don't want to be in the Army anymore. I can leave. I'm not even technically in yet. I'm training to be in the Army."
Oh, this was in basic?
Yes, this was in basic.
Oh wow!
At Fort Sill, Oklahoma. 2007 or 8, and this guy shot himself clean in the leg, like it was. And I'm like, why would he do it? At the time, I was so desensitized. I just, it really, I'm going through my own stuff. I'm in basic training,
right?
I really, I'm kind of laser focused. I reacted to it when it was happening, but then after that, it was like another day. Then I think about now, I'm like, God dog, man, I was so I won't say I was stoic, but maybe I was. Maybe I was.
Well, yeah, you're into stoicism.
Yeah, maybe I was stoic, but I was just like, my God, man, the things you do. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
But this is actually one of the things, and it's on topic, but a little bit aside of it. When people say, "Oh, you've never been to Afghanistan," or "Oh, you've never been in a war zone," they don't know what a live fire exercise is.
No, they don't. And
I mean, people die in training exercises in all the branches every year.
Especially if you're doing any sort of live fire exercise.
Yeah.
There's a higher chance of you dying there than it is for you when you deploy. Statistically.
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right. At least if you deploy, you might be trained.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point. A lot of people don't. Yeah, they don't know. A lot of people are speaking from ignorance. And when they say stuff like that, "Oh, you didn't really do this. You didn't really do that."
Oh, screw that. You could die any day. Because I mean, once you get out to the fleet, or can't remember, out into the active service, you're training almost 100% of the time.
All day, every day, being out to sea, man.
Yep.
Oh shoot. If you were on ships, man, you were never home.
That was a
Bro,
different
I could
lifestyle.
never
My
be.
first deployment was
Woo.
a culture shock.
Oh,
I'm
really?
like, I remember when I got down to Virginia, and the ship was my ship was doing they was doing training.
What kind of ship?
I was on a carrier, aircraft carrier.
Oh, well, y'all are never home.
Yeah.
The carrier,
You know,
the carrier is
we
your
always
home.
out. Yeah, so I remember waiting at the pier, and you know, I'd never seen a ship that fucking big before. I'm like to myself, I'm like,
Holy
man,
cow!
what the fuck I get myself into? And just like walking up on the ship, because you know it's the mini city, like in the middle of
Oh,
the
yeah.
ocean. You know, things is huge, man, and it's like, you know, walking on the ship is like, man, how I'm gonna get around here? Like, I'm gonna get lost in this. It's like within the first couple months, man, I could walk forward to aft, man, like it wasn't nothing. But it's just
Yeah.
being out there, and you just like in the middle of the ocean, anything can happen, you know, and you just there.
Well, you weren't on the what is it, flight deck crew, whatever
No,
they
no,
call it,
no, 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 no. I wasn't on the flight deck
because
crew.
that's pretty
I
damn
was
dangerous.
yeah, that is I did supply, so I did the
You're
RASs.
you're an
Like,
SK. They
well,
still
you know, they
call them
changed
SKs?
no, they call them LSs now. They
I see.
combine SKs and it's SKs and A AKs, I think. They
Oh,
combine the
yeah, the
aviation
aviation
and
keepers or something like that.
yeah, they combine them together. They just
Yeah, that
LSs now.
makes sense.
Yeah. But I worked in S8, and then I did TAD to AIMD. So I was like their main LS over there in the air maintenance department.
Yeah, I don't know the air side. Yeah, I was
Oh,
surface
okay.
warfare.
Yeah. It's a different lifestyle out there, man. 5,000, a little bit over 5,000 people on the
Dude,
ship.
my cousin's a retired '05. He was they retired the S3s, but he was an NFO. I think his last duty station was the Lincoln. So, I know that
Yeah,
side
I
of
know the
it through
Lincoln
him.
was on the. They end up. Did the Lincoln go
West
to the
Coast,
West Coast? They was on the East, then they moved to the West Coast, right? I
right?
think that's what happened. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I had a one of my LPOs. He was on the Lincoln when he had
No, but
came
those
through.
damn things, they're gone for. They do 9-month deployments.
Man, my first one was 9, and then we got extended to 10. And I'm like, man, what the hell? And then it's crazy because we came back and we went to the shipyards. And
Oh, really?
yeah,
Now,
we
being
went
in
straight
the
to the
yards
shipyard.
isn't that bad.
No, it's not. But check this out. Stanley. So while we in the yards, the ship, I forgot what ship it was. They were supposed to go out next, but they couldn't get something with the reactor that they couldn't get fixed or something like that. So we had to take their spot. So they rushed us to get out the yards,
Oh,
then
yeah,
go
I've
right
had
back
that
on
happen.
deployment. Yeah, so I
So
was
they
like,
moved you
I
up.
think we was yeah, so I was like, I don't think we was back for a year yet, and I went right back on deployment.
Yeah,
And I did an
yeah.
8 month that time. So I did a 10, and then I did an 8.
You know that life is brutal, and it's one of the reasons I got out. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I was in for 5 years, and easily, probably close to 3 of them, I wasn't even home. And you know,
Oh, Stanley, when I got to Virginia, I was there for 2 weeks before my ship came back from training.
mhm.
Went on the ship. The ship was in. We was on the pier for like a month. Then we did went out. Did we go out for like 2 months? Was it come 2
Yeah, the
months or something like that?
carriers are out there even in
Yeah,
training for months at a time.
for months at a time. Came back, we take our little leave, come back, went on deployment, came back to the shipyards, had to go right back out, training again, right? Had to do training again,
Ugh.
and then deployment, and then we got to do, and also once we get back, we got to do offloads. So you out to sea again, offloading everything.
Yep. Yep.
So my whole time I was out to sea.
So when you
I
do
got my sea legs.
offloads, you have to go to sea to like unrep everything off?
Yeah. Yeah, when you get back.
Holy shit.
Yep. So you do your training out to sea, do your deployment, and then when you get back, you gotta do offloads. Yeah, man, it's a long process, man. It's a long process, man.
Well, you know
Long
what? I
process,
was on
man.
destroyers down the pier. Basically
okay.
on the other
Okay.
side of the base. And I thought my life was hard, and I knew carrier life was hard, but man, when on my first ship, I was on a little minesweeper in Newport, Rhode Island, and we would go out for like a weekend, and you'd come back in port, and there would be all these wives on the pier, like, it's like we'd been gone for months. And it was like, it struck me, and I was an ensign at the time. It's like, we're gone 2 days, and these women are down there in their best clothes, with baby carriages, and I had a guy who worked for me. We had to give him, like, before we deployed, we had to give him a hardship. It was a hardship discharge because his wife was just nuts. It
Hey,
was
Stanley,
like,
you know what's crazy? It was a guy that worked in my shop. After my first deployment, he came back with nothing. Wife wiped him out.
oh,
Came back from doing all that time, that 9-10 months we did. Came back with nothing in his account. All that tax-free money that he made, nothing. Wiped him
oh
out.
man, yeah, and that combat pay and that
Wiped
deployment
him.
pay
Yeah,
and all
wiped
that,
him out.
you make
Wiped him
and
out.
nothing to spend it on.
Yeah, well, he wiped him out, man. Seeing all that money wiped. I think he ended up getting a divorce, but yeah, wiped him out. Came back with nothing.
Damn.
And that's the hard thing, you're out to sea, and and a lot of times I done seen guys like wives lie on them, like they'll call a command, and the commander make you,
Yep.
like
Yep.
you gotta set this up, and like,
Yep.
she's lying. They don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't care at all.
Yep.
It was crazy, man. It was crazy. It's crazy being out to sea, man. It's crazy.
Well, you know what? I think we're hogging the show. Dude, I had no idea you were that level of Navy. We could probably swap sea stories for hours. In
I got some
blacks,
stories. I got some
in
stories.
blacks, I've got some Army stories too. Did they make you do the dying cockroach in basic training, blacks? He must have stepped away. Hey, John. Well, shit. No one's here.
Yeah, I don't know where y'all
So,
went.
how long were you in the Navy?
I did 4 years. 4 years. I
Good
just
for
did
you.
4.
I'll be honest. Let me tell you the funniest thing. No, you go ahead.
I probably would have made a career. So when I was at A school, I had orders to Bahrain, and
Oh, really?
I remember my yeah. I remember my chief
I've
was
been to Bahrain actually.
yeah. I've been there too. My chief was telling me he's like, man, you about to make a lot of money. They had at the time they had the per diem and hazard pay and all this stuff. So I'm like, okay. Because I wanted to go overseas. I didn't want to be in the States. And then when I went to go print my orders, the orders like this, it just looked like jibber jabber. It's a bunch of like letters and
Yep.
words.
Yep.
So I'm
And
looking at
back
it, I'm looking at it,
now,
I'm
do
like,
they send
what is this?
emails or was it on paper?
Well, I had to print it out because I had to give it to my chief. So I had to print it out. They had to get a copy of it, whatever. So when I'm reading it, it's hard to read if if you're new to it. So all I seen was Norfolk, Virginia. So I'm thinking like, okay, I'm going to Virginia and I'm gonna fly from Virginia to go to Bahrain. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. But this chief was like, no, you going to the carrier, you going to a carrier, you going to the Truman. It needs to the Navy. They about to go on deployment. I said, what? I said, deployment? Like, what is like? What is this? He was like, yeah, they about to leave soon. That's where you're going. So they ended up switching my orders at the last minute, and I ended up being on an aircraft carrier. So if I would have got to Bahrain, I probably would have did 20. I probably would have did 20.
Really? Well, you know what?
Yeah, I think I would have did because it was shore duty. and short. And I got
Right.
short.
Oh, I
Short
see.
duty.
I see.
Short
I
duty.
didn't realize there was short duty in Bahrain.
Yeah. It's short duty. Yeah. So this what it is. It's short duty, but it counts as C. Kind of like how squadrons are.
Oh yeah, that's
Squadrons
sweet. That's sweet.
Yeah, squadrons are they shore. You may be attached to a ship, but it still counts as C. So you get your C time. But me, they end up switching my orders at the last minute, and I end up going straight to C. And like I said, like those back-to-back deployments, it killed me, man. Like my second deployment was better than the first because I was basically like an expert at the time. Like I was cool with it. But that first one, man, I'm like, man, what is going on, man? Like I just said, you out to sea.
You got your sea legs.
At a time. Yeah, you go.
Blacks, you were a QM. Oh, Black.
Oh, he was
I'm sorry, Black.
Okay.
Black Knight. Black Knight was a QM. Okay.
Hey, what's QM, guys? You guys are
quartermaster in the Army. In the Navy, they're navigators.
Oh, yeah, yes. Okay, they drive that damn ship.
Yeah, nice.
That's crazy, man. Hey, look, you guys are giving me some inside baseball when it comes to the Navy. That's crazy.
You know what? And submarines are even worse.
Oh yeah, I heard. Listen,
if you think the ships are bad, submarines, those dudes are brave. They are brave.
Because if there's a failure, you're done. My God. Dude.
Well, the biggest failure is a lot of times they're navigating by dead reckoning, at least for a time. When they go deep, they can't communicate with anyone.
Yeah, that's
so.
True.
If you know how I don't think they even have GPS down when they go really deep. They're literally doing it by dead reckoning. And dead reckoning means you're hoping your course. There's a lot of faith in dead reckoning, navigating by dead reckoning. Yeah. There's a lot of faith in that
because you're hoping that
you're hoping that your course is true.
Yeah.
And every now and again, you got to come back and get like a navigational fix. It's beautiful. It's almost like Zen in its faith.
Man, I'm all right. There's a reason why I'm a land lover. Okay.
Oh, dude, I've done land nav.
Listen, I hate land nav too.
Did you really?
I hate the land nav. Listen, I understood applied my azimuth. I understood, reading my compass. What a saddle is. I understood how to read maps. I still do, which is great. But
have you ever had to do it at night?
Yes, I've done night land nav.
Okay, good.
You know what? Night land.
That's truly scary in the forest, though.
Yeah, it is. Land nav was easier for me than daytime land nav.
Really?
I was finding
you had more faith or time to pray at night.
I guess, man. I was finding all the plotted points more easily than.
Land nav is basically dead reckoning.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Plot your course. Hopefully, you did it correctly.
Well, I mean, you got a compass to follow.
Yeah, you have a compass to follow, but
when you hit something and you gotta calculate. Oh, I gotta go this angle, and then you gotta recover back. Yeah, you gotta have some faith there too.
Yeah.
Hey guys, absolutely. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I see Master Kim is driving and he's been in and out. You've been in and out all day, Master Kim.
Oh yeah, sorry, I had a very bad signal earlier, man. Just listening and trying to absorb where you folks are with the conversation. And congratulations, John.
Oh, thank you much, Master Kim. Hey, I was going to ask you, Master Kim. Every time I get you on here, I always try to get a little tidbit of a jewel that you might have here and there. And so I was gonna. I wish you had been on here when CKJ3 was telling his story about real estate and his experience there. But you got any nuggets or tidbits for today? I wish you could have heard about his business partner. Master Kim, if you have time, CKG, tell your story about your business partner and how it went sideways here.
You want me to tell you the whole story?
Just tell him the part about the social media and when you knew it was going wrong, the PPP and all that.
Oh yeah, basically he just was wanted to be like an influencer, like wanted to show all his moves and then what took it to the next step, like he ended up getting a couple PPP loans and put it in our accounts. So I had to, had to get away from him.
Yeah, that was smart. Obviously, people are catching cases, and just like people that did any real time, they say, hey, the government is 1 billion people and they're patient. They can put a case together, especially on that PPP stuff, they're patient. John, one thing I did want to mention, either on this stream or another stream, have you ever bought FDIC notes, like back in the day, bank notes? Have you ever done anything like that?
Never, ever, never
Okay,
myself.
so on the FDIC, they go around, in whatever banks that are in trouble with the balance sheets, banks will, on commercial loans, because remember, most commercial loans are on a 3-year balloon majority of the time, and then they kind of renew them and stuff like that. But what the FDIC is, they'll come up with a list of banks that are in trouble. It's called a troubled bank list, and the list is probably available on the FDIC website. However, there's a website called The Exchange, XCHANG. You might have to pay something to log in or whatnot, but basically you're able to buy like a recently built Holiday Inn that was built for, like, let's say $5.3 million. The banks or the FDIC might need that mortgage off their books, and you could literally buy that mortgage from the FDIC for, like, let's say 2.8 million. And then now you are the mortgagor, and you go back to the mortgagee and you either allow them to renegotiate their loan, or you call on the note. So many times, people were taking over hotels, strip malls, dry cleaners, gas stations by buying these FDIC notes. I've seen it up in Detroit a lot. I was with a partner that bought a note, but it's like the devil. Because commercial lending mortgages are not the same as like a home. That you can the home, the foreclosure laws are much different with commercial lending. So the reason I say that is, with you and maybe Miss Kimmy, who are very real estate heavy, this may be something that you may want to see, is buying notes. And in fact, it's called buying notes, and it's really higher up on the food chain. And I'm so sorry for anyone that's familiar with that, but that would be a definitely good move for, like, Black Suitify, Imperious, yourself, John, people that are very bankable and just kind of looking for like a landslide of a deal. The problem is you need to, and I'm using the Holiday Inn new construction as just an example. You need to have liquid 2.8 million to immediately buy that note immediately from the FDIC. And people buy them in groups. They'll buy, like, it was weird. I had in my possession from Flagstar Bank about 50 properties that these business owners had no clue that Flagstar Bank was trying to. So there's two ways to buy them. You can buy them from the FDIC website, or you can call your bank and talk to the commercial lender and say, hey, I'm looking to buying underperforming notes. I'm looking, for hotel strip malls, and they'll email you a list, or they might say, no, we don't have. You're going to have to call Jake up at our Milwaukee office, and you might have to play a little bit of phone tag to figure out which department's handling their underperforming notes. And it's just a category. It doesn't mean that the note's actually underperforming. It's just this bank doesn't want to carry any more strip malls or hotels anymore. They'll
right. The category.
That category, yes.
Right.
So they'll be. I remember looking at this list, and I can email you this list, which is out of date, by the way. But you'll be funny to see. It's like a McDonald's that's co-leasing with someone else. That you could foreclose on the property of a McDonald's. You have to buy the note though, right?
Mhm.
And McDonald's would probably step in and corporate guarantee, or they would somehow probably step in because they don't want to see a McDonald's close, you know. So it's very interesting. This whole note buying was like the devil. And the reason I say this is because I wholesaled gasoline. I would make someone a Shell gas station. And when you make someone a Shell, it's very expensive. Each gas pump is about a $22,000 gas pump. We would take out a loan to buy the pumps and to do the imaging of the canopy and everything. At 65,000 plus the street sign, we could be very well into it easily, maybe 200,000 easy. And of course, some of the money we get back from Shell, they give us a monthly rebate, but it's over the term of a 10-year contract. We'll be making money. Someone could buy that note from us, from the guy that owns the gas station. We wouldn't know it. They would show up to the gas station owner and say, hey, I'm the new owner. I'm going to foreclose on your property. And by the way, I want to make this a BP. So as a courtesy, they'll call us like, hey, I own this mortgage. You can buy it from me. And they'll have their attorney costs and all these other costs. And we couldn't do it. And they would just take all the Shell stuff down, make it a brand new BP. They then it's just stunning. It was a BP supplier too that would do it. He went and bought these notes. It was just so weird. I've heard it done to like people that have owned hotels too. Can you imagine building a brand new $5 million Hampton Inn, and then all of a sudden a human being, not investment, not an group of investors, not a bunch of white boys showing up, just like some Arab guy showing up, and he just bought your mortgage from your bank. It was stunning to see that, but it still happens. Not as much as it did in 08, 09, but it still happens. And I mentioned that because I know that you're deep into real estate, and then some of the people on the phone might be aware of this as well. So, and with that, I'll kind of.
Is anyone familiar with that?
That's interesting.
Yeah, go to the FDI web, or just Google. Even there's even YouTube channels on buying notes, and you'll see it's kind of like an investment grade. The same people that would buy the 1031 want to get involved in the 1031 exchanges, and I would love to do a talk a show about that, of the 1031 exchanges.
How much do you know about them, Master Kim?
Only from an interested standpoint. For example, I've been involved in properties that I've tried to entice 1031 investors, but never successful. And you know, the 1031s are the ones that for the CVSs and the Dollar Generals, and the reason I think your show would be of interest, because it would explain why in the hood, or not even in the hood, but even in the suburbs, you'll see a Sprint, an Aspen Dental, and like some Moe's Southwest Grill all built up at the same time. It doesn't matter what intersection you go to. And obviously they're doing these deals a little bit earlier in time at some of these these trade shows that they clinch these deals, but they're also looking to take these leases and sell it, you know, to hence the 1031 exchange, sell it to a group of investors. But I think it's very important to know, because that would shed light on why every time they turn around, they'll see a Dollar General or a Lowe's or all that stuff, this cookie cutter retail nationally, and how it's being done. And a lot of it, I think, is part of that whole 1031 tax exchange, you know, which is used as a, you know, to shield capital gains and all that other stuff. And I don't want to, so you asked a very good question. How much do I know about it? I know about it just as an avid, I'm interested in it. And whatnot. I've never bought a 1031 property or invested in one, but I know a lot about it because.
Let me ask you this question, Master Kim. Do you think you weren't successful because it's kind of hard to match up that timing with those 1031s?
Yep, that's exactly right. So, for example, a out-of-date gas station. So, someone that wants to buy a corner for a CVS, they need to buy 2 or 3 parcels. They cannot just buy one parcel. But because of what I do for a living, I'm always associated with some sort of gas station on a good parcel that's out of, you know, a Quick Trip got built not too far away, so this gas station's obsolete, but it's perfect for a CVS that would have to buy the property next to it as well. So I've tried to solicit and sell property to the preferred builders that then would go get the CVSs or the Dollar Generals. So that's the angle that I've been involved with these people. It's just trying to sell them property that they then could go solicit to the Walgreens of the world. But the reason I say this is because this is such a dynamic it's all around us. And it's absolutely stunning. But it's all what's sparking this thirst for all these builds is the 1031 investment, the exchange, because none of these companies really own the dirt for the most part. They need that cap. It's hard to for shareholders want to see the return. They don't want owning the dirt doesn't show the return, right? They want that cash flow. So majority of these companies don't own the dirt, with the exception of maybe some McDonald's, but even them, they want that money to turn, you know.
Hey, Master Kim, I don't know if you can see the screen. I know you're driving, but Stanley is interested in hearing a discussion on commercial real estate. What day would you have available to talk about it from your vantage point? Because, you know, I don't have a strong understanding of commercial.
Let's do it on Monday, but this probably would be a good show to do with Ken Watson as well, because he knows all that stuff as well. And the reason I say that is because these things affect the neighborhoods that we're in. I'm jazzed every time I see a Starbucks, Aspen Dento, and Sprint or AT&T Wireless go up. We know nothing about it. They crank these projects out, and smart money is doing this stuff at such a rate, and we're just dumb money sitting off to the side, scratching our head, like, what the heck? But it's all predicated on this whole 1031 developer business model for the most part.
And 1031 is basically the tax exchange where you have.
That's exactly right. So they're called triple net leases, the NNN leases, and people will monetize those leases because CVS will sign a 20-year lease, and the corporate guarantee it, and the credit rating with Moody's is like AAA status and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a whole investment tool, and when the economy went bad, people didn't want to invest in the stock market. They switched over to the triple net leases. You know,
Wait a minute, Master Kim. You say when they switched over to triple net leases, they start buying triple net leases?
Yeah, they start buying more of the triple net leases when the stock market was bad in 06, 07, when the market collapsed. A lot of established old money switched over to the triple net leases, and this is very common with a lot of kind of older generation, the 1% black and white people. They know this. They're all invested in these triple net leases.
And a triple net lease is just when the taxes.
Well, the lease.
Go ahead, Stanley.
Are these leases like packaged together?
Yes, they're packaged together, but then individually. So if you go to loopnet.com, you'll see a CVS property, just the property, not the business, being sold for like 18 million, and it'll show the reason why. So you can individually buy these leases as well. Or
really?
when I say leases, I'm sorry, I should say property.
You mean they basically package them into like paper that you can buy?
Exactly right. For the investment market. That is exactly correct.
Wow.
And there's probably a better way to say it. I just didn't do it.
They do the same thing with mortgages. If you think about it,
yeah.
Well, that's what I did at Fannie Mae, is mortgage-backed security, so kind of the same thing, yeah.
And
I didn't know they did that with leases.
I had no idea that was a market.
Wall Street is sell anything, bro.
Yep, and then there's a credit rating. The guys that buy these leases will say, "Hey, never mess with Family Dollar because their credit rating is triple B minus." Or it's kind of funny that these businesses also have their Standard & Poor's credit rating that the investment market
Morningstar.
Wow, it is.
To mess with or not mess with. And the reason I think it's of interest, not that I plan to buy any of these, but it sheds light of what's going on in our communities. And then when I spoke to John a while back, we're talking about the beauty supply stores. That's why I said any of these intersections where you see a Circle K go up, Dollar General, and then the other corner might have some other national chain. There's a reason why, and it just sheds light of who's actually growing. And for the most part, it's the elitist, wealthy people, and there's a way to do it.
Master Kim, let me tell you a story about that. I talked to my architect friend down in Atlanta, and you talked to him a while back. He's like a construction builder architect.
Yes.
And so he's doing building after building for the Patels. He said, man, like they as you said, Master Kim, like they will own everything on all four corners, and it'll be a convenience store. He lives in somewhere in DeKalb County, and he just talks about like the number of like businesses they're buying and how much cash they have. He just says it's stunning to see how much cash these people have.
Well, I think that there's a 98% chance that these guys are also. Remember, we talked about the poker machines or the video commercial gambling machines, and they're involved in these illegal. They're involved in legal activities, but illegal activities, and they have to constantly buy and build because they have a cash problem. They can't take it to the bank, and to get an SBA loan, you still need to put down 20%. So average American sock away, over $250,000 to close on this small SBA loan. You know what I mean? Or a big one. So these guys they got like 840 credit scores, because they're making double payments to the bank on their family mortgage. And yeah, so these guys, because of these poker machines, these guys are, and again, just to reiterate, these poker machines in Georgia that you see at the gas stations, you're supposed to give them a coupon to like, if they win, for like chips and pop and maybe a tank of gas, but that's not what they do. They pay cash, and which is illegal, but these guys are just tycoons. So they use the new construction to launder the money, essentially.
That's the word you're looking for. Launder the money.
Now, with that being said, they don't have any misdemeanors. They're not in bar fights. They're not telling the cops to F off. They're not driving drunk on a motorcycle. So when they do catch these, and it's a misdemeanor when they get popped the first or second time. So for them to really catch some legal stuff, they would have had to been extra dirty. And even if it's a RICO forfeiture, it's a civil matter. The law enforcement takes all the goodies, and these guys don't do any jail time. It's stunning.
Right. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. And it's flush with cash as they are, and no one else looking to go into business but them is really not that much of a loss, right?
Yeah. So that's why, like I've told Ken, my boy Ken, that hopefully will be on the show soon. I said, hey, if someone were smart, they would. I mean, rather than go after these perceived people that are suppressing the black community, I think the Georgia lottery flat out is hurting the black, because to get the gaming license, it's the Georgia lottery that oversees it. And I'm going to say, generally speaking, 90% of the people playing those poker machines are African American. Doesn't matter where you go in the state, or Latino. But the way the Georgia lottery divvies up the money is it's for the whole state educational program. So you got all these, people that don't need the money. They get the Hope Grant. They get all the money. And there's probably a very clever way to say it. But they're the real devil, at least here in the state of Georgia.
Wait, hold on about the Hope scholarships. My son has a Zell Miller scholarship, and we need the money, but so it's a joke actually, but some of us actually need to have that hope.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's draining money out of the African American community that play. They're the only
poor African
Well,
American.
no. Well, can I?
3-2-1 box straight.
Understood.
Yeah, all day long. And
Can I give you the history of the Hope Scholarship though?
Oh yeah, break it down.
Hey Stanley,
Because
before
I've literally.
Hey, Stanley, hold for 1 second. HB, take over for me, okay?
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Thanks. I'm going to get this new road here.
Mr. Kim, I'm literally born in Savannah, and all but maybe 5 years of my life raised in Savannah. I remember way back in like the early to mid to most of the 70s, wanting the lottery in Georgia was something they fought for forever. And finally it happened. I think it was in the 80s, maybe mid 80s to 90s. And the way they got to even have a lotto in Georgia was to promise that the money would be good, put to good use. Hope Scholarships was one of those uses. So, hold on one.
Man.
Sorry, this kid, he's got short timer's disease. What I was saying is, I am not going to be hurt if the black community wants to play into the lotto because a black kid who worked hard with a black father and black grandparents and etc. You know what? My feelings aren't hurt. If you want to take your money at a lotto machine and play into the Georgia lottery system,
Yeah,
I don't
Stanley, you're
care.
evil. Yeah, Stanley, you're
No,
evil,
it's
man.
not. Dude, people, it's their money. They do it. No, now, my son didn't steal the money. My
It's
son
no,
literally
but
has like a,
it's
my son has a
predatory.
four, my
It's
son
predatory though.
made the grade.
It's predatory though. I think
How is it
that's
predatory?
man. You
No one
putting
makes people play the lot. Dude, no one makes
yeah, but
people buy lottery tickets.
yeah, but if you put it right next to the blunts and the alcohol, I mean, come on,
No,
man.
well, as a Villa Rican, in my store, it's actually like behind like plastic like screens, and you can't just rip off a lottery ticket. You have to ask for them. So if you're asking for this or that type, you're asking for it.
What I was mentioning were the poker machines, not necessarily just the lottery, but it's the poker machines that are just draining the community.
You know what?
And those
God
are tied
damn it,
into
y'all
Georgia
are gonna
lottery
make
too.
a Republican
It's all
out
part
of
of
me
Georgia
yet.
lottery.
I don't care. No, no one is sitting your ass in a chair to play the poker machine.
You sound like a Republican, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, I told you I'm concerned. People should be able. I'm very Hayekian here. If the market
Yeah, it sound like a
is luring you into wasting your money on a poker machine, give them
Yo,
what they
Is
want.
John there?
Nah,
HB, is
he
John
just
up?
left. He said he's gonna be right back though.
So,
Okay, because
Master Kim,
with
I get your
God
point,
damn it.
and you know what? I appreciate your. I know you are a good man.
Wait, Master Kim, San Jose just said I grew up in Peachtree City, Master Kim
Yep.
770.
Peachtree City, I fished there. It is well, she must have grown up rich. Peachtree
Is
City is
that
where all the airline pilots live.
is that what's up with San Jose? That makes more sense. Okay, San Jose is a rich girl. Okay, that makes sense. She says I still
Well,
have my friendship.
not everybody's rich there, but I mean, Peachtree City. There's some parts of Peachtree City that put Buckhead to shame.
That makes sense. Now be careful with San Jose. She's 17. Be careful.
Okay, what I wanted to say to John is that whenever we're planning on playing like a video that might be able to get copyrighted, I would suggest downloading it and then editing it first.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Because what you can,
that was the first time that happened.
yeah,
So
yeah, I get it, but I'm
How
talking
do
about if
you
John
how do
ever,
you know San Jose 17?
she said
nah,
so.
I'm just messing with her. She's actually 34, but she looks 17. So we just make fun of her. She's actually 34. She's
Who the
got
heck's?
two kids.
Oh, I guess that was HB then. My bad.
Yeah. She's actually 34, but she just looks like a baby. It's like a little PYT.
Well, you think she was jail baiting?
You know what? Don't be incurring the wrath of Portia.
Oh, nah.
Wait, what?
Portia
What's that
might
supposed to mean?
Portia might like San Jose too. You never know.
Hold on, is it Portia? Ain't Portia married?
Not literally, but figuratively. Anyway, carrying. But no, that.
No,
Man.
wait. Did she say a little golf cart based community? Oh, rich.
Yeah, San Jose is
Yeah, she's probably.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm saying, I have had a friend years ago, and where she lived was so exclusive. Like, she knew I liked to fish, so she said, "Hey, there's a big pond here. Just tell them I'm your friend, and you can fish here all you." So I visited that place. Oh, dude, this is like, again, it's not a neighborhood. It is like all just, they even have trees there. It's more than a McMansion. A McMansion community. It was like, damn.
Hey, Master Kim. So if these Indians, and this just hypothetical. So if these Indians are buying all these properties, could they then get like Indians from India over on visas to come work at these places too?
That's a good question. I don't think that's possible because it's kind of low retail. I think you need to be like, I'm sure they finesse it some other way. Like they come here on some.
They might have to change immigration rules when it comes to work.
Yeah, but yeah, not sure. But I think the biggest thing about this is that these guys are like mini little tycoons, or wearing flip flops and minivans. I mean, it's just stunning. And then just real quick. Can I squeeze in a racial joke? Is that okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's welcome.
Master Kim should have been here when we were crapping on Indians yesterday.
So no, yesterday I told Stanley to shut the F up, and he told me the same, and it stopped. So that just shows you that his I gotta watch how I say this. Oops, sorry, I'm in here. I'm at a clinic.
What's that noise?
Yeah. All racial jokes are welcome over here. On, John
one of the most racist panels I've ever been on is asking me, can I squeeze in a racial joke? I respect that, Master Kim. I respect your politeness.
Hey, sorry, I'm checking in at a clinic. I've had runny nose and stuff. Sorry about that. But anyways, that just shows you what a gentleman, or how good this panel is. Because right when he told me to F off as well, it stopped. Unlike some other shows, it just personal threats and, hey, I'm waiting here right now. I'm coming to get you.
But what does that mean? I wasn't black enough for you, Mr. Kim?
No, you weren't.
There we go.
Shit.
You weren't saying. No, I'm a
There we go.
Stanley. You didn't threaten.
No, I'm just messing with Mr. Master Kim. I'm just messing with.
You didn't say you'd shoot up his block. You didn't say you didn't.
Dude, I don't own a gun. How would I do that?
How do you not own a gun? See,
How do you
Stanley,
not own a gun?
Stanley, there's just sometimes I just don't believe you at all. I think you're just
you can. Dude, I live with an 18-year-old male.
That doesn't mean.
You know what? I don't need a gun. If I need one, I can drive down to Savannah and grab a couple.
Does your son have a gun, Stanley?
Nope.
Oh,
I just.
But granddaddy does. As a matter of fact, I was just saying the other day.
Wait. You gotta get real technical with Stanley. Do you own a rifle?
No.
Okay.
Look, hold on. We went down for target practice. My father has a whole gun rack full of guns, some of them expensive. We went all the way down to South Georgia to the family farm and had our way with some trees and targets. So I don't need a gun here.
I just
If I
think it's strange
need
that a
one on the
military man don't got no
if I
gun.
need one on the property, I can get one. I don't even have to buy one.
Richard,
Just
that's what
go,
I'm
hey.
saying. Military man
Yeah,
don't
but
even.
I don't need one here.
That's wild, man.
That's wild to me, man.
Wait, I have perfect. What? Why is this wild? And Mr. Kim, why is me not having a gun on this property? And no, I don't own a gun, not technically.
I mean, not even
I mean, I don't. I technically don't.
shotgun.
No, no,
No, according to the reports, I don't own a gun either. But
no, dude. We leave our doors open. If we forget to lock them,
I
I'm
live in a
okay
white
here,
neighborhood, and
dude.
I'm not gonna own no gun.
No, believe this or not, it's a very mixed neighborhood. I would say it's probably 40 black, 50 white, maybe 30-70, but
You
it's
don't own no
probably
gun?
close. It's probably 40 to 50 to 60 to 50.
What about like a hunting knife? You own a hunting knife?
I've got a couple fillet knives. I've got chef knives.
Oh, God. What are you, British?
Let me put it to you this way: if I feel threatened, I will take care of business.
You know kung fu?
See that's how tough I am. I am very Master Kim here. See that thumbnail? See that thumbnail?
karate?
See that Bruce Lee thumbnail?
Oh, come on, man.
They won't win.
I think you
No,
got bad
dude,
news.
they won't win.
Stanley, if you
Trust
ever
me,
get to a situation to where if you ever get to a situation where you need a gun, you're not going to be able to go all the way to your ranch or whatever.
Dude, if you actually, you know what? I don't have a ranch. In Georgia, we have farms.
Trust me, I guarantee Master Kim probably has a.
Oh, I guarantee you, Master Kim, you don't come to that porch without going, hey, Master Kim, I'm going to be there in 10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Hey, in Georgia, I will say this: in Georgia, you don't mess with anyone. Everyone carries firearms, and you just politely.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes the threat, motherfuckers don't, dude. They don't come up on your porch if they don't know your house.
Yeah, everyone is cautious. Even so, Stanley, you live towards Villa Rica, or was that something else?
No, I live outside of Villa Rica, like at the edge of the
that's a nice
county,
area.
closer to Temple. It's not McMansions, but it's a 10-minute walk to a fishing pond.
Yeah, so says the person living in a mansion, right? Or it's probably not a big enough mansion.
No, I
Yeah, it's a nice
honestly
area.
don't live in a mansion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if Stanley lives in a mansion.
No, a mansion's too big to clean. I'd have to do all that cleaning myself. Can't
Not
afford
gonna
it.
lie, I don't understand why people want mansions. They're kind of they're inefficient.
I
as
don't
fuck.
either, Gary.
They're inefficient as hell. They take. I mean, unless you just like flexing on people. Or you have a lot of gas.
Well, or you have a big family. I mean, it's just me and my son. I don't need a mansion.
That's the goofy part, though, because most people that have mansions don't have big families.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, Gary. I think they might have had a family at one point.
Maybe,
yeah.
Yeah, and then there's such a thing that is downsizing.
You can always get I was going to say, no, what you can do is you can get a family house, or you can get a plot of land that has multiple houses on it.
And
Like
Gary's got that Kingpin. Oh, Gary's got the Kingpin. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, this was during our little doxing session of King Shenard on Jay Rillo's stream. I had to keep this.
Yeah.
He kind of looked like Joe. He kind of looked like Joe Rogan with a chin strap, like a black Joe Rogan.
Hey, can I continue my racist joke from earlier?
Oh yeah, please.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I told Stanley, unfortunately, like a belligerent fool, I said, shut the H up or shut the F up. He told me the same and it stopped. And what I was going to say is obviously the White and Stanley was showing at that moment because it didn't go any further.
The White?
Yeah, Stanley, you didn't mix. You got Georgia, Alabama blood in you, man. Or you think he's white boy
No,
blood in you?
there's no Bama blood. There's no
Or no,
Bama blood.
Georgia. Sorry. You got some of that.
Georgia's okay, but I did say, I got some West Virginia blood,
Yeah.
but no
Yeah,
Bama, no Bama.
I think Stanley's mixed with some sort of possum or something. I don't know.
You seen my skin. You seen my skin tone. I'm not light skinned. I'm not red bone. I'm not red bone.
I think you're mixed with one of them gators from California or something.
But you
I mean,
got
not
good
California,
heart.
Florida or something.
And damn, I'm not from Florida. That's even worse.
I don't know. Florida's kind of fun. They got
I'd rather be from Alabama than Florida.
Yeah, Florida is pretty
No,
terrible.
them fools in Florida are. You know what? Texas is different. Florida is different, and California is different. Louisiana's different in a good way.
I've been to Miami twice, and I've never seen
You could legit get eaten by a gator out in Florida. That's insane to me.
You can get legit eaten by a gator in the Savannah River.
Yeah, that's true. There's gators. Hey, Stanley.
They got gators up there too.
Stanley, I remember speaking to someone that was an Army brat, and he traveled all over the world. And he said the best place he's ever lived was Savannah, Georgia, hands down. And this is kind of a
Well, when was he? There's an you know what? It is Army now. Hunter Army Airfield. Yeah. When I was actually born on Hunter, but it was an Air Force base back in the '60s, and it changed hands. So yeah, so depending on when I didn't know it at the time. Savannah's an awesome place to grow up, or was.
I remember going.
Well, I did want to ask you because you guys were talking about like the Army stuff earlier, and I think it was CKJ had said that some girl stole all the money from a guy's account. Can you guys? Is there anything?
No, he was a Navy. I think he was a Navy guy.
Yeah. He was in the Navy, and I guess his girlfriend or his wife took all the money out of his account. They can just.
Oh, that happens a lot.
Wow, and there's nothing you could do about that.
Not if you're married.
Oh.
Wait, is
I
this
mean,
like a
what do
joint
you?
account?
If you have a joint account and your wife takes all the money, what are you going to do? She has a right to do it.
Joint account. Whoever makes a joint
Well,
account.
you know what? I had a joint account with my wife.
The command they'll make you do it when you're in the military.
Oh, that's retarded.
Well, yeah. If you have dependents, you are mandated to take care of your dependents. They will force you to take. If you're not going to do it, they will force you to do it.
Because they're giving you pay for your dependents. So you have to.
Yep.
Oh.
So if your spouse complains, say if your spouse she's at home,
and they will give you a chance to fix it.
Yeah, but if you don't, they will force you to. They will force you to pay her.
How do they do? How do they force you at gunpoint?
Shit, they control your paycheck. That's how they can decide. There's a percentage of your pay in dependence pay. Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Are you telling me if I can join the military, I gotta pay child support?
If you are married or get married, yes, they will mandate dependence pay.
Fuck that.
No, you know what? You can fuck it all you want, but they're gonna do it.
Yeah, pause.
No, the military doesn't play those games,
The only thing I'm
dude.
fucking is my girl.
You know what? The military, if they are your paymaster or your disbursement, agent, no, you don't have a choice.
Man, I think Black Knight was saying earlier that he saw a guy delete himself because of that.
Yeah. Now, I can't believe it was an E7. I mean, those guys are usually squared away.
Man, I don't know if I would delete myself, but I would consider deleting her definitely.
Yeah, I was
He,
gonna say
they,
I'd kill that bitch.
I'm gonna let Black Knight tell the story, and I'm not gonna offer comment, but all I can say is, God damn, that must have fucked that ship up, morale wise.
I wish Black Knight would come up on the panel. We've had a lot of people who are
He's
usually in
probably.
chat come up recently.
I don't think he trifles with fools like us.
I mean,
Yeah.
He's a frequenter of the streams, though.
Yeah, nah, I think he's too good for us, honestly.
Isn't he a retired
Hey,
police
and
officer?
you know what? I'm gonna confirm that he is too good for us. Most of us.
Yeah, no, he's the retired NYPD guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's the I think he shook down Nicky Barnes back in the 70s.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Man. Oh man. I would have been wait, so CKJ, what about the barracks bunnies? How did they treat you while you were on those ships?
Oh yeah, I forgot that they hire. I was gonna say the Army and the Navy hire a lot of whores.
Oh, hold on a second. We got Black Knight in the building. Hold on a second.
No. There are no. If you live on a ship, the only barracks bunnies you're gonna get are female sailors.
They
Black
call
Knight,
them
what's up, man?
they call them
What's
boat
going
booze,
on?
HB.
Can you hear me?
They call them what? Boat what?
Boat booze.
Let's go. Thanks for coming up, Black Knight.
Black Knight, salute, man.
Thanks for coming up, man.
Salute, Knight.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Loud and clear. Wait. CKJ, what'd you say?
You at home, your wife flies from the ship, comes home pregnant after a couple months. What would you do?
Man.
Shit my pants and get pissed.
Listen, and you know it's not yours.
Damn.
Well,
number one, not have a good deployment.
I've seen a lot of women fly off that ship home to their husbands.
I would have never gotten married while I was in the Navy.
Yeah.
You know what?
We got two Navy guys.
I ran 3 Navy guys.
Wait,
I ran a communications, I was a communications officer on both my deployments. And that back chat, I can't remember what they call it now, but there's a point to point that all the radio men back then would do back chat basically. And you would get all the time on amphibs or the big auxiliary ships, oh, hey, Bob, on this ship, I'm pregnant after our last encounter in Abu Dhabi, those sorts of things. Oh, yeah. Women,
Wait, I want to hear Black Knight. You got to tell this the deletion story, man. That is crazy.
Stuff like that happened a lot. Not to the point of suicide all the time, but this time, I think we were in Naples, and he had the quarterdeck watch with a third class, and
he did it on the quarterdeck.
Right on the quarterdeck. Yep.
Oh my God! Oh shit! Oh my! He
sent the third class for coffees or something like that, and he said,
messenger of the watch. Oh my Lord!
He said, give me the I'll hold on to the gun, and you go get us some coffee or whatever he sent them for, mid-rats, whatever. And they heard a bang, and when he came back, when he got back, and whoever else was in earshot, got over there, the guy had killed himself because his wife had left him, was leaving him, wanted a divorce, and Jody had stepped in.
Well, let me ask you a question, because usually the OODs
Oh, that's
had
terrible, man.
sidearms themselves. I mean, back when I was in now, this is way before your time, and it was during Desert Storm, but everybody would have a sidearm. So I'm surprised.
I'm sure it wasn't before my time. When were you in?
89 to 94.
I was in from 80 to 90.
Oh, damn.
I'm older than you, my man.
Okay. Well, I'm not sad to hear that.
Man.
Yeah.
Got
We had
these.
lots of stuff like that.
He was a QM.
That was
No, he wasn't a
said
QM.
permission to go ashore. I see.
Damn. No one went ashore that night. Okay. Did they let people back up? How did it affect the ship is my question.
Yeah, seriously.
You know what? We weren't ship's company, so I don't really know.
Oh.
I was an assault craft unit. I was small boat unit.
Got it.
So we were in the well deck most of the time on my boat. We would come up to compliment the ship staff. Like they would put me on the not the quarter deck, in the pilot house, and I would compliment the QMs up there. But we weren't really part of the ship.
Okay, ship's company. Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't ship's company. When we got to where we were going, they would kick us out.
Man.
Take your small boat and get the fuck off this ship.
Did you guys just throw his body overboard, or you had to?
No, NIS came from every corner of the earth.
No, but they probably had him in one of the freezers next to the steak and eggs.
No, they could.
Did you have to scrub his, hold on? Did you have to scrub his brains off the deck?
Somebody did.
No, they leave that to the boat. That was a bosun mate's job.
I was gonna say, did he at least have the courtesy to lean his head over and shoot himself to make sure he didn't get the deck dirty?
God damn, that's just, you know what? He didn't think about, that's crazy.
I mean, that's courtesy right there.
No, just wait till the next day when you're not on duty and fucking do it off the ship.
Passing south of the border. AHB, I'm going south of the border. Well, I'm heading north, so I'm heading from South Carolina into North Carolina.
Oh, shoot, you're coming to my way.
Oh, nice. Are you on 95?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice, man. Be careful over there, man.
Where are you planning on going in north?
He's coming to see you, Gary.
I'm heading back to New York.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Nice, man.
Where's Hickory again?
Oh, it's between.
Where's what?
Oh, he's at
Hickory. No, I'm fucking with Gary.
I was gonna say.
Well, I know you're not in Hickory, but you're somewhere near Hickory, I hear.
Yeah, I'm actually in Jacksonville.
Black Knight, we got one of these days. We got to get some of your NYPD stories, man. Because I already know, man. You probably got
a lot of those.
I was gonna say you probably had to handle so many niggas, man, back in the day.
Nah, he probably got some bricks buried somewhere. Probably got some.
I was undercover for 10 years, so I got a piece.
Shit.
Oh, wait, hold on. What was the case?
Oh, there are plenty of them in 10 years.
No, I mean, what was he doing undercover?
I was a narco ranger.
Damn.
I bought everything but a person. I bought bombs, I bought grenades, I bought weapons, and mostly drugs.
You know that's kind of crazy. You said a grenade. I bought a grenade from a guy one time. This is while I was living in Detroit.
I was gonna say, what you use it for?
I didn't use it for anything. I just bought it from him because he was selling. He was selling a grenade.
HB just looking at shit. HB just looking at shit. Be like, you know what? Yeah, I can use a fucking.
No, he was like just some random guy selling like pistols and stuff, and he was like, yeah, I got a grenade. I was like, a grenade? What the fuck? What the fuck? I just bought it. I never used it though. I was too scared to use it.
Wait, hold on. Do you still have it?
No. I started to like just think about if it went off or something, so I got rid of it. Yeah, it was like one of those green ones, like it was a real grenade though. It was just random. But man.
Hold on, HB, how much you pay? How much you pay for it?
Don't worry about that, man. Come on. We got it. Come on, man. You trying to get me locked up, man? I don't know. How much you pay for it? Look at this guy, Gary. Gary might be undercover too, man. What the hell? Oh, man. So you bought drugs, bombs, guns. Oh
Yep.
man, that had to be crazy.
That sounds insane, man.
Yeah, it had to be insane. So where would you get the money from to buy the drugs?
From the police department.
Oh, they would supply you with the cash? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Man.
Yeah. It depends on the buy. You set up. You get you start cultivating something on the street. You start with smaller buys and stuff. You work your way up. I bought kilos from Colombians.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I bought from Jamaicans. I bought everything.
Yo, how scared were you buying kilos from Colombians, man?
Yeah, Colombian gangs they're brutal as shit, man.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you a story right now. I was about to make probably what would have been one of the biggest buys in New York from the Colombians. And the night before I was going to meet the guy to make the buy, a rival gang went up into the house and stole like 20 kilos I was going to buy.
Oh,
it's crazy.
Oh, wow. Wait, hold on. I was going to say, imagine if the gangs caught you while you're in the middle of the buy.
When I was in uniform, I came up on this guy. Me and my partner came up on this guy who had broken down. So we offered him help, and he's like, no. He was a Spanish guy. No, I don't need any help. So you don't need any help. Come on, open up the trunk, and we'll help you put the tire on. He didn't want to do it. So now I said, open the trunk. He had like 10 kilos.
Jesus.
So
Christ.
we took him back. We took him back to the thing. He was under arrest.
Is that me?
Went underneath.
No. You.
Hello?
Wait. Black Knight. Yeah. Start over from you took him back. You started to break up a little bit.
I think you might be losing signal.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You're good now. You're
okay.
good now. Your phone was bugging a minute ago.
Yeah, you're traveling 95. So we came up on the guy. His car had broken down. Well, not broken down. He had a flat tire or something. And we offered to help him. So he was giving us a lot of resistance about helping. It made us a little more suspicious. So we told him to open up the trunk. And he had like 10 kilos and like 100 grand or something like that on him. So we brought him back. We brought the money back. We had to count the money, of course, and we had to count the weight of kilos and all this kind of stuff. But when we put him in the cell, he immediately jumped underneath the cell bed. And we were like, what the hell? So I go to talk to him. We're trying to get his information and stuff, and he's shivering. He's tied in his face. He won't come from underneath the bed. And he said, they're going to kill me because I lost their stuff. And he until we brought him down to like central booking, man, he would not come from underneath that bed.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I have a question.
He's probably sleeping with the fishes right now. He's probably sleeping with the fishes.
Got grounded up into a taco or something, man. Taco
Probably.
now.
They weren't there. Yeah.
I understand SBU quartermaster. How did you go from quartermaster to, NYPD and then undercover?
When I got out of the Navy, unless you go for like a seafaring type thing, which I didn't do, I didn't go to tugboats or anything like that. Quartermaster's pretty useless outside, And the reason
were you a diver? Were you a diver or?
No, I was just a quartermaster, just the navigator.
Straight line quartermaster. Okay, that's interesting because most of the. Well, I'm not going to get too deep into it. There's certain. I can't remember, but I know you can be a diver and a quartermaster. I think.
It could be a diver. I went for SEAL, but my eyesight wasn't good enough.
Oh God, we're losing them again.
Yeah, that's actually what I was aiming at. I mean, I know most of the quartermasters I knew were kind of like, executive types. We like our clean offices and air-conditioned spaces.
Yeah. But when I got out because my son wanted to go.
Oh goodness.
You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh man,
it's a little bit more than a bit.
Well, let's be nice, Karen. He'll come over there and use your internet.
Yeah, I was going to say North Carolina ain't good when it comes to its service, man. If he's crossing the border.
No, he's gonna get close to Charlotte on 95 though. Not
he will, but depending
couple
on
hours.
He said if he's near the border, he ain't nowhere near Charlotte.
Right, he's got a couple hours.
Imagine buying a bomb from somebody though. Man.
Damn.
I mean, you bought.
That's why I'm saying you got to keep a cool head. I'm like.
Right.
I do know a guy who bought a landmine.
A claymore? Do they still make claymore?
I don't know actually.
Yeah, they still make claymores.
Oh, they do.
Wow. That's strange. I thought they got rid of landmines.
When you bought that bomb, do you know what kind of bomb it was?
Nope. It was a pipe bomb.
Oh, okay. Oh man.
Yeah.
You just never know. There could be some, because I always think I kind of think that there's probably some like genius, some mad genius out here who's like creating like some sort of helium bomb in his basement that can like blow up a state or something, and you just never know.
What you think? Some incel guy in his shed is building an alternative to a nuke or something?
Yeah. Some cold fusion bomb or something, man. Yeah.
I don't want to think about that shit.
Yeah, man. You just listen, man. You think geniuses just stop being born?
No, God, no. I just don't. We never know how extreme this world is until
When
you
I got
look into it.
In my last couple of years before I left the department, I was in counterterrorism, and we had all kinds of nuclear stuff, dirty bomb stuff, all that kind of stuff going on.
Yeah. See? That's the thing about like that type of stuff. You don't even know how much the government stops that type of stuff.
Sometimes the government's behind it.
Very true.
It doesn't make the news, all the bombs and the assassination attempts that get stopped.
Only if it goes off.
Yeah, right.
Only if it goes off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. So the biggest buy you've ever had was just like a couple bricks.
20 kilos. Well, yeah. Well, it would have been my biggest. The one I actually had in my hand, the biggest buy, was probably like 5 kilos or something like that.
Oh, okay.
5 kilos, man.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, somebody's getting. How did you feel
Somebody's
about
getting
that though?
fucked
Like,
up.
yeah, like you know that you're stopping these drugs coming in, but you know that guy that got caught, he's probably gonna get whacked, or his family's gonna get whacked. Like, how did you really care about that? Well, obviously he doesn't care about his family, so
I
you
mean,
shouldn't
if
really
he
care.
puts his family in that situation, I don't think he cares too much. I think he cares more about the money.
They had the choice probably of, it was above my pay grade after that, after my testimony or whatever. But he probably was, had the choice, because if you're handling that much, you probably got some information they did want. So they'll kick you up to like the FBI or somebody like that, or DEA, and they'll offer you witness protection.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, you would need it at that point.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Imagine having an entire underground on your ass just because you botched a job.
Man.
Well, they definitely would kill you.
It's called Sopranos. Called Sopranos.
Up in where I was working in Bayside one time, I was still in uniform for this too. We got a call of shots fired. So we get to the location. I open the door and there's nothing but smoke in the door. We go upstairs, me and my partner, we get upstairs, and in the wall is like 6 or 7 holes with red rings around them, which was the blood of the person that they shot through. So we get into the kitchen, the guy's on the floor bleeding out, and there's bullets and a broken clip, because the only reason they stopped shooting him was because the clip broke. So we hear noise from the closet, and it's the guy's wife and daughter tying clothes and bed sheets together. They were going to go jump out the window because they heard noise. They thought we were the killers also. But they let them live. That's another reason they probably lived, because the clip broke and these guys got out and got away. But what it was is this guy he rented the upstairs and the downstairs of this place from this guy for cash for 6 months ahead of time. And they were storing money and drugs there. And these guys ripped them for that money and killed the guy, took the drugs and money.
Oh man. Jeez, New York is brutal, man.
Yeah, it is.
When you were undercover, were you pretending to? So you were pretending to be like a dealer. Was there ever any like perks?
Sometimes I was a dealer. Sometimes I was a dealer. Most of the times I was just like a druggie. But sometimes, yeah, if you were pretending to be a dealer, like a couple of my partners, they were better for it, I guess. They they gave them a nice car, they gave them a pad to live in and stuff like that. They set them up nice.
Oh,
it runs the whole gambit. Yeah, I was mostly street level buys.
Okay.
But there were other guys who like long-term cases that would work their way up. There were guys, my cousin, he was before me, but he infiltrated one of the black mafia groups and stuff like that.
Wow.
He was up. Yeah.
Man, did any of them ever like get so used to that lifestyle that they kind of like flipped, or was it?
Nobody ever flipped. People got a little crazy, but I never knew anybody who flipped.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to get crazy seeing that type of shit that they saw.
Oh yeah.
They probably saw people getting tortured.
I've seen people getting beat and stuff like that. Yeah. Seen people get beat.
Man.
I remember one time I was making a buy from. You ever heard of the Cape Man? Anybody ever heard of Cape Man? He was like a '60s legend in New York.
No, I haven't.
He was a killer, but he also dealt drugs. He was in prison, but I bought drugs from. I guess it was his nephew or something like that, and he had like, big shoes to fill, so he was always a tough guy. And I'm making a buy from him, and I'm in his house and everything, and he's got 2 dogs. He's got a Rottweiler and a Doberman Pinscher, and the Doberman Pinscher is like right between my legs, looking at my nuts for a meal. So I'm sitting there shivering, and I got a Kell on me. A Kell is a listening, the listening device. So my boss, when we got out of there later on, my boss said that all he could hear me keep saying was, "There's a big fucking dog in here. There's a big fucking dog." The dog was sitting between my legs
Not
while
the
I'm trying to
fucking
make the
dog,
buy.
man. Not the dog.
Oh man, he should have trained that dog to sniff
Wait, hold on.
devices.
I was going to say, he should have trained the dog to sniff tech or drugs or anything like that.
Well, he probably sniffed drugs, but he probably sniffing his own drugs then.
You think the dog got high?
I don't know.
Yeah.
As long as he didn't bite me, I didn't care.
That's another question. Were you ever in a situation where
You're bugging out.
if you them? Oh wait, can you hear me? I'm bugging out a little bit. Damn it.
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Yeah, you're good now.
I can hear you.
Okay. Were you ever in a situation where
Damn it.
Every time he gets to that same point, it bugs out.
I think what he's trying to ask is, have you ever gotten into a situation where you had to do drugs?
Yes. But but the guy realized at that point that something was wrong because can you guys hear me?
No, you're good. HB's talking, but his mic keeps messing up.
Yeah, I had a guy that I made a lot of buys from, and this one made the papers too. I had a guy I had made a lot of buys from before, and he invited me into his house and everything to do the drugs that I was gonna buy from him and to eat with his family and all this stuff. So I'm like, nah, my girl's downstairs in the car waiting for me. And, she wants to do the drugs with me. He said, oh, invite her up to it. I said, nah, she won't do it in front of anybody else with me. So I saw the light go on in his eyes right there. He realized that he'd never seen me do the drugs. He realized, and it just wasn't, it was, I guess it struck him as something funny. So he goes back in the house. He said, okay, wait for me. I'll walk you downstairs. He comes out with 3 other dudes, guns to my head, and said, you're going to fucking do this drugs in front of us or I'm going to shoot you right here.
Oh, God.
So I had, he said, get in the elevator. We're going to the roof. You're going to do these drugs. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. And I'm trying to, slowly walk towards the staircase. I had ghosts, which was, that's what you call the guy who's shadowing me. Who's shadowing the undercover.
Yeah.
It's a ghost. So my ghost was one of my ghosts was downstairs talking to fucking girls, and the other one was looking for me. So I made it to the staircase. I kept just inching towards the staircase, and I said, I'm not getting into them. He said, I never seen a drug addict that won't do drugs. And I'm like, no, well, I never had a gun to my head to do the drugs. I'm trying to make excuses.
Mm-hmm.
I get to the stairs. All
oh no!
Who opened the door? And I'm going out.
Yeah,
now I'm bugging too.
You're good now. You're good now.
Yeah, you're good now.
All right. They all look to see who opened the door down there. They look. Right into the guy's eye, and I said, drop your fucking gun, I'm gonna shoot you. And the other 2 ran, and this guy dropped his gun, and my team came upstairs and made the arrest. But that was the closest because I wouldn't do the drugs.
Did you ever have to do the drugs?
No, that was the closest. I tell you, I actually tried. It was crack, and I actually took a puff, tried to take a puff of it, but I don't even smoke cigarettes. I never even smoke cigarettes, so it didn't. You know, that made him more suspicious. And I dropped the crack thing at the out.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
most
dropped the crack
crackheads,
at the end.
most crackheads, they start with cigarettes. So that would have been a dead giveaway to me too. Like, you don't even
Yeah.
smoke cigarettes, but you smoke crack.
But that was great. Black and Mighty,
Yeah.
have you ever been have any of your infiltration missions ever led to a shootout?
A couple times. I was buying from this guy named Cuba one time in Astoria, Queens, and I went to buy from him, and for whatever reason, he didn't know I was a cop, but he didn't trust me. The guy that was about to do me, that was with him, the guy that was about to give me the drugs, he kept telling him, "Don't do that, don't give him, don't give him, motherfucker." So I said something. I said, "Fuck you, motherfucker. Who are you?" Something like that, and he pulls a gun out. He pulled out. I remember it now. It was like a target pistol Luger type thing, and he pulls it out, and it pissed me off so much that instead of running from him, I ran at him, and he ran from me. And I pulled out my gun and I chased him, and I ran around the corner. And it's like every movie I ever thought of. You ever watch a movie and you say, why doesn't the guy just wait for him to turn the corner and stand there and wait for him? So I turned the corner and he was fucking standing right there with the I stopped running. I didn't stop running. I kept running, and I brought my gun up, and I could have shot him, but I was kind of thankful at the time that he didn't shoot me, because he fucking had me dead to rights when I came around the corner. Yeah. So he ran and jumped over the fence and got away. I was like, wow. Yeah. Then I had another guy one time. I was running after him, and somebody that was, I guess, part of his group started shooting at me. But I heard, but I didn't think they were shooting at me until one of my teammates grabbed me and pulled me down. He said, "They're shooting at you. They're shooting at you." I was like, "Oh, okay." But yeah, a couple of shootouts.
Do you think it would be harder?
Me a couple of times.
Do you think it would be harder now to be like undercover now, or it was harder then?
Man, it's the wild, wild west out there now, man. It'll probably everything is probably harder now as far as I wouldn't be a cop now unless they took the cuffs off.
Yeah.
I was
they
going to
took
say,
the cuffs
nowadays
off.
they can easily trace you via social media and all that stuff.
Yeah, they had a lot more social media stuff. Yep. Even though they couldn't trace us, I mean, they probably could if they really, 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 really tried. I've had people thought they knew me. I was with my girlfriend at a movie, and the dude goes, "I know you," and I'm like, "Nah, I don't think you know me. I don't know you." He goes, "Yeah, I know you, man. I bought some drugs, and I got arrested right after I bought them drugs." I said, "That's fucked up. Wow." And he said, "Yeah, I think you're." You have to play it off sometimes, man. Let me tell you, I had this guy. I remember his name was this guy's name was Martin Slaughter. I bought from him 3 times. Huh? His name is Martin Slaughter. I bought from him 3 times. The first time I bought from him, like I bought from him, and they moved in and arrested him. Like 2 days later, I bought from him again. He goes to me, "Yo, the last time you bought from me, I got arrested." I said, "That's fucked up. Give me 2." He gave me 2 more. Got arrested again.
Damn.
Then like 2 or 3 days later, he did it again. He comes to me. He goes, I go to him. I said, "You got to be the cops. I got arrested the last 2 times. I sold you something." He said, "That's fucked." I said, "That's fucked up, man. I don't know what to tell you. Give me 2." He gave me 2 again. These motherfuckers, man. Some of them are dumber than a stump, man. Some of them are dumber than a stump. I had a guy, he wouldn't sell to me, but he would sell in front of me. He was like, "I'm not selling to you. I think you're a cop." Okay, all right. So I just stood there. I picked off everybody he sold to, and then after we got a few of the people he sold to, we arrested him. And I got the gun that he hid. He had a gun hidden in the top of the trash can that he was standing next to. Got the gun also, because he thought if he didn't sell to me, I couldn't do anything, even though I'm sitting there watching him sell everybody else. I tell you, a lot of these guys get caught because they're too stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
bet that.
Jesus Christ, man! Was it fun? I'm not gonna lie. You're telling me these stories. It does sound kind of fun, like to be
It was
in
fun.
that
We were
world.
cowboys.
Yeah,
We were
to be.
cowboys, bro. We did a lot of shit. We
Yeah,
had a lot of fun, bro. We had a lot of fun.
like you
And
probably were. You probably were like at clubs and shit.
oh yeah,
Just
oh
watching
yeah.
guys.
We had an allowance. We couldn't drink past a certain amount, but we could drink. So if you went to the club, they know obviously you can't sit in there and not drink.
Right.
It looks suspicious. So we had an allowance. We go in, we buy some drinks and stuff, sit around.
Man.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun, man.
Man, and I'm honestly surprised that when you were buying these keys, nobody ever made you like sniff a little bit. They never made you just do a
No,
line.
because by that time,
do a whiff or anything
by
like
that time, I had already gotten into the good graces. Because you didn't always arrest a guy if you're working a case. If you're trying to get to the top, you wouldn't arrest him. You'd buy from him over a few months, and so he's the only people who would test it would be me. I'd come with it. I said, I got to test this stuff, bro, and just I got to bring this stuff back to the guys. They got to know I'm buying some real stuff. So they say, hey, yeah, sure, go ahead. They probably fix me a drink or something, and then I test the stuff, and they say, okay. I said, okay, this is good, I'll take it. But by then, like I said, I'd already bought from them for months and stuff, and they didn't get arrested. They were cool, so they trusted me.
When you tested it, would you just like put it up, rub it on your gums or something?
That would at lower levels, and in the beginning we would do shit like that. But we did like a little magic trick. You test it. You dip your middle finger in it, and then you rub your pointer finger against your gums, and then you do it so quick nobody really noticed unless they were, it really had to
taking
be
a little
looking at
hit.
you really hard.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Damn. And they're probably so coked up at that point they don't even notice. They're like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
See, this is why I want more people in the chat to come up on panel, man. We get people like this. We get people like Black Knight up in here, man.
Man. No, I got to ask you, did you ever like while you're undercover, did you ever like get some pussy while you were undercover?
Next question.
Okay. Oh.
No. Just kidding. I did end up going out with a girl who was the girlfriend of a guy I was buying from.
Oh.
I hooked up with her for about a year afterwards. He was a weird dude. He was a weird guy. He was a Jamaican.
Wait, he was into that shit?
And I forgot his name now, but she was drop dead gorgeous, light skin, reddish hair, beautiful. And he was an old time Jamaican. He's probably like 20 years older than her. And
this is a Jamaican guy?
Yeah, Jamaican guy. Yeah, he had a store.
That's hilarious.
He had a store, and I bought from him a couple of times. And after he knew I was a cop, he was like, yeah, well, that's the business. You gotta arrest people, and I gotta try and make this business work. And then he went away. He went away after one of the times he got arrested. He went away for a while, and she would call me, and she was, whenever she had a problem, she said, these cops are bothering me or something like that. Can you do anything about it? And because she was hot, they were always trying to get in her pants and stuff, and they would try and strong arm her and stuff. So I would go over there and everything. And then me and her ended up going out for about a year.
Wow. Well, she must have been really hot, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
she was hot. She was hot.
Jeez.
She was hot.
Man.
Sound like you lived a life, man.
I tell you, it was fun, man. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Did growing up in New York kind of help you? Did it like make it a little bit easier for you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I could spot people carrying guns. I could spot people by the way they walk. I could spot a car if it was stolen. by the way the guy drove or whatever. Yeah. Definitely the ones that made the best undercovers out of us were guys who grew up on the street.
Are
I grew up in the Lower East Side of Manhattan.
Are most folks on the or in the NYPD, are they mostly from New York City, or can you estimate?
No, they come from the island, but I seen it.
Long Island?
I would say 60%. Yeah, Long Island. Yeah, a lot of people came from Long Island to be cops, but a lot of them I knew. Like out of my class, at least 3 guys quit like the first week after they actually. I mean, they made it through the academy, but the first week on the job, they were done. One guy quit because
What would you say within the actual boroughs? What would you say the percentage of actual New York City people?
I'd say 60% was New York City people.
Okay, interesting.
60%. But the guys from Long Island, a lot of them couldn't take it, man. I know one guy on his first day out, he found a head and hands, and he quit right after that. Yeah,
were they cops' head and hands or someone else's?
No, it was just a head and hands that I guess somebody crossed somebody.
And he quit?
And he quit, yeah.
Oh God, that's
bet he was.
And then another guy quit because he was from Long Island. He had never, the spaces were close, and he had like buildings. He was working in a lot of the buildings, and he had never seen people, like you almost live on top of each other when you live in apartment buildings and stuff, and piss and shit in the hallways and the staircases. And he was like, "Yo, I'm done. I can't do this," and he quit because of that. So yeah, a lot of people quit for. They had never seen city life, especially if you got like Brooklyn or Harlem. It's tough. It's tough. And back then, you could put your hands on somebody a little bit more than you could now. Because, a lot of times guys would fucking test you and you had to prove yourself.
Yeah.
Otherwise they keep testing you. From the littlest kid to the oldest dude, they test you.
Yeah, I'm sure even the women sometimes will test you. You ever had to slap a woman around a little bit? Get a little rough with her?
I broke a girl's arm one time.
Jesus.
It was an accident though. I mean, she swallowed we were buying. She bought, and I was at this time I was already on the rest day. I had stopped doing undercover. I had done undercover for like 9 years, and I had stopped. And now I was part of the backup team. I was a ghost, and I went to grab her, and she swallowed the stuff. So I said, I put my hands around her throat and says, "Don't swallow, it'll kill you, because she swallowed a lot."
Yeah.
And when I went to put it in my hand in her mouth, she bit me, and I picked her up and threw her down, and her arm broke.
Oh man, did she end up swallowing it still, or you got it?
I got it from her.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, that's another thing too. How many people just like once they got confronted, did they just swallow the stuff?
A lot of people swallow a lot. But if they knew, if it was a lot, like heroin is in decks. You get like 20 decks, you can't swallow it because it'll definitely kill you. So they would try and throw it down, a grading or something like a subway grade or a sewage grade, stuff like that.
Flushing it down the toilet.
But the smaller stuff, if they were inside, but a lot of the buys were outside. In the beginning, we would make them throw the marijuana away instead of arrest them because it was misdemeanors. We really only wanted felonies. But yeah, I remember we chased one dude. He was on some heroin, and we chased him up the staircase. And when he gets to the door, he's like waiting for us. And I'm like, what the fuck is he waiting for? Why didn't he run inside and close the door? When we got close, he opened the door, and this fucking huge pit bull comes running out.
Damn.
And my boss, he runs right at us, and my boss shoots him right in the forehead. And the dog shakes his head and then runs past us, runs past us. and the pit bull's name was Tyson. So he runs down the street. We're running after the guy now, because he ran. Half of us went into the apartment after the guy, and the other half went to see what happened to the dog. We thought the dog was going to start biting people. And then outside, they killed Tyson. They killed Tyson. The dog ran halfway down the block and died. But that was a strong fucking dog, man. He took that shot right to the forehead.
That's a zombie dog right there. It came to life and then he went back.
That's crazy.
Fucking mutant ass dog.
Yeah, we had a lot of stories like that, man. Had a lot of stories like my unit used to have a reputation for not being rough, but we got our man. We got him.
Yeah.
So this one guy, he runs from us and he jumps out his window. And he didn't die, but he got fucked up pretty bad, and he was unconscious in a coma and all that kind of shit. And when we got down to the street, by the time we got down there, the rumor was like, yo, they killed that fucking guy, man. You better not run from these fucking guys. They'll kill you. And that's the rep we had. A lot of guys wouldn't run from us because they thought we'd kill them or beat the shit out of them or something like that.
Yeah. They probably thought you threw him out the window.
Yeah, that's what they did. They thought we threw him out the window. No, they knew they knew we shot Tyson. They knew we shot Tyson. Yeah.
Was there ever any stories or anything that you like? You were there for 9 years and you were in New York too, man. That's like one of the crazy. I think that is the craziest city in America.
I think, especially 90s New York, that shit was.
Yeah. Was there any anything that happened where it was just something that you can't even explain, where it's just like I don't even understand what just happened, or like just something real weird, like almost I don't know, man. It's just like with New York, I just feel like there's so much to it. You had to like come across something that was just insane. You can't even explain it.
Yeah, Black Knight. What was by far your weirdest case?
The weirdest case? I don't know. Everyone was different.
Yeah.
You can't even fucking choose.
I don't know. It was the weirdest case. I guess the Colombians and the Jamaican cases were that was like the most exciting ones. I had a girl. I bought from a girl a couple of times who would keep the drugs in her snatch and then want you to put it in your mouth. She said, yeah, put it in your mouth, put it in your mouth. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, even a crackhead ain't gonna. I don't know. I can't say it. I don't know if they would or not. But
yeah, no, crackhead would.
But she would take it out and put it in the snatch and stuff like that. I know one of the crazies of my partner was a female Hispanic. We used to play like boyfriend and girlfriend and stuff in case somebody was taking too long and they didn't know what was going on. She'd come in and go, "Where's my man? Where is he? Where is he?" But they fooled her one time. The guy it was like a wooden fence, and the guy walked her over to the wooden fence. Like, we had steerers. You call the person who takes you to the drugs but doesn't necessarily sell it to you. He's a steerer. So the steerer brought over to this fence, and in the fence you could just see sneakers underneath the bottom of the fence. And she goes, I want two or something like easy. So the guy's right next to her, but she doesn't notice, and he's like doing a ventriloquism thing. He's going, all right, that's $20. And we're like, what the I mean, she doesn't notice it, but we notice from where we are with binoculars or whatever, we know that the guy is the one talking. The guy is steering her, is pretending. And it turns out he just put a pair of boots or sneakers under there, and he pretended somebody was on the other end, and she would drop the money through the hole. After she went away with the stuff, he would go back and pick up the money, and she'd have like soap or something like that, because, they used to cut it with soap, or they would make soap look like crack, a little piece of crack. And that was pretty wild. That was funny. That was a funny one. But I know it. I know one of the one of the strangest ones I had was probably my last one. That was the scariest one for me ever. I made a buy from this guy, or the undercover made a buy from this guy, and I saw it, and I was chasing the guy. We went up the side of a 4-story building, middle of the night, and I'm running across the buildings. We're jumping from building to building, and when I finally stop, is because I hear a crack under my feet, and what it was is I was standing on a skylight, which was painted over black, so it looked like tar, but it was a skylight. And just before it cracked, I jumped off of it, and I was like, "Oh shit!" That was probably the scariest one for me.
So you could have like fell through. And,
yeah. Plus, I was the only one on. I was the only one on this guy. Nobody else saw where I went. Anything. I ran up the side of the building. He ran up on his fire escapes and everything, and I'm chasing after him. And nobody knows where I was at. Nobody knew where I was at.
Wow.
That was kind of scary.
Did any of your cases ever like get political, where like you're dealing with somebody and he's got political affiliations?
Oh yeah. When you used to buy in Manhattan, because most of my buys were in Queens, South Jamaica, Ozone Park, Astoria, stuff like that. But when we bought Manhattan, we would go downtown because somebody would complain about the drugs, and some Karen or something would complain, and they would want us to do buy and bust downtown. So we arrested this one dude, and he was like a stockbroker or something, but he was made of money. We could tell when we first got him, he was made of money. Before we even got him to the precinct, there were people, lawyers and everything waiting for us when we got there. And he was I don't know if I doubt it made the papers, but he got out before we finished the paperwork. He was out of jail.
Wow.
He was out of jail. He had money. I think he was related to Mayor Koch. Well, at the time, Mayor Koch or something like that. He was somebody's relation.
And he was selling, or he was just buying?
No, he bought. We got the seller too, but he bought.
What was he buying? I hope it wasn't crack.
He bought coke. The richer people bought coke. Yeah, richer people bought coke.
That makes sense. Yeah. Jeez, man. You making me want to be an undercover right now, man. I don't know if I can do it though. I'm like too nice though, man. I'm too nice and I'm a simp. I might let the hot chicks get away. Yeah, I might let them.
There weren't too many hot chicks, bro. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
we had to watch out for AIDS. They all had like blue marks. Their faces are discolored and all this kind of stuff. A lot of time they want to blow you. They want to blow you or something like that for a piece of your buy. Because a lot of the chicks were steerers, so they would steer you, and if you would give them a piece of the drugs and stuff, So, but they were living on the street and all this kind of stuff.
Damn.
Hey, Black Man, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Stanley.
I'm a son of a cop, believe this or not. If you have, or if you had children, or if you do have children, have you ever wanted them to go into law enforcement?
Nope. My daughter wanted to be a cop, and I told her I didn't really discourage her, but I told her I would rather her find something else, and luckily she did. She wants to be a lawyer instead. So.
So she's still young.
Yeah, she's 23. Yeah.
Cool. And the reason I bring this up, as a son of a cop, and he rose up fairly high in the ranks. He was always into, hey, join the FBI.
Yeah, FBI
and
is
I actually passed the FBI test, which I'm told is fairly hard to do.
Yeah.
But in the end, and this was post-Navy, I basically said, you know what? I don't want to carry a gun for a living. And, he never said anything much about it, but I was just curious. why would the son of, I mean, you went through some dangerous stuff, and the Navy too. You know, I guess, why would you want your son to be in the Navy? But for some reason or another, to me, being a cop is more immediate danger than being in the Navy. So, you know, I didn't really ask you a question, but I'm curious as to your analysis of that statement.
If being a cop is more dangerous?
I think it's more an immediate danger. I think it is more dangerous. Actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Most definitely. Most definitely. I had combat action in I was in Beirut. I was there for the bombing, and a couple other things that we were involved in. I was in
What, the hotel bombing?
Assault craft.
The hotel bombing?
No, the BLT bombing. The BLT.
Okay.
The bombing of the BLT. Yeah. Yeah, I dug those guys out for 3 days. But yeah, we had a couple other things happen over there too. I tell you, I can't say I had fun, because not all of it was fun. Obviously, all those guys died.
Well, when you're young, it's always fun.
Yeah, exactly. But it's weird, because I was at the bombing of Beirut. Mm-hmm. I was at 9/11. And I don't know if you remember, before 9/11, they had tried to bomb the World Trade Center once before.
Yeah, down in the parking garage or something.
Right. I was at that. Yeah, so 3 of the attacks on the United States, I was present for. Yeah, so it's pretty wild.
What? How was it like on 9/11?
It's crazy. I was helping my nephew move from Massachusetts to New York. So I'm going to pick him up in Massachusetts, bring him back, and it starts on the news. I'm listening to Howard Stern. I used to love Howard Stern. I thought it was a skit. So when I get there to pick him up, his roommate that he was living it at the time says, "Yo, we're under attack." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he shows us the news, and it's the pictures of the bomb, of the plane going into the second building and the first building, stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, shit. So we pack up all the stuff. We head back to New York. New York was closed off. Manhattan was closed off. So I get to the closest cop, and I go to him and look, I got to get back to New York, man. You know, they're going to need everybody. And I flash my badge. And he goes, all right. Brings me to the head of the line, like 7-mile line long, coming out of Connecticut and Massachusetts going to New York. And he gets me back in, and they're like, it was real somber, you know, like all the cops were like escorted me to the end, and they go, yo, you know, God bless, hope you're all right, hope your friends are all right, stuff like that. And went back in, I reported for duty, and that was it. After that, we were digging people out for the next 3-4 months.
Oh man. Oh man, that had to have been brutal. Just digging bodies out.
Bodies, there were pieces of bodies, most of it. It's a piece of a skull. Yeah.
Man, you gotta have like a tough stomach for that type of stuff.
I guess coming from the bomb blast in Beirut, I did already. I guess I did already. But you know, because we dug those guys out too. I was one of the guys that found the last body. It was a major who was in the, because what happened was the truck ran into the building and then blew up, and it blew the walls outward, and then the ceilings came down like a deck of cards, and so they crushed everything. So when you would find a body, a lot of times it looked normal when you're looking down on him, but when you go to pick him up, he'd be almost paper thin.
Oh man.
All of their fluids had been pushed out and everything like that.
Yeah.
That was the saddest. That was the saddest thing, probably even more sad maybe than 9/11, because a lot of guys, we had already been there for like 8 or 9 months, so we were coming to the end when they blew up the BLT. So everybody was talking. You know, we found letters to their wives, yo, I'll be back home. How's the baby? All that kind of stuff. We found all that stuff. You know, I'll be home soon in another couple of weeks, and I'll be back, and all this kind of stuff. It was sad.
Did you ever have to have any ever have to talk to like a psychologist or a therapist or anything like that?
I probably should have, but no, I didn't. When I first got back, though, loud noises used to fuck me up. I remember I was in the subway. And I don't know if you ever been in a New York subway. When it goes from like the trestles outside and it goes into a tunnel, it makes a loud, like a sonic boom sound. And I used to like to stand. I used to like to stand and watch, you know, either end and watch the train go through the tunnel. And when it went through, it went boom, and I fucking jumped to the ground, rolled, came up, with my fists up and everything, and everybody was looking at me like I was strange and crazy. And I just put my head down and walked over to the next car, and you know, but loud noises did it for me. And I also had a fucking, at first I had a hate, man. I had like a hate for Muslims. When I used to see them, I used to think about, at first I was like that, but afterwards, you know, it went away after a while for whatever reason.
Now, is that from Beirut or 9/11?
That was from Beirut.
Yeah,
that was when I first got back from Beirut. Yeah.
9/11,
I didn't have any. Huh?
Well, I got two questions from the audience. So Black Suitor5 wants you to say King Kong ain't got nothing on me. I guess you sound like Denzel.
King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
All right. And I hope you're happy, Blacks. All right. Now, Amy Stuppin says, I wonder, does he believe the third building was blown up or versus a plane? That is a good question. What do you think about that third building in the 9/11?
From what I know, building 2, I thought building 2 is what destroyed the third building. I don't think there was another plane.
Okay. So it just fell on the third building.
I think that's what happened with that one. Yeah.
Okay. Cause you know, that's the conspiracy. A lot of people don't really understand how that third that, what was it, Tower Tower 7. Yeah, that's what they called it. Tower 7, the smaller one.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But you were there ground level, so you saw it.
After the fact, yeah.
Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. Man. So are you still living in New York now, or are you as far away as possible?
No, I'm living in Georgia now, but I still maintain, my wife and daughter still live in New York. That's why I'm going back up there now. I go up every few months. I go up there for a couple of weeks. I went down to Georgia to take care of my parents.
Yeah. Man. Do you ever see anybody, like, once you go back to New York, you ever see anybody that you arrested back in the day, or do they recognize you?
Very rarely, not anymore. When I first got out, probably, but I've been out since 2003, I think.
Oh yeah, they're probably
2003.
done. They're probably done. Oh man, we gotta do this again with John, honestly, because I already know John. You listen to John, so you know how John is, man.
Yeah, John's gonna get some good stuff out of me, man. He's gonna get some stuff I don't want to talk
about. yeah. John's gonna ask you the greasy, the nasty questions, right? He's gonna go there.
He's gonna ask me some lot lizard questions or something.
Oh man. Nah, yeah, cause this is crazy. It's just so wild, man. Cause I watch a lot of those like undercover movies and stuff, and I don't know, man. A lot of that stuff, it doesn't even seem real that somebody is really out here as an undercover cop. It's wild.
Yeah.
Did you ever train any undercover cops too?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Man.
Yeah, I trained. I was one of the best, man. And not to pat myself on the back too hard, but I was one of the best. I bought the most drugs in New York in 90 years of 93 and 94. I bought the most. Well, I didn't buy the most drugs. I made the most buys in New York in those 2 years in a row.
And how was that measured? Was it like in money or is it in weight or something?
Well, buys was measured in buys. You know, you just however many buys you made, whether you bought kilos or whether you bought just a couple of caps. That was just buys. Right. And then you also had by weight and stuff like that. But my unit, if you ever heard of TNT, that was my unit.
Oh yeah. I think they made some songs about y'all, man.
Probably. But my unit, we did a lot of the smaller stuff, and then QCD, they were like they would do the cases, like the bigger cases. I'd go on loan to them every once in a while, but they did the bigger case, so they got weight. They for the most part, those guys got weight.
Yeah. Did you ever come across any rappers during that time?
No, but I as a detective in the squad, I handled the case that I was on the case where what's his face got killed. Run DMC.
Run DMC. Oh yeah.
No.
With the,
yeah.
Oh no. Jam Master J.
Jam Master J. Right. Yeah, I handled that case. I was part of that case.
Wasn't that a weird case? Wasn't that weird?
Yeah, but you know what? With the rap stuff, from the beginning, we knew that somebody knew everything already. It was just a matter of time before somebody broke. That's the way it was with a lot of those rap cases and stuff. That they knew already. You know, people knew that they were tight-lipped about it. They were real tight-lipped.
Yeah.
And what is it? Not DMX. What's that other guy? Oh. You know, Queens had a lot of rappers. I used to run into
50 Cent.
No, LL Cool J. I used to run into him a lot. I used to run into Chuck D. I used to run into a lot of them. Plus, I used to do a lot of bodyguard work for your boy Trump. There's a place called what the hell is it? Ilianos, and that's where a lot of them would hold banquets. And I met everybody. Anybody who was anybody in the '90s. I worked for Whitney Houston. I almost ended up going with Biggie when he got killed on that thing. I was supposed to be his bodyguard, but they wouldn't let me carry out of the state.
Oh man, yeah, he needed that too.
Yeah. Well, I guess that was God saving my life too, because I probably might have got hit too. Yeah, you meet a lot of people in New York though. New York I love living in New York. Love living in New York.
Yeah, I think you're breaking up a little bit. I think they're in the chat. They're saying Kumo D.
I used to see him at the fights. Him and what's the other guy? What the fuck is his name? It was him and another rapper. What's the guy that played Father Time in Posse? He was the rapper that played in Posse.
Grandmaster Flash.
No. What was his name? He played Father Time. He used to go tick tock. He used to open up his watch and he gets killed in the end too. What the hell is his name? But they used to go to the fights all week because I used to like to go to the daily news fights and stuff. The the amateur fights, and they would go there. I'd see them there a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They were cool.
Oh, Big Daddy Kane. Big Daddy Kane.
Yeah, Big Daddy Kane.
Big Daddy Kane.
He loved the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, he loved the fights.
Yeah.
He loved the fights. Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, man. This is crazy, man. This
The
is
Baldwins, I used to meet the Baldwins all the time, and especially at like parades. The younger Baldwin, I used to meet him at I met him and his wife and everything. They were cool people. Yeah, I tell you, as a cop in New York, man, it's the greatest show on earth, man. You see everything, first row seats to everything.
oh man. I think you're breaking up a little bit. Hold
Hello,
on.
hello, hello, hello.
Yeah. I think you're breaking up a little bit. Oh man. I think they got him. Ah, they got him. Ah,
I'm going. I'm going.
damn. Maybe it's me breaking up. I don't know.
Wow,
Is it me, y'all? Am I breaking?
you're breaking up now.
Am I breaking?
I don't know about me, but yeah, I think that they might be tired of hearing from me anyway. Hello, hello. Anybody out there? Hello, hello, hello.
There we go. There we go. I think he lost signal. Hold on. I'm gonna get a new number. Ah, ah, man. I'm just reading some text messages, y'all. That is crazy. Ah, man. Yo, family is crazy, man. Family is crazy. Yo, that guy, Black Knight, had the craziest stories, man. I feel like me and John both got it. We gotta both do this interview with him. Cause that was insane, y'all. That was insane. Yo, imagine being an undercover. See, this is why I try to keep my nose clean and do things by the books, cause I can't. I'm one of those people that, like, my spirit, I got a strong spirit, but the flesh is weak with me. I don't know if I could have been selling to those crackhead bitches, and they said, hey, let me let me suck your dick. Let me suck your dick, daddy. I don't know if I would have been able to say, nah. Nah. Let me suck your dick, daddy. Wait, you want to do what? 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 You want to, where? Wait, what? Right here in
You
the,
know what?
right here.
When you say the flesh is weak after the you know what? I'm believing that.
Yeah, no, Stanley, I would have been, nah. Hey, daddy. Hey, daddy, let me suck your dick. Nah.
And they
I would have thought about it, man.
she would have said, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if I would have been as strong as Black Knight, man. I don't know if I could have did that. Oh my God! But Stanley, doesn't that job sound cool as shit though? It's like it's almost like you got the license to do anything, pretty much. As a undercover, you could do anything, man, and just get away with it. Oh, we got
I
Get Crack in the
don't know
building.
that I agree with that. I actually think Black Knight showed a bunch of discipline. That's what I like.
Yeah.
He was disciplined.
Yeah, you would have to be. I mean, all those drugs too. Like just I don't know if you know how much a brick of cocaine is,
I have
Stanley.
no clue. I would say actually with the question you need to ask when you say I don't know that I could have done, the better question is could I have been as disciplined as
Oh,
this
well,
man?
Stanley. Well, Stanley, I don't know.
Yeah. No,
Sounds
but
like
a brick of
HB
cocaine
doesn't know
is
either.
1 kilo of cocaine.
HB, do you know?
Yeah, no, I don't. I already know
Are
Get
you
Crack. If
are
Get
you
Crack did a
do
bust,
you think you could have been as disciplined?
I already know I couldn't, and I'm pretty sure Get Crack. Nah, if Get Crack had a brick of cocaine in front of him, he might have died. He might have. Can I sniff the whole thing?
Me and my friend thought of
Can I
doing
sniff
that.
it?
No, me and my friend thought of doing wholesale, like getting a brick, like before, and we were like, I don't know. Yeah, we were like, forget that.
Yeah, see, I feel like we've all had that thought. Like, you know what? A brick, the
But
bust is
here's my
pretty low right
point.
now.
Most of us are not Black Knight.
Yeah.
So
Most
what
of us
happened?
aren't.
Where'd he go? Like I was driving my mom around, Ubering her, and it was like, man, I turn on the stream, and it's like NYPD Blue. It's like, what the heck is going on here?
Right? It was
And
crazy.
and I just got finished, and I'm like, he
Oh
disappeared.
my
Like, you
God.
guys' connections got ruined.
Yeah. My connection and his connection.
Oh man,
It got messed
they
up
they
like
they
at the
got
same
you
time.
guys, man. They don't
But
want you
no,
talking about this.
yeah. No, but he said he's gonna do another interview with
Cool.
John, and I think
And
that's gonna be amazing.
my bigger question, could Imperious do what Black Knight did? Nah.
Imperious,
Nah,
bruh.
Imperious will get killed on the first day trying to
Nah, he
handle
wouldn't
down a drug deal.
Imperious wouldn't have made it through the academy.
Nah, I mean, someone like that, like his personality is like stimulant. Like really, he would gravitate towards stimulants too much. It's like, nah, yeah, he wouldn't like it too much.
It's even worse than that. He wouldn't have enough discipline to be disciplined.
Oh,
I don't know. I think
I do know, or I suspect.
I think Get Crack is right though. It's the type of personality. You saw how chill and cool Black Knight was. There's nothing chill or cool about Imperious. And in the underworld, he would get eaten alive. You gotta be chill. You
yeah,
gotta be cool,
because
man.
he would start mouthing off too quickly. It would just be like, he couldn't stand
He would have been one of those white boys like, no, I can take it, man. Give me some.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
I'm down. Yeah.
That wouldn't work.
Oh man, that was so cool. And then the 9/11 story too. He said he was filling out
the
body
9/11
parts.
story. Yeah.
Oh God. I couldn't imagine, man. I couldn't imagine. Man, this is wow.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
not gonna lie
like
though, Get
all
Crack. He was making me want to be undercover, man.
I don't know. He got so much stories. Like he could. Yeah, it could be like a TV show again. You know, it's like you could reboot the NYPD Blue with him, just
Well,
him.
here's the point that you think I could do it, or I want to be like that, or nah.
Hmm.
What you think you know, if you think you know it, you don't know.
Yeah, no. I would first. Would I get exposed, or even the high level? I'm nervous buying a bag of weed. I couldn't imagine buying 20 kilos from a Colombian. What the fuck? You know how you gotta have like balls of steel to even do that. You gotta have balls of steel to do it in real life, let alone being an undercover cop doing it. Are you serious? Like, oh man. Uh yo, Get Crack. Do you think you could buy 20 kilos of coke?
Like just be cool about it. I don't know. Yeah, I really wouldn't know about.
Yeah, just be cool. Just be cool about it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, man. It's like even if
I
I
don't
even if I
know.
knew the guy, like I'm so afraid that he's gonna. I would just be so afraid he's gonna whack me. You know, like why not just whack me? I got he's a coke
Yeah,
money me.
yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, a lot of those SBU units are considered special forces. So that's all I have to say about it. Just being in the SBU is very hard.
Special Victims Unit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Special
isn't that
Victims
SBU?
Unit. That TV show is exactly what happens in the Navy.
Oh, really? So Ice Cube. I mean Ice T, and that Munchin guy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yo,
Hey,
Ice
Stanley.
T. He always only has like one sentence. He has one sentence
Hey,
during
Stanley.
that show.
What do you think about NCIS?
Well, a lot of times the
Stanley,
SBU got the SB as in Bravo unit, they train with special forces, and at least back in my day, a lot of those crews were considered special forces. So, all I have to say is cool under fire is what you're taught. So
I
Hey,
don't know
Stanley.
if
What do you think
Stanley
of
could have been in
Jag?
the.
Jag. What about Jag?
I think Jag was like Tom Cruise and a few good men.
Hey
You
Stanley, what do you
can
think
handle
about?
the truth. You can handle the truth.
Hey Stanley, what do you think about Jag off?
I think that's what you do every time you think of Portia.
Oh.
You might have a point. You might have a point. It's a high possibility.
Oh. Oh.
It's a high possibility. Yeah. You got one. You got one there. But no, Stanley, I think you would have made a good Fed though, man.
No.
You know, I
Nope.
think you would have, or Secret
I
Service.
didn't
I
do
know
it.
you would have protected Trump way better than those women were doing.
If it was my job to do it, of course I would.
Yeah. Nah, you would have done a way better job than that.
Oh, you're talking about the women? You know what? Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, those women were disgraceful, man. That was.
Yeah, except they It's so funny to hear people on the sidelines. Those women were, at the time probably thinking they could be shot in the head too. They didn't put themselves around the president just to look cute.
Yeah, but
And
that's like the point.
the bottom line is there are very few males in this John Galt universe that would have had the courage those women did.
Yeah, I probably would have. Not gonna lie.
Well, let me make
Not
it
gonna
clear.
lie.
You would have flinched.
Yeah, after I'd have flinched my asshole after I took a shit. Yeah, I would have probably. I definitely would have. That would have been the first thing to flinch. They shooting. What the fuck? They shooting at the president? Ah, nah. Oh, yeah, nah. I'd have pooped
Except
and
he
pissed on
wasn't the
myself.
president. Except
Ah,
he was not the
come
president.
on. Ever the president. It's like Obama. He's still President Obama. He was the president, man.
No,
Come on.
he's former president. As a matter of fact, Obama would be the first person to tell you, "I'm not president anymore. I'm former president."
Yeah, he
Don't
only
bring
has
that.
to say that
Don't
because
bring.
he's the.
Don't bring that football to my front door.
He only says that because he's like the shadow hand behind Kamala and Biden. That's the only
Is
reason
that
he has
what
to
you
say
think?
that.
I
That's what I
now
know.
I'm only guessing here. He's just like, "Hey, I done my time." I'll make a
Nah,
comment here or a speech there, which you're gonna pay me for. So I'm not that much in it.
nah. Obama's the shadow hand running things. I feel like he's
You
the
know what?
last like
I hope he is the firm hand on that tiller.
he's like the
If I knew this for sure, like you do, I'd sleep better at night.
Nah, I'm telling you, him and Nancy Pelosi, they're like the real president and
I
vice
think it's
president.
actually him and Michelle.
Oh, who is that?
Jag.
Who is that? Oh,
You don't remember Jag?
oh.
She was
Yeah, her name is Michelle Bell.
Catherine Bell. Catherine Bell.
Oh, Catherine Bell. My
Yeah.
bad.
So yeah.
I'm thinking a mix of Michelle Obama and Catherine Bell.
Yeah. So my Persian So my Persian ex looked like her. This is what she looked like, kinda. Yeah.
I bet she did. Did she salute
She's
you?
got some.
Did she salute you?
No, she wasn't in the
Got some,
military.
she's got some big. She's got some big titties.
Yeah, mine's
got
had
some
big
big
titties
titties.
too. Yeah.
And a skinny ass.
Yeah. Catherine Bell's half Persian. Mine was full Persian, but she looked like her. She really looked like her. Yeah.
How'd you let her go? Get cracked?
No, I'm not
'Cause-
gonna get
'cause-
married, and
Because he gave her nothing to salute.
Don't do that. That's a dirty
He did an
rumor.
about face and marched off.
Oh, come on.
Oh man,
So she wanted to get married, and you were like, I'm looking
Cam
at the
Cam
side
explained.
I got a spreadsheet I have to attend to.
Yo, what? Oh,
A spreadsheet,
Oh,
not
spreadsheet.
one you can lay on.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Excel time for you. Anyway, yeah, Cam explained it. Cam explained it
right now.
Yeah,
And I
ETF,
thought
yeah.
Persian women usually have fuller bottoms than that, right?
Some do. It depends on the admixture, you know. Yeah. So yeah, because
She's
Iran.
mostly, her white half is, her bottom
Right.
half is at
Yeah.
least white.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean
Look at
Cam.
me being all racist.
Yeah. You're.
What did Cam say?
Hmm. Oh, what did Cam say? Oh, you're
What did
breaking up,
Cam say?
HP. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
But Cam was like explained it further,
I'm
like
in.
about like you marry the family, you know, so you got to be really serious, like kind of thing. So you can
Oh
go back
yeah,
to his stream and
yeah.
I've 2-3 streams ago, man, we have too much content now. We got so much content. It's just like crazy. So Portia's gonna have a lot of work to cut everything up together. Okay. No ass on that specimen. Yeah. You know, you gotta pick and choose. You can't have everything innate ways.
You gotta thick and shoes.
Oh, shut up, Stanley. You know what, Stanley? Oh God.
Hey, wait. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. That is true though. You do marry into the family too, so you got to be careful, man. You
Yeah.
got to
It's
be
pretty
careful.
serious. Yeah. And her family was very good, so but you know, it's a big cultural divide, you know. So and
Oh yeah.
yeah, and you know, I'm not circumcised, so I ain't doing that shit now.
She wanted you to get circumcised? She wanted you to get circumcised?
You think I'm gonna convert to Islam and do all that? I don't know, man. That's up to you guys to decide, man.
Yo, if a girl ever wanted me to get my wiener chopped off, I'm sorry, man. Yo, well, nah, fuck that, man. What is this, Africa? What's wrong with you? Get my freaking wiener chopped off? The
Yeah.
hell?
Oh man.
Wow. Wait, was that like really dinner talk right now? Like, hey, get crack, I want to marry you, but I gotta get circumcised first. Like, wait a minute. Shouldn't I just get fitted for a tuxedo?
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, I knew some Turkish people in school too, and you know, I would talk to them about this type of stuff, and yeah, they're very serious about it. Even if you're not really a practicing Muslim, you'll still have to do it.
Yeah.
You know, it's like such a big deal, and you're like, what the heck? You guys are crazy. Like, you guys drink
Yeah, that's
alcohol and shit
crazy.
like that, and you want me to do that? Hell nah.
Yeah, right. You fucking throw acid on women's faces and stuff, and you want me to cut my wiener off? What type of?
So yeah, it's such a, you know, I don't know. That's why culture is such an interesting thing. And so when Stanley talks about gender versus sex and things like that, it's like a lot of cultures. Yeah, you know, they get hang-ups on a lot of stuff that you wouldn't even think twice about, and it's just like what? It's like, I don't know. So for humans, like, culture is such a big deal, right? It's like part of your identity.
Yeah. I think it's a huge deal. But I always feel like once a woman decides to marry a man, there's like a hierarchy. It should always go towards the man's culture more than the woman's culture.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I get you.
Because if you want it to be your culture, then you're pretty much just a feminist now. So now you're like really not. Now you're really not a Muslim at that point. You're a goddamn feminist.
Yeah, I don't know. Very confusing.
That's crazy.
Very confusing.
Yeah, it is. Wow. You know, in
No, you're breaking up again,
like, I
HB.
bet that was just like she was just playing kind of like
What'd you say?
crap. Am I breaking up?
No, you're good now.
I bet she was just seeing it. Okay. I bet she was just trying to see if you would get a get your wiener circumcised just to see if you would do it.
It's possible. No, I think she just
Like,
got she just thought it was weird. That's like because everybody she was with was like didn't so she was like, what the heck? This is weird and stuff. It was like, okay.
but she wanted to get married though, so it had to be something that she liked
Yeah,
about it.
no, well, yeah, because I'm such a strange Asian, I'm such a
Yeah.
unique motherfucker. It's like
Yeah.
that's how I pulled most people. It's just because like I'm just like outside the norm. It's just
Right.
like, what the heck? Who's this guy? Like I'm not no Chad or anything, I'm just a weirdo.
Yeah. Weirdos are winning, man. Look at Stanley, man.
Oh, screw you.
Weirdos are. We've been winning for a while, man. What do you?
let me ask Crack a quick question.
Yeah, man.
What's that?
I
What's
mean,
that?
Iranians who are closer to India, like they share a border, do they consider themselves South Asians?
No, yeah, that's a good question because some of them can trace some lineage back to the Mongols because the Mongols did conquer them.
Well, no, I mean actually to India as it is today.
They hate being compared to them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they do. So sometimes you would talk to one, and if their picture looked too dark and they look kind of Indian, they start hating it. They would try to lighten up their picture, like or Instagram pic or something like that. You know what I mean?
Lighten the pictures. Do they ever use skin lightening cream?
No, not that. But if it looked too dark, when you took a snapshot of them or something, they would automatically try to make themselves look less Indian. Yeah.
So they'll whitewash the picture, right?
Yeah. They would. Yeah,
that's
they're very
sad.
sensitive about that. So if you actually had a deep talk with them or whatever, you'll find out. Yeah, they're pretty anti. And because you have to know that Indians did conquer them at one point. Indians did conquer them at one point. One of their emperors did conquer them, and one of the Iranian conquered them back and took their jewels, which the British took. The British took the
Well, I would
crown
have guessed
jewels.
it was one of the Muslim Indian.
Correct. You're right.
Got it.
Yes, correct. So you can look up the peacock jewel diamond or something. It's part of the British crown jewels because the Iranians stole it from the Indians and then the British stole it from the Iranians. Yeah, funny stuff, man.
Wow.
There's a lot of bad blood everywhere around the world. Let's put it that way. you took my bag, bro. You took my bag.
Yeah. You never forget that type of stuff.
Yeah, for real. I don't give a fuck.
1,001 nights. He will not forget it.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's right.
seriously.
That's
Jeez,
correct,
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you learn like some history, yeah, it's crazy. Like all the stuff that happens all the time. You're like, what? Yeah.
Yeah. So you still don't ever think about just going back to Vietnam and
No, not really. I might. I mean, if I become a monk, I would probably go back to
a Buddhist monk.
Yeah.
You consider that?
That was my plan all along.
Really? Now that's interesting.
So yeah, I'm going on vacation in a couple weeks, so I'm going to go to a
Will you come back?
Yeah, I'll come back, but I'm taking my mom. Yeah, I'm taking my mom to a monastery, and yeah, we're just gonna do that. So
What if she says, get Crack, you should stay?
she might. Yeah, she's very religious. My mom is super religious, so she's pure vegetarian.
Buddhist
Everything.
religious.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow. Wait, I didn't know women could be Buddhists.
Yeah, they can. What? Huh? Where'd you learn that from?
They're Buddhist nuns.
Yeah, they're nuns. Yeah.
Oh,
tons of
Good
them.
Lord.
Whenever I think of
Get Crack. I'm sorry. HB.
Yeah, I thought only Buddhists could be women. I didn't know that. Or men. I didn't know that. Wow.
Really interesting. Okay. Wow. All right.
Maybe I'll see
You
you
know,
walking downtown Chicago
religions are
handing out
sexist
beads.
too, right?
Yeah, 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 yeah. So would you be like downtown Chicago handing out beads to the tourists and stuff?
Oh, that.
I'll
Oh,
go
what the
I'll
heck?
go
I
straight
ain't doing.
once.
Those are fakes, man. Those are scammers. Like f that crap. Like some bunch of Hindu Buddhist scammers, man. Come on, they're not real.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of felt like they weren't real. Like, what are you
They ain't
doing
real.
downtown Chicago, man?
And, I mean, you guys. I
I'm
mean, they
drunk.
used to have the Hare Krishna movement too. I don't know if they were real or legit or not either. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. They go to the airports and stuff back before 9/11.
I do remember, like,
Oh, you're breaking up, man. You're
I
breaking
do
up.
remember that Tina Turner was a Buddhist. Yeah, I do. Ah, my bad. I do remember. You're right. You're right.
And she had more
Oh
butt than
yeah.
she had more of a butt than a half Iranian.
Yeah. She was pretty hot. She was pretty hot. Wow.
Back in the early days, yeah.
So wait, get crack. If you become Buddhist, are you still gonna like hit the StreamYard link?
He is Buddhist.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna give you as much as I can before I'm off. I'm done. I'm done with this stuff because yeah,
Is it a pilgrimage, an actual pilgrimage, or just a
no, I'm
vacation?
really gonna be like one of those guys that chants all day. Just wake up in the morning, chant, and then
Hey,
go to sleep.
if you shave your head, you're one of them.
Yeah, if I do that, it's done for, man. Yeah, because like talking about how to make money definitely isn't a Buddhist thing to do. It's like, yeah, I'll get you
Well,
rich.
Hare Krishna is a sect of Buddhism, right?
Oh, it's some Indian sect. It's really
Yeah. So
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah.
you're not them. I mean, you will be like. Now, you didn't answer my question. Is this a pilgrimage or just a
No.
vacation?
It's just a real thing. Like I'm really just gonna stay in the temple or monastery. Yeah,
Nice.
that's it. Yeah,
Nice. No, you know what? I actually think that's cool.
yeah. It
Will
definitely
you
is.
take your internet and computers and stuff, or are you
Yeah,
actually
I
going to
can
be
do that.
offline?
Yeah, but I don't know if I can teach you how to make money no more though. Let's put it that way.
Well, you can teach Hare Krishna.
Yeah, I could teach this. I'll be like, it's time to chant. Stop talking about kilos and
No, remember the bells. Remember the bells and cymbals. And how's your singing voice or your chanting voice?
I actually run the mixer at the temples. Yeah. So I do that. I do that work. Yeah. So I
A
can actually like
multi-voice thing.
yeah.
So they think you're more than one Hare Krishna.
Oh man. Okay, HB still gone. Oh man, he hit a dead patch. Bruh.
Well, can someone take this beautiful woman off?
Okay. You just want to look at yourself. You just got a white
Well,
circle
no,
now. Where's your avatar?
put up a full-bodied curvy woman.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you one. I have one for you.
Uh-oh.
This one's half
Please
Latina,
please
Latina,
don't
half
do
Persian.
like uh-oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
you'll like
really?
her.
That
Oh,
should be
you'll like
interesting.
her. Watch, I'll show you her. You'll like her. Let me find her name.
There we
Fatima
go.
Perez, right?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I can
Still
hear you.
there?
I can hear you,
Is
HB.
anybody still here?
Yeah, we can
Yes,
hear
HB.
you. You can't hear us?
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I can hear you
He can
now.
only
Man,
hear you,
I'm
get
in like
cracked.
the fucking I'm in like no, I can hear you too, Stanley. I can hear you. I'm just like in the middle of nowhere, Wisconsin.
Are there
I've seen about
Persian lot
3
lizards?
Confederate.
Oh, that's gonna
I
be
wish.
rare, man. You're gonna wow.
Shit.
Confederate what?
Night. Oh, I seen like
Flags
4 Confederate license plate holders so far. I'm like in
from
that type
Georgia.
of country. No.
Uh-oh.
I'm
Those
like the farm
Dang
country
it.
though.
it's a digital burning cross.
Yep. Too hard.
Which
Yeah.
state?
Can't break down over
Tennessee or
here.
Georgia or Alabama?
No, I'm in Wisconsin.
Oh, I have a story, but I'm not. I have a nephew who went up to Wisconsin a couple months ago, and he has stories, but I'm not going to share them here.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be done online. But he had some. Now this kid is like 18, and he had some interesting stories about Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin's it's pretty
Milwaukee
racist.
area specifically.
Oh yeah, Milwaukee's a shithole, but Wisconsin as a state is pretty racial out here. It's a lot of white people, a
Yeah,
lot of big women, a lot of big white women,
well, you know,
a
if
lot
you
of
like
big white
cheese,
women
I could.
out here.
Now, if I marry a big Wisconsin woman, she needs to know the dairy arts. She needs to be able to churn butter,
Yeah,
make cheese curds
yeah,
from
it's a
scratch.
lot of big, lot of very.
I
Ooh,
hear they're
I
very
like cheese
loving. Once
curds,
they
even though I'm lactose
once they
intolerant.
hug you, you are their teddy bear.
Yeah. Wait, no, I did want to ask Get Crack one more question. Get Crack, are you still there?
Yeah,
About
what's up?
this being a monk thing, Buddhist monk.
Hmm. Yeah, what's up? Oh man, he broke off again. Oh well. Oh, it's tough out here in Wisconsin, huh?
He's being loved on by one of them big cheese curd making Wisconsin
Yeah,
women.
one more time. I'm in a fucking. We're about to. We're
Churn
about
that,
to. Yeah, we're
churn
about
that
to.
butter, churn that butter.
We're about to end this.
You're in the cheese hole.
Yeah, no, seriously. We're gonna end this live soon, maybe in like next 10 minutes. But I did want to ask since you are gonna become
Sarah Shahi, everyone.
Okay.
Because you're earning the big money now.
400 bucks.
400
yeah.
bucks. Yeah.
God, where were we even talking?
Okay, let me get to the part there.
Real? Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay, I know who she is.
Yeah.
She's a cute.
Oh, she's hot.
Is a
Ooh,
beautiful
man.
actress who will be a guest starring on Chicago Fire, which airs Wednesday
Yeah,
nights
she
on
was like in Navy SEALs.
NBC.
That movie.
NBC.
Oh
Really?
yeah.
Sarah
I
Shahi,
know who
everybody.
she is.
Sarah Shahi.
Oh yeah, she is all that.
Yes.
Sarah, a lot of people at home will be wondering why you didn't do the talk show walk across from there over to there, and then everyone can look at your legs, which I'm doing now. Why did you not walk across? Do you have a sore foot?
I do. I did this
So,
marathon over the
half,
weekend.
half,
it was a
half Persian,
fundraiser for
half
cancer.
Like a
Mexican.
real marathon?
Like a real marathon.
Well, in this case,
Turn the audio
all
off.
the
Turn the audio
halves
off.
are in the right
Yeah,
My
mute
definition
it.
of a marathon is running anything more than
Just
2
mute
minutes.
it, because I just wanna. I need to not hear her voice. Oh yeah, now it's way better.
he needs
Man.
to savor
Yeah. Oh man.
while she flirts with a white man.
Oh, she is super hot. Oh man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I would let her sit on my face, respectfully.
I think you're getting off on watching her flirt with a white man.
Nah, I'm not looking at that goddamn white man. You know that you ever watch The Boys?
I haven't
The show The
like
Boys?
looked at too much. I know like I talked about it a little bit in chat with you guys, you and Garion, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's such a great show, man. But there's this hot I think she's Iranian. I don't know. I'm not
mm,
100% sure,
hmm
but she plays like the AOC type character.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. You gotta look her up. She's super hot, man. She's super hot. But no, I wanted to ask you, since you're gonna become a Buddhist monk,
Mm.
are you gonna learn how to airbend?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I want to
Oh.
get powers. No. Actually, I'll tell you this. Like the Buddha like said you could get powers, but it's frowned upon. Okay,
Oh,
because you get too tied into this world. You're trying to get out of it. Like
yeah.
if you try to advance your well, I think that's a good topic for the esotericism stream we might do. Like if I get Nina and Rashu and me, and
Yeah.
that'll be good to talk about that stuff. Yeah,
Wow. Yeah,
yeah.
or you could be an airbender. That would be insane, man.
Well, let's put it this way, if you look at this world like a prison, if you're like the top dog, like those drug dealers in prison and whatever, you're still in prison
Mm.
though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You didn't
yeah,
escape
yeah,
it. So that Ray guy or whatever, like what is his mindset still, right? He's still
yeah,
a gangster probably in his head. So did
yeah,
he really
yeah.
break out of his mindset? No. He still just
No.
cares about like making a buck and getting power here. And okay, you get power here, but so what? You're still mentally and physically stuck in this world, it's meaningless.
Yeah,
That's kind of
yeah,
what like you should be afraid of, because like if you think your ego will start thinking like, oh yeah, I can do all kinds of these tricks. You're just a magician,
yeah.
it's really meaning. Like you
Is
could read, yeah. Hmm.
is farting from a sitting position airbending?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah,
Especially,
yeah,
are
yeah.
you gonna sniff? Are you gonna sniff her seat?
Uh, man, I would definitely sniff her seat. Oh my God, could you imagine what she smelled like? Oh, like one of those guys that really likes a girl to smell good. So when
Mm.
she's like super hot, if she smells good, that makes it even better.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
heard
she
her
looks.
farts. I've heard her farts smell like rose water.
Oh wow, all right.
Stanley, you got the good references, Stanley. Oh man, yes. They
Hey,
love rose
I know
water.
a little. I know a little stuff.
Yeah, I know. I've
Wow.
noticed, Stanley, that you know some stuff, Stanley.
Yeah, she's
You
super.
you've
She's
traveled the
super
seven
hot.
seas, Stanley. I'm sure.
Oh, oh,
Ah,
I I've traveled more than that.
Stanley on a submarine.
Yeah, he didn't do submarines apparently.
Ah,
Is he gonna go into a Ford? Like a Ford? I'm gonna go into that Ford. Fjord.
Do you mean fjord?
Yeah, Fjord. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Was it
I
real
go
tight
there.
up in there? Was it tight up
You
in
know
that
what?
Norwegian
You
Fjord?
have to you have to navigate some stuff, but I'll do some
Oh,
dead reckoning.
oh, okay. All right. All right. All
is that
right.
what that is? A dead reckoning?
I will navigate to that point.
Oh man. You're like such a I just sometimes I wonder like what gets somebody like you though get cracked to that point where you're just like you just want to detach from
I've
from
I've
this
always
world.
I've always I, I've always was like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, So, and I don't know. I believe in providence. I believe everything happens for reasons,
Mm-hmm.
and I never let I never had a plan per se. I just go with whatever feels right. Let's put it that way. I'm very
Yeah.
intuitive, which is also very very non-Asian quality to have. So
Yeah, it is. It is.
I think
I think it's quintessentially Asian.
Nah.
interesting.
No, I
Asians are
actually do.
Asians are like robots. They don't even like.
No,
They don't
no,
have any intuition.
no.
That's why.
You've
That's
never
why
watched
Asians
an
are.
episode of You've never watched an episode of Kung Fu, have you?
No, that doesn't. Those aren't real. I'm talking about real Asians.
Like the old was it David Carradine? One of
Yeah,
the
it's David
Carradine brothers?
Carradine. It was David Carradine.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I'm
he
talking
felt
about
his
real.
way to kick some ass.
I'm talking about real Asians. Like they don't have that same intuition really. Like that's why they're always getting robbed and shit. They don't like they'll just walk to the bank with a big old bag full of money. Ching ching chong, ding dang ding. Like just no and like don't you know it's wolves out here? It's goddamn wolves.
Oh my god.
No, so
you crazy.
Get Crack is right. He's right. They're like
Be one with the wolves.
yeah, you got to see. Get Crack is one. Get Crack is definitely one with the wolves. I'll tell you that much. He's one.
That's probably why I want to be a monk then. You see? So
Yeah,
there's a difference between the kung fu, like what you see in kung fu is like, yeah, there's gonna be a difference for sure.
Yeah, nah,
Yeah.
he's
the normal
definitely
ones, nah. So
yeah, he's one of us.
So I have some qualities from each race, man. So like I've been around enough that I've absorbed everything. So that's why I always promote, like, you know, higher thinking. Like you can be whoever you want to be, man. And if whatever good qualities you see, just take it.
Yeah.
Just take it.
Yeah, just take it.
Take
Just take it.
selfies with the bison.
Yeah,
Be a bison.
Yes.
He did that.
Be a bison. Be a bison.
Yes. See, that's a lack of intuition. That's boy.
Yeah.
That might be a little mentally retarded too. Bison are very dangerous. You get too close to them.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't know. Everybody seems to go with one extreme or the other, kind of, you know what I mean? Like they
I'm not gonna lie. It does seem like an extreme to go be a straight up Buddhist monk. Especially living the life that you've lived.
No, I think it's common. It's like because people once they get their fill, they're done. Because I've always felt like, yeah, this is gonna be one of the last times I'll see this place. That's why I traveled a lot in school.
Yeah.
It's just I'm visiting the places I used to be, kind of thing. It's like, oh.
But the thing is if you are one, the ebb and flow of experience, they will learn as much from Get Crack or Give Crack. You get crack, you give crack.
That's fortune cookie talk,
I don't know,
bro.
man. It's just Get Crack. It's just Get Crack, man. You're I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, no homo, you're a really good guy though, man. And it's like
I try to be. Even
no,
though people
no,
accuse
no,
me of
you-
being
I don't
evil
even
or
think-
something.
No. I think you're like a reflection of whatever somebody is, and that's probably what kind of stresses you a little bit, makes you want to not be in this world. 'Cause
Oh
you
no,
don't-
it's not really that. I'm more naturally an introvert, you know.
Yeah,
But people get the mistake that introverts means like you don't know how to be social. Actually, you can be very social, but it's just
Very
like
social.
you pick and choose, you know, where you want to be. You don't want to waste your time. So this is a good place because I think you guys are learning things. You guys are pretty educated. And you're open to ideas that most normal people are not. You know? Yeah.
No, I would assume that probably 90% of people that hit StreamYard links are pretty introverted. They're pretty introverted. I think this is a straight up introvert app.
John Galt, George Floyd was a Buddhist.
Ha ha ha. I said that. I thought that said George Floyd. Yo, if they give George Floyd a goddamn river, I'm definitely gonna become a monk too. They get that nigga they get that nigga a river, I'm gonna become a monk. Oh, George Floyd River. Oh, go take a piss in it and move the. Jesus Christ.
Well, Stanley could swim, right? Come on.
Yeah, no,
Dude,
Stanley
I was
better be
in the
able to swim.
Navy.
Yeah, like what's
Stanley.
this talk? It's like, huh? He could swim all these fords, no problem. Fjords.
Stanley, did you notice that a lot of times black guys couldn't swim in the Navy?
No, you don't get to a ship and not know how to at least float.
Okay.
I just think they just didn't learn as a kid, which is like a lot of them, right? So you don't have because most
No, a lot of them in America maybe.
Yeah, in California they make you like requirement to learn to swim to pass high school. I don't know what other states are like. So if some states
Georgia
are like
does that. I think Georgia used to do it in college, like to graduate. You actually had to.
Oh, that's cool. So yeah, I think like so the problem is like you're in a state that doesn't care. Like that's what happens. So because
you would think that in a state like Michigan with all the lakes, they'd make you learn how to swim.
Yeah,
but
it's dangerous out there too. Those lakes.
Nah.
No, like in a storm. I mean, I know
they're
like
extremely
ships went down
dangerous.
in there. They've lost ships, man, in those Great Lakes. Yeah, in big storms.
Well, Richard makes a good point. There's a pool in every backyard, and if you don't make it to the other side, you'll be eaten by a crocodile at this side. So, so you're getting in the pool to get away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, knowing how to swim is pretty useful skill in the long run. Yeah, I would say so too, Herman. Herman. That's a funny name.
I mean, yesterday's stream with the school thing was pretty bad. I thought it was like, wow, that's pretty scary. How things like to get an A, you need this much now. It's like, huh? Everyone gets A's.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know.
It really, but the thing is, it's so easy to blame the teachers, but my perspective is really the system that's fucking the teachers. Like the teachers, they can't really teach the kids, and they can't discipline them either.
There's a lot of teacher channels, ex-teachers that basically say that the system is terrible. It forces their hand to be bad teachers, and that's why they quit.
Forces hands up skirts
and
down pants.
So it's going to be a hard thing to fix. I don't know what to say about that. What do you think, Stanley? Should we get the federal government out of schools or something?
Especially,
well, I don't think the federal government is in schools. Education is a local concern.
Okay. Yeah.
Nah, I don't think I care. I really don't.
The government, the federal government will buy you floaties if necessary.
FEMA floaties.
Yeah, well, I was dating a teacher and she basically told me she can't fail kids and they know it. Yeah, man. See, when I went to school,
Herman made an A.
Oh, HB, you're breaking up, man. Too much now. You're too much breaking up.
He's underwater. He's underwater. You gotta kick when you hit the bottom. Kick to the surface.
Yeah, I'm drowning over here. I'm drowning. Oh God.
Are you doing another late night?
I'll be back.
Are you gonna do a late night stream tonight or no? You're done for the week.
I don't know. It's like sometimes when I wake up, I see John's got a live schedule, so I'm just like, yeah, I'll just wait for John to go live.
Oh, okay.
If he yeah. So if he doesn't have a live setup, I'll probably go live. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, man, I hate I get no service out here. This shit sucks. I don't know if I could. I need like an antenna for my iPhone.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that when Grace's stream was going on with John and how her signal was so crap, and someone was mentioning some options. I might have to look into them, and we should test out like which carrier is the best, which router is the best, which this and that's the best, and figure it out. Otherwise, we gotta figure out a Starlink or something.
No, let them figure it out.
Yeah.
They're white.
John Galt said, "Go ahead and ignore
high
the
IQ
schedule."
white.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Grace and Ben are like, man.
They're white. Automatically high IQ.
Nah. I think Grace actually has a higher IQ than Ben, and that's the sad part.
And that's a low bar.
She didn't even finish high school, man.
Really?
Yeah, Grace.
We were doing GED practice when she thought she was gonna get money for her college.
No way.
Yeah. So did you see the stream?
Holy shit! Well, no, I saw her cry.
Yeah, that was what happened. So
basically, it was you failed your GED practice. I'm not giving you money for college.
Oh no, it wasn't that. It was
I'm not throwing good money after that.
I don't know the full lore why like she dropped out like junior year or whatever. So I don't know why that happened. Was it because of like because they were having problems at home and she was becoming the mom? Was that why, or something else? I don't know. I don't know.
Was she in 12th grade?
I think 11th at least, maybe 10th, completed 10th at most.
Yeah, I think it was.
No way. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, I think she dropped out 11th grade.
In Rhode Island?
It's like if you
Yeah. I don't know,
Damn.
man. I don't know what's going on. Something happened. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, I suggest you hook them up with the latest equipment to Starlink.
The problem with Starlink is the
That way
upload time.
she'll be able to practice her GED online.
The upload speeds are not guaranteed with Starlink. That's the kind of problem with it. It's like
You know what?
Yeah.
They're not quick on the upload anyway.
Oh, all right, man. And you've been I think they've been beaten down enough.
No, you haven't been beaten down till a black person tells you. It's like, what?
Hey, yeah. Oh man. Hey, did you see Rashu's date with Ava?
A white man in salmon shorts and Jesus sandals can't get his daughter through high school?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yes.
What is wrong with America?
There's a lot of things wrong, which is why we're like, which is why we're here, right? I think. I don't know. Like we're
No, I'm just
discussing
here
it.
to make. I'm just here to make jokes about the unfortunate.
Oh, all right, all right, all right.
And I think
Well,
Grace notices.
well, how about Ava Ingalls? Can we save Ava Ingalls?
You know what? She might be worth saving.
Oh,
You know,
really? Man, you got
someone
the
like
sweets on
well,
her.
hey, no, no, no,
You
no.
got the
You
sweet
know
on
what?
her, man.
No. I yield my fantasies to Rashu.
Did you see that? Did you see that, Stanley? Him and
No, I did not
her.
see it.
Oh, you got to watch that before we
Well,
get
you
struck
told me
down.
they got along great.
Oh yeah, it was quite interesting.
Well, hey, you know what? She needs a complicated man like Rashu. Why are
He was
you? Why are you snickering?
she liked that mysterious thing. She kept complaining about that the whole time, but she liked it.
Mhm.
She
I
liked the
know she
way he was.
did.
Ooh, she was thinking like, oh man, your voice makes you sound hot. Like, are you hot?
Hmm.
Can I see your face?
He was like, no, no. You take that Noah's Ark of a van. You come and see me.
Oh, yeah. HB, are you back? HB.
Is that Lord Sidious? Oh, you know what? I thought that was
Intellectual
Imperius up
wigger.
here.
Well, what'd you say? No, you're breaking up
What
still,
the
HB.
hell?
No, you're not. Your connection's still not good.
First thing on the screen.
Oh, that's Claris.
Oh god. Is Get Crack sharing something on the screen?
Just the Ford thing still. You want me to
Yeah,
share
just the
something else?
Ford. I'm going up to see Sarah
Fjord.
Shahi.
Yeah.
She's up,
Alright, I'm
she's
still
up
not
at the
getting any
top of that
signal.
fjord somewhere. and those ships are my little swimmers.
It's the ice age out here, man. No, it's the ice age, man.
It looks spring. It looks springtime.
Wait until climate change gets you. You better hurry up.
Well, climate change means it's always springtime.
All right. You got me.
Learn me a little bit of Farsi and I'll be in there.
Yeah, you're in there. No problem. Yeah, there's no problem. Learn that. Ain't that hard. Yeah, I'm trying to find that channel with the teacher that does all that complaining about the system. Hey, what was her name?
I'm actually more interested in no one clip Rashu because I am a little jealous, I have to admit.
Yeah.
I was all set to ignore the tattoos.
Really?
Damn.
Come on.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, her personality's nice, but she's like, oh man,
No.
yeah.
No, she transports her former boyfriend over by Uber probably.
Oh, she did
I
that
get
right after talking to Rashu. She
yeah.
was like,
She did it
man.
when I talked to her. Remember?
I
As
thought
a
that
matter
she
of
only
fact,
got
she texted him.
she got him to show up, but I don't know if she got the money to do it. She was begging her in her stream to get paid to bring him over.
No way.
Yeah, way crazy, right?
Damn.
Give me a cash
Well,
app. Give me a cash
she
app. I'll
probably
bring my
had
people
enough
over.
money to do it. She just thought you would pay for it.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm sure. Man, ridiculous these people.
These people. Interesting.
Yeah. It's the internet people, friend. Like constantly on the internet constantly trying to get something. Oh man, still 14 people here. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm sure they are clipping away. John, did you see midnight basketball shooting in DC last night? Wow.
In my innocent head, it was like, are they shooting the basketball or was it shooting?
Yeah, I thought that. What's DC?
Yeah. What? Oh, huh? What?
The D must stand for duck, and the C for cover. Duck and cover.
Oh my god. But Stanley, so you just grew up in the greater Atlanta area? Is that where you grew up
No, I grew up in
primarily?
Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, Savannah. So then that's primarily what you know. Okay.
Oh, I know a couple other places, but no, it's my hometown.
Mm. So you recommend me to go there for the peaches? Nice
No,
looking.
there are no
Oh,
peaches in
oh,
Savannah.
there. Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact, Georgia isn't the biggest peach producing state. South Carolina is,
Oh.
oddly
Okay.
enough.
Mm. Mm.
I have been struggling for years to figure out why Georgia calls itself the peach state.
Mm. Yeah, it's on the quarter too.
Yeah, I figure a peach, in the right perspective, looks like an ass, a woman's butt. So there's some subliminal there.
Yeah, right here. I put the emoji up.
Come here and get a peach.
Oh yeah. Ava liked those nectarines that she stole from Safeway or wherever.
What? Yeah, that was funny. Oh my God, I remember asking her, she wanted to steal one and take 8 or something like that.
Yeah, she put in the she said like she was buying apples, like she picked the worst apples to buy, like the cheapest ones, like so she would remember the price of them and go like, and when she got to the self checkout, she would enter it.
She ate the stickers on them, I bet.
Yeah.
What's that little gummy part?
Man, crazy. All right. But that dude, so he was ex-Navy, the NYPD blue guy, undercover.
No, I suspect if he was in an SBU,
Hmm.
he was in, just even exposure. I mean, EOD works with, uh, when I say SBU, I mean, it's small boat unit.
Hmm.
So, I mean, those guys are basically working with Marines,
Mm.
SEALs,
Mm.
EOD.
Okay.
I think they're considered special forces,
Okay. Gotcha.
but I don't know because, I don't know that amphibious part of the Navy. They were in Little
Right.
Creek, down the, but, I saved that for Black Knight because I'll be honest with you. Um, he's obviously disciplined and he is cool under fire.
Mm-hmm.
Quick
Yeah.
thinker, think on your feet. No, that motherfucker is special. So, he's
Yeah.
acting all cool and blasé and oh, that was funny. That motherfucker he will take care of business. And sometimes when you talk to people and you start knowing their background, now he's the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
Yeah.
guessing he's kept about a quarter of his Navy experience under wraps and for good reasons. No, if he was in like Beirut and shit, no, this motherfucker he's not just a Navy dude.
Yeah. No, that Civil War was crazy. So a lot of Lebanese like ran off into like places like Latin America. You'll find a lot of them there. So, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know, doing that type of.
That's not crazy. You know, the thing about you do what you have to do, you do what you're trained to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it works. And, you know, I think the same thing. If you're trained well, your training kicks in when you need it. You know, ad lib on top of your training. And the neat thing about the Navy is if your training isn't helping you, you ad lib. And that's one of the beautiful things about the Navy versus, say, the Army.
Mm-hmm.
You get to think in the Navy. You get to use your think on your feet skills, in my experience, more
Yeah.
so than a place like the Army.
Yeah. The Army is more
You
about
get to think.
procedure, right? It's more corporate. It's more like
Now
standardized.
there's Army has special forces, but
Mm-hmm.
at least in the straight leg Army, you know, the non-airborne, and there are back in the day I don't know what they call them now, but there were non-airborne infantry. Um, you know, like straight line infantry. Um, you know, special forces are trained to think. You know, part of that is being able to think. Do you're not gonna be special if you can't think. Improvise, figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot that goes into that. And surviving the experience, like under fire. Those guys earn their special. So, you know, hats off to those dudes.
Yeah. I feel like I just get like a bloodlust once
Hmm.
I once I got once I shot my first towel head.
No,
I just want to keep
no,
killing.
it, dude, those are the motherfuckers you don't want to serve with. They're undisciplined. No, and I'm not making a joke. No, you don't want motherfuckers like that. No, you want focused. Um, you know, I'm just saying, bloodlust is not what you want in a military force. Those motherfuckers will think on their feet, but they will think you into a grave.
All right. I think I found her. All right. This is the channel. Yeah. So this teacher is like, yeah, she goes online doing her streams or videos. Like, yeah, she'll talk about like and interview other teachers about how bad the system is. Probably more people like that around.
Is she a current teacher or former teacher?
Former teacher, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
I don't
she
know.
didn't stick it out. You
Yeah,
know,
she
you
didn't
should
stick it
take
out.
some of this with a grain of salt.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, listen to people talk about that stuff, and she'll interview similar other people that like.
Dude, my mother was a retired teacher, and my
Mm,
sister, who's a year younger than me,
mm.
teachers are like any other. Like, there are smart teachers who learn their craft and get extremely good at it, and they don't have the same problems that less talented teachers have.
Yeah, it seemed like most of her complaints was with administration, you know. So
My
yeah.
you know what? Teachers like especially veteran teachers, they shoot, man, you mold your administration to your needs.
Okay, okay. So how do you feel
No,
about
I'm
CT or
serious.
somebody like that? Like CT has kind of said some similar things, like he didn't like
Yeah.
how, yeah, right, right.
CT Thomas Sowell was a professor and fled because it was too tough to teach the students.
Hmm.
That's one
Hmm.
of the reasons I don't admire Thomas Sowell.
Oh.
He was a weakling. Thomas Sowell was not a strong black man. And I'll go toe to toe with anyone who wants to challenge that. Dude was either a full professor at UCLA or on his way to be Harvard trained, Chicago trained, like elite
Right.
professor, and the motherfucker ran when the going got tough because a couple black students thought he was an Uncle Tom. Motherfucker, you teach them, you're not.
So that was the reason.
He ran. You know what? I can prove that shit. Just read up on Thomas Sowell.
Oh, interesting.
Thomas Sowell was a pussy. He ran to the Hoover Institute, fucking two in Ivy Tower, and I can admire him. And maybe he was kind of introverted, but you know what? Even shit, I'm an introvert. But when the time comes to perform, you perform.
I'll tell you this,
and
Stanley.
then you quit. You quit on your own terms, not on other people's
yeah,
terms.
so I've noticed in academia, like there's a lot of people that are okay researchers or good researchers or great researchers, but like I found very few that were good at teaching, in being a professor. So I found lecturers very good at it, a lot better
Yeah.
than a
Well,
professor.
they're actually, not all professors are good teachers.
Right. Yep. So I found very few professors that were very few. It seemed very common that so
Yes.
most of the time, I just learned on my own, which is fine with me. But yeah, their pedagogy was like pretty bad. So
Well, you know what? But I've also run into like top notch at the top. There's some like elite like research professors who can do both.
yeah. You can find
And
some.
those are the jewels.
Yeah, those will be the jewels. It's kind of like when you look at the business world in tech, like you have a good CEO that can have a good intuition of the technology and still have some technical prowess, but also be a good manager. Also, like very hard combo to have. Yeah, so it's tough. Once you find them, that's really great. That really is a stronghold for an institution to have. So, hey, so Stanley, like, have you ever thought of being in academia at one point? No.
I have.
I think you would be good at it. Very good at it.
I think I would be good now. Back in my 20s and 30s, nah, because I
Yeah.
honestly don't have
Yeah.
the patience. Now it's funny. After having a child, having a marriage, and I know people think I'm a dick and short, have no patience, but you should have known me when I was in my shit hot 20s. Fuck you all. No, it was fuck you all. If you can't keep up, fall behind
If
and follow
if
me.
if I could see a young Stanley meeting a young John Galt,
You would
what would
not. Oh,
happen?
you know what?
Oh, what would happen?
Um, I'm not gonna do that because I'm on his channel, so I'm not gonna create waves. I'm not that dumb.
Oh man.
All I can say is it would have been a challenge for John Galt.
So the thing about universities now is that a lot of professors, they get in young when they're in their 20s, and I've noticed that like in the past, people went to industry a little bit before going back to being a professor. You know what I mean?
I
So,
honestly think those make better they're professors of practice.
mm,
Um, um, I'm trying to think. I've seen lawyers who practiced and then maybe after they retire and they
mhm.
actually have experience, they're the best teachers.
Yeah.
I had
So,
a chemistry professor. Had a
mm,
chemistry professor. He was a PhD from Georgia Tech. He
mhm,
went there the whole time, PhD Georgia Tech. He worked in industry. He's a
mm.
fucking great professor.
That's the problem
And
right now. Yeah, because there's more of the types that just. So I've helped a lot of like people in my group graduate when I was in grad school and help them get
mhm,
positions. And I've
mhm.
noticed that when I go to their classes and hear them lecture and do the, yeah, they're bad. They're just like, and yeah, you just don't
What,
have that
who went to
experience.
industry or straight out
No,
of
no, no,
grad school teaching?
straight out grad school. So most of
Oh
them are
yeah,
like
yeah,
that
yeah.
now. Most of them are like that now, Stanley. A lot of them are
Well, let me
actually.
tell you a story
Mm,
about this PhD professor. Motherfucker,
mm,
I was making high B's his whole class. This was my
mm-hmm.
first like college chemistry class. And you know what? I fucking made a 97 on his final. So I went and checked my grade expecting a B,
Mm,
and I had an A. And you know what this motherfucker, because I actually asked him, how did I get an A? You know
mm.
what he told me? If you can make an A on the final, you get an A. And I was like, holy shit. Because I mean, I was like 88, 87 the whole time, killed the final. And he was like, well, obviously this motherfucker learned something. Hey, dude, dude was a god. He
Mm.
was laid back. Obviously, whatever he did in the industry, he was teaching because he enjoyed it. He was a
Yeah, yeah.
great professor.
Those types are the best professors.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I know
had
what you
nothing to
mean.
prove
I know what you
other than
mean.
teach motherfuckers how to be chemists. Dude, it was a beautiful experience.
I'll tell you, there were some really immature people in school though. Like there was this professor who was like a big time atheist, and then there was this other professor who was a big time born again Christian. They just went at each other like little girls, like really passive aggressive, putting notes on each other's doors and stuff. I
Well,
was like,
what were they
is this?
teaching? Economics or what?
No, it was electrical engineering, man. It was so
Oh,
retarded to see.
that's right. Oh shit,
Yeah.
engineers were doing this shit?
Yes. That's what really
Now
got me
that's
like, what
surprising.
the heck? You guys are like so immature.
Were they young?
No, they weren't young. They were old. Come on. It was crazy. It was
They were
crazy.
probably they were probably like married.
Yeah, they might as well been. They might as well been. Let's see if John can get his setup going. John.
Hey, I got a new mini. I got a duo. It'll be my traveling road podcaster here. What's up?
All right, cool. Excellent.
Hey, John.
What's up, Stanley? How's it going?
Pretty good. Pouring a beer.
I'm drinking one straight out the bottle here.
So lead us, leader.
Oh, I just joined. What are you guys talking about here?
We were talking professors in college.
Oh.
Like good teachers versus bad teachers, like PhDs out of grad school make horrible teachers, like PhDs. Or I had a lab teacher who had a master's degree, but she actually had done, like actual chemistry. She was a
Yeah.
great lab teacher. So, I think experience helps. And, unless there's some professors who are actually just gifted teachers, they're rare.
I think I think I've told the story before. I've seen several people that I went to college with, and I went to a small black college, not very not a big endowment or anything like that. And I imagine as I look back on it that they were cutting corners when they were hiring staff. And again, this was a long time ago, but most of the professors were foreign born. And this was early 90s. And I would imagine a lot of those people I thought were fairly intelligent. And I would just imagine that as I look back on it, that many of them probably struggled trying to understand someone as well as learn the technology, as well as it probably not being taught the most effective way. And I think that's what stymied people, at least where I went to college in computer science. I don't know how it is at other colleges. Any thoughts on that?
Excuse me. Say that again.
So when I went to college, Tuskegee had a lot of foreign professors. And this is back in the early 90s, 93, 97, somewhere around there. And so I've later thought, like, did that prevent them from being able to learn from these professors where there would have been a language barrier, as well as these were probably low-paid professors, so they may not have been the best to teach something like computer science. And I can only think of maybe a handful of people that entered computer science when I was in school and graduated with a degree. But some of these people later majored, and some of them majored in math. I've shown the one lady, a former girlfriend of mine, very intelligent girl, started out in computer science, went to math, didn't have a problem with the math, but I think it was just the teaching. Maybe the professors just weren't very good, and I wondered how much that plays a role.
I think it math, if you're good at math, you can kind of get around a language barrier. Computers, and I've kind of told my son this, in my opinion, because I actually wound up, doing IT last in my career. If you're teaching like a language, like, I don't know, .NET or, whatever, JavaScript, whatever, language, being able to teach and language skills are extremely important, because object oriented, I mean, being able to tell you what an object does or routine does, or it's language intensive. You can not be good at math but still be a good developer.
Yeah, indeed. But I think if you can pick up the math, you can clearly, software development is not very difficult. Anyone can hack code.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
if you're a pretty good thinker, you can think abstractly and things like that.
Yes.
You can write more streamlined code. But if you can't teach it, like if I were teaching it, I wouldn't even focus on syntax. I would try to think like, what's an abstract class?
Yes.
What's polymorphism or something like that?
Well, I mean, with editors now, within a little bit, the concepts are more important. But to your point, being able to teach the concepts or the abstractions or whatever, you have to be able to speak the language.
Yeah, indeed. And
so I mean, I'm in total agreement with that.
Yeah, it's something that I noticed, man, because I've known some fairly intelligent people, and I went to college with them, and like they all bounced out, and they didn't go to basket weaving, so they weren't looking for something easier. It was just that that language barrier. A lot of them were Indian, Chinese professors, and I imagine Tuskegee being a small college, it wasn't picking the best.
Yes.
So I remember having trouble understanding them. So yeah, it's very interesting.
Can you answer Richard's question? Because I don't know. Computer science is more theory. Information technology is more practical. I don't know the answer to.
You can major. I think you can major in information technology without really having to learn how to code. You can't major.
Well, yeah.
Right code.
Okay. Well, information technology is more like how to unshelve a server or, put in a motherboard, or it's more like turning a screw, less abstract. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think what they try to focus on is, let's just say, capacity planning. If you're gonna plan out,
Yes.
Data network for this or that, how would you
Yeah,
plan?
networking basically.
Well, I guess it would be networking, but like the what do they call it? The architectural type thing. I guess that's what it would be. I'm not quite sure what, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, I was a systems engineer, which meant, I could turn a screw, but I could also script. I was pretty good at scripting. And scripting is not fix
Lost you
stuff
again,
on the
right?
fly or write a little wrapper to, that sort of thing. So, computer science, in my opinion, is more abstract than information technology.
Stanley, you said something about a rapper. People probably thinking that you talking about a drill rapper or something. But man, it took me a long time to really understand patterns. And rapper is a pattern. I'm not sure if you may have just said it. Now you thought about it, right?
Well, let me tell you what I mean, you write a little bit of code to call an executable.
Oh, you asking a question?
Now, you're not writing the executable, the compiled executable. The wrappers are just a little script before and after, and none of that's compiled. It can be compiled, but generally it's not.
Well, let's say if I have a library to do something, I don't know.
Yeah,
Right.
that's part of the executable.
Oh, when I say library, I mean
gets compiled. Yeah,
library.
DLLs, that sort of thing.
There you go. Yeah, I'm just being clear for the people in the audience. They may think a physical library.
My bad.
Right, and so you may write a wrapper around that library, and a wrapper is more or less code, more or less accesses the public methods on that library, something like that. And so you just have a wrapper around that particular code base. I think that's the rudimentary way of describing a wrapper. Get cracked. Do you know what a wrapper is?
It sounds like you made a shell script or something, and you stuck stuff in between, right? Yeah.
Well, the executables.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be an executable. As again, it could be a DLL. It's not going to be an executable.
A DLL. Oh man, you're getting too nerdy now, man.
Right, but you can wrap. You can wrap that DLL. Whatever execute instead of hit. What the basic thing is? Instead of hitting the DLL or whatever directly, your client will hit the wrapper, and then your wrapper will talk to the DLL. That's a good one. Let's say if you go, if you have a wrapper, a DLL is returning XYZ, first name, last name, and address. But you need the address split. Well, you need a first name split and the city state split.
Yes.
So you can write a wrapper to sit in between your executable library. And once it retrieves the data from the library, it can return it back to your client in the fashion that you would need it to be consumed in your application. That's just as an example. Yeah.
Well, let me also, and it's been a while since I've done this, but say you take a wrapper, you can tell like an OS to talk to an OS, and everything is in that wrapper. You're telling, excuse me, you're telling an OS how to handle a DLL. And the DLL is actually what you want to do, but you're basically talking OS to OS. It's kind of like a translator. You see what I'm saying?
Now you're out of you kind of out of my league there. Silly.
I mean, okay. Well, no, I've taken like, take say TSQL.
Okay.
Windows doesn't handle TSQL very well, but and you're right about this, there are DLLs within the Windows operating system that can handle it, but you've got to tell Windows use this DLL to interact with, this executable, whatever. Basically, well, no, it's basically, I've had to do this where you take TSQL, which isn't native, especially, Windows wants to talk to Windows type SQL type stuff.
Right.
And I'm talking, say, because I used to work with Sybase.
Yeah, I've worked with
And you have to tell Windows how to handle Sybase. And wrappers are a quick way to make the two talk.
Yeah.
Or, it's like a traffic cop. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, Windows Sybase is a database, right?
Yeah.
So I think with Sybase, when I last worked with it was like ODBC drivers or something like that, right?
Absolutely. And you don't have to have a driver. You can literally just park a driver there, because when you go into the registry of Windows, you can add DLLs to Windows, or you can do it on the fly. You don't have to put it up in the registry. You can literally handle it within a script.
With a create regex or something like that,
Yep. Even if it's temporary. Yeah, there are ways to do it without actually going into the OS and dealing with the registry.
Who's this? Just Rob. I was an average WM, I think, white male with above average physical and mental ability. I have yet to figure that out. Figure what out? I understand no one cares, but I had to get that out. What is he?
He's talking about this first comment here. Here, I put it up here.
I think I just took it out.
And I'll stop. I haven't had that much nerd talk in a while, and
yeah.
I was swayed, so to speak, by the recruiter. Obviously, he point blank told me I need to join the office. Wow. Okay, wow. 1982. How old are you now, Just Rob? Let's see. A lot of computer. Yep. I think that is true. Those weed out classes. A lot of times, them shits are what do they call that? Obsolete now. When I was in college,
back in my day, computer science, you could go either engineering or you could go programming. This is back in the days of Fortran and all that stuff. This was way before object-oriented became like the way things were done. We're talking like 1985.
Fortran.
Hey, what do you guys think?
Yes.
Richard in the audience, I see Richard say you create rapper in React all the time. React is more or less just like a subset of JavaScript or something like that, right? Get Craig, what do you think about people going to college for computer science?
Yeah, that's a tough thing now, huh? Because when I went to college, I think the computer science courses were dumber than what I learned in high school. Actually, my high school taught me pretty well, so I learned Python and C++ actually in high school, and assembly too a little bit. And when I went to college, and the way they taught the classes, very rudimentary. They spent most of their time teaching them how to use Linux, like scripting them. So I don't know what the advanced courses were. It is more theory later on, but the basic courses were quite very tame, I think. Yes, they try to focus more theory later on. Yeah.
Well, someplace like Georgia Tech, dude, you have to have like calculus. What's the third calculus? Is it differential equations or some esoteric shit?
It's either analytic geometry or analytic geometry and
you don't necessarily have to know that to be
linear
an
algebra,
programmer.
and something else too. They'll add on,
You know,
But in my opinion, knowing that stuff, because if you're gonna do programming, or development for, say, you
Mm-hmm.
want to develop a medical program or a physics program,
Mm-hmm.
you want to do that science oriented, you have to know math.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
you
If you're
know, you
running
know,
software like for CAD or something, definitely have to
Yeah,
know that stuff.
exactly. You have to know.
Yeah.
you know, I developed so much software, and there's been very little math, like very little.
Hmm.
At least for companies,
Well,
like
go
for
work for GIS or something like that.
and I've done mapping software, right? I did
Really?
I did a mapping software for I can't remember who it was now. Maybe the postal service or somewhere.
Wow. Well, you might be good at math and you're not telling us.
It's just no math. At least from my experience. Now I'm sure if you're doing some quantitative, like trading desk software, you're operating down on the milliseconds. That's probably something that I have no experience with, so I can't really speak on that. But like right here, if you wanted to develop the StreamYard app, there are children that can do this, right? Like
Well, that's true.
probably in a couple of weeks. Now it might be
But you're
bugged.
also depending on executables that are already written.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes it easier.
You're
Right.
really just taking tools and putting them together. You're not actually going down. Look, the something like VB.net below the actual editor, someone has to create the objects,
Indeed, yeah, indeed.
and,
Right.
and that's some deep level shit.
Now that is cool. Is that Master Kim trying to jump in?
Yeah, hey, John, I'm
Is
sorry.
this Master Kim? Hold on. I got quiet. Stanley, quiet.
Shut the fuck up.
Stanley, don't make me mute you. Come on, Stanley. Stanley, don't make me mute you.
Is he mocking me? Oh, you breaking up?
Oh, we're breaking up. No.
Every time we catch you, every time you jump in, you're breaking up.
He's always on the go.
That's hilarious, man.
Dude's doing a drive-by ass kick.
See, that's why he got so mad at you like yesterday, Stanley. He was like, I need to talk before I get to a dead zone. It's like, oh,
Hey, guys, Stanley, did I show you that what these niggas in my these niggas in my apartment did?
No. Did they take your computer and learn math and?
Stanley, come on. I've done this. I've done this for 25 years, Stanley. Come on.
Listen,
Is that
man.
the lawyer who doesn't know math?
Hey, man. Hey, you know what, man? Listen here. Man, let me make sure I can show this shit. Yeah. I was in the store today, right?
Ooh, that's good, Richard.
Right?
Nice.
Literally, just before I got here, I would have shared something with you guys. It almost made me feel like I was back home in Alabama in some ways. You know what I mean? I want to share this with you. What do you think about this right here? There you go. You ever had that Master Kim get cracked? I know Master Kim sell this shit, but the rest of y'all
pickled pig's feet.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Man,
anybody ever had some of that right there?
Oh man.
Let me tell you a funny story.
this
When
man-
my mother was pregnant with my son, she consumed pickled pig's feet like, oh my Lord, what are you birthing?
Whoa.
Hey, when I was growing up, man, we put our hand down in there and grab that thing.
Well, back in civilized Georgia, we at least used tongs.
Oh man. You see that pickle back there? See that pickle? Stanley, have you ever seen them eggs in there? The eggs in the jar, the pickled eggs.
I've seen that.
Yep,
I've seen
pickled eggs. I've never had a pickled egg. I've had I've had chitlins, but I've never had a pickled egg.
Oh man, let's grow up.
And I tried
Come
a
on,
pickled.
John,
You know what?
John,
You
why'd
know
you bring
what
all this
though?
nigga shit up here, man?
Pickled pig's feet
I just
actually
thought it.
reminded me. Pickled pig's feet reminded me of Korean blood sausage.
Oh, you
Well, at
like
least it's not as bad as the Asian
Sunday?
markets. Dude, the
You
Asian
like
markets
Sunday?
have like
No, I
cow
did
penis
not.
and
Stanley,
stuff,
do you
dude.
like Sunday?
I did not.
I
No.
love Sunday.
If
Sunday is the
if it's
I
if
love
it's
Sunday.
if it's Korean blood sausage, no.
Yeah, Sunday is
And I
Korean
like.
blood. So I love Sunday.
I didn't like the texture. Like compared with like say a Puerto Rican blood sausage, and you know what? I just a lot of grains and stuff like that. You know, I need like an American sausage that's stuffed with meat. When you start putting rice and shit in there,
Well, we all know Stanley loves
no,
his meat, that meat in his
the
mouth, dude. Come on, guys.
no, you know what? I guess I do. And
Man, go ahead, Charlie.
I rarely meet something that I went with a Korean buddy from work. We went to the Asian market and he was recommending this. And I enthusiastically bought them because I really rarely meet a food I can't eat. And that day, I had to throw it away. And I hate wasting food. I just couldn't
guys,
fucking eat it.
If you thought this was the worst picture that I took today, y'all niggas ain't ready.
Well, I don't think this was your worst
Was
picture
that at
today.
Mr. Kim's? That was at Mr. Kim's store.
Hey, wait, Master Kim. Damn, did he fall off? Because I was gonna see how much these pickles sell for in the store these days. Master Kim, how much you sell these pickles for
I'll
these days?
I'll eat a dill pickle.
That's normally like $1.19 each.
How much for that big old pig foot?
Oh man, no, those are
Stanley.
hard to find. I'm
Say
surprised
what?
you got that. Those are hard to find. I'm surprised you got that.
No, wait a minute. Why are they hard to find, Master Kim?
Because
they're not
unless
that
you're in some
hard.
very backwards area, not many people carry them. They'll carry them.
Dude, all of Georgia is backwards.
So the pig's feet and this is where blacks who defy can clear it up. I'm under the impression Koreans
Blacks would laugh us out of this.
similar to the way
Blacks
the
wouldn't
Americans
eat that
would eat
shit.
pig's
Hold on,
feet.
Stanley. Come on. What you say, Master Kim?
I would think that the proxy example of pig's feet for Koreans would be kegogi. Not everyone
Oh,
eats
yeah.
it, but there's enough.
Oh yeah, K-Gogi for sure.
Which
Yes,
would
for
be
sure.
a similar trade for pig's feet.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
God.
Think that's disgusting, and there's a
Yeah.
whole bunch of Americans think that that's good eating.
Yeah.
You know
For
what?
sure, man.
Call it
K-Gogi is dog.
trotter.
Oh, shit.
Call it a trotter to make it more disgusting.
Yeah. Hey, look, Sunday. So first time I had Sunday was where was I? I was in Apgujeong, which is a shopping district right outside of Gangnam. You remember that song Gangnam Style?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it was. And so the friend that I had, they took me out to this restaurant. I said, hey, you'll love it. So we ate bulgogi. Then they brought out the sundae, and the sundae we just cooked it over the hot top, and it was delicious, man. Now I've had other sundaes that weren't very good, but usually when I would go to like H Mart, not H Mart, Home Plus, it would they'd have some really good freshly made sundae there. So yeah, sunday's pretty good, man. I know.
Dude, the
I know
Asian
Stanley hates
markets,
it.
the Asian markets are the ones with the craziest shit. They have like hog penis and like all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When you go to he's right. When you go to an Asian market out there, that's just like an open air market under a tent, and it's like a block long and a block wide, and it's open usually all day and all fucking night. And you can find some of the weirdest shit up in there, man. Some of the most exotic vegetables and fruits. Of course, they have food stands and stuff like that you can eat from. It's great, man. Hey, I love Asia. If I tell everybody, man, if you get an opportunity and you just want to explore a first world nation in Asia, go to either Singapore or Korea. You will love it, man. It's just so much. It's just free, and you don't have to worry about things. Now you're not gonna. It's not like the Philippines or Thailand where you can get a lot of bang for your buck. It's almost a 1-to-1 ratio in Korea and in Singapore. But when you go, you'll still, things are still a little cheaper. And I think you'll just there's so many sights to see, so many museums, so many places. And if you like the nightlife, it wasn't me. I wasn't really I don't drink at all. But a lot of my friends said they love the different Korean beers that they had there. Very good beers. They even had, man, they had some really good places, man. You'd enjoy it.
Hey, hold on, Blacks. Let me get on a couple of these comments. Richard, you're definitely right. I've never done game development. It's totally different from software, regular, just typical software development from what I've seen.
Oh yeah, especially 3D, Yeah. Whoa, there's a lot of math going on there, man.
I had a buddy.
I'm sure there is.
I had a buddy though. He came on this show and CT show actually as well.
Have you?
Go ahead, Blacks. What you about to say?
I was going to see. Have you seen 2D Fighter though? 2D Fighter
No.
is a software that you can use, and now somebody, of course, had to build it. But 2D Fighter is a fighting game software that people utilize, and they utilize it a lot in places like China. There's this really underground game made that this college student made with 2D Fighter back in the early 2000s as a college project, and it took him 3 years to bring it to pretty much like market to sell on the underground. And it's pictures of his friends, and they're fighting one another on it looks like Mortal Kombat. It looks like Mortal Kombat 3 or etc. So yeah, you can do it. You can build these games with software like that. Absolutely.
Let me respond to Supreme Science 777. Everyone loves this 777. What's up with the 777? Is the
marker?
Everyone keeps saying the guy's dead or something, but is that why people?
He's not dead. He's he's fine. He's fine.
I have him buried in the back of my house, John.
He said, John,
Imperius probably killed him. Yeah.
He was born in Southeast. What part of Southeast? I'm in Southeast right now, by the way. During the late 80s, and my family told me some horror stories about Edmond Salters, Tank Johnson, Big Head, Gary Alpo. We mentioned 2 or 3 of those guys. We mentioned Edmonds and Alpo, and we mentioned Wayne Perry as well. That's the story for later. You know what, man? It might not be as appealing to some of the other people, but if we could get like DMVville, Ross, and get you up here, one of these days we do like a DC DMV type show. Talk about DC and stuff like that. I think most people will find it interesting because it is the nation's capital. They don't live here. Most people have been here, school trip, field trips, things like that. And it is an interesting city. Like unlike any other city I've been to, I will say that. Unlike any other city I've been to in
What's
the
the
States.
name of that god awful music that they like there?
What's that? What's that?
What's the name of that god awful music that they like they like there?
Go-Go, man.
Oh my God. Oh.
When I first
is cool.
You know what, Blacks, I tell you, like those guys do play instruments. You have to give them that much credit. And
they do. Hey, look, they do. Even the hardest thug out there is on a drum set or something. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And some of their covers, it has grown on me. Now, what turned me off when I first moved here was the violence, man. That go-go music was very violent. You go somewhere, they stabbing people. And so, I used to go a little bit because it was like a local thing. When you go off to college, you don't hang out with the locals. And go-go was like a local thing. And so, Supreme Science here, he probably would be nodding his head over here. But I will say this, that it kind of grew on me. I have a couple of go-go songs in my album right now. I actually like A. Marie. Yeah, I don't know if you guys, I'm dating myself, but you guys
I know the song. Yeah, I know A. Marie. Yeah.
That was go-go, doing the
that was go-go. I hated that damn song. It's just one thing that got me tripping. I hated that goddamn song. I hate that song. Hey, look, I couldn't stand that damn song. Because, listen, go-go has its place. And I'm not going to lie, it grew on me because I served with a ton of Baltimore and DC and Maryland people. That's how I knew that they were all 3 different fucking places.
And, you know, I thought it was, for me, I'm like, shit, it's all the same. They're like, hell no, I'm not from DC. I'm from Maryland. I'm not from Maryland. I'm from Baltimore. I'm not from Baltimore. I'm from DC. And just, I'm like, goddamn, I'm like, it's right across the street. But anyway,
Not like
the
DC,
point that I'm
man.
making is,
Hey, John, did you hear? It looks like it's going to be Shapiro. I think they leaked the
yeah,
nominee.
they're going Shapiro.
It makes it.
Imperious, I wanted to ask you, did you see that decision that state Supreme Court decision in Minnesota about it was the what is it called, the duty to flee rule?
Oh, your duty to
ruling.
retreat.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so sorry. The duty to retreat. Did you see that? I passed by it today.
No, I didn't.
Dude, they said basically, so this guy, they ruled on a case where a guy pulled out a machete against three people who pulled out a knife on him. And they utilized that case to basically Monday night quarterback a ruling to say he could have retreated and a caddy cornered while looking at them to make sure they didn't come at him. So he shouldn't have pulled out that machete, you know, along the lines of that. And so basically now they say you can't even brandish. You know what I mean? Like you can't even show.
Yeah, I have to read it. You know what I mean? So I mean,
it's weird. It's just
read
weird. Well, when you get an opportunity, I know you're a
Yeah,
law
it's
nerd
Minnesota.
too.
You said.
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
It's
check it out this
ridiculous.
weekend and I'll let you know.
Yeah, it's just crazy because, I mean, my God, man, you can't even protect yourself, man. Now, look, I'm not saying the guy was all in the right for pulling out the machete, but I'm just saying they utilize cases like this to create precedent, and it's insane. That's all.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the duties to like retreat and self-defense is all state specific. So.
Yeah.
States' rights, baby.
Hey, let me ask you a question. We have women aren't people. I'm assuming
But
that's
it's not that,
Imperious.
it's not that it's a states' rights thing. It's that criminal law.
No, you're very
that murder and
No,
what you would
states'
do is
rights, baby.
no. It's
Hold on,
that.
hold on. I'm trying to figure out who's who. Imperious, you're Portia's pimp daddy, right?
Yeah, where is she?
Oh my God, what's wrong
And
with this dude?
is women are people? I guess that's Cam. Is that Cam?
No, Rick James.
Yeah. All right.
That's crazy.
Let me get to the people who haven't spoken yet. Mr. Kim, you struggling through traffic. You got something you want to say?
Oh yeah, I was going to ask earlier to Stanley. Hey Stanley, if you don't mind me asking, I know you're proud of your son. What was his SAT? If you don't mind me asking, because I know you got high intellect, and I know your wife did too. But what was your son's SAT?
Mr. Kim, you putting him on the spot.
Oh, is it?
1400.
Oh, damn! So I expected it to be that way. Damn.
Master.
Well, it could have been higher, but
no, for your kid to be
is 1400 is 1400 respectable?
So that's great, and to be a jovial, normal kid, right?
I don't even know. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
What is the high school? I don't even know anything about it anymore.
Well, I'm used to the ACT.
It used to be 1600, like when I took it.
Well, 1600 is a perfect score. Now, here's the deal: 1400 and a 4.2 GPA. Like
that's very good.
No, that's not bad. That's not bad. What school does he go to?
10 AP courses. I think he made a B in something. Can't remember, but
did you excoriate him for that, Stanley? Did you excoriate him for that B?
You know what? I took one AP course in high school because it was the only one there. But no, I think 1400, 4.2, like 8 AP courses. That's respectable.
Cool, man. Cool. What school is he gonna attend now? I mean,
Georgia Tech.
Oh, Georgia Tech. Okay, my niece is going there currently for her MPA.
Good.
Yeah, she's student. My brother sent me a posting. She's student. She's MPA student of the month.
Get out of here.
So I was like, wow,
Well,
congratulations,
my
girl.
son will be a my son will be a freshman in 2 weeks.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Oh
Yeah,
wow!
congratulations.
Congratulations,
Yeah,
man.
That's huge.
Stanley.
Well,
That's
thank you.
huge.
Now,
Hey,
seriously, that's amazing. That is amazing.
you know,
Well,
Stanley.
you know what?
Hey, hold on, Stanley.
As a single father, I'm proud of it.
You're too nice, Stanley. You know what my parents told me? They told me, why the hell
Do
did you? Well,
better.
my grandma told me this, but why the hell did you get into Harvard? That's what I was told.
You know what? My son wanted to go to Georgia Tech, and he got accepted in the December round. He was,
Oh, he was an early entrant. Yeah, you go because you'll get better
Oh,
scholarships.
that's good.
yeah, it was his number one choice. He got in. Can't
I got
argue
accepted.
with that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got.
I
I
did.
got. I mean, he did pretty well. I got a 1470 on my SAT.
Yeah, well, he's black. He's 70. He's 70 points lower than.
No, I'm saying. Well, he had a better GPA than I did. I only had a
best he could do.
387 GPA. But I had.
Now,
I think I took 14.
He did make a B in
APs, though.
high school, but it was in band.
Yeah, that doesn't count. They're not gonna look at that.
Yeah, I never.
And everything else was A.
I went to a college where I graduated.
AP physics, AP computer science, 2 courses, AP English, 2 courses. The motherfucker rocked.
Yeah, I in physics B, I got a B in it, and then in what was it? Was it AP art history? I think sophomore year, I got a B.
Well, he's not an artist. He's a math person.
Yeah, no, I'm not either. I just took it because it was one of the three APs you could take sophomore year. I think the other one I took was
So
AP Euro.
I hope the little Negro with the 1400, 4.2 into Georgia Tech meets the standard.
But to prevent
The
that
high standard.
Is he gonna live on campus or is he gonna like commute? I don't know how far you are from campus.
No, he's living. Get that motherfucker out of here. No, he's living on campus.
Oh, okay, for sure.
Well,
at UCLA, I mean, half the people at UCLA commute.
He needs a college experience away from daddy.
Let me respond to a comment here.
Stanley,
Supreme
I'm gonna ask you a
Science.
question.
Go ahead, Mexican.
Oh no, please go on. I'm sorry.
All right, John, you're from Alabama. I know you ate raccoon, rabbit, venison, and probably turtle too. Man, let me tell you, I ordered my rabbits from Wegmans. You'd be amazed. Like you can order a rabbit dressed and everything straight from Wegmans. But no raccoon, venison. I just had is venison like deer? Is that deer?
It's deer.
Yeah, because I just had like a half a deer.
Awesome.
I'm not a fan of deer.
Rabbit, raccoon. I don't have a coon dog, so if I can't get it fresh off a tree.
What the fuck?
If I'm not mistaken, raccoon is expensive. Is that right, Sam?
If my coon dog didn't get it, I don't know.
Man, I got it's crazy.
Yeah.
Master Kim, I have a story for you. Hold on, Master Kim, I got a story for you.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr.
Hold on, Master Kim. Hold on, Stanley. Master Kim, we talk about the food stamp fraud and all that all the time.
Yes.
It's the person of the month, right? It's the person of the month, right? Master Kim.
Wake up. It's the person. The line.
I tell you, Master Kim, my phone ringing off the hook, Master Kim. Master Kim, you just don't know, Master Kim. Like, I wish I could go members only, but people can even track that and film it. But my phone is ringing off the hook, Master Kim, first of the month. The people have things to sell this time.
Oh, the Bone Thug song.
You know what I'm talking about, Master
John,
Kim?
play the Bone Thug song.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, man.
I mean, my
I
phone.
don't go anywhere on
the first of the month, John. And so, Master Kim, I don't even have to deal with it. I can just pass them through. You know what I'm talking about, right, Master Kim? Get my vig off the top.
Yes, sir.
John, you know what I just noticed? I've been calling him Mr. Kim this whole time. Not Master Kim.
Oh no, that's the same thing. It don't matter.
I'm sorry, Master Kim.
Yeah,
I've been saying
it's just a takeoff on fake ass martial arts.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's good enough.
Talk to you. I've called you Mr. Kim.
Oh no, that's close enough. Hey, curious, Stanley, and I know it's very sensitive about your son, but do you think your son's gonna pledge alphas or the white boy Sig F?
Don't let him do either.
Which direction do you think he's gonna go? Towards alphas or neither? Come on.
Well, what can I say? He's going to Georgia Tech. Fuck. But I never joined
okay, so
smart man, Stanley. Don't let your son join none of that satanic.
No. You know, blacks of all the people here, you know, I would, man, motherfucker. I'm not fucking gonna like do a step show. I can barely hold a rhythm.
I never.
Me either, Stanley. See, we got that in common, Stanley. Hey, hold on for a second.
I don't expect. If he wants to, why not? But
hold on for a second,
my son.
Oh, Stanley. Hey, HB. You know, Master Kim, what Master Kim and I talk about all the time, you know, the food stamps and all that kind of shit. I did the whole food stamp breakdown, 40 cents on the dollar versus now. Well, let's say 62 cents on the dollar versus 50 cents on the dollar. And, you know, yesterday I did a stream. I said, it's the first of the month, you know. Man, my phone been ringing off the hook today, HB. Did HB drop off? Damn, I wanted to see him in the show. He dropped off. Anyway, what was I about to say? Oh, let me get back to this pig story for one more second here. So I was in this corner store, Master Kim, and you won't believe this. This is on Alabama Avenue in Southeast DC. Anyone in DC that know where Alabama Avenue is. And so I'm in this corner store and it's owned by Ethiopians. Amazing, right, Master Kim? I mean, these guys hardly can speak English, can hardly, you know, have a conversation back and forth with you as you know, checking out. It's like, ring up, put your card up and put some money up, put your food stamp, whatever, you know. And they're doing hella business in here, Master Kim. And, you know, as you can see, they got all the ghetto merchandise. And I mean, you know, they're running this business, man, like corner lot right across from a bus stop. I mean, you know, at a bus stop and across from a bus stop. I mean, you know, this is prime real estate to run a ghetto business like this, Master Kim. And so here's a little funny from the story. You know, these people are using their food stamps and things like that. It's first of the month, Master Kim. You know what it is. You know what time it is, right, Master Kim?
It's time for those cigarettes and alcohol, John.
You see that big old back?
That bitch got some wings of fat, John. She got fat wings. Look at her.
Oh, Master Kim, you probably have seen this so many times. It's nothing to you.
John, I've never seen an Asian woman that fat. I don't think they exist. I don't think an Asian woman is ever that
I just
fat.
saw that, Master Kim. Hey, Master Kim, you ever seen that before? You ever seen anything like that before, Master Kim?
Of course. Hey, you know, every once in a while, it make your dick hard. I mean, it's just, you know, hey, absolutely, hell yeah.
Not that one right there, Master Kim.
Not that one, but, you know.
Hey, look at that, boy. That's a big old thing right there. That one probably about 5'11" feet tall. It's the first of the month. She got her best dress on the first of the month, right? That's how it goes at first. You know?
That's right.
Oh, man. Oh, Master Kim, you guys carry on. There's just something funny I saw. I figured I'd share it. Anyway, who else we got? CKJ3, you've been quiet, man. You don't have much to say today? Portia's Pimp Daddy, and that's Imperious. And who is Women RP? Oh, that's Cam. What's up, Cam?
Hey, I'll talk about something, John.
Who's that? Imperious? Go ahead. I know you probably had something controversial to talk about.
Well, no, John. I want to know. I want to ask a question, John. Maybe as there since there are blats in here that they can help me answer this.
Okay, what's up?
Why do the black women love being abused by white guys in bed, John?
Yeah, we
that's a
gotta
good
get
one.
we gotta get some of the women up here to answer that question because I can't answer it.
Yeah, we got to get Portia up here. I mean, I just went to town yesterday, so.
I
We
got
had
a
to get
question
Portia up
for
here.
everybody on the panel.
What's the question? What's the question?
Do any of you guys ever contemplate murder?
We can't talk about that kind of shit on the street. Everybody say no, so we can move on to the next topic.
No.
I would murder ignorance in America.
You've never sat across the table with somebody just saying stupid shit and just thought, man, if I just snatch the dude's Adam's apple out right now, I wouldn't have to listen to the end of this.
No, they're to be avoided.
Yeah, I guess
when possible.
I think y'all are lying. I guess
I would only contemplate if someone tried to take Portia from me.
Well, hey.
Yeah, well, you know what? You live in your fantasy world, and we will live in reality.
Hey Cam, you don't got no kids, nothing like that, right? You're just a young guy with a girlfriend.
No,
right?
Hey, we probably got a porn bomb here. Hold on for a second.
man, very careful about
Yeah,
that.
what's up? Hold on for a second. What's up, Raul? Who's this?
Bueno.
She's been.
Yeah, who's this, Raul?
Bueno.
Huh? What'd you say?
Bueno.
Bueno.
He said why? He said why not?
Oh, why not? Why not? I thought you said bueno, but bueno.
Bueno.
Yeah.
Sí.
Buenos tardes.
See, someone speaks Spanish. Can we get a translator app in here?
Buenos tardes, amigo.
Yes. Yes. Bueno.
Tengo las multas.
No, nada. Sí, bueno.
Someone said this is a Mexican sound boy.
Wait, is that Speedy Gonzalez?
Man, y'all make this shit fun, man. Hey, it's kind of slick, man. I mean, these people come up with some good shit. You had to give it to them.
¿Qué pasó?
Ándale.
Get him out of here. That's pretty slick, though. That's all I do. Hola, man. Someone said that might be Muffin or something. Someone hide you.
You asked me that question.
That's funny. That is funny.
What's that?
Muffin struggling through Spanish.
Yeah, I hate to
Well, you
be
know he said he had to learn. What you say? Yeah.
I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but just real quick with Cam, because I think he joked.
Mexican, we got to get you Starlink.
Yeah, how does an Asian have bad tech stuff? Like, what? They're like usually the ones that have all this tech shit and all the buying the new stuff.
What's Mexican for crickets?
For what?
Mexican for crickets?
Yeah, I used to.
I like how he says it's what's Mexican for it, not what's Spanish. What's Mexican for it?
You do realize that Mexican Spanish is different from. That's where I'm starting from. They're injurious.
Yeah, there's
well,
like
you would say Latin Spanish because all like yes,
Nope,
they don't
Mexican
have vosotros. They don't have the vosotros.
Guatemalan Spanish is different from Colombian.
No, it's all understandable.
If you don't know that, then you're a what?
There's a dialect in Texas out here that's totally different, man. Like if you say pinche too in Texas, like Spanglish, that means fuck you. Pinche in regular Spanish is fucking hairbrush. These people be looking at you like hairbrush you. What the fuck do you mean?
Hey, I'm gonna give you guys a little update.
Dialectical difference.
I'm gonna give you guys a little update here. I'm gonna have to be traveling at some point, I think. And so what I did was
taking the train up to New York.
Yeah,
New
when
York
I go
City?
up there, yeah. So when
John
I'm going to
fly or something? You not fly?
no. You know, I told you, I told you, I took the train back, man. You know, hey, you can get,
Yeah,
you know,
that's awesome.
I call it cheap, but usually I catch the cheapest flight within reason.
Damn,
So if Amtrak has something cheap, you know, I'll leave at 3 a.m. you know, they have a 3 o'clock train. I get back to DC at 6, so I leave DC at 3 in the morning or whatever the hell time it leaves. And I get to New York. Man, I used to go to work like that. I leave here 3 in the morning, go to the gym,
Oh,
work out, and go
nice.
straight to work. You know. So anyway, I want to do more of these. Like, I think Kimmy Cakes and we're gonna co-host a couple of shows when I go back to New York. I know Stanley's gonna make sure you join it.
Hey, John, you gonna have a good time with her, John?
Was that not
as good as last time. So yeah, I want you guys to take a look. Like, let me see if I can. I'm gonna use the other camera. How about that?
I got a question for you.
Hey, what's up?
What the fuck is the world coming to? I just paid $12 to get my own fucking money out of an ATM, man.
I'm not surprised.
You didn't plan ahead to go to the bank before it closed?
No, I didn't get off work in time, Stanley, and today's my nephew's birthday, so I'm helping him buy his first car, man. So I just went through the ATM.
Oh, nice.
Man.
Are you going to be $12 short?
No, but I wasn't expecting to pay $12 for a month.
It was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's crazy, dude. The highest I've ever paid in 33 years of life, dude, for an ATM is maybe $3-4, man.
Wait a minute, you saying it was $12 for real?
Yeah,
Damn.
$12 at my fucking bank too.
Write a check.
Yeah, I
That
should
is a lot of money, bro.
done that. I wasn't thinking. I'm kind of running behind on everything I'm doing today. I was expecting to be home by like 2, and I'm just now leaving the warehouse today.
So let me show you this new camera I got. I mean, this new fucking up everything here, but so this ain't gonna work. Let me show you
Look
the
at
other
John
one.
being a boomer up there.
Check this out, right? So I bought a new Rode, right? I don't know if you guys can see it. Yeah, you can see it. Look how much smaller it is, right?
Hey,
Look how much.
Imperius is looking at your dick.
Oh, wow.
Look how much. Let me see. Look how much smaller it is. Right?
You know he is.
Than the other one, right? So I'll be able to travel easier with this one. So we're
Wait,
gonna
are those
do.
like soundboards and stuff, John, or what is
Yeah,
that?
yeah. It's like an audio mixer or whatever. Yeah.
Why you didn't get the same one,
John? Do you have any like sounds yet that you play in the show? Do you have any like clips that you're trying to?
No, not yet, man. I got it. I mean, I may get Garen up here one day, and we crowd fund him to that is a hell of an idea. We're gonna get Garen, probably Rashu probably be up for that too. And what we do is we'll have them like program the soundboard.
I have some Imperious sounds.
Someone said we need an angel soundboard. Yeah. Yeah, the reason why
that song is the best. That song is classic. That little clip, whoever did that's one you got to put on there.
Yeah, the reason why we doubled up is I think I'm going to take this other one to the studio, the place that I showed you. I think I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to move forward with that and get that studio started up. And so this bigger board, I'll just use that when I get that ready, and use the smaller board for here. And when I want to travel, it's smaller. I can travel easier with it. So,
hey, John, you should use that show where they talked about the whole eating shit and stuff, dude. Or like Portia talked about all that stuff as like the use her clips of her saying stuff like that.
Yeah, the thing is, like, so I don't know if you were here in period. So we reached the 500 mark, and
congrats.
Yeah. So, for the people that helped out and for the people that are here, I kind of owe it to them. I've been thinking about this, but I owe it to them to make sure I don't get demonetized, right? So to put on the best show possible. And so it'd probably be hard to show clips. Yesterday, I think someone, well, not someone, but
no,
YouTube.
I was saying like audio clips, like on your soundboard of like Portia going like,
John,
shit, or something like that,
Yeah. We do that. We definitely do that. We're gonna get Garen and all that.
Portia saying Imperious is a piece of bleep.
No, she has one where she says, Imperious, I love riding your dick.
You like that degradation stuff, Imperious?
Nah, dude, I play slave games with Portia. Like she likes that kind of stuff, you know. I'm telling you, black girls that I've been with, they like it. They like getting like degraded by white dudes. That's weird.
That's interesting.
Hey, Imperious, allegedly
I'm
white,
guessing they
allegedly...
like being abused by a white transsexual.
No, that would be Muffin, not me.
Yeah.
Is there a difference? I thought y'all were the same.
You know what I just saw? There's a dude walking his kid on a leash.
Well, you know, I mean, we were told that Nina likes being walked. Hey, we were told that Nina likes being walked on a leash. So I mean,
I've never seen no shit like that. This dude was walking. His kid was on like a 5-foot leash, man.
I think you see that a lot up here in the cities where
You've never been
you're gonna do that. Yeah. Get crazy. Yeah. You know, we're gonna do that one live when I get to New York because I know where to find Jenny all the time. She's always at Drink Lounge, so we'll definitely do that show
John.
live.
That means you're gonna have fun, John. Drinking.
Oh man, you go to
a little drinking, a little smoking, a little fucking, right, John?
Hey, man.
I knew who Jenny was the first time down.
Everybody knows I do smoking and drinking. I can't talk about it. You never know who's listening, Piers. Anyway, what was I going to say?
It's mostly Imperious listening.
Yeah, so
Stanley, listen. Don't make me mute you, Stanley. Don't make me mute you.
Master Kim, where are you located right now? Sound like you were traveling somewhere. You in Florida?
Oh yeah, no, I'm in so there's a city called Fort Valley. I just rolled through Fort Valley, which is red. It's kind of middle Georgia.
Oh no, I know right where that is.
Yep,
You stopping by the Fort Valley State? What?
Yep, HSBU. So I was just driving through there. But there was one thing I wanted to mention. It's actually kind of funny. I thought about this the other day. And so for many people, you know, on the internet, this is the first time I think I've been cussed out since I was like maybe in high school by my mother, by the way, right? So by human beings that I barely know, it's all internet based, right? But one thing I did want to say is that there's a different cultural thing, and this is where Muffin and Imperious can say, no, this guy's fucking full of shit or not. It is very common for white guys to say a demeaning comment followed up by a compliment, like, hey, for being a little homo, you make sense, Imperious. That isn't uncommon for white guys to degrade each other, but then, and I'm 50% white, so, and then follow up with a compliment. You can't do that with black guys. You say, not, and I'm not talking about Blacks Who Defy or Stanley, because they're just different, but normal black guys, you cannot even joke about an insult because you never know if they take it raw.
That's bullshit.
White guys.
No, I don't know. I mean, I was on all the
insults.
teams I've been on and stuff. Black guys were fine with it too. I mean, they fucked around
Hey,
too.
Well,
you know what?
Observation.
Like, dude,
You know what,
in
Mas-
high school, hey, you know what's funny, Master Kim, in high school, the black kids on the team would used to fuck around and like draw swastikas on the white kids' fucking lockers and stuff.
You know what,
Well,
Master Kim is
which team were you on?
You know what, Master Kim?
Shut up, Stanley, you dick.
You know what, Master Kim? It's interesting that you say that, right? So I don't know if you saw the stream I did with Grace Stewart and all. Did you get a chance to see that at all? If not, is Master Kim here?
Oh yeah, sorry, I had
The
a
one
different
where she
screen on.
said, "John, rub my back."
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one.
Was
Right.
it the one that you were scooter? She was riding your scooter.
Yeah.
I
Right.
didn't see. I watched your stream the late because it was like a 12-hour stream. I watched the last 6 hours of it.
Yeah, no, it was the early part, really, where where she was.
They showered.
Well, John, I was waiting for her on the stream to just bend over for you, John.
Nah, but what was I about to tell you? Damn, what did it say, Grace? Oh yeah. So there's a white guy. I want to show you this white guy, Master Kim. Let me see if I can find it again.
Hey, Master Kim, how many white people come into your stores?
Probably 0.
So the beauty supply stores, 100%. The gas stations, 80% are black. and then we've got a liquor store in an all rural white area. I would say almost like 98% white, with the exception of the black guy that hooks up with one of these chubby little single mothers out of the trailer park.
Who would you say are the most pathetic?
I can't answer that because we all have beer and wine and liquor and everyone. I can't do that on the internet. I can't answer that. But which is the ones that make the hair on the back of our necks raise, and we have to like back the car up before closing and make sure that someone's got a hand on a pistol? It's going to be the hood stores for sure.
Hey, Mexican, you know.
Really?
Hey, Mexican, you know how you were talking about you could joke with the white guy, you know, blah blah blah. And so I was trying to show the white guy that was here in my garage here. I may not be able to find him. Let me see if he shows up
Is that
in the
the
video.
white guy in the green shirt?
It was the white guy back here working with this guy right here. Oh shit, that's standing what you talking. Let me see if I can find him. But anyway, Master Kim, this guy, I remember him telling me basically exactly what you told me. He talked about how when he worked out on a construction site, right? They would rib each other really hard. You know, just talk shit about each other, you know, on the construction site.
Hey, John. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, but I came up here specifically because I heard Master Kim say something completely wrong.
Who was it?
Well, hold on. Let me turn this off right quick. Number one, Master Kim, whenever you say something or insult a black guy and they take offense to it, it's most likely because it's true. Most black people don't really give a crap if it. Yeah, most black people really don't give a crap if you say something. Like if you say something to them, they'll probably tug it off or think you're joking or something.
Garion, I argue you're not most black people.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Anyway, also,
Oh no!
Kim, if you go to some hood,
I
yeah,
meant
we're gonna
that
say,
as an insult.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, if you go to some hood nigga and you say, "Hey man, you got some dirty ass J's," they'll look at their J's and they'll start laughing at it because their J's aren't dirty. Because number one, it's not true. But if you say if you go to some hood nigga and say, "Hey man, you're acting like a homo right now," he's like, "You calling me gay, nigga?" And most likely that nigga gay.
You know what?
That's a very
you
good perspective.
don't know black people, do you, Garion?
Nigga, what?
Oh, you call me nigga? You actually don't know black people.
I mean, I'm from a country full of black people.
Stanley, let me ask you a question. Stanley, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
Garion, you're a young man. So I'll leave it at that.
John, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't think you
No, you're right.
know the South very well. You're just a guest, apparently. Is this where the Angel song comes in?
Actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, John, play it, John.
Crack and play it. Get crack. Can you play it? Get crack. Hey,
I don't know how to.
Hey,
I don't
who's
know
the
how
guy
to do that.
driving? Who's the guy with the great name? Women aren't people.
That's
Cam.
Oh, is that Cam? That's a great name, bud.
Yeah, I'm driving back to the house now. I'm about a mile away still.
What kind of truck do you have? A Dodge or what? I'm trying to decide. I was trying to see.
It's
I
a
thought
TRX.
so. Okay. Very nice.
Yeah, I would have went with the Tundra, man, but you just don't. I do a lot of off-roading, like deep in the mountains. I needed something that could crawl on some rocks, man. And this thing got the axle lock and everything on it.
How much did it set you back?
Oh, bro, I paid gas work, so I don't have a car payment, but I could have easily put like $100,000 into a house if I didn't do that. I think it was like, it was right before COVID. It was like maybe 103, 107.
Yeah, especially if it's like is it a diesel or is it like a 2500 or what?
Yeah, it's a 2500. I like
Yeah, that's why.
it's got the long sunroof in it. It's got like where I can adjust the height of the vehicle. You know, kind of like
Yeah, the air suspension. Yeah.
Yeah, it's real nice, man. It's like one of the more
No,
comfortable.
the big trucks now are like super luxury. Like they're like SUVs with a bed, kind of.
Oh yeah. I love it, man. Then I got these like with like the Ram boxes and everything. I go fishing off the coast all the time. I can put fishing gear in there and shit. It's real convenient, man. I seen
Yeah,
videos
for sure.
of people pulling 18-wheelers out, bro, that are stuck in the snow and shit with these TRXs. The amount of power they have is just crazy. I would never try no shit like that, but I've seen 2 videos on YouTube of people doing it.
So going up in the mountains, knowing a car's gonna get beat up, you buy a luxury vehicle?
Yeah, just because the shit can do. Plus, these cars
No,
skid plate on the bottom of.
you aren't used to the mountains, are you?
No, I have an old Jeep that I'll take like when I go hunting and stuff, like from the '80s. But if I'm just going like on a cruise or like last time I went to a Moab, I took the truck instead. It's a more comfortable ride and I can pack more
Or
gear.
crawling up rocks, I would take the old Jeep.
That's what I just said. I usually take the Jeep if it's like gonna be brutal. But if I'm just gonna be doing some BS, then I'll take the truck because I can load out more gear and stuff too. That Jeep's only a Wrangler, it's only a single deal, man. So I can't get a lot of gear in there like I can in this truck. When I take the Jeep, I could be gone a week. If I take the truck, Stanley, I could be gone a month.
Hey Cam, how old are you again? I'm sorry.
33.
Yeah, dog, you're a young guy, man. For amassing as much as you've done.
Yeah, well, I didn't really waste a lot of time bullshitting. I've been working since I was 14, man. Like, that I started just working on a base when I was 14. I don't know if you can even get a job now at 14 anymore, man. So I put myself through school. I don't have no school loans, nothing like that. Everything I've ever done, I've done myself. I haven't like had a handout or nothing. So I'm really blessed to be where I'm at too. I don't discount that at all. Most people haven't figured it out, but I just didn't want to waste time. I knew that at a very young age.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Holy smokes! So the wild nights of drinking and bar fighting, you kind of bypassed all that and just worked hard and saved money, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, I did have some crazy years, but I did it well before I ever became 21. I got that shit out of my system like before 18. I was kind of a wild youth, man. And so bro, I haven't even, it's not that I have a problem with alcohol. I just don't care for it. I haven't even had a beer in probably 10 to 12 years. Before that, I would drink socially. I just don't care for that shit. I got other shit going on. It's a distraction, kind of like social media to me. I got so much other shit I could do in the day that if I take care of a vice.
Yeah, no, that's impressive. I think so. What Imperius didn't realize is you don't have to drink just to go to the gay bars. It took him a while to find.
Oh, I love. Oh, damn. I love that. It was like, wait for it, wait for it.
That was a landmine.
John,
John, this
Now
master kill.
here comes the compliment.
John, you got to meet these niggas. John, have you seen
Salute.
what these niggas are doing over here? Have you seen these niggas? John, have you seen these niggas, Stanley? You know what they're doing in here?
Motherfucker, we're mostly kicking your dumb ass.
Well, so here comes the Imperious compliment. It is stunning. A guy from SoCal is so you know a lot about a lot of shit. Like about diesel 2500 series trucks and everything. It's kind of stunning. I would figure a guy driving Beamers and all that, Teslas and shit wouldn't really understand pickup trucks. And so that's pretty impressive.
I'm still white trash at heart. Come on, Master Kim.
Nice. That's a Jedi trick. Trying to, so you're kind of like doing your Kamala.
I'm not the white you're looking for.
You're not the light either.
Now, Imperious,
Stanley, I bring the light of happiness and positivity to these streams.
Oh, don't go into muffin mode.
The one thing that's really
Where is
good about,
McMuffin?
He's deep in your soul.
Well, he's deep in your ass, Stanley. So I'd rather have him deep in my soul.
I think y'all are symbiotes, whatever the word is.
Hey, what did John Galt go?
He
He's
left
rolling
the
a couple
building.
more joints back. He's using his joint roller. He's got about 30 more he's got to do.
Yeah, he invited me here.
Now you do know John's a true G, meaning he don't give any details about the women in his life. You know he's getting at it, but he don't really give details. He don't say anything specific. Just like
We should hire that
John
private eye
is-
that comes in here to
John-
follow John and give us a
John
report.
is smart.
Am I right? A
masterful.
true G. They don't really give much details to go on about nothing. He's always doing a sly dog smile. So you know he's getting at
Nope.
it a lot.
He's
Hey,
just
John.
a master.
John,
He is just a man of mystery.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, he invited me here.
Hey, whoa. Who's in here?
John invited me here. I'm just waiting on him.
Did he tell you to wipe the mud off your feet?
Yeah, you can't wear no shoes.
I don't respond to stupidness, man. John invited me here.
You can't be tracking mud in his.
John told me about this channel a few weeks ago. So
Yeah, John's like the Asians. He likes when people take their shoes off when they come in.
And socks too.
see, y'all sit there playing them stupid games back and forth with each other. I'm not with it.
And somebody bring the garden gloves. We got a stick to remove out of an ass.
I'm not with all that back and forth stuff y'all do. That's kid stuff. Get to the point.
Are you with touching other guys or?
Hey, wasn't
Get
my
to the
comment
point.
true earlier about joking with white guys
straight
versus
to the
black
point.
guys? Remember
Get
that?
straight to the
So I'm
point.
right. Proves me right, doesn't it?
Y'all
Now,
sit here
there's a
with all this
white
back and
boy in
forth.
a bucket hat, and is that a Banana Republic shirt?
Right, Stanley. That's Banana Republic.
Yeah, I could tell.
We got to get patient. We got to be patient here. John's getting a little dome from one of his, tenants.
No, John's clipping this.
John's not clipping shit. I told him he's slacking. He needs to be clipping everything.
We should really get the private eye to follow John one time. Just hire him and have him follow John. Give us the dirt.
I'm scared what I would find out. You know what they say? You don't want to know. Don't fuck around and find out.
Well,
We'd end up or John or something like that.
We'll find out John was We'll find out John was the planner behind Trump's assassination. Watch.
Trump was what?
No, I said that we're going to find out John was the mastermind behind the Trump assassination.
Look at this guy.
What assassination? Was there an attempt?
Well, the attempted assassination.
Oh,
look at this guy sounding stupid.
Oh, wow. I thought that was faked. That's what I heard.
That guy's voice is irritating. That last person talking.
Oh, it's only going to get more irritating.
I don't see how they sit up here for hours and listen to that.
Now I know it irritates you. Guess what's going to happen?
Hey, Stanley, do you remember when you and Blacks were talking about the boys and then Booker T?
Booker T and the MGs?
No, a couple days ago, you and Blacks, who defy, were talking about, I guess Du Bois, and then separately.
Who's this guy? What's this guy? Who is this guy talking? What's his name?
Oh no!
I have a question for you.
Master Kim
I have a question for you. I'm not calling you master, but I'll call you Kim. But
Oh,
I
the
respect
point I was
you.
trying to mention, Stanley, is that it was very impressive hearing the going back and forth. And unfortunately, you know, it was above my intellect for sure, but it was very impressive, which means
Oh no, it's not high intellect. If you ever read a history book like in high school, this was
Or y'all
like
won't let me
low
talk or what?
level high. This was low level high school stuff.
Yeah, but it's been so long, and I forgot all of these things that you
Yeah,
mentioned.
you know what?
Y'all people
I
gonna let me
can't
talk
help
or
you
what?
there.
Yeah,
Some
go
people
for it.
actually learn from high school and retained the information.
Well, bro, you can hop in and talk, dude.
Yeah,
You know,
man.
in high
I just don't
school,
want
in high
to.
school,
Yeah,
they
I ain't with
give
all
you
that. I
history
just like to get
books.
straight to the point.
In
I don't
high
know that guy
school,
voice is irritating.
they
That's all I'm gonna say on
actually
that.
expect you to
But I
learn
want to
if you
ask
will.
this Kim guy a
Oh
question.
yeah. So the reason I got master in my name is for, you know, fake karate from the 90s and 80s. It has nothing to do with
Oh, fuck that. He's a master.
anything
There's
else.
a
That's it.
joke.
It's
There's going to be a cutting.
not at
See,
all.
it's coming at the end. Is
Yes,
it
sir.
Raji Bet?
Hey, can I ask this guy Kim a question?
Yes, sir.
It's
Absolutely.
Master Kim to you.
No, I'm not calling him master. I'm not
You
that.
will,
Yeah.
or you won't ask a question.
Kim, out of all due respect, brother, I listen to you all the time.
He's not your brother. He's your daddy.
Yeah, that guy there, I don't know why they let him on this panel, but that voice is
Can you
irritating.
call
Anyway,
him your sensei?
That's right.
any,
Oi.
anyway,
Yes,
Kim,
please.
I was gonna say y'all people are rude. Let somebody else talk.
Yeah, I'm getting bored.
What you want to talk about,
You know
Raj
what?
Bet?
What you need to do
Hey man,
is
that guy,
eat those
can you
pork
mute
and
that
beans.
guy or something? I
Eat
just want to
those
ask this
pork
Kim
and
guy a
beans.
question.
Eat those pork and beans in your pot to keep your mouth busy doing something more productive.
Hey Kim,
Yes, sir.
yeah, I want to ask you a question, man, because
Do
I
you
own a few
sell pork and
stores. You
beans in
know,
your
I'm just looking
stove?
for a little advice. Is this the time for that show or?
Yeah,
Oh,
You can ask him now. Go right
yes,
ahead.
yes.
Yeah, man, I'm just not no rinky dink. You know, I don't go with all that back and forth. I just want to ask that
Well, then
Kim a
just go
question.
forth.
Come on, Stanley. Let him ask the question.
Oh, my bad.
Whenever you get this guy off of your channel, I'll come back, man.
Oh no,
Now
no.
go ahead and ask
He's
your question now. Go ahead and ask your
sorry.
question
Okay.
now. Come on, Stanley. Now. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Miss. Who's talking next? Now everyone's silent.
I think it was Raji Bet. I think he maybe dropped off.
Yeah. Come on, man. You know, we get a
Oh,
new
was
guy.
he real? I thought he was a bot.
No,
That's why I was
yeah.
being
So
so.
John, out of all fairness, he did. We thought he was.
Oh, a bot, a porn
Not a
bomb or
bot, but
something.
but the people that just call up just to create heck.
Oh, one of those type.
What's the name for that? When
Bunch of
trolling?
instigators. Bunch of instigators.
We thought he was trolling.
Oh, yeah, troll. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that was an interesting name there, Rob. Yeah.
Yeah, but please log back in. We'll all be quiet. We'd love to hear you out, sir.
Yeah, let's see what we got to say here.
Well, I won't, but I'll be silent.
Master Kim, you know, I had to step away from my desk for a minute. This guy came to my house. He said, "Hey, man, I got a bunch of food stamps coming, and I'll give you the card now. You can just give me like $60 for it. I just need the money right now." He shows me how much he's gonna get in a few days. I think on the 7th or something like that. And I'm like, man, I couldn't trust you for 5 days not to turn that card off or change the PIN number or something. I said, well, just come back in 5 days. Whenever your food stamps get on get on the card. You know, he walked away so disappointed.
You could have had some lobster tail tonight. Yeah,
First of the month, Master Kim.
Yes,
They
sir.
desperate. Very well, no, they're not desperate, but they got plans in mind. They need to convert that cash. They're in the foreign exchange, Master Kim. Convert food stamps to cash in the foreign exchange market.
Now, if you don't mind me asking, John, would you say, as far as your your tenants slow paying or whatnot? Is it about 30%, or what's on average? Is it 20%? What would that be, or does it depend on the time of the year where those type of numbers start kicking in more?
The thing is, like, ever since COVID, I only have maybe 3 or 4 tenants in total.
Okay.
Everyone else is short term. Now, some of these people have been with me for a long time. You know, I showed you the one room in the house when Grace walked in to one of my houses. That guy's been here. And he's like a security guard. He's a big guy from Africa somewhere, Rwanda, Congo somewhere. He's a big guy. Nice enough guy. But yeah, you know, he more or less is a long-term tenant, but he has to pay like everyone else, you know, weekly, 2 weeks at a time. But he's a good tenant. But I wouldn't necessarily consider him a tenant. The only tenants I have, what I consider a tenant is someone that brought their own furniture in. And of those, like I said, I only have 3 or 4 now left over. You know, I'm looking to get rid of all of them. You know, but they're very nice now. You know, I weeded out all the bad ones, and the ones that are remaining. I've never had more leverage in my life with these people. If I say, "Hey, man, rent's going up $50," they don't blink an eye because there's so few options available that, you know, $50, like, inflation is high. What are they going to say? Hey, we got this guy Rob it up again. Let's see if he has something reasonable to say. He has a question for you, Master Kim. Master Kim, Robert has a question for you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be here that long, man.
Okay.
I just wanted
Thanks for
to
coming back.
ask, is there an email or something I can send some information to? Because I like your insight on the store stuff you talk about. I watched a couple of videos back, and I own and sell several stores right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. What kind of stores do you own and sell? So Master Kim know a little bit more about you.
Well, I have 2 beauty supply houses and a couple. The rest are convenience stores. You know.
Hey, I got another question for you, man. I'm sorry I asked a lot of questions. What?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
How did you find this channel, by the way?
I was just strolling. I actually saw you on another channel, John.
What channel was that?
And you invited me over to this channel.
What channel was that?
I can't remember off the top. I watch so many of these channels, and I just try to gain knowledge.
Okay. Good. All right, go ahead. You got a question with Master Kim?
Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not gonna be here long. I just wanted to know if there was an email I can try to find to email you guys some information.
We give them your email address. I'd like to, have some levels of anonymity.
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Email me.
So.
Yeah, email me.
If you could put it in the chat. If you could put it in chat, John. Hey, man, I appreciate
go to
that.
my channel. Go to my channel up top. You find the email address. You just email me.
Okay. Because I would like to talk with you and Master Kim. I'm open to a show anytime, man.
I'm very open with my phone number. You can always call me. I don't mind that. I send you. I talk to you. Then we can always reach out by phone.
Man. I ain't never forget about you, man. I always thought you was a cool dude, man, and I just came over to check it out. Try to see if I could learn anything.
Is the information that you would like to share, is it kind of sensitive or confidential information, or is it something you can tell us now? We would love to help.
Like I said, I'd rather do a show on it with you and John.
Oh, you want to do it with me and Master Kim? All right. Well, tell us what it's about then. Shit.
And man, like I said, I'll shoot you an email, John.
My man, sounds good. All right. Well, hey, make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. Come back again.
Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna just sit back for a few minutes before I head out and try to see what y'all talking about.
Hey, well, what part of the country are you in, by the way?
Oh, I'm here in America. I'm American born and raised, man.
I mean, what part of America are you in? I should say.
What part of? I don't give out that information.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you wanted to give out like what geographic part.
But like I said, John, I'll shoot you an email and Kim. I apologize. I just don't call anybody master, man. Nothing personal. But
No,
I'll
there's
shoot
no
you an
problem.
email real quick, John.
Sounds good, my man. I'll be looking forward to it. Yep.
Y'all have a good night.
Same here. All right.
Have a good night. Thank you, sir.
That wasn't that bad. That wasn't. It
Yeah,
wasn't that bad.
John.
We might evolve into an advice channel, trading and business. Think about that, Master Kim.
Good. I don't owe no more child support. I was getting scared for a second.
Mm-hmm.
That was a joke. That's a joke. I'm married with my wife, so it was just but the confidential. I was like, oh shit, what is? What's the big secret? But
Yeah,
nevertheless, I understand. But
yeah,
he's going to put it on blast anyways on your show, so can't be too big of a secret.
yeah. That's true. Maybe you'll keep it under wraps until he does it.
Who was it that he was saying had the annoying voice? I just hopped back on.
Oh, you talking about Stanley?
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, first impressions with me are key, man. So if I don't like you off the first impression, I'm never going to I'm the type of person to just never give you the time of space again, man. I don't got time for shit like that.
Stanley said he's a Trump voter.
Stanley always brings it back to Trump, man.
Hey,
what's he gonna do when Trump is gone?
I don't know, man. He's gonna have to find someone else to hate as much as he hates him.
You know what? I actually don't hate Trump.
Well, I hate to be someone you didn't like then, Stan.
That was good. Keep in mind, I think Stanley's got that good
just
balance,
because I'm
right?
not going to vote for the fool doesn't mean I don't pity the fool.
Hold on for 1 second. We just gotta. Hold on. Oh shit! I probably can't show this. This is an Anton Daniels, but RD Chico, I think, sent me a video talking about the migrants in New York are getting $20,000. Has anyone heard that?
Doesn't surprise me. They get everything free.
No, wow.
I think, and I predicted this early on. Oh, matter of fact, let me tell you a show that we may have coming up. And I talked to Master Kim. I gotta fucking fly in here. I talked to Master Kim about this, and he gave me some ideas on how I should do this. But when I went out to get the Roadmaster today, I talked to a friend of mine. He's an Israeli. He's an Israeli guy.
Yeah.
And he, I met him when he first got here, and he, so
what does that mean?
And I tell you, I was actually in this house when I met him, and he, when he came here, I was listening to Rush Limbaugh, and he was a stark mad liberal at the time. And so he came in, he was surprised. I was upstairs. I can remember exactly where I was. And he said, "Damn, you a black guy listening to Rush Limbaugh. What the hell's wrong with you? He was a liberal, right? Straight out of Israel, right?"
Oh, don't get no worse than it.
A lot of Israelis are very liberal, right? And he was very liberal.
Yeah.
And so he came here.
Israelis in Israel? No,
Yeah, he's
they're
very.
not liberals.
Yeah, I mean, you think they're all conservative?
I don't like any people, man.
Anyway, so he's gonna come. Well, so I was talking to him while I went out to get the road podcast today. He called me. And he said, "Hey, man, I missed your call, but I've been watching your show." And he said, "Man, I don't know if I can come on." And I said, "Oh, man, I'll make sure the environment is, suitable to your liking." And we almost did business together years ago. It didn't work out, but we've done business with each other, transactional. Anyway, so I want to bring him on this show because I think, he is kind of an alternative rags to riches story. We oftentimes talk about the migrants south of the border, and we oftentimes talk about the Asians. Hold on for 1 second. Let's see who we got here. What's up? What you got? Come on. Don't be a troll. Come off mute. What you got? Here we go. What you got? You're off mute now. He's back on mute. Anyway, so he's kind of a rags to riches story, and I would say he's damn near going rags to riches. He's a developer, and he does very high end things. I've shown you kind of some of the things he does, but he's very hesitant about coming on because of the environment today. And we talk about all the things that were going on in the Middle East, Lebanon, stuff like that, Iran, or whatever the hell is going on, and so he's very comfortable about that. But I really want to bring him on because he's like a rags to riches, not riches, but he's doing very well as a businessman. He came here, it's kind of, I don't know if he's illegal or not, but anyway, I'm going to try to get him on at some point, or at least an interview with him, and then maybe stream it after the fact so we could listen to it. Anyway, Trump 24. Go ahead,
John. You know how you're always talking about this crowdfunding stuff and getting people ahead, helping them with their small business. If you come in, you're streaming 24 hours. I only get in here when I have the time, in between the warehouse and my daily life. If you come across anybody trying to start a like a small or even like a mediocre size or mid-size lawn care business, let me know, man, because I've recently come into a bunch of equipment for something like that. And I'm trying to bless somebody with it. If I can't get rid of it here.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Cam. And I was saying, well, there you go, guys. You hear that? You hear Cam here.
I've shouted that out in the chat twice, and nobody has said shit. I'm not gonna hold this shit forever. I need to get my space back. So if I don't hear something pretty soon, I'm just gonna do it locally.
Well, what do you have, by the way?
I got two 0 turns, a riding mower, probably like six or seven edgers, and then a couple of chainsaws from a buddy that moved overseas and just he had to get rid of the equipment, he had to liquidate real quick. So I literally I didn't pay nothing for it. I've just been maintaining it, John, the last like 2 months. And I don't want to sit here and do. I got enough shit, all the like motocross and shit like that. The boats I have, I do enough oil as is. To keep this shit around is going to just devote 2-3 hours of my time constantly to it, and I don't want to do that.
Master Kim, what do you think about that?
I think he needs to make sure someone comes up with some cheddar so that they respect the opportunity. Given free, it's just going to sit dormant, and they need to chin the bar. Not that you're gracious gift, but they need to get something vested. Otherwise, they're just going to take it and try to sell it.
I'm worried about.
So yeah, they need to be vested. I think. Is that wrong, John? Just have.
I think so. Yeah.
Get some skin in the game.
Yeah, we won't want anyone in here just hawking shit, getting shit on the low side and shit.
They definitely would have to, at the very least, cover shipping. It's not something that I paid $1 for or anything. It's a really good friend of mine's, and he's kind of in the business.
How much do you think it would cost to ship all this shit?
Oh, if you did it by weight, man, bare minimum, I'd probably say like $1,500, man, minimum. Because I haven't weighed those 0 turns, John, but most of like my 0 turn for say, it's like a $10,000 mower, and it probably weighs a good 250, 350 pounds, man, at least. I haven't checked the weight on these 4 that I got, so I'd have to weigh them to be able to give you an exact like estimate, but bare minimum $1,500, and that's depending on where it's going too, John.
Oh, they would pull up with the trailer and load all that. People know how. The people that would be scooping that are industrious anyways, and they would be on your doorstep with the trailer and all that. You know what I mean? But that's a great opportunity.
You say it would cost $1,500 to ship all this shit, or just $1,500 per the 0?
Oh no! Oh, like if you were to hire someone, to get a moving truck, you could probably get it all in one moving truck. Honestly, yeah, I could donate the shit out here. You know what I'm saying? I know.
Man, I might get this shit. Hey, if no one in the chat want that shit, I'll get it. Fuck it. And I'll throw you $500 for the inconvenience. If no one else wants to get it, hell, I'll get it. Shit. If I can get it shipped for $1,500, I'll get it. If no one else wants to get it. Shit. I got a place to put it to.
Yeah, it's a big money maker for sure, man. I already got everything I need. The land that I have, I'll be out there forever if I try to use what this shit is. I got a tractor too that makes it real easy for me.
Hey,
but
we got people up Flow State in the audience say, where is it? He wants it. Where is it?
I'm in north, like close to Dallas.
But before you're giving it away, he'll ship it, man. Shit, unless you're right there close within 500 miles, and so just get it shipped, bro.
Yeah, you don't want to drive no 8 hours for it.
and then you have to rent a truck or whatever you need. Give them a tip for the inconvenience and appreciation, a token of appreciation. And you got how many zero turns is it?
There's 3 0 turns and 1
Shit.
riding.
If Flow State don't get it, I'm on it. Flow State, jump on it if you want it. Otherwise, I get it. Flow State just joined. I don't think Flow State's ever been up here before. You hear a zero. If motherfucker hear a zero turn, he up.
John's like, God damn it, this dude's about to steal my shit.
Nah, hey man, I want you to get it, man. I really
No, I am interested. I just heard the very end, zero turn, and then where you were, so I can listen back. We don't need to drag the whole conversation back for me to find out what it is.
You got 3 0 turns, and where you at, Cam? Where you at, Cam?
North Texas, like right outside Dallas.
You better jump on.
Okay.
Master Kim does it.
Can you put your email or something in the back, some way to contact you, and then we can talk more because I'm definitely looking at it. John, but John, you know what, John? If you want it for like you got dibs on it, this is your challenge.
No, man. No, go ahead, man. Shit, look. If you got use for it, I don't have use for it. It would just be sitting in one of my garages or something. So, man, this is what it's about, man. Look, I want you to take it and run with it, right? Take it and run with it. Don't sell it, Flow State.
Oh yeah.
What would you do with 3 0 turns, Flow State? We got to vet you, bro. What would you do? With
I have 3
turns?
teenagers. I have 3 teenagers, and I live in.
You got a big yard or something?
No, well, actually, I do have a big yard.
All right.
So we moved when we moved in this house. It's not a huge yard. It's probably a half acre. But when we moved in here, I had a zero turn. That was actually buddies. Right when the same time, I had a buddy who was in jail, and I helped this little lady move out of the house because he was losing the house because you can't pay your bills from jail, and he didn't have room. She didn't have room for his zero turn or his canoe. So I stored them for him and then used them and then got used to it, and you're all happy and shit. You think this is your lawnmower, and then all of a sudden, people are wanting the lawnmower back, but not the canoe. His son-in-law wanted the lawnmower. So, anyways, I'd use one of them here for sure. The other 1 or 2. If I had zero turns and I need to get a bigger trailer, probably, but I would actually probably start. My whole income is basically side hustles.
What do you do for a living, zero turn?
Flow State.
I'm sorry, damn. I called you zero turn.
YouTube is my primary source of income.
Okay.
I do, and I do side jobs. So I was doing independent contracting, some concrete, some remodels, shit like that, before I got into the YouTube thing. But as I've shifted over to YouTube more, now all that stuff has taken a backseat. And I still will do stuff for existing customers when they hit me up, but I'm not looking for new customers. So, but basically side hustles,
Okay, all right.
If I had those zero turn mowers, I would add mowing to the side hustle list.
So what's on your side hustle list right now? Hold on. What's on your side hustle list right now?
Let's see. Right now, I've got a clean out on a house for remodel coming up. That'll start early next week. I've got there's another guy here in the that I met through the YouTube community, actually, who lives in the Kansas City area. Also, who needs he hit me up. He needs a lot of help the next week or so. He does make readies basically for apartments. People move out. He'll do the painting, the changing out fixture, whatever needs to be done in there for some apartments that got new owners. So they're doing a complete remodel of all the units as they come available. So he needs help with that. And that's what's kind of on the table right now.
Okay, all right. Looks like we have someone else up here.
And I've played around with some other like I did. I was in concrete like the last time I was in.
Hold on, Flo. Just make sure we're not porn bomber here. What's up, man? Zap, what's up? On bullshit, are you?
Real close to me, man. That's right.
Hold on, we might get this motherfucker out of here. Zap, Lauren Kill, Zap, give me something.
Yeah.
What'd you say? What'd you say? Going once, going twice. Zap, what's up?
Is that just Rob? Who's that?
Is that just Rob? I don't know.
Call the phone line if you can't use StreamYards.
I'm charging up my phone right now. Just Rob, if you're trying to call the phone line, give me 1 minute. I left the phone off the charge while I was out.
I'm looking at some of the names on this panel. Y'all are wild.
All right, let me zap Lawrence. Flow State, sorry, but sorry for interrupting you. Go right ahead.
Oh, I was just sort of rambling. Yeah. Did some concrete jobs too. Like, cause that's what I'm sort of trained in really. And I've got certifications in that shit. But when you're independent, like moving around that much equipment and shit is a pain in the ass. I really don't take on new concrete jobs unless there's a real reason for it. And
where are you located, by the way, Flow State?
Kansas City.
Kansas City. All right.
Yeah.
Gates Barbecue. Is that Gates Barbecue?
Yes, it is. All right. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Gates is the shit.
Hey, you know where Fort Leavenworth is, Flow State?
Ish. Yeah.
Yeah, I lived out there for like 3 years. It's right near the Missouri.
Yeah. Okay. I live about 20 minutes south.
Hey, Flow State.
Flow State. What's up?
Yes, sir.
Flow State. I heard you're giving away 0 turns, man.
I'm accepting 0 turns.
No, the King is giving away the 0 turns. And Flow State wants them.
Go away, Black Superfly. Go away.
Hey, where you at, man? Hey, who's giving away 0 turns? And I heard you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth
Your
area.
mic is really bad. We can't hear you at all.
Your mic is bad. Hey, no, seriously, Mike is a little bad. You like scratchy Blacks.
Hey, give me a second.
Yeah,
Is that a next caller? No.
Hey,
Somebody calling me Tyler.
No, we can't hear you. It's too bad.
You're kind of choppy, but
he's lying. Cam.
Who is this?
Cam.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's up, man?
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
Ain't nothing much, man.
Oh, yeah.
You're chopping up, Cam.
0 turn.
Hold on 1 minute. All right. Hold on for 1 minute. Yeah, hold on for 1 minute. Okay, let me see if I can patch
Cam,
you.
you're breaking up, dude.
I said I'm about 20 minutes.
0 turn.
Hey, stop it. You say you're 20 minutes.
Hey, Blacks, hold on. Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, them damn 0 turn.
Can y'all hear him?
Yeah, I hear him,
Yes,
but
we
he's
can
like
hear him.
0 turn. What's he saying?
Yeah. This is Just Rob right here. Look, we got the call-in line working. How about that? We got the call-in line working. All right, so Just Rob.
Cam, you're where?
Hold on, Black. So we got Just Rob on here. We got Just Rob on here. Just Rob, you on the line, right?
Yeah.
All right, so look, we got 3 0 turns. We got 3 people interested.
All right,
and not
all
my
I need is
0
one.
turns. It's up to Cam. Cam, you guys decide.
Cam, all I need is one, bro. You tell me when and where. I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Where are
No
you?
work. I'm not loading shit. I'm not paying for shit to be shipped.
You don't have to load for nothing. You don't have to load
We
nothing.
won't
You
do
don't have
that
to pay
shit
for shit.
anyway.
Yeah,
Black Superfly, can you fix your shit? Like, I'm not even being funny right now. Your shit is sucks.
Blacks wants 2, 1 for me.
Yeah, if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth, I'm like 20 minutes from Midlothian. Can you hear me now? You said I was breaking up.
Yeah, I can.
I think Blacks is breaking up.
All right, can you hear me now?
You got.
Can you hear me
we
now?
can hear you, Black, but it's like staticky. But look,
is it better now or no?
Yeah, but look, let me figure this shit out. Look, you guys figured out in the back chat.
All right, so yeah.
Hold on. In the back chat, you guys figured out how you want to do it. Cam is there. Y'all can do whatever you need to do in the back chat. And then we move on from there. How about that?
All right.
And you guys should at least send me an edger. How about that? Can I get an edger out the deal? Can someone send me an edger? Can I send you my address? You send me an edger. That's the only damn thing I can use. Hold on, we got another damn next caller. Just Rob, you still on here? Just Rob, you still here before I jump on to the next call? Hold on. Yeah, you on with John Galt here. Who's calling? You on with John Galt here. Who's calling? Next call. You on with John Galt. Who's calling? You on with John Galt. Who's calling? We got these heavy breathers here. So sometimes people don't want to talk. They just want to call in and breathe. You know what I mean? Let's see. Let's see what we got.
Well, I mean, every dude who
You on with John Galt. Who's calling? You on with John Galt. Who's calling? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh shit. Didn't connect with the road. Hey, you on with John Galt. Who's calling? Yeah, damn. I don't know why it's not connecting here this time. Damn, we getting calls out of the wazoo here. Damn.
Well, you got 3 zero turns for free on the line now. Every dude who you know.
Oh, hold on for a minute. Hello? What you say? Hold on for a minute. Yeah. Oh, hey, give us 1 minute. Let us get these technical difficulties ironed out. Then we'll be right back. All right.
Is Cam still up here?
Give me a minute. We'll be right back with you. We'll be taking calls in about 5 minutes. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Cam, check the back chat.
Yeah, I already took a screenshot of your Gmail, but Flow State, you could also ship it, bro, real cheap.
What kind are they? Are they good mowers or are they like?
Man, you think Cam gonna be able to offer you some cheap
I
shit?
don't know, Cam. So, and I'm trying to figure this out without like clogging up all the airspace. I'm trying to figure this out without in a courteous way without clogging up the airspace.
Hey, yo, it's
so.
free. I'm not bartering. I'm not haggling. I'm telling you, I'm gonna come get them this weekend. You just let me know.
Can someone send me an edge at least out of the deal?
Yeah.
Are you,
Cam,
you asking for a hand job or a trimming tool?
First come, first
An
serve.
edger. I had to trim it too. Go ahead, Mexican. What'd you say?
Oh, I was going to say I was in a similar situation selling a pizza dough mixer, and I got so many calls, and I just said first come, first serve because I didn't want to crown who gets this and that, and first come, first serve would only be fair.
So I'm not going to spend a month doing it. Whoever pops up.
Yeah,
first,
Cam, I'm coming to get them tomorrow. Just email me. I sent you my email.
I already screenshot it, Blacks.
All right.
I'm sending y'all the numbers on the 3-0 now. The riding mower, I got to go out in the barn to get the 0 turn or the model number off. The other 2 or the other 3 are in my garage where I'm at right now.
Hey, what brand are they? Just in case these guys want to know.
0 turns are a Craftsman, one's a Barna, and then the riding mower is a Barna too.
So yeah, I'm gonna take a back seat, and Black's got him, and then if you find
Black,
yourself,
oh no, Black's ain't gonna get all 3.
Okay, well, I mean, what I'm saying is there's enough attention
yes,
on.
the hell I am gonna go get all 3. What are you talking about? Yeah.
Okay, I guess I wasn't talking.
Yeah, I sure will.
Where's he go? Anyways, I'm gonna step out of this. If you find yourself with for some reason with them still, my email's backstage. Let me know.
Yeah, send me your. I got your email, Flow State.
So why are you just giving them away? Out of curiosity.
Well, what I was trying to do, off to someone starting a small business because my friend that owned a lawn care service, he moved overseas. He had to liquidate. You know, he literally moved within like a 3-week span. So he left a lot of shit with me, you know, to see if I was if I knew anybody like trying to do a startup. That's what John's whole channel is about, you know, is like helping people trying to start small businesses. So I figured I would take them on and see if we could do something with them. But I just don't got the fucking space for that shit. You know, I have a 3-car garage taking up one whole fucking side of my garage right now, and then I got the other 2, you know, in my barn. So it's taking up personal shit of my stuff that I don't want to be dealing with for months. I could give them away locally, tell them, but that's not the reason why I took them on. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I didn't realize that was the theme of the channel. Is that the theme of the channel, John? You're muted.
Yeah, what was the question you asking? Sorry.
Is your channel about kind of startup businesses? I didn't realize that there was a kind of a centralizing theme.
Oh, I'm a businessman. Like, you know, this is.
I know that you are, but that's cool. No, that's awesome. That's awesome.
That's why I got Master Kim up here. You know, I got Get Crack
Yeah.
up here. I mean, Cam the King is a businessman. Black Super Five is in business.
Right on. Yeah, no, I like that. I like that. I got fired from my job in concrete as I was the QC. I ran the department for precast concrete, and it was one of the best things that ever happened to me. And I think that's awesome. People get trapped into these just habitual, right? You wake up, you go to school, and then you go to work, and people never think about doing shit on their own and never try it.
That's messed up, Blacks. You try to take it from him.
Hey man, you know, I get your Blacks. You know, I think you guys should really share the wealth you're getting shit for free.
That's messed up.
Hey, listen, you don't know what I'm gonna do with them.
Yeah,
That's
I
number
don't know.
one.
Right.
Number two,
No, you're right.
I'm in the.
I ain't judge you guys. Hey,
That's
I'm
messed up, Blacks.
Hey, hold on.
I'm in the vicinity.
Yeah, I got
I'm in
you.
the
You're right.
vicinity.
Hey,
And
Blacks,
you don't know.
Yeah, I ain't.
You don't know if I.
Black,
that man was here first.
Hey, Blacks, I don't give a shit what you.
He was here first.
Look, hey, but anyway, look, Flo, to get back.
He was here first.
But get back to Flo State. In terms of you see the banner right now. We have
that's messed up, Blacks. I thought you were better than that, brother.
Who is CKJ3? He's video over here.
Yeah, well, he said some shit about talking him. If that's the case, he don't have to worry about.
Black, you know, listen,
I thought you were better than that, brother. That's messed up, Blacks.
You know, Black said he'd be there tomorrow, man. So he trying to get rid of that shit like first man win. You know, it's kind of the way it works. It's Master
Yeah,
Kim
that's messed up, Blacks. I thought you were better than that, brother.
I'm gonna mute you. You keep repeating that.
I don't know who's talking. Who's talking?
I think that's CKJ3. I think he's just fucking with you. I'm gonna mute him. Hey,
okay.
but look. But anyway,
no, I'm not messing with him. I'm serious. That's messed up. That man was here first. That's messed up, Blacks, brother. I thought you were better than that.
All right.
I don't even know who's talking.
It doesn't really matter. He made his point now, so we're not gonna keep.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
It doesn't fucking matter. The point been made. But anyway, so one of the things I was gonna say is I think this is the first time this has come across something like this, but I think it's a very good thing to happen in that someone has some excess or surplus goods, assets, or whatever, and he's not charging anyone for them. Just anyone can come get it, and Flo State asks this kind of the premise of the channel, like the basis of the channel. Why I started channeling.
Yeah, that was good for that brother to give them zero turns away.
On mute. Yeah. So it's not a channel like a Facebook giveaway, but it is a channel to help people who are trying to take that next step in business. As Get Crack talks about,
Right. No. Yeah. No, that's awesome. Pretty excited about that. I think that's a great topic or a great thing, a great channel to have out there instead of just another open panel like mine or whatever, another drama thing.
Yeah, Flow State, bro. That's good for you, man.
I mean, we are
first. You should get it.
Yeah, well, it is on the panel.
He's ready to go with it. I mean, whoever I can't see who's saying that. Like, you're not really wrong, but it's okay. I was still working out.
I'm never wrong, man. I just first, man. Right is right. Come on, brother.
All right. Shit. All right. We take this to the back chat. Y'all figure that shit out in the back chat. You're not gonna take over for everyone else like this. Let them figure it out in the back chat. Shit. Hey, somebody else wanted better, they could pay more for it. You give him away for free. Right. Add a little vig to it, he may change his mind and give it to the next man. So that's how it goes. If you want it that bad, hey, figure it out.
That's a bad looks on you, black brother.
Hey, damn, man. All right, whatever, man. Like, we're gonna have to let that go. That ain't what this shit is. Shit, don't go to me or you. All I want is an edger out of the deal. Can I get an edger out of the deal?
Yeah,
somebody send this man an edger.
You got my email.
Is he giving away edgers?
And I'll pay you for the shipping, Killer Cam. Can I call you Killer Cam? Can I call you Killer Cam? Let me call you Killer Cam.
Yeah. Send me an address. I can mail some too, because I got a little gift from you from my brother's store too, man.
Hey, let me ask you this question. You ever heard about those surplus type stores, Cam, since you have a warehouse?
Yeah, you talking about like where they just got everything, or like those Metromart stores where it's just a whole bunch of shit in there from random places?
I'm on Facebook a lot, right? Facebook Marketplace. I go on there a lot, and there are these people that say, "Hey, I got a pallet from Home Depot. It may be 300 drills or 200 saws or whatever." They be like, "Buy all of them, right?" But you got to have a place to store them.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, have you ever heard of that and considered
I
that?
know some people who did some of that shit.
I used to do that. Actually, I would have, you know, 'cause I live on land. I got a big ass barn out here. I used to buy shit, and then there's like websites you can go on and stuff, and people will bid on your pallet. You know, a lot of times I didn't even break down the shit, John. I just resold the whole pallet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's good money. You gotta know what you're taking on too, John. I mean, there was times where I had, you know, a 30-foot by 18-foot barn completely fucking filled with bullshit. I just got tired of looking like a hoarder. You know, I haven't fucked with that in years, dude. It's so much work if you're tearing down those.
That is the problem with it. That's what happened with the people on there, right? It worked really, you know, you get a lot of value for the money if you can efficiently sort and move it.
Mm. Did people?
Well,
Did you let people?
I just
Hey,
want to
hold on, Angel. Hold on, Angel. Let's make sure we have a porn bomber here. 80, what's up?
Chilling, man.
Who is this?
80, huh?
Yeah. Who's 80? 80, what's up? All right, we'll put you back till you figure out what's going on. All right, yeah, go ahead.
So you check to see if somebody's a porn bomber by bringing them straight up on stage with no cover photos.
Most of the time, these people just come on and say, nigga. Most of the time, these people just come on and say,
John
nigga,
keeps doing that.
nigga,
I keep knocking him back down. I'm like, come on.
Let me
Hey,
paint
one day,
this to
John,
make sure it's not
you
poison.
get a real porn bar guy.
Most of these motherfuckers.
Nah, you gotta get a real porn bomber one day, John.
Hey, listen, I guess he probably came up, saw Angel, said, damn, well, I guess it's no place for me to be here. They already got their resident nigger sayer. Hey, well, hey. Listen, come back when Angel's not here. We auditioning for part-time slots. When Angel's not here, we auditioning. Right? You come in and see if you can get a song made by Tropes as good as Angels. We put you in the rotation. How about that? What you think about that, Angel?
Well, actually, I was gonna ask if people could see about emailing me their best like miniature clips of Donald Trump's like walks on stage appearances or whatever that shows that he's a brave man, whether in the last like 8 years, because
Angel.
I want to try and take the song Unknown Stuntman and make it into an American patriotic parody where I would just be using the audio of Unknown Stuntman, but having various clips of Trump be played, and people know what I'm talking about. Because there's a YouTuber called MAGA that does not necessarily parodies, but he has songs like just recently he did Gangsters Paradise, and it was various clips of Trump like waving his hands when he'd be dancing on stage,
Angel.
or any type of like walking into a burger building that shows he's a brave man.
Angel. Not to cut you off, but we had just Rob up here. He just tried to call in, so we're gonna let him talk with Cam the King.
Would you give Trump a hand job, Angel, if he could get into office?
If he does, would I like want Trump to give me a hand job?
If you give him a hand job, he gets into office. If you don't do it, he does not.
No. I think that is supposed to be humorous, but I get it.
I mean, this is about starting businesses, right? I was just trying to help you.
Well, I love you, Flow State.
I gotta give you shit.
I know.
No, hold on. We got another guy coming up here. I guess I should do the whole front screen shit since Flow State is put me on the front street here. Let's go. Oh shit, that ain't how it works, huh? Yo, what's up? We got a porn bomber here. What's up? Light work. Who's this right here? He won't say anything. Ain't this about that bitch?
Who is that?
John, you don't ever verify these people before they jump on. I'd make them show a hand or something.
Bro, that nigga hating, bro.
I ain't got time for all that bullshit, man. Like vetting these motherfuckers. What the fuck you come up like? Come up here,
John the goat.
Damn, these some bitch got that much time. Like I wouldn't even be doing that shit.
Yeah.
Could you imagine having John for your landlord? You'd be like looking at a place. He'd be like, "Hey, you gonna sell drugs here?"
Yeah,
For real.
One of my first
I'm talking about. John,
one of my first streams. I don't even do credit checks. Shit, the hell I'm gonna go through all that vetting and shit for some nigga coming up on a YouTube stream.
No, for real.
You gotta be careful, John. You gotta be careful.
Fucking crazy, right? Like,
Ain't
hopefully you ain't gonna show your dick or something. Like,
Hey, yo,
I guess-
John just don't give
they're
a
gonna
fuck.
show you porn, man. Real porn. Man, Grace had to watch like 5 freaking like gay porn vids in the background while she was vetting all of them. It's insane.
These people fucking sick, man. All Kamala Harris voters.
For real.
Let me just say though, women aren't people. I'm gonna come right on up there and pick that stuff up. I can get there before Blacks can. You know, Black says he wants it, but at the same time, is he really gonna be there? If he don't show, I'll put it that way.
He said he is. So I'm gonna hold him to his word. If he don't,
Listen, I'm a man of my word, and it's funny that we got grown men up here pocket watching other grown men. That's ridiculous. Hey, listen, I live in the area. Okay.
Yeah, he's my neighbor.
He's saying he's giving it away for free.
That's
He's
facts.
saying he's giving it away for free. I'm gonna go get it. Why not?
Your mic fucked up.
Yeah, your mic.
I'll come back.
Yeah. Well, listen to this for a second. All right. How's he gonna come up here?
Hold on.
If he live in the area, let him get it.
Hold on, goddammit. I do want to ask a question though. Get Craig, how you tripping about the 1155, man? I mean, you know, fuck it.
All right. Cool. Just letting you know.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Just Rob, tell me about yourself. Just Rob.
Yes, sir. I'm a 60-year-old white male, just trying to relax, retired at home right now. And I know somebody that can use those, but at the same time, I don't need them. You know what I'm saying? If Blacks needs them, let him have them. If he's going to go get them, that's great. But if he don't show, I wanted to ask Women Aren't People to keep me in second in line.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Third,
excuse me.
Yeah, you're good.
How do I know you're in front of me, Flo State?
Yeah,
you know what I think. You know what I think we should do. You know,
I was in front of Blacks.
You know what I think we should do. You know what I think we should do right here. You know what I think we should do right
here. If Blacks is close by, let them get them. I don't see.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I think we should do right here. You know what God damn,
play Oregon Trail for it.
Hey, you know what I think we should do? You know what I think? You know what I think we should do here? Like,
what, John?
I think we should figure out a way to at least compensate Cam something because you're getting extreme value here.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Hey, let's compensate that, man. Like, like I don't give, I ain't getting anything out of it, but I think it's only fair, right? You don't want to run him away from him feeling like he done.
Listen to me, John.
That guy said he was paying it forward.
Whatever me and Cam work out will be between me and Cam, not up here.
I'm not asking you for like, well, hey, and I'm not gonna ask him. But I'm just saying, like, hey, let's keep the community going, right?
But see, I want to say this. May I say this to you? And because I know you're gonna continue, I'm gonna say this. These all of us up here are men, okay? And just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't happen, okay? I want to go out there because I'm literally down the street, proverbially. Okay, I'll just say proverbially. I'm down the street. And if Cam and I come to an agreement, then we will. But it's, right now, the information was generally put out there. and I'm
Yeah, I
just
mean,
gonna take advantage of the
And
information.
right,
I
and
don't,
now
I
you want to
don't
take it
care who
up,
gets
pick it up, and shut
Yeah,
it up.
just
And
give them
right. I don't
something,
look,
man.
I don't care who gets it, but
why
like,
don't you?
you know, and I know
chat.
you will, Black. I know you will,
Yeah.
Black. So I'm just throwing the the disclaimer right there for the next time around. Like we all want to keep this community going, and I
Who's
think
to
this is
say blacks won't? Who's to say blacks won't pay it forward?
he may not, but then we'll deal with that next time around. Cam the King will say something, but
Send me your address 'cause I got some stuff I've been trying to get to you. You have my email. I think you'll like what I'm gonna be sending you from my cousin's shop.
yeah, I'll send you send me your Cash App or whatever you use. I'll
Yeah,
send you a Cash App.
don't get upset at me. I'm gonna be operating outside of guidelines a little bit, but I think you'll be real
Hey,
happy with.
shit, I've lived my whole life outside the law.
Who's to say? Who's to say blacks won't? Who's to say blacks won't pay it forward when he gets it?
That's right.
I mean, I can say that just based on the last 10 minutes, I wouldn't count on it.
He's gonna spend.
Hey, man,
he comes
rushing
hater,
up in here,
bro. You a
tries
hater,
to
bro.
pick in front in line, and then when somebody
You a
does the same
hater,
thing,
bro.
which I did, which I'm cool with because he is apparently close, even though it's going to take him 2 days to get there.
You a
and when I
hater.
handed off,
You a
I said,
hater.
"You take him." When somebody else did the same thing to him, that he no, getting all defensive of it.
When somebody
Blacks,
did what to what?
blacks who
What are you
defy
talking
was here
about?
first.
No, he
Blacks
wasn't.
who defy.
I
Okay,
was here before blacks.
So here we
Blacks who
are on
defy
the
was
line.
here first.
Here we.
Blacks
No,
who
he
Why are
defy
we
was here
arguing?
first.
Who is
Okay,
repeat?
why are we arguing about this? If you want to, hey, listen. If you think you can get
He
there
a
before
hater,
me,
bro. He a
I'm saying if
hater.
he thinks he can get there before me, well,
Well,
shit,
that's light work.
go do it.
He a hater.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not
talking?
going to live or die by this. This is just an opportunity, and I'm taking it. Why not?
Facts.
I'm not.
Facts.
I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. Why everybody's getting all butthurt over this? I'm not gonna
'Cause he
go
a
by
hater,
if somebody
Blacks.
else got it before me.
Blacks who
no
defy. He a hater, bro.
We're just
He a hater.
digging in. Just digging in. That's all it is, just for the fun of it. If
Who's-
you're the closest man there, go get it. Absolutely. I'm 100 miles
Yeah,
away.
but not only that, Coast State did hop on here first, though, man.
Okay, well, there
No,
you go.
blacks
hopped on
blacks.
first, and it's
I
his.
don't care who takes it. I just want the shit
He
going.
a hater, Blacks.
About
He
it,
a
man.
hater.
I'm just glad to be on somebody's string, all right?
So why is blacks
Shut
a
up.
hater? It makes no sense. Ridiculous.
Yeah, well,
What you gonna do about it?
Us is getting something, man.
I want to hear what Cam said. I'm just trying to hear what Cam is saying. I can't hear him because everybody's talking.
I just said it. I don't really care who takes it. I just want the shit gone. I got it to bless somebody because it was me. That's all I care about is that it gets the fuck off my property. I already shout this out twice in chat, 2 different streams. Nobody said shit. Finally,
All right,
somebody
yeah, we
took it.
done with that shit. Black's gonna pick it up. That's it. That's all right. That's
There
right.
you go.
Facts, John. Facts.
In two
Facts,
days,
John.
in
That
2
dude
days,
over there in that corner, he a hater.
all right,
That dude is a hater.
all right.
Light work
Blacks.
is a troll.
And in 2 days
I ain't
from
no
now, if he
fucking
don't
troll.
pick it up,
You're
and
a
in 2
troll.
days from now, if he don't pick it up, then we go with someone else. Candy King does what he does with it, right?
Hey, either
We
way,
done our
Cam,
job, right? We done our job, right?
Cam's a good man. Cam's a good man for getting rid of it because he's not using it.
Yeah. Props to you.
He's a hater.
Hey, listen. Who is it? Light work. Come on, bro. Like, we trying to have a civil conversation here.
Hey, John, but I understand that, brother. But that man is a hater, bro.
All right,
He
it's your
hate.
third.
Who's to say blacks who defy not gonna pay it for when we get it?
All right. One of the things it is really like stymied people, I think, in business is I gotta take this call. Hold on one second.
Out of all fairness, Blacks is also helping the guy too. Like he said, he put it out twice on the internet. No one took it. Blacks is going to be there tomorrow, so he's helping the guy out as well. And put this to rest. You can hear the frustration.
Well, I can't argue with that, but at the same time, what Flow State said was funny. I don't care if it's true or not; it was still funny.
Which part?
Yeah, I hear him because everybody's over talking to everybody. I only heard
about Black saying that he was
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of handled already, and Blacks came in and was like, mine, right?
That's
So
what I mean.
it's cool. I was still figuring out logistics on my end, but let's not act like Blacks did just like run in and hog the fucking ball.
True or not, it's still funny, man. I don't care.
Well, if I knew someone was selling a lawnmower 2 blocks away from me, I'm gonna say I'm right here. I'm free. Great, I'll pick it up.
Right.
Can I meet you tonight?
I get it, and I'm cool with it. But
that's what happens when somebody gives away something free. That's
true.
what happens, man.
I just want to say thank you to everybody here, and John, especially for letting me on the stream. That's my first time. Period. At 60 years old, I've never been on anyone's stream, and I hope you all have a great evening. All right.
Right on.
See ya.
Take care, man. Take care.
Hey, is Master Kim still on, John?
As soon as somebody gives away something free, everybody wants to start hating. I don't understand it.
Yeah, we were talking the other day, Master Kim, about how you go for these businesses that are closed down. Remember, I had asked you got off. How do you find?
Hold on for 1 second. Hey, Just Rob, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to figure out how to get off.
No, well, I want to ask you a couple of questions. You said this is your first time joining the stream. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so, what other than the free stuff, what prompted you to join the stream here?
Just because I've been listening off and on, and I'll comment every now and then, but mostly I've been listening, and I thought, well, this would be a great opportunity if I can even
because
figure
of
it
me. I was persistent in trying to get him to call in, and
that's right. Yeah, but
because he was the first one chatting. Yeah, he was the first one chatting. I wanted
Rob from the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Get Crack is right. He kind of egged me into it. You know what I mean?
Because it was like, then he's saying like, it's because I'm white, huh? That's why I'm not getting that shit. You guys are haters out
you
here.
lying, bro. You lying, Get Crack. Black Suited Fire was in first.
Check the timestamps. It's a chat room, man.
Deal. It ain't no big deal to me, man. I've enjoyed the few minutes I've had on here, and
hey, Blacks, put your email in the back. I got something for you, brother.
All right then.
Sounds suspicious.
Can somebody help me figure this out? I need to leave, but I can't figure out how to get out
just
here.
because some everything that's suspicious. Everything that's suspicious.
Just close your browser, and you'll be off.
Oh, is that
window? Yeah, the window, whatever, or tab.
Are you on your phone?
Right.
Hey,
no,
John.
I'm on a laptop. I'll just shut it down up there. I didn't know if that would do it or not.
Oh,
also the X button at the bottom, leave studio.
Yeah, I was about to say in the bottom right corner, there's a leave button. You can just
more than two people. Everybody saw it.
Okay, cool. I see it there now. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
See you
have
guys.
a good one.
Hey, come back again, my man.
I sure will, John. Appreciate it.
All right.
And John's tripping me out. He's cycling all over the fucking panel, man.
Oh man, y'all won't let me talk. I was just gonna bless Black Suited Fire. Everything not suspicious, man. Just because the way somebody talk don't make everything suspicious.
Hey, my email. Hey, brother. My email is in the back chat. You should see it. It's there. I haven't. It should still be there. I don't know. You can check it.
I just don't think everybody should be fighting like animals over a fucking lawnmower, man.
I agree with that.
They made 100.
Hey, this is already done. Why are you still dwelling on it? Like
because he's a troll.
Like a little
Back to the topic. Master Kim, so we can get off topic.
That's what they do when somebody gives something out for free. But Black Suited Fire, you gonna see the truth, brother.
Okay.
Anyways, Master other day.
Yes.
I guess if I took super chats, people would be like, "Hey, put him down" or something like that, man. But I don't like doing that, man. Come on, but let's try to be civil, all right? There may be someone else at Cam the King may have something else going forward, and you're gonna.
But they just didn't know, John. My bad, brother. But they just didn't know, man. They just don't know, brother, what they're talking about, brother. Who's to say
I think right here, bro.
Who's to say Black Suited Fire wasn't gonna bless Flow State with it? Who don't nobody know that? Y'all up here talking.
Light work. Honestly, you know what I think right here, right now. is Cam the King is probably saying, "Damn, I should have never even mentioned this shit."
Right.
Yeah, it has become a big ass headache, and I've
Right,
tried
right.
to
You
go
know
on
what I'm
3.
saying? And so
Got it.
like damn, usually we have more problems selling shit for money than giving things away. So we're gonna table this shit right here about this damn lawnmower, and because he may have some other shit. The man got a fucking warehouse.
I mean, I think it's
we're not gonna quibble about this goddamn lawnmower, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm not even
right?
talking about that
So we're
anymore.
gonna move on
So
from this. We're
Cam, I
gonna move
know you
on
have
from
a
this goddamn
warehouse.
lawnmower. I don't want to hear nothing about the goddamn lawnmower no more.
What's the
Right?
next topic, brother? What's the next topic, brother?
All right. So
So Cam,
we're gonna move on from lawnmower, all right?
Cam, earlier we were talking
What's
about
the next
reverse.
topic, brother?
All right, we're gonna get to that, but someone got a question. We're gonna let him ask. Go ahead.
We were talking about reverse logistics, right? And I told you my brother does that with Amazon. He works for them, and we were talking about opening up our own space, and me and him were just looking for warehouse space, and nothing. And everything's expensive as hell. So I'm really about to start looking in the hood. But you said you deal in the warehouse space, so I just wanted to pick your brain about that. And
They gonna make me cam up in this. They gonna make me cam up.
I saved a lot of money.
They think I'm some Rudy Poo.
Shut
no,
up, man.
we don't think that at all, man.
I bought the land. I bought the land where I wanted to put the building, and then I looked for a company that was local that did steel metal buildings. That's really all you need for a warehouse, bro. You don't need these big ass fucking brick buildings. My shit don't even have like AC in it, bro. Like we got stuff in there that.
What is reverse logistics, real quick?
Oh, sure, Flow State. So, it's a category of reverse logistics. So how on Amazon you see the product you want to purchase, and then under it you see a refurb a product that says good or just like new, etc. That's what he does. Okay, he is in charge of hiring and managing all of the contractors who do that work. So he's from coast to coast, going to these warehouses, especially here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. He goes to these guys. Some of them started with meager beginnings.
His
and then
inventory is returns. Is that what
it returns? Yeah. But I'm saying his portion of that sector of business is making sure that they are doing things according to code and making sure that Amazon's not losing money in the business. So he'll track down $30 million of business. How come we're losing $30 million? And he'll check where that hemorrhage is coming from, fix the process, and save Amazon $30 million. And that was a real project he worked on for about 6 months. So I'm just saying, I'm just giving you the particulars of it. That's what he's doing.
Sure. Yes. Yeah. I just wasn't familiar with what.
Yeah.
We know what logistics is, didn't know what reverse logistics was.
But it's just, I'm just saying he is telling me, and he's been telling me this for the last 3 years, we need to get in it because there's plenty of room for whoever wants to get in it. That's it. And you don't need some huge warehouse. You can start with 1,000 square feet and then just start gradually moving. That's it. You can start with 2 people. The people who own it can start fixing and working that stuff and then just scale, because Amazon has the money to do this. And it's not just Amazon. Amazon's working through Dyson, Samsung, Sony, all these companies that get things sent back to them, and they don't want to spend the money to fix it. So then they'll utilize Amazon's platform to get it fixed, get it reposted on Amazon, and get it repackaged. The companies will send you their packaging is ridiculous, and then they will have you Amazon ship it out from their warehouses. Yeah.
Interesting. Anyways, I didn't mean to derail you that much, but you were asking John some warehouse stuff.
Say what, Flo? Say?
Before I interrupted with my question about what reverse logistics is, but before that, I think that Blacks had some warehouse questions or something for you. Is that true, Blacks? I feel like I interrupted you, Blacks.
No. What did you say? I'm so
I feel,
sorry, man.
I feel like my question interrupted. You were asking John questions, so I was just trying to.
Oh, I was just asking Cam about, he seems to be the expert on the panel about warehousing, and